It's lonely to be invincible. Chapter 736 to Chapter 793. The fist brought with it a gust of wind, but it stopped abruptly when it heard Lin Fan. Lin Fan pressed down on his hair and clothes. The strong wind from the fist almost messed up his style. The golden giant knelt on the ground with a thud and buried its head. 2 rivers of tears fell to the ground, filling up the hole. Father! Zhu Ling threw herself at the feet of the golden giant spirit, hugged its leg, and wailed loudly. Her cries were heart-wrenching and heart-wrenching. Sigh. Lin Fan sighed and came to the giant spirit's side. Friend, the dead can't come back to life. I'm sorry for your loss. Who killed your entire race? Lin Fan pondered, but he couldn't figure out who had the ability to do so. Could it be a war between the big forces? But that was impossible. Looking at the current situation, it didn't seem like a war had happened, but more like a one-sided massacre. Who are you? The giant spirit turned back to Lin Fan, tears welling up in its eyes. It couldn't accept this scene. I'm just an ordinary person passing by. I felt that something happened here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Sigh. Lin Fan shook his head. He was depressed. The deal had failed, and the entire race had been killed. What else could he do? If he had known in advance, he would have definitely come to help. By then, he would have been able to suppress the other party alone. Although he might not be able to win, he could still use the unlucky spell to save the giant spirit race. At that time, the giant spirit race would have treated him as their savior. Skill sets and whatnot would have been sent to them. But looking at the current situation, it was dangerous. The inheritance of the strongest cultivation technique had probably been broken. The giant spirit lowered his head and did not speak. He clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, I want revenge. I want to take revenge for my race. Do you know who did it? Lin Fan really wanted to know who it was that stopped him from trading. If he knew who it was, he would definitely crush him to the ground. How dare you kill someone that I'm interested in? You're courting death. Of course, Lin Fan wanted to ask if the giant spirit had the strongest skill set. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. The other party had just been killed, and he was asking about the strongest skill set. How could he have any sympathy? That's sick. As the peak leader of the magnificent flame sect and the teacher of a child, how could he do such a thing? Even if I die, I won't forget them. Their arrival destroyed everything I had. My father locked me up there and let me live. I will definitely kill them and bring their heads to my people as an apology. The little giant raged with resentment. Then who is it? Lin Fan was helpless. After saying so much, he still hadn't said who it was. I don't know. The little giant shook his head, his fingers almost digging into his flesh. Oh my God, Lin Fan broke down. Saying so much was no different from not saying anything at all. But then the little giant said something that made him very surprised. Although I don't know who they are, I will always remember that it was a woman with a child. That child was a demon, extremely terrifying. My clansmen were all killed by him. They didn't even have the chance to fight back. Speaking up to this point, the little giant raised his head again and started bawling. Tears and snot flowed down his face. This situation made Lin Fan's heart ache. It can't be, a woman and a child killed the entire giant spirit race? Are they that powerful? Lin Fan was dumbfounded. This is a little scary. Is the giant spirit race so weak? The little giant didn't speak. Then, he came to a sudden realization. I remember now. That woman mentioned her name. When the demon child killed my father, that woman said that I, Lu Ruachin, would kill your clan. I don't have a reason, I just want to. What? Lin Fan was stunned. What did you just say? Lu Ruachin? Yes. The little giant nodded with anger on his face. That woman isn't strong, but that abyssal child is really too strong. His attacks are terrifying. My father fought with him and was beheaded by him with a strange supernatural ability. His heart was dug out. I saw all of this with my own eyes, but I was powerless to do anything. Tears rolled down the little giant's cheeks as he spoke. Amazing. This woman is going to cause a bloodbath. I should have thought of this long ago. Apart from her, who else could be the leader of this group? Lin Fan only had one goal in mind, and that was to trample Lu Ruochen to death in the Saint Convent sect. However, he didn't know where the Saint Convent sect was, so he had no choice but to find it first. Putting this aside for now, Lin Fan had to comfort the little giant. This woman and child deserve to die. They deserve to be executed. Don't worry about this. The giant spirit race is brave and good at fighting, but their hearts are peaceful. They are deeply respected. Now that something like this has happened, I'm very sad. I will definitely kill these two for you. Lin Fan's face was solemn. He was going to take revenge for the little giant. The little giant looked at Lin Fan and lowered his head. There's no need for that. They are very strong. Dragging you into this will only bring you trouble. Trouble? That's something that doesn't exist. Someone as vicious and merciless as them is worse than pigs and dogs. Others might be able to tolerate it, but I, Lin Fan, can't. There's no need to say anything else. These two fellas must be killed. Lin Fan's face was solemn. At this moment, having someone standing beside him made him feel full of energy. What are you going to do in the future? To put it bluntly, you are very weak. If you meet the two of them, you might not be able to take revenge for your people. Lin Fan was speaking the truth. Given the little giant's strength, he could kill him with a slap without even looking back. I'm not afraid. Father told me that I have the giant spirit god blood that the giant spirit race hasn't had for tens of thousands of years. In the future, my achievements will reach a height that countless people in the giant spirit race can't reach. As long as I bear with it and cultivate well, I will definitely be able to kill them with my own hands. The little giant was full of confidence. He might only be a peerless immortal now, but he believed that it wouldn't be long before he became stronger and had the strength to kill the two of them. The situation outside is very complicated. The other party must have a motive for annihilating the giant spirit race. It's too dangerous for you to wander outside. Why don't you follow me back to the sect and stay there for the time being? You can slowly increase your strength and find out about the other party's whereabouts at the same time. Lin Fan might sympathize with the little giant, but he also wanted to trick him into the magnificent flame sect. The bloodline of the little giant was shocking. Lin Fan might not know much about it, but he could feel that his bloodline was like a burning flame, giving off a scorching heat. How can I do that? The little giant looked at Lin Fan in surprise. He didn't expect that someone he had never met would help him like this. He might be small in the giant spirit race, but he wasn't stupid. He didn't believe that someone would help him for no reason. However, just as he had this thought, something shocking happened. Why not? This is simply the wrath of the heavens. I, Lin Fan, swear that if I don't kill the culprits of the giant spirit race, I will be struck by lightning and turn into ashes. Suddenly, the air trembled. This was the sign of an oath being formed. The little giant stared at Lin Fan in a daze before bursting into tears. His face was covered in snot and tears. He didn't expect that the person in front of him would swear to the heavens for the giant spirit race and gain his friendship. Thank you. The little giant was touched. He didn't know what to say. There's no need to thank me. As long as you're a righteous person, you won't be able to tolerate this. Don't worry, I will take care of this. I will definitely take revenge for the giant spirit race. Also, we shouldn't stay here for long. See if there's anything else you want to take with you. Lin Fan said. There's nothing else. I just want to bury my clansmen here and let them rest in peace. Their corpses won't be exposed in the wilderness. Can you help me? After the little giant's grief, he gradually calmed down. Since things had already happened, there was no point in continuing to grieve. Sure, no problem. Lin Fan nodded. But looking at the corpses all over the place, he felt that this was a huge project. But leaving with the little giant wasn't a bad choice either. He was the only one left in the giant spirit race. If there were females, there might be hope to rebuild the giant spirit race in the future. But now, he was a man, so how could he create a race by himself? That wasn't a dream. Thank you. The little giant was so touched that he wanted to cry once more. He was the only one left after his race was wiped out. He thought that he was the only one left, but he didn't expect such a good person to appear. His father was right. A kind-hearted person would always meet kind-hearted people. The corpses of the giant spirit race were huge, so it was impossible to dig a hole with one's hands. He clenched his fingers and a deep hole appeared in the ground. He then buried the corpses one by one. In the words of the little giant, even though they were already dead, if their corpses were to fall into the hands of someone who knew how to craft weapons, there wouldn't be any bones left. After a long time, Lin Fan stood there, watching the little giant bury his father. He sighed in his heart. Strength was still the most important thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything if his entire race was wiped out. He had to pass on the Magnificent Flame sect. As long as someone dared to do something bad to the Magnificent Flame sect, he would kill them in the cradle without mercy. Let's go. Stop looking. Lin Fan understood the little giant's feelings, but it was useless. Other than him, no one else could resurrect. Maybe my father's soul is immortal, and he can still be reborn. The little giant said softly. But the possibility was too small. It was impossible. Immediately, two silhouettes soared into the sky and left the place. The little giant looked back at the land of his race. He was furious. He swore to teach the two executioners a lesson. Lin Fan was communicating with the bird. The giant spirit race's annihilation was a big matter, and it was time to let everyone in the outer region know. Of course, he could also report Lu Ruochen's situation. At the very least, he could tell them to be careful. If Lu Ruochen killed all of them, where would he go to negotiate with her? But the thought of it made him unhappy. News of the giant spirit clan being destroyed spread through the bird world. The major forces were shocked. The giant spirit clan was very strong. Although they couldn't compare to some of the major forces, their current clan leader was shockingly strong. His golden battle body was even more terrifying. Luckily, the giant spirit clan was kind and loyal. They never caused trouble, so many major forces had a good impression of them and were willing to communicate with them. But unexpectedly, their clan had been destroyed. An elder from a major force who was on good terms with the giant spirit clan was shocked when he heard the news. At his cultivation level, it was hard for him to be affected by trifling matters. Lu Ruochen. The elder from a major force was furious. He wanted to kill her to take revenge for his friend. Then, he took out some of his wealth and posted on the bird world to find Lu Ruochen. Anyone who provided information would be rewarded with a divine pill. The bird world was in an uproar. Something big has happened. A woman and a child actually annihilated the giant spirit clan. Just where did they come from? This is too crazy. That's right. The giant spirit clan is famous for being good people. How could they be destroyed like this? They're crazy. I'll remember Lu Ruochen's name. If I meet her in the future, I'll definitely kill her. I can't sit still anymore. I'll remember this. If anyone can kill these two people, I'll give them great benefits. The giant spirit clan had a good reputation. Many major forces had good relationships with them. However, there were also many people who were gloating. In a certain cave, Lu Ruochen stood there, her eyes shining. Then, she looked at the figure in the distance. Everything she had now was related to this child. However, it was very difficult for her to control him. This child was too independent, and he was vicious and merciless. If she wasn't pregnant, she felt that she might be killed by this child. At this moment, a golden heart floated in front of the child. The golden heart of the giant spirit clan is very rare. The child smiled cruelly. He raised his finger and a ball of flame wrapped around the golden heart, refining it. Oh, you're quite capable. You actually sealed the blood of the heart. Unfortunately, you're still too young. The divine chains wrapped around the heart and it gave off a dazzling light. The child raised his hand and pointed out with a finger. With a cracking sound, the divine chains shattered, and the golden heart shrank and withered. In the end, a drop of golden blood floated in the air like a burning flame. The child sucked the blood into his abdomen, and a golden pattern appeared on his face before disappearing. It is indeed delicious. I didn't lie. Hee hee. A sharp laughter came from the child's mouth. Lu Ruochen, who was far away, felt her heart tremble. She was very afraid of that child. However, this was also an opportunity for Lu Ruochen. With the fusion of the outer realms, she had more and more opportunities. Things that she couldn't obtain in the past were now within her grasp. Lin Fan, just you wait. I will definitely make you regret this. There were flames of anger in her eyes. She would never forget that hateful figure. She had thought that there would be no hope for her in this lifetime, but now it seemed that as long as she met that guy, she would definitely teach him a lesson. A few days later, Magnificent Flame Sect. There were 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate. They straightened their bodies and heard an extremely loud roar. When they looked up, they saw a huge black shadow attacking them. Not good, enemy attack. How do you know it's an enemy attack? Can't you see? Do we have such a big person in our sect? Even senior brother Lin is only 10 meters tall after activating his skill set. Look, that figure is at least 10 meters tall. The 2 disciples were dumbfounded. To them, the figure was just too big. Don't panic. It's me. Just when the 2 were about to ring the alarm, a familiar voice could be heard. That's senior brother Lin's voice. The 2 disciples were pleasantly surprised. To them, senior brother Lin was their idol. Other than being the face of the sect, they also guarded the mountain gate so that they would know when senior brother Lin would return. My sect is right in front, the Magnificent Flame Sect. From now on, you can stay in the Magnificent Flame Sect and cultivate slowly. You won't be in any danger. Lin Fan said as he flew alongside the little giant. After traveling for a few days, they were finally back. The little giant's mood was a little gloomy, and he was still in pain. But compared to before, he was much better. Due to the size of the little giant, Lin Fan could only land outside the sect. There was a loud boom. When the little giant landed, the ground shook violently, causing dust to rise. What a tall man. The disciple guarding the mountain gate was stunned. He didn't expect the person who came back with his senior brother to be so tall. However, if they knew that members of the giant spirit race were generally 1,000 feet tall, and if they used their abilities, they would be able to support the heavens and earth. Thousands of feet or even tens of thousands of feet were common occurrences. Then, they would probably be completely stunned. Even if Lin Fan used violent body, he wouldn't be able to compete with it. They weren't on the same level. Little giant spirit, wait here for a while. Lin Fan said. It wasn't convenient for the little giant spirit to enter. With his size, it was easy for him to step on people. Most importantly, the giant spirit race didn't shrink their bodies. This was their usual height. Thank you. The little giant nodded his head gratefully. This was the first time he had left his home. He then sat down on the ground and fell into deep thought, reminiscing about his clansmen. However, all of this had vanished into thin air. The familiar voice and the familiar smile would no longer appear. The disciples of the sect were all watching curiously as they looked at the silhouette outside the sect. They wondered who senior brother Lin had brought back. The little giant was simply too strong. His muscles were like a small hill, and he was extremely muscular and filled with violent energy. Tiansu Mountain. Disciple, I've been away for quite a long time. Tiansu opened his eyes and said. He could feel the little giant spirit at the sect entrance and was confused. Who's that big blockhead? Where did you get him from? Lin Fan was speechless. I've been traveling for the past 10 days. But it's not like I didn't gain anything. At least I got the strongest skill set from the dragon realm, the Buddha dragon defying skill. It might not be as good as the original demon scripture, but it's still an impressive skill set. Master, that's not a blockhead. He's also a pitiful person. His race was wiped out by Lu Ruochen, and he's the only one left alive. Lin Fan said. I see. Tiansu took back his words, but he looked at Lin Fan in surprise. Did you say Lu Ruochen just now? Yeah, that's her. I don't know how she got so lucky to have a child. That child can wipe out the giant spirit race, so he's very powerful. But don't worry. As long as he's here, there'll only be one outcome, and that's to be killed by me. Lin Fan said confidently, not taking Tiansu seriously. He wasn't afraid of anyone now. No matter who it was, he could crush them all. But it's not fun to use overflowing misfortune, so he usually won't use it. But if Lu Ruochen brings a child here, I'll definitely use overflowing misfortune to kill them and play with Lu Ruochen slowly to avoid unnecessary trouble. What a perfect plan. I've already thought of how they'll die. Disciple, I'm glad that you're confident. But I've improved a lot recently, and I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation. It's not easy. Tiansu praised himself. It's a little difficult to create a cultivation system, but it's steady. Master, your disciple can tell that you've become much stronger. Lin Fan praised. His master was getting on in years, and he needed to praise him. Therefore, Lin Fan wasn't stingy with his compliments, as long as his master was happy. But when Lin Fan told his master about him taking in a disciple, Tiansu's expression changed. He was surprised, as if he didn't expect this to happen. He exclaimed that his disciple was enlightened. This made Lin Fan confused. How did my disciple become enlightened? Xiao Fan, you're back. Just then, Huarong walked over with a smile. Lin Fan squinted his eyes. This is too shameless. Why is Huarong running around so diligently when I'm back? Elder Huarong, I didn't bring anything. Back this time. There's nothing to share. He felt that the sect had changed. It wasn't like this in the past. Elder Huarong used to be such a fair and just person, but now, he's no longer the same as before. He's now more like an old hooligan. Haha, Xiao Fan, what are you talking about? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would ask for something from you? I'm just here to see you. I don't have any other intentions. Don't think too much. Lin Fan was speechless. How can I not think too much? Even if a knife was placed on my neck, I would still think that thinking too much is the right choice. Since Xiao Fan is fine, I'll take my leave first. You two can have a good chat. Huarong smiled and left. How realistic. Lin Fan sighed. That's how realistic people are. Hearing that there's nothing to share, Elder Huarong left immediately. Seeing that Huarong had left, Gulian chased after him, afraid that he would be too slow. Gulian, don't go. He didn't bring anything back. It'll be a waste. Huarong reminded. Hee, do you think I believe you? Gulian laughed coldly and ran towards Tiansu. I'll be crazy if I believe Huarong. Lin Fan saw that Elder Gulian was here. Then, he saw that there were more people in the distance. Tiansu couldn't take it any longer. He stood up and scolded his junior brothers, making them look like dog's blood. So be it. Why are you scolding me? Gulian and the rest ran away after being hurt. How could they stand being scolded by their senior brother? They would definitely run away with their tails between their legs. Outside the sect. The little giant sat there, burying his head in sorrow. Master, this is the little giant. I brought him back so that he can stay in the magnificent flame sect. Lin Fan said. I heard from my precious disciple that the little giant is still very young. He's a kid. Child, don't be sad. Stay here from now on. We will take revenge one day. Treat this place as your second home. Everyone in the magnificent flame sect is very friendly. Tiansu's voice was filled with love. But isn't this kid a little too tall? Something feels wrong when he says it. Wah. Suddenly, the little giant burst into tears. 2 strands of translucent noodles dangled from its nostrils, swaying with its agitated emotions. Master, how can you comfort someone like that? Lin Fan pulled his master to the side. The giant spirit's voice was so loud that they felt like their eardrums were going to explode. What's wrong? How can I comfort him if I don't comfort him like that? Just cry. When Master was young, I always let my junior brothers cry when they are sad. They will feel much better. Believe in Master. Tiansu said confidently. He looked at the giant creature sympathetically. What a pitiful baby. He must be sad that all his tribesmen are dead. Grandpa, thank you for comforting me. The giant spirit turned to Tiansu and wiped away his fist-sized tears. The 2 strands of mucus dangled down on Tiansu's head. It was very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would be drowned by the mucus. Xianxia trembled slightly. He stared at the 2 strands of mucus and smiled kindly. Child, it's all right. Everything will pass. Just stay here and we'll take revenge for you if you meet your enemy. The giant spirit nodded and threw the mucus at Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. His heart was pounding. He took a step and disappeared from the spot, dodging to the side. It would be terrible if he was hit. What a scary baby. Lin Fan then called the land spirit, Didi, over to build a house for the giant spirit, which was close to the sect. He wanted to ask the giant spirit if the giant spirit race's skill set was still around, but it wouldn't be good to ask him directly after his race was annihilated. Anyone with a bit of conscience would know that he shouldn't do it. The disciples of the Magnificent Sect knew that a giant spirit was going to be their neighbor. They were wary at first, as the giant spirit was too big. But when they found out that the giant spirit was very young and that his race had been annihilated, they sympathized with him. Many courageous and kind-hearted disciples brought gifts to greet the other party, hoping to console him. Lin Fan returned to the Invincible Peak. He went into seclusion to create a skill set. Wah! I'm so touched. Thank you all for comforting me. The cries of the giant spirit could be heard from afar. It was so loud that it was deafening. The cries of the giant spirit race could be heard throughout the entire Magnificent Flame sect. The cries of the giant spirit race were too scary. If they cultivated sound skills, they would be invincible. Sigh, the junior brothers and sisters of the sect are really too kind. Lin Fan was proud. Under his leadership, he had guided the sect's disciples to have a righteous heart. Then, he entered the secret room and started to create a cultivation technique. He had obtained the Immortal Cultivation Technique Creation Guidebook for a long time, but he had never succeeded. This made him feel very helpless. He took out 3 swords and stuck them into the ground. Then, he bowed. 3 pure ones, I, Lin Fan, have never forgotten about you guys even though I'm in another world. Tell me today, can you guys let me succeed? If it doesn't work, just tell me. He waited for a while, but there was no reply. Alright, since you didn't say that I can't succeed, then I'm confident. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, feeling elated. He took out a small notebook and pen and started cultivating. Not long later, Lin Fan felt his body swelling up. There was a chaotic aura flowing through his body, and popping sounds could be heard. This was the sound of his meridians breaking. The higher the level of a cultivation technique, the harder it was to create one. Lin Fan took out his axe and killed himself. 10 seconds later, he felt refreshed and went back to creating cultivation techniques. Early in the morning, the Magnificent Flame Sect's sky was lit up. The stone door of the secret room was pushed open. Liar, liar. How dare you lie to an honest person? Lin Fan was unhappy. The 3 pure ones lied to me, telling me if I can't succeed, but they kept quiet, making me think that I can succeed. After dying for a night, I only gained some experience points and nothing else. Lin Fan took a walk around the Magnificent Flame sect to deepen his impression. It's time to go out and accumulate points. Lu Ruachin, that be *TCH, has appeared. If I don't go looking for her, she will come looking for me. It'll be best if I don't use unlucky. I'll just beat up the kids around her. That's the best way. Lin Fan's ears twitched. A disciple was telling him a secret. I almost died of laughter last night. Senior brother Wang went to comfort that little giant spirit, but he comforted it until it was covered in snot and tears. Guess what happened? The little giant spirit's snot fell and hit senior brother Wang. He was wrapped up in it, and it took him a long time to get out. It can't be. Is it really that cruel? Yeah. Lin Fan listened to the conversation secretly. He didn't expect his junior brothers to fall for it. When the little giant spirit cried, he stayed far away from it. It was too dangerous after all. The snot was slippery, and it didn't feel good when it fell on him. Lin Fan arrived at Xianxia Mountain. Disciple, can't you stay in the sect for a while longer? You just came back, and you're going out again? Hearing that his disciple was going out again, Xianxia was on the verge of breaking down. Why is my precious disciple getting more and more active? I used to go out often, but not so often. Master, we can't stay here anymore. Don't you feel the pressure on us? Do you still remember how a bitch beat us up in front of so many disciples before we merged with the outside world? Do you think we can tolerate that? No matter what. Disciple can't tolerate that. I must go out to cultivate and raise my cultivation. So master, give disciple half a year to raise my cultivation, and I won't go out anymore. Lin Fan said excitedly. He told Tiansu everything that he had done to embarrass him. This made Tiansu feel embarrassed, and he waved his hands. Go, go. But disciple, be careful. Don't make master worry. Tiansu was worried too. Every time Lin Fan went out, there would be more danger. He didn't want anything to happen to his disciple. Yes, master. Look at me. I'm still alive and kicking. Who can do that to me? Master, disciple will leave first. I'll bring you a gift when I come back. As soon as he finished his words. With a bang, Lin Fan flew into the sky and tore space apart, disappearing from the world. Tiansu looked up and sighed. A serious look appeared on his face. He knew that Lu Ruochen hated his precious disciple. Now that she had such power, she would definitely not let him off. He thought about it and decided to cultivate. He wouldn't let Lu Ruochen hurt a single hair on his disciple. Suddenly, the aura of a teacher could be felt. Whoever dares to touch my disciple, I'll skin him alive. The aura was strong, ancient, and vast. Huarong and the rest looked up at Lin Fan's mountain peak. The aura was different from Lin Fan's in the past. It was even scarier. Points, points, I need points. What he needed the most now was points. Since he already had a skill set, he would level up the Buddha counterattack skill to the maximum level. However, this technique made him very confused. Stupa was related to Buddha. Could it be that the dragon world was related to Buddha as well? Bird, where are the most beasts? Can you give me a location? Lin Fan contacted the bird using the golden paper. This was a terrifying force, and it was also very mysterious. Grandmaster, you've been slacking off again. The bird's reviewer was speechless. He had finally met a grandmaster author, but the latter was a little lazy and only sent him content after a few days. Slack off my *s. I don't want to cultivate anymore. All I do is write from day to night. Don't you guys give me any benefits at all? Those things are so damn expensive. Lin Fan raged. He had to protest against these people who were like vampires. Don't be angry. Let's talk this out. Grandmaster, you asked me where are the most beasts. I want to know what level of beasts you need. There are many types of beasts, of course they're strong ones. The more the better, Lin Fan said. He realized that the bird's information network was very wide. It seemed to know everything since the integration of the outer world. After a moment of silence, the bird sent him a message. Grandmaster, I have an SOS. Do you need it? It's a request for help from a sect. They're being targeted by a demon lord and are now surrounded. They're asking for help, and the reward is good. The patriarch's daughter will be married to them, the bird replied. Hurry up and tell me the location. What Lin Fan needed the most were beasts. He didn't want to provoke the big powers. If there were beasts, he would kill them first. Moreover, beasts were better than humans. They weren't afraid of death and lived in groups. They weren't like humans who ran around and were troublesome. He knew the location. It wasn't far. With his speed, he could reach it in 2 days. Beasts, I'm coming. Lin Fan smiled. He hadn't killed beasts in a long time. He wanted to cry. As for the destruction of the giant beings, he felt sorry. How many people had died and how strong they were. If they were all converted into points, he couldn't imagine how many points he would get. However, the giant beings were kind and righteous. He couldn't do it. He still had a bottom line. Whoosh, with a sonic boom, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared without a trace. The mountain range stretched on endlessly. At a glance, the mountain range looked like a giant dragon crawling on the ground, twisting and turning endlessly. However, he could see that there were many demonic beasts on the mountain range. Some of them were enormous, at least 300 or 3,000 meters long. They had wings that were folded together as they stood on the mountain range, glaring fiercely at the only sect off in the distance. The sect was covered by a light barrier and blocked the attacks of some beasts. Beasts, your grandfather is here. Lin Fan took out his axe and landed from the sky. He wouldn't give up on any beast even if it was weak. He landed at the edge of the mountain range and was prepared to push forward until he reached the sect. Pung, a loud explosion rang out. The ground cracked and formed a giant hole. Dust rose up. He went all out. He activated his cultivation technique. He was going to use his ultimate move to kill from the tail to the head. Pung pung, his body swelled and his shirt exploded. His muscles swelled up and his giant body gave off a terrifying aura. The surrounding demonic beasts stared fiercely at the humans who had appeared out of nowhere and bared their fangs fiercely. Lin Fan twisted his neck and shook his axe. He waved his hand and felt really comfortable. Come, points, let Grandpa love you. P.S. Thank you. I've seen the sky reject birds. 10,000 Chidian dollars. Their roars shook the heavens. The humans' provocation had infuriated them. These beasts were strong and had some intelligence. But even so, it was useless. Their bestial instincts were hard to change. They would definitely be hungry after encountering someone with soft skin like Lin Fan. What are you roaring for? Hurry up and come over. Lin Fan waved his hand. The axe in his hand roared and left the Bull King. It had found a new master. A monster covered in scales with a tiger's head and 4 thick hooves with sharp nails came roaring from the side, raising its sharp claws and slashing at Lin Fan. Its strength shook the mountains, causing space to crack. Its nails were cold enough to tear all living things to pieces. Pfft, the axe flashed, then disappeared. The tiger-like beast's body froze in midair. With a crack, its head split open, spreading all the way to its tail. Large amounts of flesh and blood fell, dyeing the ground red. Don't try to sneak up on me. You'll die a horrible death. Lin Fan held the axe calmly. There was no resistance. It was easy. Points increased. The beast's cultivation base was decent. Although it was uneven, there were legendary, great sage, and peerless immortal. Coming. Lin Fan held the axe, his face full of smiles. His eyes shone with excitement. With a bang, he disappeared from the spot, charging toward the beast horde. They were on the outskirts. The strong beasts were all inside. The one they saw just now was over 10,000 zhang in size. Its wings were like molten iron, shining resplendently. It was extremely cold, and one could tell with a single look that it was a powerful demonic beast. If you wanted to F***ck the most ferocious beast. But that one was further away, so there was no rush. He'd kill the surrounding beasts first. Pfft, the demonic beast's corpse exploded, split into 2 halves. Blood gushed out with a poochie sound, dyeing this mountain range red. Boom, a gigantic demonic beast rushed over, its footsteps causing the mountains to rumble and the ground to crack. After that, it let out a ferocious roar, revealing the sharp teeth in its mouth, emitting a dazzling cold light. Being big doesn't mean you're strong. Lin Fan split a beast in half. He turned back to look at the beast and swung the axe in his hand. He would never give up on points. Anyone who tried to stop him would have to be prepared to be hacked to death. The massive demonic beast emanated a savage aura. With a furious roar, it punched out, sending out a powerful gale that formed a tempest. Even space was unable to withstand it and was shattered by it. Initially, Lin Fan had wanted to cleave this fella to death with his axe. However, he clenched his fingers together and used his strongest strength to fight against the other party head-on. Bang, both fists collided. In front of the gigantic demonic beast, he was just a dwarf, but his small fists had great power. There was a cracking sound. The gigantic demonic beast let out a blood-curdling screech as its arm was broken off. A terrifying force instantly erupted, causing the demonic beast's arm to explode as blood dyed the sky red. I admit defeat. Right at that moment, the gigantic demonic beast opened its mouth. It was no longer as furious as before. Its body staggered backwards, and its severed arm was dripping with blood. It was extremely miserable. Admit what? Monstrous beasts don't admit defeat. Lin Fan roared and swung his axe down. With a swish, the gigantic beast was split into two from head to toe. The moment it was split apart, because the beast was too big, the flesh and blood in its body were too huge. It rained down. Lin Fan quickly dodged as he didn't want to be dyed in blood. When he turned around to look at the beasts, he realized that they were dodging. It seems like they have some intelligence and know what danger is. But what a waste. Eye of Disdain, activate. The beasts were provoked and their eyes turned red as they charged at Lin Fan. They looked like they wouldn't stop until they swallowed Lin Fan. Hee hee. Lin Fan grinned and laughed. He loved this kind of battle. After that, his body was surrounded by a dazzling radiance. He raised his axe and directly slashed towards the group of demonic beasts. Right now, this feeling was simply too awesome. His points were increasing explosively. If he killed all the beasts in this mountain range, his gains would definitely be bountiful. Small Xianxia sect. The overall strength of this sect was decent, but after merging with the outer region, it wasn't strong anymore. Such a small sect naturally wouldn't attract the attention of others, but regretfully, the small Xianxia sect stood in this mountain range after merging with the outer region. There was a powerful demon lord in this mountain range. He conquered the mountain range and subdued the beasts. His final goal was the small Xianxia sect. At this moment, the disciples of the small Xianxia sect were looking at the sky while the experts of the sect were maintaining the sect's protective formation. At the same time, they were activating the formation to kill the surrounding beasts. Bang! The small beasts that didn't have any intelligence smashed into the sect's protective formation. When they collided with the formation, the small beasts were blasted into a pool of blood. But for the minor profound clear sex experts, they were under tremendous pressure at all times. The impact of these small beasts smashing into the formation couldn't be underestimated. A three-headed flying beast was circling above the small Xianxia sect. Its red feathers were emitting a bright light. Resistance is useless. Release the sect protecting formation and we can spare your lives. Otherwise, we'll flatten your minor profound clear sect. The three flying demonic beasts' voices were very sharp, and their voices formed sound waves that bombarded the formation. This beast is really strong. The faces of the small Xianxia sect's experts were red. If there weren't so many disciples behind them, they would have already charged out and fought with these beasts. Agreed, this was really too aggrieved. Honging, why are you talking so much with these ants? Just charge through the sect's protective formation and devour them all. A one-horned python coiled its body and raised its body. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at the little things inside with a fiery gaze. Its scarlet tongue poked out from time to time. Clearly, it couldn't wait any longer. What's the rush? Take your time. Honging spread her wings and flapped them fiercely. A gust of wind whistled and blasted on the great protective formation. Instantly, the formation shook and ripples spread out. Pfft! One of the small Xianxia sect's experts had expended too much energy. He hadn't rested for several days and his aura had become chaotic. Under this attack, he coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. This beast was too strong. They had been defending for a long time and were already weak. If they went out to kill it, they wouldn't be so tired. However, if they closed the sect's protective formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who would protect the disciples? They would probably be turned into food by these beasts. We've already asked for help on the bird. Will someone come to help us? An expert had a grave expression. He swallowed a pill and his expression became much better. Who knows? I feel that it's impossible. The outer realm is fusing, and no one would be willing to take risks for others. The expressions of the powerhouses were gloomy and depressed. They had posted a request for help on the knowing bird, hoping to try their luck. However, they knew that the chances of someone coming to help them were very low. It could even be said that it was impossible. Suddenly, an explosion echoed through heaven and earth, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, a mountain in the distance directly exploded. What's going on? Honging shrieked. Her 3 heads shook violently and 3 pairs of scarlet eyes stared into the distance. Lady Honging, save me. A beast had half its body chopped off, its intestines hanging out. It was bloody and disgusting. What's going on? Honging asked coldly. Someone's coming. He came from the edge of the mountain range with an axe and hacked all the way here. We can't stop him at all. He's too terrifying. The beast was terrified. Even though half its body had been chopped off, it still wanted to quickly escape. It didn't want to stay here any longer. When Honging heard this, she stomped her foot down, and with a squelch, this demonic beast was trampled to death. Trash, you've completely thrown away the face of the demon lord. Beast, hurry up and come over. I'm going to chop you all to death. An angry roar came from the distance. Someone's coming to help us. The small Xianxia sect was overjoyed. They hadn't expected that someone would really come after publishing the bird. Lin Fan's face was filled with madness. He'd never thought that he would feel so good. His attacks were earth-shattering and his body was burning. Save me. Oh my God, it's too terrifying. Who is this person? How can he be so cruel? The beasts ran frantically. They were afraid. The beasts that hadn't unlocked their intelligence only acted according to their bestial instincts. However, the beasts with higher cultivation and unlocked their intelligence fled quickly. They didn't dare to get close to the bloody demons. With a swing of the axe, a beast would be dismembered. The scene was tragic and terrifying. All of you, come back. Lin Fan activated his colored eye and scanned the area. The beasts wailed. This sentence terrified them. They'd seen many of their kind turn back because of this sentence. There was no warning at all. They were fighting with their lives on the line. It's good that you're here. Lin Fan twisted his neck. The axe was already dyed red with blood. It buzzed and vibrated excitedly. Bang, he stepped on the ground and moved horizontally. He raised the axe, which exploded with dazzling light as he fiercely hacked at the beasts. Poochie, now, it was like cutting vegetables. It was simple and there was no obstruction at all. Whoever tried to stop him would die. He looked at the points and his heart started to jump. It was too thick. This was an opportunity. As for those dangerous and forbidden lands, compared to this, they weren't even worth shit. Honging, I'll swallow him. The single-horned python turned into a streak of light and attacked Lin Fan. It then roared, "Bastard, you actually dared to kill all my subordinates. How audacious." The single-horned python roared in anger. Its gigantic body was covered with thick scales that emitted a metallic luster. Its huge body was incomparably shocking. Even Lin Fan, who was 10 meters tall, was like an ant compared to it. The big head is here. Lin Fan was stunned. He raised his head and a bright light shone in his eyes. He raised his axe and with a pung, he flew into the air and charged. The single-horned python was stunned. It roared domineeringly and its blood energy surged. Normal people would have been terrified by its aura or would have had a solemn expression. But what was the situation now? The little grasshopper actually had an excited expression and was attacking it recklessly. Courting death. The tail swept horizontally. The impact was strong and the air exploded continuously. It was as if the entire space was about to collapse. Seeing that the little grasshopper didn't do anything, the python's red eyes flashed with disdain. This strength alone was enough to smash any living being into pieces. Bang, there was an explosion. The scaly tail stopped and caused a huge gust of wind. The ground was lifted up and sent flying into the distance. Huh? The horned python was shocked. It felt that something was wrong. According to its thinking, its tail should have swept out without stopping. But now, it felt as if it was being blocked by someone and stuck there. This little grasshopper should have turned into a pool of blood by now. How dare he provoke us? He's simply courting death. Suddenly, when the huge pile of ash gradually dissipated, it saw a scene that surprised it. The little grasshopper didn't die. Instead, it used a hand to block its tail. How is this possible? It didn't believe it. But instantly, the python cried out in pain. Lin Fan raised his axe and chopped at the python's tail. The sturdy scales cracked instantly and the axe cut into the flesh of the tail. An unbearable pain engulfed its entire body as the horned giant python held in pain. It raised its tail and slammed it against the ground, trying to kill Lin Fan. Lin Fan grabbed the python's tail and swung his axe again. The python's skin was thick and its flesh was thick. The axe actually didn't cut through. This made it disappointed, but it didn't matter. Damn thing. The python rolled around. But it was useless. It raised its head and swooped down, wanting to swallow Lin Fan. There was a continuous roar. Just as the python's head was about to get close, Lin Fan turned around and swung his axe at its head. Poochie, blood splattered. The axe chopped into the python's head. It was so painful that the python hissed and rolled on the ground. With a swoosh, the python raised its head. It was lifted up and flew into the air. I'm going to swallow you alive. There was blood on the forehead of the single-horned python. Then, it pounced at Lin Fan, who was in the air. That malevolent mouth of its was as horrifying as the depths of hell. Amazing. Lin Fan laughed and stepped in the air. A shockwave spread out and he dodged the attack. He then grabbed the horn on the head of the giant python and swung his axe at it. You can't cut it, the python roared. But it was too late. There was a cracking sound. The giant horn floated in the air and separated from the snake head. This thing seems to be of some use. I'll keep it for now. Earning wealth in battle was very important. Without any hesitation, he kept the giant horn into his storage ring. When he returned, he would show it to his teacher and see if he could refine anything good out of it. Ah! The python rolled on the ground. Its horn had been chopped off, which was extremely damaging to it. Its entire heart felt like it was about to explode. How could this be? Honging flapped her wings in disbelief. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. She then soared into the sky and flew into the distance. But suddenly, the sky turned pitch black. It was as if something was whipping at it. Her sensitive sense of danger made her flap her wings and dodge. Pung, the snake's body smashed into the ground, creating a huge hole. Rise! Lin Fan hollered. He grabbed the tail of the giant python with both hands. His arms swelled up and his veins popped out. He lifted the giant python and smashed it into the distance. Pung, there was a loud explosion and the ground shook violently. The mountain range instantly collapsed. The giant python's mouth was bleeding profusely. Honging, come and save me. The giant python called out. If this continued, it would die. Honging, who was floating in the air, looked over. Her 3 pairs of eyes shone coldly. Friend, let go of him. We won't pursue this matter. Not dead yet? Lin Fan lifted the giant python once again and smashed it towards the giant bird in the distance. You go and die too. The giant python's body smashed towards the giant bird. It was really fast and shocking. Pung! Honging screamed in pain. She was hit hard by the python's body. All the feathers on her body fell, and one of her heads exploded, turning into a pool of blood that splattered in the air. The giant python was on the verge of death. There was no way it could fight back. Lin Fan raised his axe and slashed at the giant python. With a puff, the snake's body exploded, turning into a bloody mess. What's this smell? Just as he was about to continue, he was attracted by a familiar smell. Before the fusion of the outside world, he had eaten it once. It was the pink flesh of a monster. After eating it, he could increase his experience points. Could this giant python have it too? Thinking of this, he looked for it eagerly. Sure enough, there was a lump of red flesh throbbing in the wound that had burst open. However, the aura kept dissipating, and it disappeared as the giant python was about to die. Shit. This won't do. I can't die yet. Lin Fan rushed over and grabbed a handful of pills. He pried open the giant python's mouth and stuffed them in. Hold on for me. I don't need long, just 1 minute. The pills melted into the giant python's body and turned into medicinal energy, nourishing its body. The giant python was stunned. What is this guy trying to do? How dare he feed me pills? Does he not want me to die, or does he want to torture me? Suddenly, it realized something horrifying. This bastard is robbing me of my energy. Lin Fan rushed over and stuffed the ball of flesh into his mouth. He did not even chew it, but swallowed it. The giant python was too big, and the ball of flesh was too big. Even though he was 10 meters tall, he could not swallow it in one gulp. His experience points kept increasing. He was overjoyed. Points and experience points were the key to improving his cultivation. He did not mind earning more. Lin Fan didn't expect to earn points and experience points this time. What a great deal, but why didn't I encounter this before? Could it be that he was too ruthless and directly hammered those beasts to death, so after they died, their pink flesh also dissipated? Impossible. Soon, he rejected this possibility. All the monsters he killed in the past were killed by him. If there was such flesh, the fragrance would not have been able to fool his nose. The previous conclusion had to be overturned. Not all demonic beasts had it. Even demonic beasts that could cultivate on their own might not necessarily have it. It should have been formed through other means. Hong Ying, save me, save me. The giant python wanted to struggle, but it could not move. It was unwilling to give up. Only 2 of Hong Ying's 3 heads were left. They were severely injured. Their once beautiful feathers were messy and stained with blood. It was extremely miserable. How can I save you? Hong Ying was powerless. That violent beating almost took her life. Suddenly, Hong Ying let out a loud roar. Her voice was crisp and angry. Lord, his voice spread and traveled through the boundless mountain range. Finally done. Lin Fan was full of smiles. He had finally swallowed the pink flesh of the giant python. His experience points increased delightfully. But now was not the time to think about this. He soared into the sky, cupped his fists, and landed on the giant python's head. Poochie, the giant python's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood spurted out and dyed Lin Fan's body red. Points obtained. But the giant bird in the distance had not been harvested yet. He did not hold back and flew towards it. How dare you? Hong Ying shouted angrily when she saw Lin Fan attacking her. Her remaining 2 heads opened their beaks. Bright light gathered and shot towards Lin Fan ferociously. Too weak. Lin Fan shook his head. He appeared in front of Hong Ying and slashed down with his axe. No, Hong Ying shouted, her eyes flashing with terror and fear. The Lord will take revenge for us. Just wait for the Lord of the mountain range to come. Poochie, the axe slid down. A ray of light appeared on Hong Ying's body. The light became brighter and brighter until it erupted. Her body was split into 2, connected by blood. Finally, she fell to the ground with a loud bang. Who is he? Everyone in the small Xianxia sect was shocked. The scene just now was terrifying. The giant held an axe in his hand and slaughtered all the demonic beasts in his path. His strength was too terrifying. There's also the Lord Demon. So troublesome. Can't he just come out at once? Why did he have to leave until the end? This is a bad habit. Lin Fan had a headache. He didn't like to waste time. Checkpoints, 368400015. Not bad. He could upgrade the Buddha Dragon reverse technique. The Lord Demon isn't here yet. Let's wait and use up some points. Upgrade. Points -1. 5 million. Buddha Dragon reverse technique, level 1, instantly, he felt the power in his body increase. Although it was not as good as the original demon scripture, it was still a very strong technique. He remembered that he only needed 2 million points to upgrade the first level of the original demon scripture. On the other hand, the Buddha Dragon defying technique required 1.5 million. Although there was a slight difference, it didn't seem to be too terrifying. Upgrade. Upgrade. Points -9 million. Buddha Dragon reverse technique, level 6, when he upgraded it to level 6, he felt a strong power in his body. It was like a river, surging endlessly. It was hard to resist. Amazing. I've spent 31.5 million points in total, yet I've only managed to raise my cultivation technique to the 6th level. Rumble, Lin Fan clenched his fists and raised his head. A terrifying power exploded from his body, forming a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Crack, his muscles swelled up, and his muscles bulged. Every vein was like a giant dragon coiling around his muscles. This feeling is more like the feeling of a breakthrough. In a certain cave, a human-shaped monster that was in a deep sleep suddenly opened its eyes. The moment it opened its eyes, a terrifying aura swept out. It was as if purgatory had appeared. When the demonic beasts waiting outside sensed the aura, they trembled in fear and prostrated themselves on the ground. Bang, the cave exploded, collapsed, and turned into ruins. A black light tore through the air and fled into the distance. The mountain range was its territory, but it sensed Hong Ying's call. It was a call of despair before death. The people from the minor Xianxia sect were shocked by what they saw. Is he breaking through? What a powerful aura. Even the space is becoming turbid and shattering. He's being hit by power. They looked over. The aura was just too strong. Even they felt that the aura was shocking. Pata, the axe smashed into the ground. He held the handle and waited for the mountain monster lord to appear. To him, this was a waste of time. Who is he waiting for? Asked the experts from the minor Xianxia sect. Now that there were no monsters attacking them, they heaved sighs of relief. They could finally relax. They had held on for several days to protect the sect and had nearly collapsed. Luckily, someone had finally come to save them. Do you even need to think about it? He's definitely waiting for the mountain monster lord. I heard from those monsters that the mountain monster lord is even stronger. Luckily, he didn't attack, otherwise we wouldn't have lasted until now. After everyone heard this, they felt lucky. But the situation wasn't good. Would the benefactor who had come to save them be a match for the mountain monster lord? The sky changed. The sun had been shining brightly before, but now it was gloomy. In the distance, a terrifying aura condensed in the sky. There were even tens of thousands of lightning bolts falling from the sky. They intertwined with each other and rumbled continuously. Buzz, the mountain range was shaking and rocks rolled down. The ground cracked like porcelain and was covered in cracks. Amidst this phenomenon, a terrifying and enraged voice resounded throughout the world. Stupid thing, you dared to kill my children. You can't be forgiven. I've already killed them. How dare you? Come and accept your death. I have other things to do after I kill you. I don't have time to waste with you. Lin Fan was very calm. This demon lord was very strong and had surpassed the ascending heaven state. However, it was perfect. His current foundation was still lacking a little. Perhaps he could rely on him to accumulate enough foundation. Forget it, let's not waste time. Lin Fan kept the axe in his storage ring. With a bang, he disappeared from where he was and dashed off into the distance. His speed was extremely fast, and his strength was tyrannical as well. Berserk wind swept through the surroundings, causing the surrounding mountains to shake. Boulders rolled about, this place was no longer peaceful. Your appearance is a bit different from other demonic beasts. But it doesn't matter. Let's do it first. Lin Fan saw that the other party was a humanoid beast. However, its head was that of a beast, and its fangs were protruding from its mouth. You're the one who killed my son? The mountain demon sovereign's voice was extremely cold. Shoo, don't talk. Let's fight. He placed his finger on his lips, signaling the other party not to say too much. It was better to start the fight directly. Bang, Lin Fan's body spun, bringing along the airflow as he swooped down. His fist exploded with a resplendent glow as he punched forward. His fighting style was rather simple, but it was also the most useful. Courting death. The mountain demon sovereign was enraged. Lin Fan attacked without saying a word. It was clear that he didn't care about him at all. With a sharp cry, the void shattered, forming a black abyss that rushed towards Lin Fan. The surrounding mountains were devoured. The mountain demon sovereign's strength was extraordinary. When he attacked, he was different from the enemies Lin Fan had met before. Bang, the two of them clashed, causing dazzling light to erupt. However, Lin Fan could clearly feel that the other party was still hiding his strength and hadn't used his full strength. With your cultivation base, you're just asking to be humiliated. The mountain demon's sovereign gritted his teeth in hatred. He could already see the corpses in the distance. Those were his generals, and more importantly, his children. Instantly, the mountain demon's sovereign attacked furiously. The power that erupted from him was too terrifying. The space was like a wave, swaying left and right. My foundation is increasing. Lin Fan could clearly feel that his foundation was gradually increasing. This was the effect of the buff that made him stronger the more he fought. Boom! The two of them clashed, causing intense shockwaves to spread out. The sound was extremely oppressive, causing one to feel extremely depressed. Puff, Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest was pierced through. The difference in strength was too huge. Killing a connecting heaven state cultivator at the immortal realm was already a sign of how strong his foundation was. However, the mountain demon's sovereign was stronger and had a higher cultivation base. Every time he attacked, he would affect the situation. This was something that Lin Fan couldn't defend against. At this moment, the mountain demon's sovereign raised his hand. Black light gathered in the air, forming a mountain range that emitted black light. With a loud rumble, it smashed into Lin Fan's body. Crack! All of his bones were broken. His head and chest were shriveled. Blood rained down, dyeing the ground red. With a loud rumble, he smashed into the ground, forming a huge crater. The difference is a little big, but it's still good. It feels good. The ancient war has begun. Lying in the crater, Lin Fan opened his eyes. Even though his bones were broken, he felt that he could still fight. Pata, stomping on the ground, he grinned and turned into a streak of light, shooting straight for the mountain range demon lord. He's still not dead? The mountain demon sovereign didn't believe that Lin Fan would be fine after suffering such a huge impact. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, and the mountains shattered. Every single one of them exploded under the impact of this power. The people from small Xianxia sect were shocked. This is too terrifying. If it was us, we wouldn't be able to withstand such a battle. Under such power, this mountain range will shatter. Luckily, our sect still exists. Sect leader, if that person really wins, are you really going to marry him? The sect leader was quite old and he looked on without blinking. Marry, why not? He is so strong. If our small Xianxia sect can form a relationship with him, we will have a protective talisman. Everyone nodded their heads. That made sense. The mountain demon sovereign's face became darker and darker. This ant didn't die, giving him a headache. At the same time, he was furious. He grabbed with his fingers and space started to twist. Lin Fan was stunned. He felt that something wasn't right with his body. With a poochie sound, his body was sliced apart and blood spurted out. Shortly after, a huge power exploded. All his organs were turned into meat paste and even his bones were turned to dust. What a strong technique. Lin Fan felt that he had reached his limit. His aura was at its end and he couldn't move anymore. Die quickly. His life dissipated. Stupid thing. The mountain demon sovereign stood proudly in the air. 10 seconds later, just as the mountain demon sovereign was prepared to wipe out small Xianxia sect, he stopped and turned his head. There was a person who hooked his finger at him. Continue, little thing. Lin Fan's words were filled with provocation. How is this possible? The mountain demon sovereign was confused. He had clearly been killed, so how was he still alive? Moreover, there were no injuries on his body at all. If you aren't coming, then I will. Lin Fan felt that his foundation was slowly increasing and he was about to reach the critical point. Maybe he was just a little bit away. Pung, he instantly disappeared from the spot. He hollered and his power exploded. A dragon wrapped around his body and he pierced towards the mountain demon sovereign. Hung Long. The two of them clashed. In the first exchange, Lin Fan's fist bones were shattered. One of the bones on his shoulder even pierced through his skin and blood flowed continuously. However, since he had activated the ancient battlefield and possessed the overlord body, he wouldn't retreat. He used all his strength and smashed towards the mountain demon sovereign. Lin Fan roared in his heart. Hurry up and increase my foundation. I can already touch it. Not long later, I will be able to use my strongest strength. You are really too despicable. The mountain demon sovereign's eyes shone with a dark light. His attacks were vicious. Instantly, Lin Fan's body was covered in blood. Half of his neck was destroyed and fresh blood spurted out continuously. However, he didn't fall. This scene shocked the mountain demon lord. Just what in the world are you? The guy in front of him was clearly a human, but how could he have such life force? Even beasts like them didn't have such capabilities. Hee hee. Lin Fan laughed. His neck fell to the side out of habit. However, the punches were like raindrops that exploded out densely. Each of his punches contained the strongest power. Even a mountain range would be turned into ruins. You have completely infuriated me. Damn thing. The mountain demon sovereign's eyes were spitting fire. He raised his hand and gathered terrifying strength before slapping out. Lin Fan raised his hand to block, but his palm exploded. The strength that erupted from the mountain demon sovereign wasn't something that he could handle right now. Pung, the mountain demon sovereign's palm landed on Lin Fan's body, causing him to spit out fresh blood. However, he couldn't move at all. Interesting. Lin Fan smiled. He opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Hiss hiss hiss. The mountain demon sovereign roared in rage. Flames rose from his body. This was the rage in his heart that had erupted. It was like a volcano that swept heaven and earth and nothing could stop it. Poochie, Lin Fan was dismembered. Even his head was smashed into a pool of blood. Who? The mountain demon sovereign was really dark. Stupid thing, come out again. I will tear you into pieces and make you regret being born into this world. Come on. He roared. His voice was really terrifying and it spread through heaven and earth. The people from small Xianxia sect were terrified. He wouldn't have died, right? That shouldn't be the case. He is so strong, so how could he die? They were really far away and couldn't see the situation there. Moreover, the energy currents there were really majestic. The space twisted and they couldn't see the specific situation. But based on the violent aura, they could understand how intense the battle was. It had already exceeded their imagination. Haze, as a monster, why are you so violent? Just then, Lin Fan stood there naked. He took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and draped it over his body. You. The mountain demon sovereign's pupils constricted and he was a little stunned. Lin Fan continued to hook his finger. Come, this might be your last battle. Cherish it. Who are you? The mountain demon lord didn't move and just stared at Lin Fan solemnly. This person wasn't simple. He could swear that he had killed this kid many times, but he definitely wouldn't die and come back to life like this. Although he was a monster, he was a high-level monster and knew a lot of things. It was rumored that there was an ancient great figure like the puppet patriarch who controlled puppets, and he had even refined a miraculous substitute puppet. Although this was just a legend, he felt that it should be true. Lin Fan glanced at him and sent him a "you talk too much nonsense" message. Without saying a word, he waved his fist and started fighting. Just a little bit more. Pung, the two of them clashed and the energy waves exploded. The mountain demon lord was really strong. Be it his special effects or his physical body, they were both really strong. He wasn't an ordinary monster but more like a mountain demon. Stupid thing, you have completely angered me. I won't show mercy to you. He wanted to have a good conversation with him and ask about his background. He even wanted to know what the secret of undying was. But Lin Fan didn't know how to talk to him and completely angered him. Instantly, the mountain demon lord's body gave off a black light that shot into the sky. In the sky, a black demon-like palm smashed down. The palm was huge and had a turbid aura around it. When it pressed down, the sky and earth seemed to sink. The people from the minor Xianxia sect looked at the situation in the sky and beads of sweat dripped from their foreheads. They felt despair and didn't expect the mountain demon lord to be so strong. After they merged, they stood in this mountain range and had only recently come into contact with the mountain demon lord. Although they knew that he was strong, they didn't expect him to be this strong. Looking at the scene, they were terrified. If he attacked personally, they wouldn't be able to block him at all. Amazing, but it will be quick. Lin Fan raised his head and didn't retreat. Instead, he soared into the sky and clashed head-on. The black palm landed and clashed with him. Hung long, the terrifying torrent spread out in all directions, engulfing and destroying everything in the surroundings. This kind of power was already too strong. Gotcha! All the bones in Lin Fan's body were cracking. Because of the overlord body, he wouldn't retreat or be knocked down. The more serious his injuries were, the stronger he would be. With an angry roar, his entire body was covered in blood as he passed through the enormous palm. There wasn't a single area on his body that was unharmed, his entire body riddled with scars. There were some that had white bones sticking out, some that had been crushed. One of the arms dangled down, blood dripping down. It's full. Lin Fan lowered his head as the power within his body swelled up, wanting to explode out. His arms swelled up, and his veins bulged out. His body was like a huge furnace, and the heat was intense. Idiot, how much longer do you want to hold on? Let me tell you, you won't have a chance. Before I figure out what's going on with you, I'm afraid that you'll never be able to leave this place, said the mountain monstrous lord sternly. Greed could be seen within his ferocious eyes. Although he didn't know what it was, he knew it must be something good. Wait. Lin Fan raised his hand and felt the terrifying foundation within his body. The moment it was filled up, his body started to boil. Ha ha ha. The mountain monstrous lord laughed. Are you afraid, you stupid ant? If you're afraid, kneel down now and hand over all the secrets you know. Suddenly, the mountain monstrous lord's smile froze. He realized that something was wrong. The injured and dying kid in front of him was emitting a terrifying aura. Boom, the wind blew, and the clouds rumbled. Lightning flashed across the entire mountain range. It was a shocking sight. I feel like I'm invincible. Lin Fan clenched his fists and laughed excitedly. His foundation was like fuel, burning continuously, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Level up. Experience points -1 billion. Cultivation, connecting heaven state. With a wild roar, 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes, piercing into the clouds. The clouds were stirred into a vortex, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body, forming shockwaves that spread out in all directions. Whoosh, the mountain monstrous lord raised his hand with a solemn expression. The figure in front of him was covered in waves of flames, and it started burning. Pada! Lin Fan took a step forward and his hair danced in the wind. The ground cracked, turning into small rocks that floated in the air. Then, the rocks exploded and were crushed into dust by his aura. You! The mountain monstrous lord was shocked. He could tell that Lin Fan had broken through, and he was now a connecting heaven state. But the aura he emitted was too terrifying. Hee hee. Lin Fan grinned. He raised his head and stared at the mountain monstrous lord. You're not bad, but, bang, Lin Fan disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he punched the mountain monstrous lord's stomach. Blarg, the mountain monstrous lord bent his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. You're a little weak. Do you admit defeat? Lin Fan grabbed the mountain monstrous lord's head. How is this possible? The eyes of the mountain demon lord flickered with disbelief. Just a moment ago, he was being suppressed by Lin Fan. How did things suddenly turn out like this? Go to hell. The mountain monstrous lord roared. A bright light shone from his palm, heading towards Lin Fan. But Lin Fan clenched his fist and blocked it. Crack, initially, it should have been Lin Fan's fist that broke. But now, it was the mountain monstrous lord's palm that broke into pieces and turned into blood. No one could accept such a change. Arg! The mountain monstrous lord screamed, but he still charged towards Lin Fan. I've killed you a few times. That's enough. You're addicted to killing. Lin Fan slapped him. The mountain monstrous lord's neck rotated violently before slapping down on his head. Poochie. The mountain monstrous lord's head was smashed into his body. Lin Fan didn't stop. He punched the mountain monstrous lord's chest. With a bang, the mountain monstrous lord's head exploded in his chest. Instantly, the mountain monstrous lord's limbs hung limply. Then, he lay on the ground. Lin Fan took a look and raised his leg. With a bang, the mountain monstrous lord's corpse exploded, turning into a blood mist and dissipating. Time to clean up the battlefield. He walked forward. There was a giant python and a giant bird there. He should bring them back. After all, the meat of the giant python should be decent. The giant bird was even better. The chicken claws and other parts were all decent ingredients. After all, it was shameful to waste them. It's over. The people from small Xianxia sect exchanged glances with one another. The intense battle had ended and the surroundings were really quiet. They saw the giant figure moving. The giant python and the corpse of the giant bird were also taken away. Benefactor. Just as Lin Fan was searching for ingredients, he heard someone shout. He turned his head and asked, "Who are you?" "Benefactor, I am the sect leader of small Xianxia sect. Thank you for saving my sect. Based on the situation on the bird, I am willing to marry my daughter to you." The sect leader was filled with anticipation. If he could form a relationship with such an expert, then the future of the sect would be bright. "Your daughter?" Lin Fan looked at him. What was going on? Was it because he hadn't set off fireworks in a long time that everyone forgot the fear of being dominated by fireworks? Yes, my daughter is as beautiful as a flower. I don't brag, she is like a fairy. The sect leader bragged. Can your daughter stand me? Look at her size and don't brag. Lin Fan said. The sect leader was stunned. He looked at Lin Fan's giant body and panicked. Right, he was so huge, so how could his daughter take it? Instantly, beads of sweat rolled down his face. He felt like he had lost his mind and actually said such things. The surrounding experts also looked at each other in dismay. He was right. If such a sturdy body was placed inside, his body would probably be torn into 2 pieces. Some of the small Xianxia sect disciples fainted. They thought about how tragic it would be if senior sister followed this guy. Just as they thought about it, they fainted. Suddenly, Lin Fan turned around and punched the air. There was an extremely strong saber will slashing towards him. Half the sky was covered by the saber light. It was extraordinary. But since he dared to provoke him, then he had to be beaten up. But why did this blade intent feel so familiar? Hung long, the bright blade intent collapsed and a low explosion spread out from the distance. That person spat out blood and was heavily injured. Master. A crisp and tender voice rang out. It sounded like she was crying. Lin Fan was stunned. It was so familiar. When Jinyu saw this and saw Lin Fan there, he pulled out his blade and slashed. He wanted to let Lin Fan see his cultivation results. At the same time, he wanted to show off in front of his disciple. He wanted to show him that the person he couldn't beat in the past was no match for him now. But in the blink of an eye, the situation changed. His blade had been destroyed, and his body had suffered a heavy blow. The power of that punch had poured into his body, causing him to vomit blood and completely faint. Then, the little boy Zhenyi started wailing and wailing. Zhenyu. Lin Fan appeared in front of the 2 of them. He looked at Zhenyu who was lying on the ground and spitting out blood. He was stunned. Just as Lin Fan walked up, Zhenyi opened his arms and blocked him. Why did you hurt my master? Little friend, you can't lie with your eyes wide open. It was your master who first pulled out his sword and tried to cut me. I've already said that if you were to be with him, you would also learn bad things. However, the fact that the 2 of you are still alive shows that you're capable. Why aren't you moving aside? Do you really want your master to die? Lin Fan shook his head and took out a pill. He pried open Jinyu's mouth and tossed it in. Tell me, what exactly are you trying to do? If it weren't for this peak master holding back, you would have already been torn to pieces. He didn't understand why this guy was so stubborn. You are not allowed to say bad things about my master. Zhenyi resisted. He wasn't afraid of Lin Fan. The last time I saw you, you were really short. This time around, you're still really short. It's been such a long time and you haven't grown any taller at all. Is it because your master isn't giving you any food to eat? But, forget it. Since we're in the outer world and we're all familiar with each other, I won't bully you guys. Xinyi's face flushed red and he shouted, I have grown taller. Cough cough, at that moment, Xinyu coughed and slowly woke up. Disciple, my hidden injuries acted up. I am fine. Wow, master, you are finally awake. I was almost scared to death. I knew that master would be fine. Zhenyi said happily. Lin Fan looked at the two of them and blinked. He didn't know what Xinyu had gone through. Xinyu was a cold person in the past. Why did he start to brag? He was clearly beaten half to death by Lin Fan. How was it a hidden injury? Xinyu glanced at Lin Fan. He turned around and was stunned. What about me? If you have something to say, just say it. It's not good to speak so intermittently. Lin Fan looked at Xinyu. This guy had always been pursuing the Blade Dao. He had even seen him kill someone on the Mockingbird. He thought that he was going to reach the peak of his life, but it seemed like his improvement speed was a little slow. But overall, it was not bad. He was the second best out of all the people he had seen. As for the first, it was naturally that little b*** tch Lu Ruochen. Where did you pick up a kid from? That kid was really amazing. I didn't expect you to become stronger again. Xinyu sighed helplessly. When he first arrived and saw Lin Fan, he couldn't control himself. During this period of time, he had been training his blade intent and improving quickly. He didn't even care about the Blade World experts. Lin Fan's cultivation level was higher than his, but in terms of understanding of the Blade Dao, he didn't lose to anyone. But now, he was almost killed by Lin Fan with one punch. He couldn't keep his face. When Lin Fan heard this, he smiled. Of course, you have become stronger. But your improvement is not bad, but it's still a little slow. I %yen %. Xinyu muttered in his heart. He wanted to scold Lin Fan. Did he even know how to speak? Was there a need to insult him like that? Moreover, his disciple was here and this guy didn't give him any face at all. If he didn't want to lose too badly, he would have pulled out his blade and killed this B*****. Benefactor. The sect leader of the small Xianxia sect greeted him respectfully. Such an expert had an extraordinary background. To be able to communicate with them until now was enough to show that he wasn't a vicious person. Can you move? Why don't we go to the sect for a meal and have a good chat? Lin Fan asked. To the sect leader of the small Xianxia sect, this was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to carry Lin Fan back and treat him like a treasure. Xinyu wouldn't go. If he was stronger than him, he would definitely go without hesitation. But now, he just wanted to leave. There was a huge gap between his strength and Lin Fan's, which made him feel a lot of pressure. Grumble just at that moment, Xinyi's stomach grumbled. He touched it and raised his small head to look at his master. Xinyu also lowered his head and looked over. His expression was a little complicated. He could see from his disciple's adorable eyes that she wanted to eat. Come to think of it, my disciple has been casually eating out since she started following him. She has never had a good meal. Master, how about we leave? Although Xinyu was young, he could understand his master. He could see from his master's eyes that he didn't want to stay here. Therefore, even if he was hungry, he would not beg his master to stay here. Forget it. There's nothing wrong with having a meal. Your master just so happens to be suffering from a hidden injury, and I need to replenish my strength. Xinyu smiled. However, this smile was directed at his disciple. Xinyu, it's not that I want to scold you, but you've changed. Lin Fan stared at Xinyu. This change was a little huge. What change? When did I ever change? Xinyu retorted. This guy was really annoying. But forget it. Since he said that he had changed, then he would just pretend that he had changed. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Let's go. The sect master of the little Xianxia sect was very excited and quickly led the way. The three of you, please follow me. To be able to pull such an expert into the sect was a blessing. If they could get closer to him, that would be great. There was a pungent smell of blood in the air. The endless mountain range was filled with piles of beasts' corpses. When little Xianxia sect cleaned up the scene, many disciples couldn't help but vomit. It was just too cruel and bloody. The sect master quickly told people to get busy. At the same time, he informed his daughter to come over. Whether or not they could succeed depended on this. Delicious food filled the table. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and really wanted to eat. It had been a long time since he had seen such delicious food. He had always been eating outside with his master. Sometimes he would eat some wild animals and sometimes he would just go hungry. Lin Fan looked at Xianxia's greedy expression and smiled. "Xianxia, you really aren't a good master. Your disciple is so hungry." Xianxia squinted his eyes. This fellow had changed too. He liked to nitpick. He wasn't like this in the past. "Of course not. I'm with my master. We eat very well." Xianxia wouldn't let his master lose face. He straightened his body and turned his gaze to the side. He didn't look at the food on the table. Xianxia was happy. In the past, the most important thing was to pursue the blade path. Now, he had another disciple. So, to him, these were the two things that couldn't be taken away from him. "It's okay. Eat." Xianxia rubbed his disciple's head lovingly. Creak, the door of the house was pushed open as a beautiful woman with extraordinary looks walked in. When she saw Lin Fan and Xianxia, she bowed indifferently. "Greetings to the both of you gentlemen." Lin Fan's body had returned to normal. Facing the girl, he just calmly said, "N." He didn't have any other thoughts. "Xianxia, I heard that you killed a saint. Why aren't you being chased?" When he heard about it on the bird, he was really surprised. Young people nowadays were all so headstrong. He actually killed a saint. He was probably just courting death. Xianxia, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, raised his head and said with admiration, "My master is so powerful. He defeated all the bad guys." Xianxia didn't say anything. He just rubbed Xianxia's head. Since he had a disciple, he didn't need to say anything. "Peak Leader Lin, the fusion of the outer world is dangerous. How are you?" He was shocked by Lin Fan's improvement. Lin Fan's improvement was too fast. It was so fast that he felt it was unrealistic. Before the fusion of the outer world, the first time they fought, it could be said to be a draw. But to be honest, he lost. Later, when they fought again, he lost. As for this time, he was seriously injured before he could even get close to Lin Fan. If it wasn't for the medicine that Peak Leader Lin gave him, he might have died. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Xianxia put down the food in his hand and wiped the blood off the corner of his master's mouth with his tender little hand. Xianxia smiled and looked at Lin Fan from time to time. It was as if he was saying, "Look, I have a considerate disciple. Do you have one? I'm not too bad. I usually set off fireworks." "Oh, right, do you know fireworks?" "It's... how do I put it? For example, this pretty girl. She's very pretty and has a nice figure. I hold her in my hand and throw her into the air. She explodes with one punch. That scene is really beautiful." Lin Fan said calmly as if he was talking about something normal. The sect leader's daughter was pouring wine. But when she heard this, her face turned pale. Her hands trembled and the wine spilled onto the table. When she heard the word fireworks, she wanted to say something to express her love for fireworks. But when she heard what he said, she realized that something was wrong. The fireworks that this young master was talking about was throwing beauties into the air and exploding them. That was too scary. "Peak Leader Lin, your hobby is really weird." Xianxia smiled. He didn't know what to say. But in his heart, he was muttering that Lin Fan was really sick. In life, if one doesn't have weird hobbies, how can one show their uniqueness? Lin Fan said casually. He then asked Xianxia if he had seen any sects in the primordial ancestral land. But regretfully, he didn't see any. Xianxia came here because he had read about this on the Bird of Warning, so he came here to train his sword intent. The sect leader's daughter stood at the side, not daring to say a word. She was afraid that Lin Fan would release her like a firework because of her beauty. After a good meal, Lin Fan asked Xinyu if she was willing to go back to the Magnificent Flame sect with him, but Xinyu rejected him. He wanted to pursue the true Tao of the blade, and he didn't want to be stuck at a place. Let's go. Lin Fan stood up. It's time to leave. Sure. Let's go together. Xinyu smiled, but his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Zhenyi hurried to put the rest of the food into his storage ring. He was very happy with the meal, but there was still a lot left. It would be a waste if he didn't finish it. The two stood up and walked out of the door. Master, wait for me. Zhenyi took the food with his left hand and put it down with his right. The sect leader's daughter sat down with a thud. Her heart was pounding. She was really scared. The two of them disappeared into the void. Zhenyi was also very powerful. Even though he didn't fly very fast, he still followed behind them. Daughter, how is it? Why did they leave? The sect leader of the small Xianxia sect rushed over and asked in anticipation. Father, they're too scary. I can't follow them. The sect leader was stunned. Scary? It's because they're scary that I want to rope them in. If they weren't scary, who would want to rope them in the air? Xinyu, don't tell me you want to fight me again. You're very weak now, and I can kill you with one punch. Lin Fan said, feeling Xinyu's sword intent. You. Xinyu squinted his eyes. Damn it. Can't you say something nice? Although what he said was the truth, it was common for people to communicate with each other. Forget it, forget it. Your disciple is here, so I won't embarrass you. Lin Fan waved at Xinyu when he saw the little boy flying over. Zhenyi, stay away. Don't come over. Xinyu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He calmed himself down and reached his best state. You're the only opponent I care about. My strength isn't as good as yours, but in terms of blade comprehension, I won't lose to anyone. Even the Blade World Master wanted to take me as his disciple, but I rejected him because his comprehension of the blade isn't as good as mine. It's just that his cultivation base is strong, which covers up his true nature. He has a limit, but I don't. Instantly, Xinyu's black hair fluttered. An overconfident blade intent soared into the sky and into the clouds. You're too arrogant, aren't you? Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore. Xinyu's words weren't wrong, but he was praising himself to the skies. He realized that people who came from the primordial ancestors' land were really good at acting cool. But there was one special person, and that was himself. He didn't act cool like them. He just walked forward step by step. I don't understand, Xinyu said softly. Xinyu's words were filled with an aura. Even though he was weaker than Xinyu, his aura was not weak at all. Alright, alright. Just pretend that I don't understand. What do you want? Lin Fan waved his hand. He did not want to say more. There was no point in saying more. The cold Xinyu had disappeared long ago. The current Xinyu was more humane. Maybe this was because of Xinyi's influence. I want to see if the saber Dao that I am pursuing can force you to retreat. At this moment, Xinyu's aura suddenly increased rapidly. It was like a fire being poured on, becoming even more vigorous. This aura was very pressing. Lin Fan looked over and sighed. This Xinyu was indeed very strong. He was more persistent than anyone else in pursuing the saber Dao. His comprehension was also extraordinary. Although Lin Fan had not seen many people pursuing the saber Dao, the feeling that Xinyu gave him was extraordinary. In the distance, the minor profound clear sect had survived a calamity. The entire sect was very excited. However, suddenly, everyone's expression changed. A horrifying saber intent spread out and enveloped their hearts. Looking up, in the extreme distance, there seemed to be a long saber floating in the air, towering between heaven and earth. The cold light illuminated the world. The disciples with low cultivations felt their hearts go cold just by looking at it. In that case, go ahead. This peak master also wishes to see exactly how much progress you, Xinyu, have made during this period of time. Lin Fan raised his hand and waved. Of course, this gesture was not to look down on Xinyu. It was to finish quickly and rest. Xinyu wanted to beat Lin Fan up. This gesture was humiliating. However, Jinyu endured it. Later, he would show Lin Fan the results of his cultivation. Peak Master Lin, I only have one saber. Please enlighten me. The moment Lin Fan spoke, Jinyu's gaze turned sharp. His robes fluttered, and a pitch-black saber appeared in the air. A strong saber intent swept out. The surrounding plants lowered their heads, not daring to fight against it. The fusion of the outer realm broadened his horizons. He comprehended the true saber intent from many places. This was especially so for the supreme saber intent of the saber world. Then, he integrated it into his body and comprehended the saber intent that suited him. That day, the winds blew and clouds churned. Saber intent filled the air. He had succeeded in finding his own saber intent. Kill. Immediately, Jinyu angrily roared. The formless void suddenly split apart. Tens of thousands of rays of light shone resplendently and coldly, covering the surroundings. Jinyu's figure gradually dissipated and was hidden in the light. It was as if he himself had turned into saber intent and merged with it. Amazing. Lin Fan stood there proudly. He then raised his hand. His 5 fingers covered the sky as he gathered a terrifying amount of power. Pada, the world fell silent. Jinyu's pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost. His hands were trembling and his heart was beating very fast. This wasn't because he was too excited but because he couldn't believe it. This move of yours is really too powerful. Jinyu, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your understanding of the way of the blade is simply unprecedented. As long as you continue to work hard, you will be invincible in the world. However, let's end this. Your strongest attack is still quite good. Lin Fan flicked his finger, and with a buzz, the saber formed from the might of the world instantly shattered, turning into motes of starlight. Pooey, Jinyu trembled. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stepped back in the air and raised his head, staring at the figure in the distance. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. In order to comprehend a suitable saber intent for himself, he studied the strengths of many schools of thought and sat quietly on the peak of the mountain for a few days to comprehend the might of the world. He absorbed the might of the world and merged it into his saber intent. When he slashed with his saber, not only did it contain his own strong saber intent, but it also contained the might of the world. He knew that he wasn't as strong as peak leader Lin. However, with his saber intent, it was enough to make Lin Fan flustered. He didn't expect it to be the same as before. He was grabbed by Lin Fan and turned into dust with a flick of his finger. That's impossible. Lin Fan came to Jinyu's side and patted his shoulder. That's a pretty good saber intent. The moment you drew your saber, I felt like I was locked onto. If I didn't attack, I might have been severely injured by your saber. I had no choice but to attack. You. Jinyu looked at Lin Fan. These words weren't meant to comfort him, but to humiliate him. Lin Fan had no choice but to attack. The moment he attacked, he turned into dust with a flick of his finger. Was Jinyu comforting or humiliating him? Alright, don't think that I'm comforting you. That move of yours was pretty good. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave first. If you come across the Saint Convent sect in the future, just send a message on the bird. I've been watching every episode. Lin Fan smiled. He really wanted to know where the Saint Convent sect was. Jinyu would definitely be wandering around outside. If he was lucky, he might be able to meet him. Goodbye. We'll meet again if there's a chance. I might not be able to block your saber next time. Lin Fan dove into the void and disappeared without a trace. Bastard. Jinyu muttered. 2 drops of tears flowed down from the corner of his eyes. The saber intent that he was so proud of was broken so easily. This scene was a huge blow to him. Seeing that his master was about to vomit blood, Jinyu hugged his master's leg. Master, don't be sad. Let's work hard together. We'll definitely be able to defeat him in the future. Sigh. Jinyu sighed and patted Jinyu's head. I understand. Master can't be killed. Since you've eaten, let's go cultivate together. Jinyu nodded. He carried the black saber on his back and followed behind Jinyu happily. In the air. Lin Fan was pondering. Xianxu's move was indeed powerful. It contained the power of heaven and earth. Xianxu had incorporated the power of heaven and earth into his saber intent. But it was a pity that he was immune to all kinds of power. Therefore, Xianxu's move seemed ordinary to him. But if it wasn't for his immunity to power, it would be a heavenly move. It's a pity that I killed the mountain range demon lord. I forgot to ask him where his old house is. It should be quite rich. Lin Fan didn't believe that a powerful beast leader wouldn't be rich. But it was too late to say anything now. What else could he say when he was killed by Lin Fan? Lin Fan didn't lose anything this time. He had earned a lot of points, and his cultivation had reached the connecting heaven state. Every time he waved his hand, the space would rumble. And when the power of heaven and earth came, it would be easy for him to suppress his enemies. But he didn't care about that. He still liked to fight with his fists. The feeling of his fists hitting flesh was the best. Nothing else mattered. But what made him unhappy was that the quality of the lottery hadn't increased. He still got a diamond lottery. Was it really that cruel? Forget it. Who cares? What's going to come will come. After reaching the connecting heaven state, he felt that his strength was invincible. But it was a pity that his inner demons hadn't appeared in a long time. After breaking through a few levels, his inner demons had disappeared. He missed them. In the distance, there was a tall and desolate mountain. Lin Fan descended and stood on the peak. With my current strength, I should be able to open those 2 storage rings. Lin Fan pondered. He hadn't been able to open the storage rings he got from Xianxia and the leader of the righteous path. They were wrapped in power. If he wanted to open them, he would need to be stronger than them. He took out a ring and pinched it on his finger. Instantly, his finger emitted a dazzling power that kept squeezing. A ray of light shot out from the storage ring and resisted the power. My God, I don't believe it. Lin Fan was unconvinced. Wasn't it just a storage ring? Was it so difficult? Moreover, he was someone who specialized in comprehending power. If he couldn't even break it, wouldn't it be embarrassing if he went out in the world in the future? Bang! The 2 powers collided and created a huge shockwave. Amazing. Lin Fan looked at it. The storage ring did not move at all. There were no signs of it being damaged at all. There was nothing strange about it at all. It's so hard. He didn't dare to believe that a storage ring was so strong. Just how strong was Xianxia? At a certain place, Xianxia was about to explode in anger. Brat, you want to open the storage ring again? Without my permission, you win if you can open it. Xianxia's face was red. He could feel that the storage ring was damaged. At the same time, he was angry at Lin Fan. Why is he so cheap? Return the storage ring to me. What's wrong with being on good terms with him? If he insisted on stubbornly resisting, he would like to see how long he could last. It's a pity that I can't open it. Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't want to try. He didn't know how strong the 2 were, but Xianxia was indeed strong. However, Lin Fan wasn't afraid. I have strength too, and I'm not weak. With my current strength, I can suppress the entire primordial ancestor region and make the magnificent flame sect stronger. But it's dangerous. The magnificent flame sect isn't strong enough. There aren't many people in the sect who can fight, and I'm the only one who can fight. If the forces from other regions want to take action, it would be hard to say. Forget it, I'm not going to fight for hegemony anymore. It's better for me to become stronger. Lin Fan rose into the sky and turned into a ray of light. Where did the petals come from? In the sky, Lin Fan made his way towards the sect. However, pink petals could be seen floating in the air. Strange, they're quite powerful. The petals can survive in the air, but they're not destroyed. They're not simple. Just as Lin Fan was thinking, he stopped and stood in the air, looking into the distance. A palanquin could be seen flying in the air. Rays of light could be seen shooting out from the palanquin. No one was controlling the petals. Are people so playful nowadays? Lin Fan looked at the palanquin. He felt that people nowadays really knew how to enjoy themselves. They even went out in a palanquin, with pink curtains hanging from the sides. There were 12 muscular men carrying the palanquin. There was a flower embroidered on the muscular men's chests. It was very alluring. "Your peak leader Lin." Just then, a familiar voice could be heard. It sounded very excited. "Baby. Is he your friend?" A crisp female voice rang out from the sedan. It was a beautiful voice that made one's heart go numb. Another voice rang out. Even though it was just a the meaning behind it was thought-provoking. "Since he is my baby's friend, Chun Mei, invite him over." In front of the sedan, a burly man with a flower embroidered on his chest nodded. He carried a flower basket and landed in front of Lin Fan. His round eyes stared at Lin Fan. After taking a closer look, he blushed and said shyly, "Mister, my mistress invites you over." "Holy shit." Lin Fan shuddered. He had not expected the burly man's voice to be so feminine. If not for his face, he would have thought that it was a cute little girl who spoke. But in his eyes, this was clearly King burly man. "Peak leader Lin, come over quickly." The man's voice was urgent. Lin Fan thought about it. The voice was familiar, but he had not heard it for a long time. He could not remember who it was. Since that was the case, he would go take a look. "Mister, please." Chun Mei stood at the side. His muscular chest muscles shook. He was really domineering. "All right, brother." Lin Fan wanted to take a look. As for the burly man with the flower embroidered on his chest, he felt a little weird. But just as Lin Fan moved, a strong hand landed on his shoulder. He looked back and saw the burly man revealing a flirtatious smile. "Mister, I am not your brother. My name is Chun Mei." "Bo." Chun Mei's eyes were filled with peach blossoms. After saying that, she even made an invisible wave at Lin Fan. Lin Fan clenched his fist. He wanted to beat her up. He was scared by her. "Please." Chun Mei stepped aside and said with a smile. Chun Mei was not weak. She was a peerless immortal. But he felt that she was a little sick. He did not even have the right to be a firework. When he reached the sedan, a voice rang out. "Since you are my baby's friend, please come up." Instantly, a burly man hurried over and bent down as a step. "Who is it?" "I don't think there is such a sick person among the people I know." Lin Fan pondered and couldn't understand the situation. He thought about it carefully. Before the outer realm had merged, which sex elder or sect leader had the potential to become a monster? He really couldn't think of anything in such a short time. Then, he took a step forward and lifted the veil. With just a glance, he was stunned. Chaos. He didn't expect the person inside to be the Saint Convent sex brothel Saint Chaos. At that moment, Chaos was sitting there with a person lying in her arms. That person had an exquisite figure and was very slender. However, her face was a little frightening. It wasn't that her face was deformed, but rather, it was that she was an old woman with a square face and a face full of wrinkles. "Peak leader Lin, I didn't expect to see you here." Chaos said weakly. She sounded like she wanted to die. This was very different from the god of prostitution that Lin Fan had seen in the past. The Chaos of the past was so domineering. How many women couldn't hold their ground with just one sentence of "how much money?" But now, things had changed. Sure enough, after merging with the outer realms, most people changed. Their hearts shifted, and no one could pull them back. "Chaos, what are you doing?" Lin Fan pretended to be calm. At the same time, he had a lot of questions to ask. But looking at the current situation, he felt that something was wrong. He had to figure it out first. He really couldn't understand what was going on. He didn't believe that Chaos had such bad taste. After all, he was also someone who had experienced reincarnation. But this old woman was very strong. If Chaos was with this old woman, she would at least be able to fight for a few hundred years less. "My little darling, your friend is very young. Why don't you introduce him to me?" The old woman in Chaos' arms said with a smile. Her smile was very bright, and her wrinkles were squeezed together like a blooming chrysanthemum. Chaos lowered her brows and closed her eyes in despair. Then, she said, "This is Peak Leader Lin, someone I knew before the Outer Realms merged." Instantly, the old woman stood up from Chaos' arms, picked up the small wine cup beside her, and drank it in one gulp. Peak Leader Lin, since you are my little darling's friend, then you are one of us. You can call me Lady Hua. Lin Fan smiled and observed. This old woman was really strong. Although her aura was hidden, the aura that was hidden in her body was like a sleeping beast. When it exploded, it would be really shocking. Hello, Lady Hua. He wanted to know what was the relationship between Chaos and this Lady Hua. Why did this old woman keep calling him my little darling? Even an outsider like him couldn't take it and wanted to punch her to death. Coincidentally, there is a good thing going on recently. Since you are my little darling's friend, I shall bring you along. The Pure Tao Boundless sect has invited all the strong cultivators of the world to discuss something important. There are many benefits there. Lady Hua smiled and raised her hand. Let's go. Lin Fan heard that and found it interesting. He had heard of the Pure Tao Boundless sect before. Not long after the Outer Realms merged, he heard of the Pure Tao Boundless sect's grand ambition. The 9 Emperor regions were ruled by the Pure Tao Boundless sect. It was a huge region. This time, it was obvious that they had invited all the strong cultivators of the world for something important. As for why he wasn't invited, it could only mean one thing. The Pure Tao Boundless sect didn't care about him at all. Yep, I shall remember this and settle it in the future. They chatted for a while. Lin Fan realized that this Lady Hua was quite hospitable and was quite polite to him. I wonder how Lady Hua and Chaos got to know each other. He was curious and wanted to know how they got to know each other. Chaos wasn't blind, so how was that possible? This. Lady Hua suddenly became shy and glanced at Chaos. She covered her mouth and smiled. Ask him. Oh my god. Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore. He clenched and unclenched his fists. How could she be like this? She was already so old. Could she stop trying to seduce him? It was really infuriating. If he wasn't mentally strong enough, he would have exploded. Chaos, what's going on? In such a situation, he could only ask Chaos. Peak Leader Lin, it's a long story. Chaos didn't know where to start. She didn't know how to explain it. She blamed herself for this. The moment she said that, the flower goddess glared at Huan Huan. It's not a long story. I still remember what you said to me. That day, I was bathing. The water was so clear that I could see the bottom. You appeared and looked at my back. You told me that you liked me and wanted to do it with me. You were willing to spend the rest of your life to make it come true. At that time, I almost wanted to kill you because you peeked at me when I was bathing. However, I was touched by your words. I even asked you if you would regret it. You said that I would be a romantic even if I were to die under a peony. At that moment, my heart melted because of you. My little baby. At that moment, Lady Hua pouted her lips and kissed Chaos's lips like a chrysanthemum. Chaos didn't move. Her eyes were calm and she didn't have any intention of dodging. It was as if she was used to it. Lin Fan looked at Chaos and took a deep breath. He understood now. He knew that those who often walked by the river would get their shoes wet. The back killer had tricked Chaos completely. Congratulations. You guys are a match made in heaven. It's perfect. When are you going to have a child? After all, this is the crystallization of love. Lin Fan asked. Aya, Peak Leader Lin, your words make me so embarrassed. It's not time yet. Goddess Hua waved her hands shyly. Then, she looked at the Chaos quietly. That depends on him. Chaos had long forgotten about life and death. His body no longer belonged to him. Ever since he mentioned the price, he had regretted it. If he had seen Lin Fan's appearance at first sight, he would never have said such words. Even an ordinary pill wouldn't be worth it. However, he was a man of principle. Since they had agreed on the price, he had to go on even if he had tears in his eyes. Chaos, this Lady Hua is a good person. If you were to be with her, you would at least have to struggle for a few hundred years. You're a winner in life. Lin Fan sighed. This was the path that many people wanted to take. Many geniuses fought over her to increase their cultivation or get legendary items. But now, Chaos was happy. He had found a home. He didn't need to worry about these things anymore. He could get them just by rubbing his hands. Look, he's at the peak of the great sage realm. Is this something that others can compare to, other than Tiansu? Who else in the magnificent flame sect could compare to him? This was enough to show how much Chaos had benefited from being with the Lady Hua. Peak Leader Lin, you're wrong. I'm all his now. Why should we be separated? It's our first time meeting, so I don't have anything good to offer. Please accept this. Just then, the Lady Hua took out a branch and passed it to Lin Fan. I'm so sorry about that. Lin Fan smiled and accepted it. He could feel a strange power emanating from this half of a withered branch. Peak Leader Lin, there's no need to be so courteous. This half-withered branch isn't anything special, but it's a great way to protect the sect. If you stick it in the sect, it can form the 100 Flowers formation. Anyone who enters will get lost. Goddess Hua smiled. Thank you. Lin Fan was interested. He didn't expect it to be so useful. Suddenly, there was a tremor outside. The palanquin became unstable and started to shake. Chaotic lost her balance and fell to the ground. Little darling, are you all right? The Lady Hua asked with concern. Her face turned cold. What's going on outside? Lady Hua, there are 2 elites fighting outside. Chun Mei said hurriedly. Humph, you reckless fool. You actually made my little baby fall. You deserve to die. The flower goddess, who was initially all smiles, had a cold glint in her eyes. With a flick of her finger, 2 pink petals floated in the air and shot towards the 2 powerful beings. Lin Fan looked over. The petals grew bigger and wrapped around the 2 elites. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from the petals. Ah! Screams could be heard. The 2 elites were wrapped by the petals and crushed into pieces. The petals shrunk and floated back to Lin Fan. 2 drops of blood could be seen on the petals, giving off a faint glow. Little darling, swallow them. Their bloodlines are not bad. It'll be beneficial to you. The Lady Hua said gently. Chaos opened her mouth out of habit. Lin Fan face-bombed. He couldn't take it anymore. The Lady Hua fed the blood to Chaos. Damn it, why aren't there any beautiful and strong young girls looking for me? Chaos swallowed the 2 condensed bloodlines and her aura became much stronger. Peak Leader Lin, please don't blame me. My little baby has a weak physique and limited talent. He can't be compared to the geniuses in the outer regions. He can only rely on these methods to slowly increase his strength. Haze, I can't help it. If I'm not around, I can't let him be bullied by others. Goddess Hua touched Chaos's hand and sighed. Her eyes shone with sadness, but she quickly recovered and waved her hand. Let's not talk about this. I've embarrassed myself in front of Peak Leader Lin. Lin Fan chuckled out. He then looked at Chaos and nodded his head in admiration. Amazing. To think that this partner of his who could save him a few hundred years of hard work was really amazing. Goddess Hua, I wonder what the Daoqing Immeasurable sect wants to discuss? He was very curious about the Daoqing Immeasurable sect. If there was nothing wrong, the Daoqing Immeasurable sect should be one of the strongest forces in the outer regions. That's hard to say. The Daoqing Immeasurable sect hasn't revealed the specifics. We'll find out when we get there. However, these forces have their own problems and they won't announce the benefits. Goddess Hua had long seen through these things. The Daoqing Immeasurable sect accepted disciples and accepted everyone. Many disciples from other forces and sects were snatched away. This caused public anger, but no one dared to do anything for now. Lin Fan pondered. What should he do when he arrived at the Daoqing Immeasurable sect? Should he take all the wealth of the forces? He felt that it was a little unrealistic. The 9 Emperors' regions were rather far. Even though the carriage was fast, it would still take a few days. Lin Fan looked at the situation below. They had already arrived at the 9 Emperors' regions, which was under the jurisdiction of the Daoqing Immeasurable sect. There are no other sects and forces here. They've all been taken in by the Daoqing Immeasurable sect. They're really ruthless. After merging with the outer regions, they took over a region in the shortest time possible. They're really impressive. I'm afraid only the absolute God Palace can be compared to them. Goddess Hua said, and then said in disdain, these stinky men only know how to fight and kill. They're not like my little baby. He's always by my side and never leaves me. How nice. Hee hee. Lin Fan chuckled. His chuckle revealed a sense of helplessness. Chaos, on the other hand, was expressionless. She was filled with sorrow and regret. Why were her eyes so dull? Asking for a price just by looking at his back, and at such a high price at that. Why don't you just go and die? Lin Fan wanted to leave, but he held himself back. He felt that this was his opportunity. He could also go to the Clear Tao Immeasurable sect to take a look at what this powerful sect was like. Dong, all of a sudden, the sound of a bell rang out. The sound was like a clap of thunder, and the sound waves spread out rapidly. In the distance, a boundless sect could be seen towering there. The entire sect was emitting a resplendent light, and the colorful halo was very dazzling. Even though he had yet to get close, he could feel how powerful that sect was. So rich. Lin Fan's eyes shone. He really wanted to empty out the entire Daoqing Limitless sect. If the sect had such wealth, wouldn't they be able to ascend to the heavens? Peak Leader Lin, you're right. The Clear Daoqing Limitless sect is really rich. It's not something that an ordinary major force can compare with. Don't look down on the halo that shrouds that place. That's a type of attack. If a strong enemy were to attack, the halo would explode and destroy everything. Even I would be severely injured, Goddess Hua said with a smile. However, he did not take it to heart. So powerful? Lin Fan knew that Goddess Hua was very strong and had a high cultivation base. How can it not be powerful? A major force that has a long history and controls the 9 emperor regions. When all these auras are gathered together, it's shockingly terrifying, Goddess Hua exclaimed. Who are you? At this moment, a loud shout came from outside. A man with an outstanding demeanor raised his head and stared. The confidence of a major sect made him exceptionally arrogant. A surprised voice came from the carriage. However, this voice made the man's face turn pale. He retreated quickly and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He then shouted angrily, how dare you attack me in the territory of the Clear Tao Immeasurable sect? You're courting death, interesting. It's true that all the disciples of the powerful sects are sick, Goddess Hua said. How dare you humiliate my sect? The man was infuriated. He did not expect that this person, whose face he had yet to see, would not only injure him with his voice but also speak arrogantly. He was simply courting death. Suddenly, a ray of resplendent golden light approached rapidly from afar. When the man saw the true face behind the golden light, he was immediately overjoyed. He went forward and said, Big Senior Brother, these people actually dare to come here. Before he could finish his words, eldest Senior Brother glared at the man angrily. Then, he stepped forward and cupped his fists. Welcome, Lady Hua. I, Mu Feng, have failed to welcome you. Please forgive this junior brother for not recognizing Lady Hua. When the man heard Big Senior Brother's words, he was instantly shocked. He did not expect the other party to have such a background. Even Big Senior Brother was so polite. In an instant, he was terrified. His face turned pale and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. He felt that he had gotten himself into trouble. Haha, just because you say you don't know me is enough? I don't mind, but you made me lose face in front of my husband. Inside the carriage, Goddess Hua's voice was very calm but there was a terrifying rage in it. Mu Feng frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he smiled, okay, I will apologize to you. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. Ah! The man screamed in pain. One of his arms was cut off and fresh blood flowed out. He could not believe that Big Senior Brother would actually cut off his arm. Not bad sword technique, Lin Fan smiled. It had been a long time since he met someone who used a sword. It was so long that he had forgotten about the existence of the buff. Thank you for your praise. Mu Feng thanked her and then said, Goddess, are you satisfied? I will give you face. Goddess Hua said. Mu Feng smiled and cupped his fists, please. When Goddess Hua left, Mufeng looked at the man. Be careful with your words in the future. Don't you have any knowledge? This is Goddess Hua. If she wants your life, no one can stop her. Big senior brother, this is the sect, how can she? Before the man could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Mufeng. The sect won't offend Goddess Hua for you. When he said that, the man's face turned pale. He knew who he had offended. In the carriage. Who was that? He's very strong. Lin Fan asked. Goddess Hua laid in Chaos' arms and smiled. That's big senior brother Mufeng from the clear immeasurable sect. He's quite strong and his sword techniques are quite interesting. He's ranked second on the genius leaderboard. Oh? He's ranked second? Lin Fan was shocked. If he was ranked second, he would be ranked first with his strength. He just didn't know who made the leaderboard. He was already in the ascending heaven state, but he wasn't ranked. If he didn't know the truth, he would have thought that the geniuses were really strong. Peak leader Lin, you're definitely ranked first. Chaos, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally spoke. You're right. Lin Fan nodded and agreed with Chaos. Who else could be ranked first other than him? Goddess Hua smiled. Peak leader Lin, the first is the big senior brother from the Absolute God Palace. Rumor has it that he's a godly warrior. Maybe we'll be able to see him this time. Very quickly, under the lead of the clear immeasurable sect disciples, they arrived at their temporary residence. Lin Fan got off the carriage. When he stepped on the ground, he felt that there was a flow of energy deep underground that was forming a formation. Goddess Hua. Just then, an old man with a white beard walked over. The old man was full of smiles and looked like a sage. He sensed and realized that there were quite a number of strong cultivators from the clear immeasurable sect. Elder Hu. Goddess Hua smiled. Elder Hu glanced at Lin Fan and then at Chaos. He didn't care about them at all. These two are? The flower goddess smiled and held Chaos's hand. This is my husband, Chaos, and this is my husband's friend. Oh. Elder Hu smiled. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the Chaos. He didn't expect that there would be people who wanted the flower lady. Goddess Hua was strong. She was one of the strongest cultivators in the outer regions. However, her appearance was weird. She wasn't born with it. Even if she had great skills, she couldn't change it. It wasn't a curse, nor was she harmed by others. Rumors had it that Goddess Hua's race used to be very weak. No matter how they cultivated, they couldn't become strong. Later on, a monster appeared. He couldn't become strong, so he changed his bloodline. Changing one's bloodline wasn't an easy task. If he didn't do it well, he would die. But that monster actually succeeded in the end. However, after the bloodline was changed, one's appearance would age instantly. The person who inherited the bloodline would look old even when he was just born. However, he was extremely talented in cultivation. Of course, this was just a legend. No one knew if it was true or not. But one had to admit that Goddess Hua relied on herself to cultivate to such a level. Even the clear immeasurable sect was impressed. Goddess Hua, please follow me. I'll bring you to rest. Elder Hu said warmly. Okay. In the house. Chaos told Goddess Hua that she wanted to get closer to Lin Fan and came out alone. Chaos, what do you want? Lin Fan looked at Chaos. Peak leader Lin, I'm so miserable. Chaos wiped her tears. Miserable? What's there to be bitter about? Look at how carefree and comfortable your life is. You have the protection of an expert and they treat you so well. What are you thinking? If you really feel bitter, why don't you just leave? Lin Fan looked at Huan Huan. This guy was up to no good again. Wasn't the current situation pretty good? Chaos shook her head and sighed. Peak leader Lin, I can't leave on my own. I'm a man of principles. I made the offer that day, and it's for the rest of my life. Even if there's a big problem, I have to accept it with tears in my eyes, right? So, Peak leader Lin, tell me, what's wrong with my eyes? Why did I make the offer just by looking at her back that day? I really want to beat myself to death. You have to think in a positive direction. Look at how great Lady Hua is. She's just average looking, but her figure is top-notch. Isn't it the same even if she's covered in a blanket? You have to think about it. If you were to follow Lady Hua, you'd be fighting for at least a few hundred years less. You have to know how long a few hundred years is. If Xianxia were to find out, wouldn't he spit on you to death? His appearance is actually not that great. She's already horrifying. She's the ugliest I've ever dated. Chaos was dumbfounded. The old driver had screwed up, and this was a lifetime. No matter how bitter it was, she had to swallow it. What's wrong? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Look at how skinny you are. You're already so old. It's good enough that someone likes you, yet you're still being so picky. You. Forget it, I'll stop talking about it. Tell me about the Saint Convent sect. Where is it? Lin Fan had to find out more about the Saint Convent sect. The 6 saints that he had personally created were only chaos. He was curious about the rest. I don't know where the Saint Convent sect is. I've been up for too long and the outer world is too big. I won't be able to go back. Chaos was helpless. He couldn't go back either. He met Goddess Hua after leaving the sect and was taken away. He wanted to go back to find the sect, but he didn't know where to go. Speaking of which, you don't know anything at all. You can't even find your sect. You. Lin Fan was speechless. What else could he say? He thought he could find the Saint Convent sect if he met Chaos, but it seemed like it was useless. He didn't even know where the sect was. Forget it. He didn't want to ask anymore. It seemed like he could only rely on himself. Chaos, you should go back and find your goddess Hua. She should be missing you. Lin Fan told Chaos to leave. He had to act. After coming to this place, it was impossible for him to be well behaved. The great sects of the outer realm had already deeply attracted his attention. Peak Leader Lin, can you listen to me? Chaos wanted to find someone to talk to, but no one was reliable. He didn't want to either. Only Peak Leader Lin could. Hurry up and leave. If I didn't know what kind of person you are, I would have slapped you to death long ago. You're just showing off and acting like you've taken a huge loss. Lin Fan glared at him and chased him out. Peak Leader Lin. Chaos wanted to continue, but Lin Fan didn't give him the chance. He slammed the door shut. Chaos stood outside the door and sighed helplessly before leaving. He had to fulfill his promise even if he had to kneel down. Has Chaos been dumbfounded by reincarnation? Lin Fan thought. He had a new understanding of reincarnation. He opened the door and was prepared to look around the Daoqing Wuliang sect. He had his eyes on this place, but before that, he had to understand the surroundings. A Daoqing Wuliang sect disciple walked up to him. He knew that this person had come with Lady Hua, so he didn't dare to be presumptuous. His attitude was not bad. Mister, where are you going? I can lead the way for you. This was a sect. He was afraid that Chaos would cause trouble if he entered without knowing the situation. The sect had invited all the powerful cultivators from the outer world to plan something big. They couldn't afford to offend anyone. No, I understand. It's just that there are some places I can't go. Don't worry, I'm just looking around. Lin Fan waved his hand. If there was someone following him, he wouldn't be able to perform well. He had to be alone. All right, please. The disciple didn't say anything else, nor did he follow. This was a sect, and the rules were strict. Even if the other party went to some important place, there would be experts guarding it. Lin Fan swaggered out of the room. As expected of a large sect. The cultivation of these disciples is really not bad. The disciples he encountered were all very strong. There were many legendaries, and quite a few great sages. However, there were very few who were below the demigod level. Even if they did, they could tell with a single glance that the disciple was very ordinary. In terms of his attire and demeanor, it was hard for him to compare with the other disciples. There was an independent market here that sold all kinds of things. The magnificent flame sect is still far from the Daoqing boundless sect. Lin Fan sighed. Comparing his own sect to a true sect, there was still a huge gap. However, as far as he was concerned, if he was really able to empty the Daoqing boundless sect, then the gap between them wouldn't be huge. Just as Lin Fan was thinking about this, he could hear noises coming from afar. When he arrived, he realized that there was a fight going on. There was a disciple who had set up a stall, but the things on the stall were scattered all over the ground. Wang Wei, are you looking down on me? This isn't a place where you can come. A man in a purple robe said. His aura was flowing endlessly, and one could tell that he was extraordinary. The surrounding people were already used to this scene. In the Daoqing boundless sect, such things were normal. As long as no one was killed, the sect would turn a blind eye to it. They even tacitly agreed to such actions. Bang, the man in purple robe attacked quickly, and Wang Wei fell to the ground. Wang Wei spat out a mouthful of blood and turned around, glaring at the man. Chen Meng, don't go too far. Wang Wei gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His heart was bleeding. He had always been bullied by Chen Meng because he used to be Chen Meng's master. In the end, the two of them joined the Daoqing boundless sect. Chen Meng rose to the sky and his cultivation was higher than his. Everything in the past was a humiliation to him, so he wanted to take revenge on Lin Fan to regain his dignity. Bully? Chen Meng grabbed the bloodstained manual and slapped it on Wang Wei's face. Trash like you, it's your honor to bully you. The surrounding disciples looked on. Many of them knew the reason, but no one stepped forward. They just wanted to watch the show. The bloodstained manual flew to Lin Fan's feet. Forbidden body. This name is a little overbearing. Forbidden body? Lin Fan smiled. He bent down and picked up the manual. Maybe this couldn't be considered a cultivation technique. It was just a tattered cover, and there was only half a piece of paper inside. This was probably the most tattered technique out there. Even if someone wanted to cultivate it, they wouldn't be able to get started. Lin Fan opened it and took a closer look. There were only a few hundred words. Ancient forbidden body. Cut off the future. Only the present. It was a technique that cut off all possibilities and unleashed the strongest power. Do you want to spend 5 million points to cultivate forbidden body? Eh? Lin Fan was shocked. This technique had a total of 3 levels. He didn't think that the first level would cost 5 million points. He remembered that the first level of the original demon scripture only cost 2 million points. This technique was a self-mutilation technique. It was one of the hard body techniques. I've earned it. At this moment, Wang Wei lowered his head. His eyes were filled with anger. Although he was unwilling, he was really helpless. Suddenly, a palm landed on his shoulder. Brother, are you selling this technique? Lin Fan took the tattered manual and asked. He had his eyes on it, but he was a person with principles. He would never take something for free. Therefore, he had to discuss with the owner of this technique. You. Wang Wei was stunned and didn't react. Lin Fan smiled. I see that you have a stall, so you will definitely sell it. However, I don't have money. Do you want to change the method of payment? Wang Wei was stunned. He was already furious after being humiliated by Chen Meng. Now that he heard what Lin Fan said, he felt that he was being mocked. The flames in his heart rose even higher. The surrounding people whispered to each other. Who is this person? Saying that he doesn't have money would be even more infuriating. Haze, Wang Wei is so unlucky. He was slapped in the face by his former servant and now someone is mocking him. If I were him, I would probably bang my head on the wall and die. Yeah, but do you guys know this person? Looking at his appearance and clothes, he doesn't seem to be from our sect. I don't know. Maybe he's a new disciple. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at Chen Meng. His smart brain started working and he thought of a good idea. I got it. Although I don't have money, looking at your situation, you must have been bullied. How about this, I will help you send him flying and you give me the technique. Do you want to do the deal? Yes. Wang Wei didn't hesitate and nodded decisively. With his current strength, he wasn't Chen Meng's match. Now, he didn't know who this person was but he only had one thought, which was to make Chen Meng pay. Very good. It's a deal, so fairness is the most important. Lin Fan smiled. He didn't like to bully people and even more so against the weak. But this was a deal. Who are you? Chen Meng scolded angrily. This random guy actually dared to block his way. Lin Fan chuckled. Instantly, a cloud of dust rose up from where he stood, and he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Chen Meng. Bending his body slightly, he clenched his fist and pulled his arm back slightly. Then, he punched Chen Meng's abdomen. Bang, a deep sound was heard and a hot white mist was emitted from Lin Fan's fist. In everyone's eyes, they only saw a black shadow flash by and then disappear. Done. Lin Fan turned back and came in front of Wang Wei. Okay, it's done. You should have made a profit from this deal. Wang Wei's eyes opened wide and were filled with shock. He couldn't believe it. It ended just like that? Oh my god, where did Chen Meng go? I don't know. I didn't see it clearly. I only heard a muffled sound, and then it disappeared. This guy is an expert and he's very fast. But I saw one thing clearly. He sent Chen Meng flying with one punch. There was no lack of experts in the crowd. They caught a trace of him but couldn't see his exact movements. Lin Fan had left long ago and continued to look at the situation of Daoqing Wuliang sect. The security is really tight. I didn't even have a chance. He looked for half a day but couldn't find any chance to enter. Some places were stopped just as he was about to move. This made him feel a little helpless. In the house. Upgrade. Points minus 5 million. Forbidden Body, Level 1, Traits, Forbidden Power, Crush. Instantly, Lin Fan opened his eyes. The energy in his body roared and he retracted it. He didn't need to use it for the time being. So strong. If I use it, the situation might be different. Lin Fan's arms swelled and green veins appeared on his body. They were densely packed like coiling dragons. They were ferocious and terrifying. There were even faint red light spots floating outside his body. The cells in his body kept devouring energy to strengthen his foundation. The foundation needed to be strong to reach a realm above the reaching heaven state. However, he believed that with the current situation, it wouldn't take long for his foundation to be strong enough if he continued to work hard. Little baby, your friend is really strong. The flower goddess smiled. She had already felt the movement just now. To an expert like her, it was hard to escape even the slightest trace. Although the energy that exploded just now was short, she was still able to catch it. He's really strong. Chaos didn't know what to say. How could he not be strong? But your friend seems to be in trouble. Goddess Hua had seen through Lin Fan long ago. She had seen through him since the first time they met. He might be her little darling's friend, but she still had to take a closer look. What's wrong? Chaos was stunned. What are you talking about? He's not in trouble? Unless the sky falls. Lady Hua lay in Chaos' arms and smiled faintly. This friend of yours cultivates a very specific technique. He cultivates all hard body skills, and he has cultivated them to an extremely profound realm. I've been thinking, will his chi and blood be able to keep up with the consumption of hard body skills? There are many people who practice brute force skills in this world, but few of them have good endings. Either their blood and chi deteriorate, or they have hidden injuries that accumulate in their bodies and explode. Even miraculous pills won't be able to save them. She was surprised that Lin Fan had reached such a high level in brute force skills. But she was even more surprised. Doesn't he feel uncomfortable after reaching such a high level? Chaos didn't take it to heart. What situation? Even she wanted to say that before the integration of the outer world, Lin Fan used brute force skills to smash the entire primordial ancestral land to the ground. They were on the verge of collapsing. Lin Fan didn't seem to feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he became more ferocious every once in a while. The next day, morning. Lin Fan slept in the Daoqing Wuliang sect for the night. He really wanted to do something in the sect, such as secretly taking all the wealth in the sect and sending it to the Magnificent Flame sect. By then, the Magnificent Flame sect would definitely become stronger. Sigh, damn it. The security is too tight. It's hard to make a move. Lin Fan had a headache. He could only think about it. If he really wanted to make a move, the elite that appeared would definitely be terrifying. Dong dong. Peak Leader Lin. Chaos knocked on the door. What's wrong? Lin Fan opened the door. Chaos seemed to be thinner than yesterday. Maybe she couldn't keep up with the nutrients in her body. Everyone is here. The Daoqing Wuliang sex meeting is about to begin. Chaos stood outside the door and looked into the distance. Goddess Hua was standing there, and her back was imprinted in his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. Her back was beautiful, but when he saw her face, he wanted to die. The reason why Lin Fan came here was to see what they were discussing. Otherwise, why would a lunatic come here? Elder Hu appeared and stood beside Lady Hua with a face full of smiles. At the same time, he looked at Lin Fan with a meaningful look, as if he knew what had happened yesterday. Let's go. The three of them followed behind Elder Hu and walked towards the main hall of the sect. Peak Leader Lin, Elder Hu said that you attacked a disciple of his sect yesterday? Lady Hua asked. She took a few more glances at Lin Fan. Peak Leader Lin is really amazing. You even beat up a disciple of the Clear Tao Immeasurable sect. Lin Fan smiled. I just made a deal with him. It's nothing much. He did not say that he was merely a disciple. If the circumstances allowed it, he would even want to beat up the sect leader of the Daoqing Immeasurable sect. The great hall was grand, disciples standing at the two sides with their bodies straight. Their auras were unordinary, reaching the peak, completely erupting with the aura of a great sect. Chaos, every single disciple here is much stronger than you. Lin Fan chuckled out. The disciples standing here were all in the great sage realm. The Daoqing Immeasurable sect of the 9 Emperor regions was indeed an existence that could rule over a region. Lady Hua, please follow me. Elder Hu smiled and led everyone to the high platform. The Daoqing Immeasurable sect did not belittle the experts on the heaven stairway. Instead, they gave them the best treatment, and their seats were the same as the sect leader of the Daoqing Immeasurable sect. Lady Hua had a seat, but Lin Fan and Chaos did not. However, Elder Hu smiled and led Lin Fan and Chaos to the side. Both of you, please sit here. Lin Fan did not mind and sat down casually. However, he was a little unhappy that he was being discriminated against because of his identity and strength. Peak Leader Lin, you should sit up there. Chaos said. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and realized that Chaos actually knew how to flatter others. This surprised him and made him feel a little terrified. Was this still the Chaos that he knew? What you said makes sense. I think so too. However, Chaos, no matter how nice your words are, I will not promise you anything. Just at that moment, heaven and earth shook. Light shrouded and all sorts of shocking phenomena occurred. They are all experts. Lin Fan felt a strong aura coming from afar. The Daoqing Immeasurable sect had invited many experts, so they should all be here. The people from the Absolute God Palace are here. Chaos looked into the distance and said. You know about them? Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Chaos to know about the Absolute God Palace. It seemed like following Lady Hua had broadened her horizons. Haze, I went there once not long ago and saw the people from the Absolute God Palace. Chaos was helpless. He followed Lady Hua and naturally saw many people that he could not have come into contact with in the past. However, his identity was not good. Sometimes, he felt that the way others looked at him was a little weird. Yes, that was right, it was a jealous look. Absolute God Palace, you guys are really slow. I am the first to arrive, so it seems like I am the least valuable. Lady Hua, who was sitting there, said. Ha ha ha, Lady Hua, what you said is wrong. If I didn't know that Lady Hua had arrived early, I would have come tomorrow. In the distance, before those people arrived, their voices could be heard. An old man with an extraordinary aura stepped in the air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the platform and sat beside Lady Hua. As for those people who were following behind the elderly man, they landed on the other side. Just like Lin Fan, all of them sat down. Chaos, is the number 1 on the Heaven's Pride roll here? Lin Fan asked. Chaos looked and pointed at a young man in the distance. That is the number 1 on the Heaven's Pride roll, Zhou Diwu. Absolute God Palace's big senior brother. When Chaos pointed at him, the young man sitting in the distance suddenly turned his gaze over. Immediately, his gaze emitted a sharp glint. It was obvious that he was very displeased with Chaos pointing at him. But when he saw that it was Chaos, he quickly retracted his gaze and let out a rare smile. He nearly hurt the wrong person. Zhou Diwu rejoiced. When others gave him pointers, he was the first to sense it. For an existence like him, how could others casually point fingers at him? Therefore, without hesitation, he retaliated with his aura. But when he saw who it was, he stopped. What a joke. That was Lady Hua's husband. If he was hurt, he wouldn't have a good life. With Goddess Hua's temperament, even he would have to suffer a little. Chaos, not bad. He wanted to attack you, but when he saw that it was you, he stopped. You sure have a lot of face. Lin Fan smiled and sighed in his heart. This was the benefit of not fighting for a few hundred years. Not only did he get what he wanted, but even people were polite to him. Peak Leader Lin, don't laugh at me. Why don't we change? Chaos even wanted to die. He couldn't be happy at all. Don't think that he didn't know that many people were saying that he lived off a woman behind his back. But he really wanted to retort that one had to be capable to live off a woman. Even if they wanted to, they would be able to. Envy, jealousy, and hate turned into sarcastic remarks. Forget it, it's better for you to handle it alone. I think you and Huan Yang are really a perfect match. Lin Fan praised. Chaos, this guy, didn't know how to appreciate his good fortune. If it was someone else, they would probably take off their clothes and jump into Lady Hua's embrace. What ugly face. He could just stab his eyes blind. At this stage, what was the use of his eyes? He didn't need them anymore. Just at this moment, the sky in the distance turned red. A giant bright light tore through the sky and headed towards Daoqing Boundless Sect. Even though it was so far away, the shockwave swept over. When Lin Fan looked over, he couldn't help but be stunned. There was actually someone standing on a star that was burning with flames. That's someone from the Star Pavilion. Chaos said. The genius role is decided by the old ancestor of the Star Pavilion. Peak Leader Lin, you can't be number one. I don't think that's possible. There must be something going on. Amazing. The way the sects appear is so strong. It's really shocking. Lin Fan pondered. He was indeed unhappy with the Heaven's Pride role. Could it be that someone as strong as him wasn't even in the top 500? That was really something. I didn't expect Lady Hua and Ultimate God Palace sect leader to be here. But since they aren't here, the old ancestor is not late. Just as the star was about to hit Daoqing Boundless Sect, the star merged into the old ancestor's body and disappeared. Then, the group of people landed. The people from Daoqing Boundless Sect were unhappy with the people from the Star Pavilion. They were too arrogant. Moreover, they would always remember that when the outer area world was merging, the old ancestor of the Star Pavilion made 3 great wishes to take the initiative. It was scarily despicable. Eh? Why is it just the 2 of you? Where is the immeasurable old ancestor? He invited us over and didn't show himself. What is he talking about? Or is he looking down on us? The old ancestor of the Star Pavilion asked. Star Pavilion old ancestor, don't try to sow discord between my sect and others. Just then, a voice spread from the distance. An old man smiled and walked over. Lin Fan looked at the group of people above and thought. Were these the strongest people in the outer area world? Just as he was surprised, there was movement from the distance. A wisp of astonishing fragrance swept through the world. Everyone sniffed, and they all smelled a fragrance that made their minds feel refreshed. Moreover, their essence, energy, and spirit were also improved. Pill? Lin Fan raised his head and looked over. In the distance, a colorful pill was flying over. Under the illumination of this light, all the plants around seemed to have been nourished as they regained their vitality and started growing vigorously once more. The old trees that were close to it actually grew taller. They were at least twice as tall as before. I didn't expect the master of Pill World to come, and he came alone. If he was caught and eaten, he would be a great tonic. Star Pavilion old ancestor smiled. But the moment he said that, he was scolded by the master of Pill World. "Old thing, shut your smelly anus." "Oh my, who has such a smelly mouth?" "The leader of the realm of pills, the number one on the divine pill leaderboard?" "I think it must be a stinky pill that has expired and is full of bugs," Ancestor Xianxia said sarcastically. He did not have the demeanor of an ancestor. Even the disciples who followed him lowered their heads. They felt that the ancestor's words were a little inappropriate. When Chaos saw Peak Leader Lin licking his lips, he shivered in fear. "Peak Leader Lin, what are you doing?" He felt that there were so many perverts around him. Even Peak Leader Lin was licking his lips. His action was so evil that it made him nervous. "My mouth is dry. Can't I lick it?" Lin Fan glared at him. He then stared fixedly at the black-bearded old man in the distance. A single look was enough to tell that he had nourished himself well. Even though he was old, his hair and beard were still black. "How many experience points can I get if I lick it once?" Lin Fan's heart was pounding. Then, the voice of the leader of the realm of pills echoed in the sky. "From today onwards, all spiritual pills in the world will reject the Star Pavilion." Ancestor Xianxia could not sit still anymore. "I'm just joking. Is there a need to be so serious?" Hearing this, he could not sit still anymore. If the leader of the realm of pills said that all spiritual pills in the world would reject the Star Pavilion, it would be troublesome. If the disciples wanted to consume the pills, they would have to subdue the pills. Even if they subdue the pills, the effects of the pills would be greatly reduced. There was no need to make such a scene just because of a sentence. "Why are you so agitated?" "I was just joking." "There's no need to take it seriously." The ancestor of the realm of pills laughed. "Alright, Ancestor Xianxia, Ancestor 9 Colors, let's forget about this. There's no need to hurt our relationship." The immeasurable ancestor tried to smooth things over. "Humph. Humph." The Ancestor 9 Colors and Ancestor Xianxia looked at each other and sat down. Suddenly, a bright light shone in the sky. At the same time, an extremely cold aura could be felt. Buzz, the weapons in the hands of the surrounding disciples began to tremble. Then, with a swoosh, they rose into the air and flew into the distance. "My weapon!" A disciple cried out in alarm. He wanted to grab his weapon, but he was blocked by a wave of power. He returned empty-handed. Mufeng stared at Zhou Diwu as the long sword in his hand trembled. No matter how much he tried to suppress it, he could still feel the terrifying suction force coming from afar. His face was ashen and even red. Only then did he manage to suppress the long sword. Master of the weapon world. Mufeng knew who it was. Other than the weapon realm master, who else could have such power? "The clear Dao immeasurable sect sure is courteous. When I came, thousands of soldiers came to welcome me. What a grand scene." In the distance, an old man's body shone. This radiance was sharp and resplendent. When it shone on those weapons, they began to buzz. The immeasurable old master raised his head and looked over. With a single tap of his finger, a buzzing sound rang out in the void, creating an extremely terrifying shockwave. The 10,000 soldiers were suppressed as they flew towards the disciples. "Weapon Grandmaster, why do you have to do this? It's not easy for the disciples to have suitable weapons." Clang, when the weapons returned to the hands of the disciples, they were terrified. Beads of sweat dripped from their foreheads. This was too terrifying. If they were to really fight, they might not even have a chance to fight back. "Chaos? Why do I feel that all these experts like to act tough?" Lin Fan was unhappy. He didn't like it when people acted tough, because it was a form of harm to others. Chaos. Chaos, he initially thought that these experts would be the kind of people who didn't care about fame and fortune. But from the looks of it, it wasn't the case at all. They were all good at acting tough. "Peak Leader Lin, you'll get used to it. Do you see that girl over there?" Chaos pointed at a figure in the distance and asked. "Girl?" Lin Fan looked over and realized that there was a girl sitting over at the pill realm. She was dressed in white and was untainted by even a speck of dust. Her beauty was exceptional and she sat there expressionlessly. "Yes, that's her. She's the goddess of the pill realm. She's ranked 5th on the 100 flower list. Many people are chasing after her because if they can cultivate together with her, their cultivation base will skyrocket. There are many miraculous uses for them. But that's not the main point. The main point is, how much do you think that girl can offer? Chaos's eyes were shining. There was no evil in them. It was more like a transaction. What price? It's just a girl. Lin Fan said. Chaos shook her head. Peak leader Lin, you don't understand. She's priceless. Even I can't offer such a price. At least not now. Even if I were to use my life as the price, it wouldn't be enough. How would you know if you don't ask? Why don't you just ask? Lin Fan felt that the Chaos Lord was a little off. It was as if he had lost his previous drive. The Chaos Lord was helpless. He looked at the flower lady on the high platform. I've already offered a price in this life. I can only wait for my next life. Everyone, today's invitation is not for anything else. It's for an important matter. The immeasurable old ancestor said, those who are here are all big sects with a long history. I'm sure you all understand what will happen after the fusion of the outer world. Now, the Dao Qing immeasurable sect will no longer hide. We're willing to reveal the secret. After the fusion of the outer world, the upper worlds will come. But what will happen when they come? I don't know. Old ancestors, do any of you know what will happen next? Why don't you tell us? According to the ancient records, only the big sects like us have it. There are some big sects that haven't come. It's obvious that they know the most important secret. But with our abilities, we might be able to. Before the immeasurable old ancestor could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ancestor Xianxia. You're wrong. Since the ancient times, how many times has the outer world fused? I've checked the ancient records. A total of 8 times. But what happened after each fusion was not recorded in detail. But according to the limited records, we know that the outer world was suppressed by the other party. We didn't even have a chance to fight back. But I remember one thing. I found it in some ancient records when I was young. The puppet ancestor used to be a top-notch expert of the outer world. He was a heaven-defying person. But after the 8th fusion, he disappeared without a trace. Where do you think he went? The immeasurable old ancestor frowned. Ancestor Xianxia, I'm talking about gathering all the clues we have. I'm not talking about the whereabouts of the puppet ancestor. What does this have to do with what I'm talking about? The surrounding people didn't say anything. They just watched the two of them confront each other. To them, it was better not to speak for now. They wanted to see what would be said. It was better to leave this kind of wrangling to someone who had the gift of the gab. Nothing to do with it? Hee, immeasurable old ancestor, other people don't know what kind of person you are. Do you think I don't? Since that's what you said, fine. Take out the ancient records left behind by the clear Dao immeasurable sect. We'll see the real thing and not listen to your words. Ancestor Xianxia squinted his eyes. He wouldn't believe that the clear Dao immeasurable sect called them over just to find out what happened after the fusion of the outer world. How could they be so kind? The immeasurable old ancestor was so angry that he wanted to flip out. Then, he sighed and said regretfully, it's a pity that the ancient records of our sect have been lost for a long time. These are all clues that have been passed down from generation to generation. Your bullsh** ting, immeasurable old ancestor. It's not that I want to criticize you, but your words are like bullsh** t. Who here would believe you? Ancestor Xianxia didn't give the immeasurable old ancestor any face at all. The disciples of the clear Dao immeasurable sect were so angry that their faces turned red. The Star Pavilion was too despicable. How dare they say such things to their old ancestor? Old man Xianxia, don't speak without thinking and frame others. The immeasurable old ancestor was so angry that he was about to flip out. However, he held it in. Yes, he hid the truth. However, what he had was the most important clue and he didn't want to share it with others. All of this belonged to the clear Dao immeasurable sect. Everyone, all of you should know what kind of person I, the immeasurable old man, am. As for that Xianxia old man, he spouts nonsense from his mouth. Who do you believe? The immeasurable old man stood up and said. Huan Yang, speak. Lady Hua smiled faintly, I believe the immeasurable old ancestor's words. I also believe the Star Pavilion ancestor's words. Her words were as good as not saying anything. There was no difference. The immeasurable old ancestor was speechless. Why didn't a woman have her own opinions? Of course, he couldn't say that. If his relationship with Lady Hua became stiff, it wouldn't be good. Weapon Grandmaster, speak. The immeasurable old ancestor didn't believe in heresy. He looked at the Weapon Grandmaster and said. The Weapon Grandmaster smiled, I don't understand twists and turns. I'm a straightforward person. I don't know who to believe in what you say. Who knows if what you say is true or false? However, you can continue to provide more information. Perhaps I'll be able to tell in a while. The immeasurable old ancestor looked at the Weapon Grandmaster and was convinced. You're all leaders of major sections. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Just swear to the heavens. Whoever lies will be struck by lightning and turned into ashes. Isn't that fine? At this moment, a voice came from the crowd and echoed outside the main hall. In an instant, everyone quietened down. Even the immeasurable old ancestor, who wanted to prove his innocence, quietened down. The Lord of Chaos was stunned. He quickly pulled Lin Fan, Peak Leader Lin, don't get involved. These people are not to be trifled with. Lin Fan shook off the Lord of Chaos' hand. What was there to be trifled with? Now that he had broken through to the ascending heaven state, he was already very irritable. Why should he care so much? He stood up and looked around. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there a problem with what I said? The immeasurable old ancestor stared at Lin Fan. This guy had messed up his rhythm. No one would swear here. Immeasurable old ancestor, this is my husband's friend. Lady Hua smiled. However, there was a glimmer in her eyes as she stared at Lin Fan. She didn't expect her husband's friend to be so daring to say such words in front of so many powerful people. Ha ha ha, immeasurable old man, I think what this little friend said is very reasonable. The star god ancestor laughed. He then looked at Lin Fan, little friend, you're very smart. I admire people with guts. But at this moment, Lin Fan raised his hand, you shut up. I haven't looked for you yet. In an instant, the entire place was silent. Everyone looked at Lin Fan in unison. Where did this kid come from? Why was he so irritable, or was he not afraid of death? The surrounding people were flabbergasted. They had never thought that someone would be so domineering, daring to angrily rebuke the two ancestors. Who was that young man? Mu Feng raised his head. His movements were stiff and his hand stopped moving. He then put down his hand and said stupid. To him, such a person didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thought that he was different, but he didn't know that he was in big trouble. Kid, what do you mean by that? It's my first time meeting you, right? Ancestor Xingchen's eyes lit up. Although he was calm, he had already stirred up a storm. Lin Fan flicked the dust off his clothes. Yes, it is my first time meeting you. But let me ask you, did you make the ranking? That's right, the ranking was made by me. It gathers all the geniuses from the outer regions. Those who are on the ranking are the strongest. Ancestor Xingchen was really proud. He was one step ahead of everyone else in the integration of the outer regions. He had set 3 goals and the ranking was his proudest achievement. All the geniuses from the outer regions wanted to be on the ranking. Being on the ranking was a symbol of one's status and strength. *T. Lin Fan could not help but scold out, what strongest genius? You don't even have my name on it, and you dare to call yourself the strongest genius? Like I said, the genius role is not real. Even if the current number 1 of the genius role were to appear in front of me, I would beat him up into a pulp. Uproar. Shock. The moment these words came out of Lin Fan's mouth, all the surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. This man was way too arrogant, wasn't he? How dare he say that the ranking isn't real? Even if the number 1 appeared in front of him, he would beat him up. Just how much confidence did one have to be able to say such earth-shattering words? Young man, you are too arrogant. You are only in the connecting heaven state, but that doesn't mean anything. There are some geniuses of the same cultivation level who can defeat those of the same cultivation level with one hand. I have no problem getting on the heaven's favorite list. Ancestor Xianxia looked unhappy. He then asked, who brought this young man here? Ancestor Xianxia, this is my husband's friend. What do you think? Goddess Hua squinted her eyes and smiled. It turns out that he's a friend of Lady Hua's husband. However, it's better to advise him not to talk nonsense. Otherwise, it won't end well, Ancestor Xianxia said meaningfully. At this moment, Lin Fan raised his hand. Flower Goddess, let me settle this. He then looked at Ancestor Xianxia. There has to be an explanation for what happened today. I, Lin Fan, am qualified to be number 1 on the Heaven's Pride roll. There's something wrong with your roll. Lin Fan didn't give him any face at all. He was too arrogant and was seeking to suppress him online. Arrogant. At that moment, Zhou Diwu, who had been sitting there motionlessly, stood up. Suddenly, a heaven-tearing aura erupted from his body. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had appeared from his body, directly tearing apart the sky. The stars of the 9 heavens tumbled down, crushing all living beings. The surrounding disciples were terrified. They felt their bodies getting heavier. How terrifying. The disciples felt a chill down their spines. They felt like there was a blinding light on his body and they didn't dare to look him in the eye. Zhou Diwu's gaze was sharp and his blue robe fluttered in the wind. He stepped out and stood proudly in the main hall. He cupped his fists. Ancestor, since this person isn't happy, then let me test his strength and see whether or not he has the right to be number 1. That's good. But since he is your husband's friend, don't kill him. Ancestor Xianxia said. Yes. Zhou Diwu nodded and then looked at Lin Fan with his arms behind his back. He's just a reaching heaven realm, so I won't bother to attack him. You only have one chance. His words were overbearing, arrogant, and pretentious. Lin Fan was really annoyed. Oh my god, is this person dumb? He actually fought Zhou Diwu. He won't even know how he died. Reaching heaven realm is really strong, but Zhou Diwu is at peak glorious realm. My ancestor said that Zhou Diwu is the fastest to reach Dao realm in the younger generation. Just wait and see. One move, no, maybe half a move and this person will kneel. There is a huge gap between them and he can't be crossed. The disciples whispered in disgust. They didn't have high hopes for this battle at all. Lin Fan was just asking to die. Goddess Hua, injuries are unavoidable. Please bear the responsibility. Ancestor Xianxia cupped his fists. He really didn't know what this kid had to be so arrogant. Goddess Hua didn't say much. She didn't have high hopes for this battle and didn't know what her husband's friend was thinking. She looked towards the chaos and realized that her husband was really calm. There was only one person who was the most irritable at the scene, and that was the immeasurable old master. Just what in the world was going on? They were clearly here to exchange information on ancient texts. How did it turn into a fight for the number 1 heavens chosen? Things didn't seem right. As for Mu Feng, he gripped his longsword tightly. He had always been number 2. He had fought with Zhou Diwu once and lost by 1 move. He did not know how strong Zhou Diwu was now. As for this person's provocation, he just laughed coldly. He was just overestimating himself. Oi. Kid, let me ask you, what realm are you at now? Lin Fan twisted his neck. He really didn't know what realm was above reaching heaven realm and hadn't heard about it before. Teacher said before. Realms were fake. The only thing was whether he could beat him or not. What was the point of knowing so clearly? There were no benefits. The surrounding disciples were shocked. Was this person a fool? He didn't even know his realm and dared to provoke him. Was he thinking of ascending to the heavens? Peak glorious realm, said Zhou Diwu coldly. Then, a divine light shone from his body, shining brilliantly. At a glance, it was as if a god had appeared. Okay, what is above glorious realm? Lin Fan stretched his body. There was going to be a huge battle soon. Dao realm. What about above? There is no way out. Lin Fan smiled. 2 realms and there was no way out, he didn't believe it. I am coming. Be prepared. I advise you to be serious, otherwise, don't regret it. Lin Fan grinned. His eyes shone with fighting intent. He exerted strength in his legs and with a pung, cracks spread in all directions. Zhou Diwu didn't move at all. His hands were still behind his back but his body crackled. Lightning interweaved and flowed around. Go all out. Lin Fan disappeared from his original spot and headed towards Zhou Diwu. On the way, he activated all his attacks. Violent Body. 7 God Technique. Forbidden Technique. With his strength, he will definitely lose in one move if he fights Zhou Diwu. He doesn't even need to attack. The Pill World 9-colored old ancestor said. But suddenly, the sky shook. Daoqing Wuliang sect shook and a terrifying aura covered everyone's hearts. Ha ha ha, he is here. Lin Fan was 10 meters tall and his bulging muscles crushed everything. On his black body, red patterns appeared on his back. They spread and covered his entire body. A fiery red blood wave boiled. Don't look down on me. At this moment, Lin Fan appeared in front of Zhou Diwu with bloodshot eyes. He clenched his fists and hammered down. Before his fists even arrived, the strong power had already crushed him. Gotcha, under such power, the ground caved in. What? Zhou Diwu's expression changed. He was originally really calm but now he panicked. He had underestimated Lin Fan and didn't raise his strength to its peak. That black figure gave him an unknown pressure. He wanted to use all his strength but it was too late. Honglong, the ground shook. Under the hammering of his fists, the mountains and rivers lost their colors. A terrifying shockwave spread outwards. Many disciples couldn't stand still and were blown far away by the shockwave. They smashed into the buildings. How? Daoqing Wuliang sect was shocked. He raised his hand and a bright light exploded from his hand, covering the area. If he didn't do anything, even Daoqing Wuliang sect wouldn't be able to block such power. What bullshit T number 1 genius? Give me motivation. Lin Fan was as violent as an ape. He punched the ground and a strong power exploded. Honglong, he punched through the ground with the strength to rip mountains apart. The fists were like raindrops, all of them landing. Zhou Diwu, who was lying in a deep hole, was covered in blood. He hollered in rage and the golden light pierced through his body. But the moment it pierced through, a terrifying fist struck. Poochie, Zhou Diwu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The golden light that was about to pierce through stopped and retracted back into his body. Lin Fan was really quick and agile. He grabbed Zhou Diwu's head and in the blink of an eye, 100 punches landed on Zhou Diwu's abdomen. Pung! 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 Sonic booms rang out, and each punch pierced through everything. Zhou Diwu's body trembled as he was struck by the punches. His body trembled under the force of the punches. Lin Fan grabbed his ankle and swung his wrist left and right, slapping him to the ground continuously. His speed was so fast that it surpassed the speed of sound. It was so fast that there was no trace of him. Only when they collided with each other, when the shockwaves formed and the explosions rang out, did they understand what was happening. Is that all you have? Or, did you not eat? Lin Fan's expression was violent and his blood-red eyes shone brightly. His palms pressed down on the ground, smacking Zhou Diwu into the ground. The forbidden technique had been activated long ago. Those who gave up on advancing in the future would explode out with all their potential. Ah! Lin Fan roared into the sky. His expression turned vicious and his blood-red eyes gave off a ferocious glow. He raised his hands and gathered all his strength before smashing down. Pung! Both fists landed on the ground and a terrifying aura exploded. The ground collapsed and turned into nothingness. A terrifying shockwave rose up and spread out in all directions. Gotcha, the light barrier shattered. In the blink of an eye, the shockwave covered half of the Daoqing immeasurable sect. Many buildings collapsed with a loud bang and turned into ruins, causing an expanse of ashes to ripple out. The mountains in the distance collapsed and cracked. The immeasurable old ancestor couldn't stand properly. He was stunned and took a few steps back. He held onto the handle of the chair and sat down. The surrounding experts were all tongue-tied like they were in a dream. At that moment, everyone looked over. There was a giant black shadow standing there. Pata, Lin Fan grabbed Zhou Diwu's head and lifted him up from the deep hole, Zhou Diwu was covered in blood and all his bones were broken. His limbs dangled and no one knew if he was dead or alive. Hee hee. Number 1 on the genius ranking. The dust scattered. Lin Fan's giant body stood in the center. That terrifying figure was like a violent demon god, sending chills down everyone's spines. Stupid thing. His strength is unimaginable. Those who play with special effects will die in the end. He then flipped his wrist and tossed Zhou Diwu towards old ancestor Xianxia. Do you think that the genius ranking is wrong? P.S. Thank you for forcing yourself. Big brother, 10,000 Qidian dollars as a tip. Silence, everyone looked at the scene in shock. They wanted to speak but it was like their throats were stuck. They didn't know what to say. Someone lowered his head and was stunned for a long time before spitting out a few words. Zhou Diwu lost. He lost without being able to fight back. They didn't dare to believe it. Zhou Diwu was so strong that all the geniuses couldn't even raise their heads. Even Mu Feng, who was ranked second, wasn't his opponent. He was terrifying. But now, such a terrifying existence was being pressed to the ground and beaten up. There was no shocking impact, nor was there any dazzling brilliance. Oi! Ancestor Xianxia, why aren't you speaking? Give an explanation. If he's ranked first, then what am I? Don't talk about the top 100, I'm not even in the top 500. Also, I never say things without evidence. But now the evidence is here. He, the ranked first, was crushed by me. So what do you say now? Lin Fan stared at ancestor Xianxia and asked directly, not giving him any face. He remembered the Heaven's Pride ranking. Even an expert like him couldn't be ranked. At first, he thought that it was terrifying, but now it seemed like it was just SOSO. I said that there's definitely a problem with the Heaven's Pride ranking. Otherwise, how could the goddess of the world of pills only be ranked 6th? It seems like there's something going on behind the scenes here. The world of pills' 9-colored ancestor made a false accusation. He was suspicious of ancestor Xianxia's grand wish. Ancestor Xianxia stared at the 9-colored ancestor in anger. Then, he looked at Zhou Diwu, whose life or death was unknown. He hurriedly took out a pill and had him swallow it. Kid, you ambushed him. He didn't even use his full strength. He just underestimated you. Indeed, Zhou Diwu was ranked first and naturally wouldn't be so weak. Even if he couldn't beat Lin Fan, he wouldn't be completely helpless. He had indeed underestimated Lin Fan and didn't use his full strength. But by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Lin Fan cultivated a tough technique. After he fully activated it, his strength would explode to a terrifying level. With a wave of his fist, mountains and rivers would be crushed. If he didn't use his full strength, it would be hard to defend. Haze! How boring. A loss was a loss. Why couldn't he admit it? Sneak attack? Ever since I started cultivating, I have never understood the meaning of a sneak attack. However, today, someone said that I launched a sneak attack. Ancestor Xianxia, your words are an insult to me. Even though I'm not as strong as you, I'm not someone anyone can humiliate. Lin Fan took a step forward and lifted his head. He looked at ancestor Xianxia fiercely, reached out and hooked his finger. I heard that you're very strong, but I don't believe it. How do you want to prove yourself? Uproar, the shocking words exploded in everyone's heart. My God, what did he say? How dare he provoke ancestor Xianxia? Is he crazy? This guy is too full of himself. He thinks he's invincible just because he suppressed Zhou Diwu. Idol, this is what an idol should be. Everyone stared at the figure in the middle of the hall in shock. In their opinion, this was the most shocking thing that had happened this time around. Chaos's mouth twitched. He knew that Lin Fan was strong, but he didn't expect him to provoke an ancestor of a great sect. Husband, your friend, said Goddess Hua. She was shocked that her husband's friend had suppressed the number 1 genius. But what happened next shocked her even more. Ancestor Xianxia was extremely strong. Zhou Diwu couldn't be compared to him. He could kill Zhou Diwu in the blink of an eye. Ancestor 9 Colors opened his eyes wide and laughed. Then, he walked to the goddess. What do you think of this kid? I like him a lot. If you want to find a husband, he's the best. Why, look at those weeds. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the young men around the goddess changed. It was as if they had lost something. Then, they looked at the goddess. They couldn't agree. If they agreed, their hearts would be broken. What are you looking at? Move aside. Ancestor Nine Colors waved his hand. These young men weren't strong enough. How dare they think they could touch the goddess of the realm of pills? Dream on. The goddess's face was calm. Ancestor, he provoked Ancestor Xianxia like that. It's hard to say if he'll survive. Don't worry. How can I let him die? As long as he doesn't like me, I will save him. Ancestor Nine Colors smiled. Then, he looked over. He wanted to see how Ancestor Xianxia was going to solve this. To be provoked by a junior, how could he keep his face? How satisfying. Arrogant. Ancestor Xianxia was furious. He stood up and a shocking aura exploded from him. He had shocked the world. No one had ever dared to be so arrogant. Arrogant? Lin Fan laughed. He stepped on the ground, causing the ground to crack and rocks to fly around him. I'm not arrogant. I'm just doing this for justice. Since you made the #1 genius on the leaderboard, you have to be fair. Today, I suppressed the #1 genius, but you still can't get on the leaderboard. I don't want anything else, I just want justice or an apology. This reason was perfect. He stood on the moral high ground and rebuked Ancestor Xianxia. It was obvious that he wanted Ancestor Xianxia to apologize. But secretly, he hoped that Ancestor Xianxia would kill him or be killed by him. There was no third choice. But there was a higher chance that he would be killed. When the surrounding disciples heard this, they were stunned. What? This person provoked Ancestor Xianxia just for justice. This. Oh. I suddenly understand this person a little. The Heaven's Chosen ranking was established by Ancestor Xianxia. The various geniuses of the outer realm all cultivated with all their might in order to advance a step further. But this person's cultivation base is clearly very high, yet he can't even enter the top 100. He's not even in the top 500. How could he not be angry? Do you think Ancestor Xianxia did something behind the scenes? It's hard to say, but it's not impossible either. The first place is a disciple of the Stellar Pavilion. Say, with how vast the outer realm is, how could there not be any experts? Furthermore, the first place is indeed a disciple of the Stellar Pavilion. Everyone whispered and started to doubt the ranking of the leaderboard. The voice was like a buzzing mosquito that entered Ancestor Xianxia's ears. How could the ancestor of a great sect tolerate it? All of you, shut up! Ancestor Xianxia roared. His voice was like thunder. Everywhere his gaze passed, a strong aura pressed down. Countless disciples lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. But they weren't convinced. They could use force to subdue their bodies but not their hearts. To them, this was a sign of Ancestor Xianxia's guilt. Old Xianxia, how dare you attack me? Nine-colored ancestor roared, you were exposed and you flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're an ancestor, how embarrassing. The flower goddess nodded, indeed, it's not right. The weapon grandmaster smiled and said, although I'm a weapon grandmaster, and I can solve everything with force, I still have to be reasonable. Hence, Patriarch Star, you have to give me a reason. This young man is young, and his cultivation is not weak. He even suppressed Zhou Diwu. In my opinion, this young man has the ability to be ranked first. Why is it that when it comes to you, he's not even in the top 500, let alone the top 100? I have to say, your Heaven's Chosen list has a huge problem. You are a wise man. Lin Fan cupped his fists and smiled. Weapon leader, you. Ancestor Xianxia was so angry that his liver was hurting. These despicable people. Whenever they had the chance, they would start to frame him. Ancestor Xianxia, don't take it to heart. I am just stating the facts. The weapon leader smiled and looked at Lin Fan, Peak Leader Lin, it's rare to see a young man like you. If you have the chance, come to the weapon world. I can introduce you to the goddess of the weapon world. When Lin Fan heard this, he smiled awkwardly. What the hell? The women of the weapon world were just soldiers. He was afraid that one day, he would be cut into pieces because he was too excited. Just thinking about the scene was a little scary. At this moment, Ancestor Xianxia looked at Lin Fan with a weird expression. He took in a deep breath. Alright, I will explain it to you. The leaderboard is definitely not wrong. As for why you are not in the leaderboard, I don't need to explain it. It's because you are not strong enough. Don't think that you are stronger than Zhou Diwu just because you suppressed him. He was too careless. You cultivated a tough skill and were able to explode with terrifying strength in a short period of time, catching him off guard. Ancestor Xianxia did not really believe what he said. But it did not matter as long as others believed him. He would definitely not admit that Zhou Diwu was weaker than him. The leaderboard was definitely not wrong. The surrounding disciples discussed softly. Do you guys think what Ancestor Xianxia said is true? That's hard to say. But I think it should be true. Zhou Diwu probably couldn't react in time. After all, the attack was too strong. No one would be able to react in time. If that's the case, then it's a problem. But that's not right. Even if Zhou Diwu couldn't react in time, he shouldn't be in the top 500. That makes sense. To the disciples. This was just swinging left and right. They were trying to determine who was right and who was wrong based on the current situation. Lin Fan was a little impatient. He was just here to get beaten up. Why was it so troublesome? Alright, stop talking nonsense. Ancestor Xianxia, come down and fight. Ancestor Xianxia, who barely managed to win a round, was secretly delighted. But when he heard what Lin Fan said, his expression became extremely scary. What are you doing? What are you guys trying to do? Ancestor Wu Liang couldn't take it anymore. He looked around. How badly were the buildings destroyed? If this kid fought with Ancestor Xianxia again, what would happen? He hadn't even settled the matter of inviting experts over, but he was led astray by this bunch of moths. Just thinking about it made him angry. As expected, the pure Tao immeasurable sect elder could no longer sit still. Thinking about it, it made sense. No one would be able to sit still. They were fighting in their own sect and the shockwaves were huge. Who would be responsible for the things that were destroyed? Everyone, I didn't invite you here to determine if there's a problem with the genius list. The immeasurable elder was furious. These people didn't even look like an elder at all. What the hell was the genius list? It was just a place for juniors to play. It didn't matter who was number one. What was the point of being so serious? The most important thing now was to gather all the ancient books from different sections. However, the immeasurable elder's mentality was a little advanced. He could achieve it, but others couldn't. We'll talk about other things later. I have never been so wronged in my life. Even if I don't do anything today, I have to settle the genius list issue. Elder Xianxia said angrily. He was so angry that his body was trembling. Elder Xianxia is right. We have to give an explanation about the genius list. Without an explanation, I won't stop. Lin Fan nodded calmly. The Chaos King moved his lips but didn't say anything. Peak Leader Lin was furious. He wanted to say, brother, let's forget it. Don't play like this. But looking at the situation now, things couldn't be stabilized anymore. Something big was about to happen. The Absolute God Palace sect leader hadn't said a word since the start, but now he suddenly said something. Why do we need to be so troublesome? Isn't number 2 Mufeng here? Let him fight with Peak Leader Lin and we'll know if there's a problem with the genius list. As his voice fell, there was a deep and cold gaze that was like a cold arrow staring at the butt of the Absolute God Palace sect master. He didn't need to look to know that it was the gaze of the immeasurable elder. How dare you say such words? The immeasurable elder's face was dark. The other party didn't have any good intentions at all. If he was lucky, he could win. If he was unlucky and lost, he would lose the face of the pure Tao immeasurable sect. His intentions were extremely sinister. The immeasurable elder felt very tired. He could be cheated at any moment when fighting with these old people. Look, he was cheated now. The Absolute God Palace sect leader hadn't said a word all this while. Was he being low-key? Or a nice guy? He was wrong, and it was a huge mistake. This wasn't keeping a low profile, nor was he being a good person. He was just watching the show, and when he saw an opportunity, he would come up and stab him in the back. Ancestor, I am willing to fight against this peak leader Lin. Mufeng stood up, his battle intent boiling. He wanted to fight with peak leader Lin. Lin Fan was very strong. Zhou Diwu had always been above him. He had always wanted to surpass him, but he never had the chance to do so. But now, his chance had come. If he could suppress his opponent, it would mean that he was stronger than Zhou Diwu. Mufeng, what are you doing? Sit down, it's none of your business. The immeasurable old ancestor glared at him and reprimanded him. What were you trying to do? You've been duped by a few words from the ultimate god palace, and now you don't know what's going on. Even if Zhou Diwu hadn't used his full strength, this kid's strength couldn't be underestimated. However, Mufeng didn't see through the old ancestor's intentions. He cupped his fists and said firmly, Old ancestor, I wanted to have a showdown with Zhou Diwu to determine the #1 genius. I didn't expect him to be defeated. So, as the #2 genius, I'm not satisfied. I would like to challenge peak leader Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, Mufeng's robe fluttered and a formless sword intent spread out. He said with an imposing aura, Peak leader Lin, do you dare to accept the challenge? Big senior brother, #1 genius. The pure immeasurable sect disciples cheered excitedly. Zhou Diwu had suppressed their senior brother and that made them uncomfortable. Now, Zhou Diwu had been suppressed. Their senior brother stood up proudly and wanted to fight. If he won, wouldn't that mean that their senior brother was the strongest? What are you talking about? Lin Fan frowned. Where did this come from? He wanted to ask for an explanation from old ancestor Xianxia and fight along the way. What was this dumb *SS doing? There were two types of people he didn't want to fight with. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he felt that it was a waste of time. One was retarded. The other was swordsman. Mufeng gestured for his junior brothers to be quiet. He then looked at Lin Fan, Peak leader Lin, please enlighten me. Mufeng, hurry up and back down. Old ancestor immeasurable said sternly. Old ancestor immeasurable, I think this is fine. Didn't peak leader Lin say that there's a problem with the genius ranking? Alright, let Mufeng fight. If peak leader Lin wins, then I'll admit that there's a mistake with the genius ranking. Old ancestor Xianxia said. The Pill Realm 9-colored ancestor smiled and said, that makes sense. If peak master Lin wins against the second-ranked Heaven's Chosen, then it would explain everything. That makes sense. The weapon grandmaster agreed. Old ancestor immeasurable looked at these guys and was so angry that he wanted to smash them. It was easy to talk while sitting down. Especially Mufeng, he was really infuriated. Why was he so stupid? This battle wasn't worth it. But looking at the situation, it was too late to stop it. Lin Fan squinted and said helplessly, you really want to fight with me? That's right. Mufeng had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Especially since he was a swordsman, he had a beautiful appearance and attracted the gazes of female disciples. That calm aura of his was very attractive to girls. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Show me your strongest sword skill, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lin Fan sighed. However, those words caused a huge commotion in the ears of the others. This guy is too arrogant. Even though he defeated Zhou Diwu, he can't be so arrogant. Yeah, Zhou Diwu didn't use all his strength. But our big senior brother is going to use all his strength. Big senior brother, you can do it. Teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Mufeng was neither sad nor happy. His state of mind was natural and unaffected. With a clang, he unsheathed his sword and a dragon of sword aura coiled around the sword. This was the symbol of cultivating sword skills to the extreme. On his body, a bright light shone. It was the radiance of sword will. Buzz, the sword vibrated. When the surrounding disciples felt this sword will, they felt their hearts clench. Amazing, immeasurable old ancestor. Your Mufeng's sword skills have already reached perfection. If he steps into the Dao realm, he will probably be an amazing existence. The weapon grandmaster said. The immeasurable old ancestor smiled. Although he didn't want Mufeng to fight, what else could he do? Weapon. Grandmaster, you are too polite. I wonder if I can find a god weapon in the weapon world when I step into the Dao realm. The weapon Grandmaster looked at the immeasurable old ancestor and was stunned. It was as if he was looking at an idiot. No. F***ck. The immeasurable old ancestor was so angry that he was speechless. He then looked towards the center of the hall. He couldn't lose this battle. Hurry up and attack. Lin Fan rushed. Mufeng was indeed strong. If he didn't use a sword, he might have been serious. But unfortunately, Mufeng used a sword and he had cultivated it to an extremely high level. It was basically impossible for him to leave the sword. In an instant, Mufeng's aura underwent a shocking change. A vast and terrifying sword intent covered the entire sky. The shadow of the sword illuminated the heavens and earth. Although the sword's target was Lin Fan, the killing intent emitted from it caused everyone's heart to turn cold. And this terrifying killing sword will disappear in an instant, as if it had disappeared from the heaven and earth. What is Big Senior Brother doing? Why is he standing there without moving? Some disciples saw Mufeng standing on the spot without moving and were stunned. They didn't know what had happened. On the other hand, the disciples who were closer to Mufeng understood. This is the supreme sword skill that Big Senior Brother comprehended from comprehending heaven and earth. It has already merged with heaven and earth. That body is Big Senior Brother, but it might not be Big Senior Brother. It isn't real. What are you saying? Why can't I understand? The disciples didn't understand and they didn't know what sword skill they were talking about. But they felt that it should be very powerful. The immeasurable old ancestor was very pleased. Big Senior Brother of the Dao Qing immeasurable sect was indeed talented. Such a sword skill was indeed shocking. Even he had to admit that if Mufeng entered the Dao realm, this sword skill would probably be even more terrifying. Lin Fan was still standing there without moving. In fact, he didn't even twitch his fingers. Although the sword is strong, it is a pity that any sword skill, even if it is divine or heaven, will have to kneel when it meets me. In an instant, the void shook. A sword will swam in the river of speed. It was extremely fast and it was so fast that it couldn't be captured. Even Lin Fan found it hard to react. In the eyes of the disciples, they couldn't see what was happening at all. In their eyes, there was only Lin Fan standing there, not moving at all. Suddenly, the 100% empty hand blade grab took effect. His left hand broke through the limit and grabbed towards the void. With a poochie sound, the blade entered his hand and blood flowed out. What? Mufeng was terrified. He didn't see how Lin Fan attacked, but when he saw it clearly, the strongest sword was already in his hand. Lin Fan roared and punched towards Mufeng with his right fist. With a bang, Mufeng suffered a heavy blow. His body flew far away, smashing through the buildings far away and turning them into ruins. This? The immeasurable old ancestor was stunned. He saw it clearly but he didn't dare to believe it. Pooh, Mufeng was hit far away by Lin Fan's punch. The bones in his abdomen were about to explode and he was swept away. He laid on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. My sword. At this moment, he wasn't thinking about his own situation but that his hands were empty. The sword that accompanied it had disappeared. It's a good sword but it's a little slow. Lin Fan held the sword in his hand and flicked his fingers. The sword body buzzed and with a flick of his wrist, he stabbed the sword into the ground. The sword was stabbed into the ground and buzzed. I actually lost. Mufeng looked at the silver-white sword body and was stunned for a moment. Lin Fan's palm was bleeding. That sword just now was indeed very strong. If not for the buff, it might be impossible for him to take it head-on. Even if he wanted to react, it would still be a problem. The speed was too fast and the sword was too obscure. It had already merged with heaven and earth, just like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was hard to distinguish. Big Senior Brother, all the disciples were dumbfounded and their bodies were trembling. They didn't expect their Big Senior Brother to lose. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at Ancestor Xianxia. Eh? Ancestor Xianxia was speechless. Things were out of his expectations. Was there something wrong with the genius ranking? That was impossible. He didn't believe that the genius ranking was wrong. But if there was nothing wrong, then what was going on with this person? Maybe he could find an excuse for Zhou Diwu's defeat, but Mu Feng's defeat couldn't be attributed to carelessness. When he looked over, Ancestor Wuliang's face was so dark that he was about to kill someone. At that moment, Ancestor Xingchen felt more comfortable. At least his star pavilion wasn't the most pitiful one. He still had Wuliang to accompany him. Oi! Ancestor Xingchen, you can't be so shameless. Just answer whether or not there is something wrong with the genius ranking. Is it so difficult? Lin Fan frowned and asked. As for making Ancestor Xingchen unhappy, he didn't care at all. If he was unhappy, then so be it. If he was unhappy, then beat him up. That was exactly what he wanted. Ancestor Xingchen stared at Lin Fan. How was it possible for him to say that there was something wrong with the genius ranking? Peak Leader Lin, we are all people with status. We can talk about it. The genius ranking is my mistake. Why don't we talk about it privately after this? Hehe, Xingchen, that old thing is definitely transmitting sound to this brat. The Pale Realm 9-colored ancestor spoke, not having the slightest intention of hiding anything, directly speaking it out in front of everyone. Immediately, Ancestor Xingchen stared at 9-color ancestor. He was furious. This old fellow really hit him when he was down. He really wanted to send a star to destroy the Pale World. Of course, that was just his thought. But just at that moment, something that made Ancestor Xingchen furious happened. Lin Fan didn't give him any face. Ancestor Xingchen, what are you saying? If you have something to say, then say it. Don't do things like communicating. As an ancestor of a sect, you have to have the aura of a sect. If you don't admit your mistake, then let's fight. Ancestor Xingchen was so angry that he was about to lose his temper. This brat had said many times that he wanted to have a fight with him. Did he really think that he didn't dare to fight? Kid, I don't want to bully you, but you can't be too greedy. I set up the ranking list. What does it have to do with me if you aren't on it? Ancestor Xingchen was furious and his tone was really unfriendly. At that moment, the 9-colored ancestor waved his hand. You can't say that. This isn't a matter of bullying or not. You, Ancestor Xingchen, created the Heaven's Chosen list to let the Heaven's Chosen from the outside world be on it. Now, Peak Leader Lin is young and has a strong cultivation base, but he isn't on the list. Do you think there's no problem? Everyone here is an ancestor from a great power, and there are many disciples here as well. Some of them are on the Heaven's Pride list. Who knows if you were bribed or not? 9 colors, don't slander me. Ancestor Xingchen scolded angrily. He was so angry that his body was trembling. I, Ancestor Xingchen, am a man of indomitable spirit. I haven't reached the stage of manipulating things behind the scenes. Old fart, you say that I'm spouting venomous slander. The truth is right in front of you, so when are you going to stop denying it? Let me tell you, if you don't give Peak Leader Lin an explanation, I'll spread the news to the entire outside world. Do you believe me? The 9-colored ancestor was extremely irritable. As long as he could fight against Ancestor Xingchen, he would make things difficult for him. Humph. Do you think anyone will believe you? Ancestor Xingchen was dissatisfied. He didn't know what he had done to 9-colored ancestor. He had never met this old fart before and had only interacted with him after the fusion of the outside world. He didn't think that 9-colored ancestor would bite him like a mad dog. Had he only cursed him a few times before? Was there a need to do this? 9-colored ancestor, thank you for speaking up for me, but there's no need for this. I am a Grandmaster author of the Bird of Knowledge. Tomorrow, Ancestor Xingchen will appear on the Bird of Knowledge. The Heaven's Chosen list is false. Lin Fan said calmly. If it weren't for 9-colored ancestor's reminder, he would have forgotten that he was a Grandmaster author of the Bird of Knowledge. What? Ancestor Xingchen was stunned. He stared at Lin Fan for a long time. Even 9-colored ancestor was shocked. He hurried in front of Lin Fan. Peak Leader Lin, you are the author of the Bird of Knowledge? At that moment, not only were the two of them shocked, but the surrounding people were also stunned. What is it? Isn't this normal? Lin Fan thought about it. He didn't understand what these people meant. Wasn't he just a grandmaster author of the Bird of Knowledge? Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Really? Ancestor Xianxia was suspicious. He didn't really believe it. He had wanted to be the author of the Bird of Knowledge for a long time. He had tried many times but was rejected. In the words of the Bird of Knowledge, what the hell was written? Who would read it? At that time, Ancestor Xianxia was so furious that he went against the Bird of Knowledge. At the same time, he used his status to make the Bird of Knowledge reorganize its words. He didn't think that the Bird of Knowledge would ignore him and even publish it, causing him to have a bad reputation. At his level of cultivation, strength was no longer the only goal. Reputation was. Especially now that the outside world was merging, it was boundless. If he could spread his name to all the outside worlds, then even after thousands of years, there would definitely be people who would remember him. Hee, for real? Do you think that I, the Peak Master, would use this as a joke? Open your eyes wide and see what this is. Lin Fan took out the golden paper. Suddenly, a voice came from the paper. Grandmaster, you haven't updated anything for a few days. When are you going to update? The people of the outside world are all waiting. The voice of the Bird of Knowledge's reviewer came. What's the rush? I'm fighting with someone right now. Lin Fan replied angrily. This Bird of Knowledge really made him feel hopeless. It only knew how to rush him all day and didn't even give him any benefits. That exchange was simply too expensive. Ordinary things were of no use to him. Even if they were useful, they were too expensive. What? Grandmaster, your safety is being threatened? Don't worry, the Bird of Knowledge won't let you be in any danger. Please tell me the location and I will send people to rescue you. Lin Fan said nothing and kept the golden paper in his storage ring. He then looked at Ancestor Xianxia. Did you hear that? What's there to lie about? All of a sudden, Ancestor Xianxia's expression changed. He let out a cunning laugh. Peak Leader Lin, it's a misunderstanding. It was indeed my fault for the ranking. I made a mistake. With Peak Leader Lin's cultivation base, you should be ranked first. That's the truth. Eh? Lin Fan was stunned. Just as he was about to retort, he realized that Ancestor Xianxia's attitude had changed 180 degrees. He almost couldn't react in time. Io, you old man, you change so fast. TSK. Ancestor Nine Colors looked at Lin Fan in disdain. Peak Leader Lin, this person is shameless. You can't be friends with him. Do you have time? Why don't we go to the realm of pills? World of pills. Lin Fan's brows twitched. Interesting. He really wanted to go there. Yes, the realm of pills. Ancestor Nine Colors nodded. He then pulled Lin Fan's pants and pointed at a beautiful silhouette not far away. Peak Leader Lin, look. That's the prettiest female disciple of the realm of pills. Lin Fan sniffed and smelled the fragrance of the realm of pills. The fragrance of the realm of pills was really strong. He was good at licking pills. But he had to have a bottom line too. How could he just lick it like that? Alright, since Ancestor Nine Colors invited me, it would be impolite to reject. Lin Fan smiled. Let's go. Let's go now. This place is boring. They are all ordinary people who don't even dare to admit their mistakes. They are not like the people of the world of pills, who only recognize the truth. Even though I met Peak Leader Lin by chance, I can see that the Heaven's Pride list made by the Star God Ancestor is wrong, so I definitely stand on Peak Leader Lin's side. Ancestor Nine Colors, you're despicable. Ancestor Xianxia said coldly. He then cupped his fists. Peak Leader Lin, you should know that those who are unaccountably nice are hiding evil intentions. Cough cough. The immeasurable ancestor coughed. He was in despair. His goal had been destroyed just like that. He didn't even know why. If he really had to blame someone, then he would blame the flower goddess. If he didn't invite her, this kid wouldn't have appeared. If this kid didn't appear, then there wouldn't be so much trouble. Humph. You old man, you really know how to frame people. But Peak Leader Lin is a righteous person. How can he not tell who is the truth and who is the lie? Peak Leader Lin, let's go. We can't stay here anymore. This filthy place will stain us. Ancestor 9 Colors said. The immeasurable ancestor couldn't sit still anymore. Ancestor 9 Colors, you're too much. Who are you calling filthy? The Daoqing immeasurable sect didn't offend you. Ancestor immeasurable, don't take it to heart. It was a slip of the tongue. I was just hinting at someone. Ancestor 9 Colors poked Ancestor Xianxia, whose face had turned pale. This person was already so direct. He might as well use his real name. If you want to say something, then say it clearly. Otherwise, it'll cause a misunderstanding. The immeasurable ancestor shook his head. Then, he looked at the ruined buildings. His heart ached. Who did he offend? He didn't offend anyone. Furthermore, he was the host this time. Not only did he not get any benefits, but even the sect suffered losses. He should at least get some benefits. Peak Leader Lin, let's go. The realm of pills welcomes you. Ancestor 9 Colors said. Alright, let's go and take a look. Lin Fan was happy to oblige. He had nothing to do here anyway. If Ancestor Xianxia went against him, he would have some motivation. But who would have thought that after saying that he was the Grandmaster author of The Knowing Bird, their attitude changed? He couldn't do anything now. Chaos looked at Lin Fan. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. But Lin Fan went to her. Chaos, if you find the location of the Saint Convent sect, please inform me. Okay. The Chaos Overlord replied. Even if he found it, it would be useless. He had no control over himself now. After Lin Fan and the realm of pills left, everyone looked at each other. Then, the ancestors of the sects cupped their fists. Immeasurable ancestor, we'll take our leave first. Then, without waiting for him to say anything, they all left. You guys. Tears streamed down Immeasurable ancestor's face. What's going on? Why are they all leaving? The discussion isn't over yet. Mu Feng, who was standing there, felt the gaze of the ancestor and lowered his head in shame. So embarrassing. Ancestor, Mu Feng lowered his head. The injury on his abdomen was still aching. He had almost fainted when he received the heavy blow. If Lin Fan knew about this, he would definitely say that this was the consequence of not cultivating hard body skills. Just one punch and you're already hovering between life and death. Useless thing. Don't say any more. You're not the most embarrassing one. You're slightly better than Zhou Diwu, the immeasurable old ancestor said calmly. However, to Mu Feng, these words made him feel very ashamed. The old ancestor had told him not to attack and to sit down, but he hadn't listened. Originally, it wouldn't have been embarrassing, but because he had been too confident, he had ended up like this. Old ancestor, I will not be defeated. After this failure, I have already discovered the flaws in my sword Dao. Mu Feng said. What's missing? The immeasurable old master asked. He truly wanted to know what he could discover. Mu Feng was stunned. He did not expect the old ancestor to continue asking. His face immediately turned red and he was a little nervous. He felt that he had lost in an inexplicable manner, but he did not feel that he had lost anything. Now that the old ancestor had asked, he had to answer. As he thought about it, he suddenly remembered what that guy had said, your swordsmanship isn't bad, but your speed is too slow. Ancestor, I'm too slow. He felt that these words made sense. If it wasn't for the fact that he was too slow, the other party wouldn't have been able to react. The immeasurable old ancestor looked at Mu Feng and waved his hand. You can slowly think about it yourself. Oh. Mu Feng didn't know what the old ancestor's tone meant. He couldn't figure it out, but he still left. The surrounding disciples looked at the lonely back view of their senior brother, and tears welled up in their eyes. Some disciples bit their lips, wanting to cry, but they held it in. Eldest senior brother must be in great pain, the 9-colored old ancestor was in a good mood. He brought Lin Fan towards the pill realm. Peak Leader Lin, let this old man introduce you. This is the goddess of the pill realm, Luo Yun. What do you think? Isn't she very beautiful? But how hateful, she's only ranked 5th on the hundreds of flowers list. I think those people are blind. The nine-colored old ancestor was very dissatisfied. Luo Yun's white robe was otherworldly, and her beauty was unparalleled. When she felt Lin Fan's gaze, she let out a smile. However, she was puzzled. The way peak leader Lin was looking at her was a little weird. The nine-colored old ancestor saw that Lin Fan was staring at him, and laughed in his heart. Peak leader Lin, you definitely haven't been to the pill realm before. This old man's place is a paradise on earth. Who knows how many people want to go, but can't. Alright. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. His lips felt a little dry. He had been to the dragon world. It didn't feel like much. He just didn't know what the pill world was like. After a long time, Lin Fan's nose twitched. The surrounding air was filled with a strong fragrance. This was a very pure pill fragrance. With just a sniff, one's essence, energy, and spirit actually showed signs of jumping, making one feel energized. We are almost at the realm of pills. The nine-colored ancestor laughed. The way their pill realm existed was rather special. Before the outer realm merged, it was safe and sound, but after the outer realm merged, there were dangers everywhere. According to ancient records, every time the outer realms merged, the pill realm would suffer a calamity. But this time, there were no problems with the outer realm merging. In the eyes of the nine-colored ancestor, this was all because of him. Who told him to be so powerful and protect the pill realm so well? Even if someone wanted to cause trouble in the pill realm, they would have to see if they had the ability to do so. I can feel it. The surrounding smell is really delicious. Lin Fan said. He had never thought that pills could form their own world. He couldn't help but think back to the half-a-step god pill. Although he licked it so much, the experience points he gained were really crazy. The nine-colored old ancestor laughed. The feeling of being praised by others was really amazing. Peak leader Lin, it is just ahead. At that moment, a green mist covered the area ahead. The mist was really thick and there were many green-horned monsters roaring within. This is? Lin Fan was shocked. The green mist was a little scary. Although he didn't come into contact with it, he could feel that it was poisonous. This is the world-protecting poison mist. Too many people are spying on the pill realm, so we have to make some preparations. Peak leader Lin, don't underestimate this mist. It is really strong. Even if Dao realm experts come, they will have to spend a lot of effort. The nine-colored old ancestor said. I can see that. Lin Fan nodded. How could it not be strong? But to him, if the magnificent flame sect had something like this too, it would be heaven-defying. But wait a minute, I am covered in green mist all day. I might really be cuckolded. When the nine-colored old ancestor got closer, the mist started to move. The green monsters inside said respectfully, welcome back, old ancestor. After passing through the mist, the scenery in front of them changed. A strong pill fragrance filled the air. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan felt comfortable. Even if an ordinary person lived here, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live for a few hundred years if they were nourished by the pill fragrance. This is where the power of a great sect lies. Lin Fan sighed. This was something that the Magnificent Flame sect couldn't compare to. If the disciples of the Magnificent Flame sect lived here, if they were nourished by the pill fragrance every day, they would get twice the results with half the effort. But it's a pity that I can only think about it. Whoosh, at this moment, a pill flew over from the distance. It was overflowing with colors and a pair of transparent wings fluttered about. It flew around the nine-colored ancestor's side for a while, and then it flew to Lin Fan's side for a while, releasing a clear child's voice. Chestnut, don't cause trouble in front of the guest. Go and cultivate. The nine-colored old ancestor stopped smiling and said sternly. Oh. The pill transformed into a little fatty, with transparent wings flapping on its back. It then made a face at Lin Fan before slipping away quickly. Lin Fan laughed. What a funny little thing. I really want to lick it. Peak leader Lin, please don't be offended. These kids always cause trouble if they don't fight. The nine-colored old ancestor slowed down and brought Lin Fan to take a closer look. This kind of situation was quite common. Quite a few pills were shuttling back and forth at a very fast speed. They flew up and down and even made turns from time to time. Nine-colored old ancestor, how did these pills appear? Are they formed? Lin Fan asked. He really suspected that these pills were formed by the heaven and earth and slowly gained sentience. The nine-colored old ancestor smiled. How is that possible? These little things are definitely born. How can they be formed? That's right, Peak Leader Lin doesn't understand. Do you think that these pills gain sentience? Actually, according to ancient records, the ancestors of the pill world were born from the pill world. They belonged to the Xianxia god pill. When they appeared, they had sentience. Slowly, they had more and more descendants. Now, we are all Xiantian pill spirits. As for the pills that are made and have sentience, they belong to the later heaven pill spirits. They don't have the conditions to reproduce. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Fan understood. So that's how it was. But to him, the pill world was different from the dragon world. It was more like a cultivation holy land, and the scenery here was beautiful. Wisteria covered the ground, verdant and lush. Those ancient trees were all extremely tall, the green leaves like emeralds. It really was a paradise on earth. Very quickly, under the lead of the nine-colored old ancestor, they came to the pill world hall. The people of the pill world welcomed the old ancestor respectfully, but they also looked at Lin Fan curiously. They didn't know why the old ancestor would bring someone else into the pill world. In the hall. Peak Leader Lin, please take a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. Just treat this as your own home. The nine-colored old ancestor smiled and looked to the side. Luo Yun will accompany Peak Leader Lin and have a good chat. I will go and prepare the things. After saying that, he left hurriedly. He had to prepare the things. Luo Yun felt like she had been sold by the old ancestor. She then sat at the side and smiled at Lin Fan. Instantly, the entire place was silent. Lin Fan looked around while Luo Yun didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say either. He then raised his hand and played with his hair. So fragrant. Lin Fan sniffed. The fragrance was coming from Luo Yun's body. Luo Yun's face was slightly red. Peak Leader Lin, this is the fragrance of the pills on our bodies. Every person in the pill world has the same fragrance. Oh, is that so? Oh right, how did the poison pills outside come about? Lin Fan asked. If these things were really useful, he didn't mind bringing some back to the sect. He might not be able to protect them all, but at least when the sect was in danger, they would be of some use. Those poison pills are postnatal pills. However, they have existed for a long time. I don't know how they were formed. They should have been made by an old ancestor of the pill world. Luo Yun said. At this moment, the nine-colored old ancestor returned. Peak Leader Lin, I just went to the pill room and personally made some pills for you. Please try them. Lin Fan looked over. The pills were golden and a thick fragrance wafted over. With the nine-colored old ancestor's strength and standard, the pills he made would definitely be extraordinary. After all, the master of the pill world was most skilled at making pills. Thank you. Lin Fan took a pill and threw it into his mouth. He was looking forward to it. It should increase his experience points. However, it was a pity that there were no experience points at all. This didn't make sense. Peak Leader Lin, what's wrong? Is it not to your taste? The nine-colored old ancestor asked. These pills weren't lazy. He personally made them. If they were thrown outside, they would all be top-grade pills. No, I'm thinking about something. Lin Fan thought about it. Could it be that the half-step god pill had a spirit, which was why it increased his experience points? And these pills were just pure pills. They couldn't be compared to half-step god pills at all. That might really be the case. He really wanted to ask the nine-colored old ancestor if he could eat some pills with spirit. However, he thought that it wasn't right. He had just arrived, so it wasn't good for him to make such a request. If he was angry from the start and fought them, and if he won, he could ask for the pills. That would make sense. As for now, since they were so friendly, he couldn't go too far. However, since the nine-colored old ancestor invited him here, there must be a reason. The nine-colored ancestor was very cordial. He chatted about all sorts of things and even talked about the pill world. At the same time, he was very interested in the fusion of the outer realms and their future development. However, these were all things that were brought up while chatting. At this time, the nine-colored ancestor's expression was serious. His eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Fan. "Peak Lord Lin, this old man has a presumptuous request. I hope you can help me." As expected, it came. In the past, Lin Fan would say that since it was a presumptuous request, then there was no need to say it. But now, he really needed the other party's presumptuous request. The higher the request, the better. He liked to talk to the great ancestors. "Ancestor, please speak. Don't talk to this Peak Lord about any presumptuous request. As long as it's something, I will do it." Lin Fan was very generous. He then grabbed the pill on the table and swallowed it. Although it didn't increase his experience points, the taste was not bad. It was sweet and fragrant with a crunchy crunch. It was very delicious. The nine-colored ancestor was overjoyed, but he quickly hid his smile and sighed. He was a bit worried. "Peak Lord Lin, what do you think of the pill world now?" A normal person wouldn't be able to keep up with the conversation. However, Lin Fan liked to chat with people whose minds weren't on the same line. Even if they were talking about what to eat today, it would instantly change to what they were going to train. This was a very normal thing. "Very good. I've been to the dragon world. The environment there can't compare at all to the pill world. Moreover, the pill world is very harmonious. It's like a paradise on earth." Lin Fan praised. It was already very good, and he wasn't just bragging. The environment of the pill world was the most beautiful place he had seen among the great powers. "Hey!" At this time, the nine-colored ancestor very naturally placed his hand on the back of Lin Fan's hand. This action startled Lin Fan. What was this? He didn't understand this behavior. Could it be that this old guy wanted to do something shameful to him? If that was the case, he would flip the table and become hostile. However, even so, he wasn't afraid. He also raised his hand and placed it on the nine-colored ancestor's hand. Then, he squeezed it to gain the upper hand. "Ancestor, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hide it." "I don't like it." Lin Fan smiled. The nine-colored old ancestor's heart also trembled. What was this brat's hand doing? What was going on with the back of his hand? However, none of this was important right now. Peak Leader Lin, to be honest, everything that the pill realm has now is built on the blood and tears of the past. Over 1,400 years ago, the pill realm was in chaos. It was a reign of terror. At that time, I was still a young man born in an ordinary family. Along the way, I managed to quell the chaos in the pill realm, and built this harmonious scene. I, the patriarch, have walked through a reign of blood. Tell me, is my life a legend? When Lin Fan heard these words, he thought about it. He did not understand what the old ancestor meant by those words. Whether he became a legend or not had nothing to do with him. "Why are you telling me all this?" However, they had to give each other face. In order to not end the conversation, he had to continue. "Legend, the patriarch's life is indeed a legend." Lin Fan replied. The nine-colored ancestor nodded his head in satisfaction. "I think so too. I also feel that my life is very legendary. But say, with my legendary life, even if I don't become famous throughout the ages, I still want to spread it to the outside world. I was born ordinary, and now I am extraordinary. My journey is very inspiring, so I want to ask Peak Leader Lin to publish my life experiences on the Bird-Knowing Bird. I wonder if this is possible?" As soon as he finished speaking, the nine-colored old ancestor looked at Lin Fan expectantly. His originally cloudy eyes shone with a fiery light. The people of the pill realm were all Xianxia pill spirits. Although they had Xianxia bodies, they were not immortal. Some people in the pill realm did not cultivate, and at most they could live for a few hundred years. When the effects of the pills withered, they would die. Only by cultivating and forming their own pill spirits could they live longer. However, there was a time limit. The nine-colored old ancestor hoped to spread his life experiences to the outside world. Even if thousands or tens of thousands of years passed, he would still be remembered by people. This? Lin Fan's eyes widened. He did not expect the nine-colored old ancestor to have such an idea. Wasn't this King autobiography? Moreover, it was a high-end autobiography. He finally understood why the other party was so enthusiastic when he found out that he was the Grandmaster author of The Knowing Bird. It turned out that he had already thought of a plan. The nine-colored old ancestor saw that Lin Fan was in a difficult situation and could not help but feel anxious. Peak Leader Lin, is there a problem? If there is a problem, just say it. I will do my best to do it. No, old ancestor, it's not that this request of yours is impossible, but it's quite difficult. Lin Fan was silent for a moment, then said in a difficult manner. There was hope. The nine-colored old ancestor raised his spirits. Peak Leader Lin, what is the difficulty? Just say it. In order to be able to spread this kind of spirit, even if I have to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of flames, I will not even frown. This is quite difficult. Lin Fan pointed at his head and said. The nine-colored old ancestor did not understand what this meant. He could not help but be a bit confused. Peak Leader Lin, what do you mean? Lin Fan was a bit helpless. He had already said it so bluntly, but he still did not understand. Using my brain. There was no other way. He could only say it more bluntly. The nine-colored old ancestor was not an idiot. After hearing this, how could he not understand what this meant? He then stood up and said with force. Peak Leader Lin, you can rest assured. The pill realm lacks many things, but it does not lack pills. I will order people to send some pills over now. See what kind of pills you need. From the old ancestor's point of view, this Peak Leader Lin was indeed a cultured person. Even when asking for benefits, he said it in such a tactful manner. He could not help but feel more at ease. Lin Fan did not say anything. This was the result he wanted. Goddess Luo Yun, who was sitting to the side, was already dumbfounded. She did not think that the old ancestor would have such an idea. The old ancestor's experience was indeed legendary. He had calmed the chaos in the pill realm and brought peace to it. If he publicized his experience to the outside world, perhaps it would not be a bad choice. Not long after, a large number of pills were sent over. The people who sent the pills were very confused. They did not know what the old ancestor was doing, and who was this outsider. What was so special about him that the old ancestor valued him so much? Comfortable. Lin Fan looked at the nine-colored old ancestor in a friendly manner. This was the most sensible old ancestor he had ever seen. Peak Leader Lin, these pills, which one do you need? The nine-colored old ancestor said confidently. If there were no pills here that the other party needed, then he could guarantee that no one in this world would be able to satisfy him. Sigh, I really admire the ancestor's achievements. If that's the case, I'll give it a try. If there's anything useful, I'll write it for the ancestor even if I have to risk my life. Lin Fan picked up the pills and swallowed them under the nine-colored old ancestor's expectant gaze. It was useless. It was useless. Still useless. These pills all had very strong effects, but when they entered Lin Fan's body, they were like drops of water falling into the ocean, unable to cause any waves. The nine-colored old ancestor was a bit stunned. It couldn't be that all of them were useless, right? His palms were already sweating. He really hoped that it would succeed. As the old ancestor, he had definitely tried to become an author of The Knowing Bird, but the other party did not accept him. As far as he knew, there were very few people in the outside world who could become an author of The Knowing Bird. Basically, they were all written by the people of The Knowing Bird. As the pills became less and less, the nine-colored old ancestor became nervous. Could it be that none of them would succeed? If that was the case, then it would be a tragedy. No, it can't be like this. It must succeed. How can it be like this? The nine-colored old ancestor was unwilling. He took out pills from his storage ring and piled them up. Luo Yun was stunned. Just who was this guy? After swallowing so many pills, didn't he feel like his body was full of pills and needed to slowly refine them? The nine-colored old ancestor was worried about whether or not the pills would succeed, so he didn't care about this at all. Suddenly, when Lin Fan swallowed a pill, his expression gradually changed. Experience points plus 300000000. Peak Leader Lin, how is it? The nine-colored old ancestor saw the smile on Lin Fan's face and was instantly overjoyed. It seemed that he had succeeded. Lin Fan coughed gently and nodded his head. Yes, that pill just now. After swallowing it, my essence, spirit, and soul felt really comfortable. My mind was instantly clear. It's really useful. What pill did I swallow just now? Is there more? The pill just now? The nine-colored old ancestor was stunned. He thought carefully and his expression changed. The pill just now, it seems like. He had given it in a hurry and didn't even look at it. Now that he checked the missing pill in his storage ring, he realized that it was a pill that had already formed a pill spirit. This, old ancestor, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Fan was excited. If he had enough of these pills, then he wouldn't have to worry about experience points anymore. The nine-colored old ancestor looked at Lin Fan and sighed helplessly. Peak Leader Lin, I will tell you the truth. I just took a pill that has already formed a pill spirit. This pill was created by me in the past, and it has a postnatal pill spirit. Oh, if that's the case, then it seems that there's no other way. If there were enough of these pills, then your life story would definitely be popular in the outside world, but now. Haze. Lin Fan sighed, looking very regretful. When the old ancestor heard this, his heart started beating furiously. Popular in the outside world? Didn't that mean that the old ancestor's name would go down in history? Peak Leader Lin, no problem. I can provide you with these pills. How about 3 a month until I finish writing my life story? He decided to go all out. Even though postnatal pill spirits were precious, it wasn't like they didn't exist. Normally, people in the pill world wouldn't use pills with spirits, but they could give those evil pill spirits to the other party. Really? Lin Fan was stunned and stared at the nine-colored old ancestor. You must keep your word. As long as you can provide me on time, if your life story doesn't become popular, I will bring my head to you. Alright, with Peak Leader Lin's words, I can rest assured. For the sake of his life story, the nine-colored old ancestor was going all out. He had already thought about it. 3 pills a month wasn't a loss. Writing for a few years or even a decade wasn't bad. As for whether or not there was a story, what a joke. How could there not be a story? He had to understand the Water Emperor scripture. Old ancestor, why don't you tell me about what happened so that I can write for you? Lin Fan smiled and asked. Of course, he had to make an oath with the old ancestor. He couldn't just ask him to stop writing halfway. So, it was necessary to make an oath. Okay, then I'll tell Peak Leader Lin. Luo Yun, leave. First. I'll talk to Peak Leader Lin through the night. Nine-colored old ancestor was in high spirits. His mind was filled with stories that would last for thousands of years. Even if the world was separated from the outside world, the master of the pill world, nine-colored old ancestor, would always be in his heart. Lin Fan was helpless. He had to listen to other people brag again. But he also understood that earning things was tiring. Especially 3 pills a month. If one pill gave him 300 million experience points, he would earn 900 million in a month. From now on, he would have to rely on him to accumulate experience points. Peak Leader Lin, can I tell you now? Nine-colored old ancestor asked excitedly. You can. Tell me. Lin Fan nodded. Nine-colored old ancestor prepared himself. His eyes were filled with memories. It was as if he had returned to the chaotic era. I'll have to start from 1480 years ago. Back then, the pill world was controlled by the 6 factions. They fought for many years and the people had no way to live. I was born in an ordinary family. My parents were both ordinary people. That day I was born, I was very ordinary, very ordinary. When I was 10, my parents passed away and I became an orphan. At that time, the pill world was very dangerous. Cannibalism was a common thing. After a long time, the sky outside the pill world gradually darkened. However, it was still covered in light. In the darkness, the pill world was still bright. Lin Fan was about to fall asleep, but he forced himself to stay awake. On the other hand, Nine-Colored Old Ancestor was getting more and more excited. Especially when Nine-Colored Old Ancestor talked about how he led his faction to fight against the other factions in the pill world. His saliva flew everywhere and he almost jumped up. If he were to really talk about things that happened 1,400 years ago, who knew how long it would take him to talk about it? However, with Lin Fan's reminders, he picked out the main points and talked about it rather quickly. The sky was bright. Lin Fan perked up. Old Ancestor, are you done? I'm done. Peak Leader Lin, what do you think about this? Even though I haven't experienced many ups and downs in my life, I've been through a lot. Do you think it won't be attractive if I write it? Asked the old ancestor worriedly. He was afraid that no one would look at him and that people would think that he wasn't that great. How could that be? Ancestor, are you doubting the strength of my writing? Lin Fan asked back. He had thought about this matter before. It wasn't difficult, and it might not even be a big problem. He had read quite a few novels in his previous life and could recite them fluently. His writing skills were also quite strong, so it was not a problem for him to copy everything. Nine-Colored Ancestor hurriedly waved his hand. How could that be? I never doubted Peak Lord Lin. That's good. But I have to say this in advance. The story is fake and needs to be beautified. If there are some parts that don't fit in or things that didn't happen, then you have to treat it as if it did. Do you understand what I mean? Said Lin Fan. I understand. Beautify? Of course I understand. In the past, I was surrounded and beaten up by dozens of people. If I hadn't knelt and begged for mercy, I'm afraid I would have lost my life. The story of this kind of place definitely needs to be beautified. Nine-Colored Ancestor didn't feel that there was a problem with this. Those who wanted to achieve great things didn't care about small things. Who didn't have some embarrassing things? As long as he lived to the end, that was the true victory. If he hadn't said it himself, no one would have known about it. Lin Fan smiled. Nine-Colored Ancestor's attitude was really good. He didn't have any reaction at all when he said it out loud. It was like he was talking about something normal. Being beaten to the ground and then kneeling and begging for mercy, if this was written in a novel, he would definitely be scolded. But to Nine-Colored Ancestor, it was a normal thing. Alright, I've figured it out now. Leave this matter to me. Let's make an oath. Lin Fan reminded. Although this Nine-Colored Ancestor was not bad, no matter what, he still had to go through the necessary procedures. Swear. Swear what? Nine-Colored Ancestor was stunned. Did he need to swear? Lin Fan smiled. Ancestor, I will help you write your biography and you will pay me pills. But if one day you go back on your word, then wouldn't you have worked for nothing? So it's very simple. You just have to pay me 3 pills every month and I will write it for you. If I don't keep my word, then forget about being struck by lightning. I will also have to bark like a dog for the rest of my life. What do you think? I see. The ancestor thought about it and didn't think too much about it. Okay, no problem. I was wondering what it was. So that's how it is. Making an oath is good too. Peak Leader Lin can rest assured. Nine-Colored Ancestor just wanted Peak Leader Lin to quickly write his biography. Moreover, making an oath wasn't a big deal. 3 pills a month. Based on his calculations, a few months should be enough. As for a few years, that was impossible. How could he have so many stories to write? Of course, the ancestor wasn't an idiot. Naturally, he raised some conditions. If no one wanted to read it, then he could stop. Lin Fan didn't even think about it. What? Ancestor, that's not good. Do you count the one I just ate? My brain won't be able to keep up with that. The content won't be good. Lin Fan heard the ancestor say that he just ate one, so he should just give him 2 more. The moment he said that, Lin Fan retorted. What a joke. If that was counted, then he wouldn't agree no matter what. In the end, the ancestor got 3 pills from God knows where and passed them to Lin Fan. Although these postnatal pills weren't rare, they were indeed precious. The ancestor didn't want to use them too much. To the pill world, they were at least a backup resource. The bird arrived. Yesterday's incident was published. The way it was written wasn't good, but the content was okay. The number one person on the Heaven's favorite role had changed. Lin Fan was even published that he was called the Heaven's favorite by the Heaven's favorite ancestor. Facing such a situation, he was really calm and didn't take it to heart. It was just a normal thing to do. The nine-colored ancestor was immersed in his biography. Naturally, he didn't say much about such things. He immediately took out 3 pills. He was fantasizing about being famous throughout the ages. Sometimes, he was worried that after peak leader Lin wrote it, no one would read it. Although his life was extraordinary, there was nothing surprising about it. If there was anything surprising, then it was that he could endure it. When he couldn't win, he would kneel and beg for mercy. He was a coward until he was at his peak and brought peace to the pill world. Such a life was legendary, but it wasn't domineering enough. There were too many experts in the outer region and they didn't care about such behavior. The nine-colored ancestor was the only one who told Lin Fan about it. No one else knew about it. At that time, when Lin Fan was talking to the ancestor also hid the truth. However, Lin Fan felt that the ancestor was hiding the truth, which was why he said, "If you want to be famous, then tell me the truth." Under such motivation, the ancestor told Lin Fan everything that happened in the past. Lin Fan was stunned when he heard it. He felt that it was too unbelievable. He stayed in the pill world for 2 days. "Ancestor, it's time for me to leave." "Don't worry, your life will be passed down through the ages," Lin Fan said. The nine-colored ancestor was really reluctant. He really wanted Lin Fan to stay in the pill world and write for a few days. But seeing that Lin Fan was about to leave, he knew that he couldn't make him stay. He could only sincerely shake Lin Fan's hand. "Peak leader Lin, I will have to rely on you from now on." Lin Fan's hand was grabbed again. Lin Fan squinted. If he wasn't familiar with this guy, he would have really thought that he had that kind of hobby. "But peak leader Lin, what do you think of my race's goddess Luo Yun?" The nine-colored ancestor had his own thoughts. If he roped him into the pill world, he would be able to save some money and he would also be able to discuss the biography with him. However, he knew that it was impossible. If it was really possible, it would have happened long ago. Moreover, Luo Yun didn't have such thoughts. "It smells good," Lin Fan replied. The ancestor was a little stunned. What did he mean by smells good? Couldn't he be more specific? Lin Fan had always wanted to suck up to him, but the people in the pill world were really nice. He couldn't suck up to them. If he did, he would probably start a war. But things were not bad now. He had obtained 3 pills and he would be able to get another 3 next month. Experience points wouldn't be a problem anymore. "Goodbye, ancestor. Next month, I will come back to collect the pills. Don't worry, you will definitely become famous." Lin Fan cupped his fists and left the place. Will I really become famous? The ancestor looked into the distance. He was a little doubtful and nervous. He had told Lin Fan his story. Sometimes, he even felt a little ashamed. Because in his life, some things weren't glorious. However, he really wanted to spread his story to the outside world. In the air. Lin Fan thought about it. Then, he took out 3 pills and swallowed them. His experience points had increased by 900 million. These pills definitely weren't of the highest grade. Before he merged with the outside world, half-step god pills already gave him a lot of experience points. Now that he had merged with the outside world, his cultivation level was even higher. Moreover, he was in the pill world. How could one pill only give him 300 million experience points? But in the words of the nine-colored ancestor, pills with spirituality were precious because they represented unlimited possibilities. Lin Fan flew all the way and landed in a forest at night. He hunted a wild beast and washed it. Then, he took out the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River and started to make soup. As for the meat, he was going to barbecue it. He gave the mace to his disciple. As for the frying pan, he wouldn't give it to him. It was something he needed to eat. If he gave it away, he wouldn't be able to eat in the future. Crackle, a pile of firewood burned. The flames rose, lighting up the surroundings. An innocent beast that was taking a leisurely stroll at night was caught and roasted by Lin Fan. It was quite a tragic beast. The fragrance was really strong and wafted into his nose. Lin Fan picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He was really happy and filled with happiness. But when he thought about the 9-colored ancestors' biography, he felt really helpless. Damn, thinking about it, the 9-colored ancestors' life was really tragic. If I really wrote it like that, wouldn't people scold me to death? It seems like I have to use a cheat. Now that he thought about it, he was tempted by the experience points and thought too simply. Now that he thought about it, he had to say that this was a really complicated matter. But even so, what could he do? It wouldn't be difficult for him. If he was troubled by such a thing, he wouldn't be able to survive. Before that, he had to think of a good name. Master of Pill World. He didn't even need to think about it. He could just use Master of Pill World. If it was too complicated, then it wouldn't be good. Start to think about it. The 9-colored ancestors family can't make me hate him. I have to change it. Lin Fan thought about it. He didn't like to use his brain as it hurt his brain. Each time he did, who knew how many brain cells he would lose? It was just too annoying. Got it. Lin Fan smiled and thought of something. The 9-colored ancestor was born in a normal family. He had average talent and could be considered trash. At the same time, he had a fiancée. When the factions fought, his parents went to the battlefield and died. When the 9-colored ancestor was in pain, his fiancée brought a man over to forcefully break off the engagement. He was even injured by the man she brought. Blood flowed and he shouted in front of everyone. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young for being poor. Done. I will follow this story and it should be good. Lin Fan's mind was filled with plots. Anyways, he was just blindly copying the template. 9-colored ancestor, since you are so arrogant, it should be fine. Instantly, many contents appeared on the golden paper. One chapter was too little. He had to at least reach the peak. As he wrote, he ate the barbecued meat and drank some soup. After he was full, the content was written and he sent it to the bird. The bird was really excited when he found out that the Grandmaster was writing more content. Especially when he saw so much content. But very quickly, when he saw the content, he was lost. What's that? He didn't understand it at first glance. It didn't look like news. Master of the Realm of Pills? He pondered. Could this be related to the pill realm? Moreover, when he saw the name 9 Colors, the first thing he thought of was the 9 Colors ancestor. Grandmaster, what are you writing? Why does it seem to have something to do with the pill realm? The knowing bird hurriedly asked. It's related to the pill realm. Exclusive news, do you understand? The life story of the master of the world of pills. What do you think it should be? Lin Fan replied. Huh? The knowing bird examiner was stunned and didn't know how to react. Then, he looked at the content carefully. At first, he was a little unconcerned, or rather, suspicious. But as he watched, he endured it. F***ck. They're going too far. If it were me, I would have pulled out their souls and tortured them. The knowing bird reviewer was enraged by the content. However, when he heard the Lord of the Realm Pill shout out those words, his blood started to boil. When he saw that the leader of the Realm of Pills was going to be bullied by a villainous disciple because of his family's upheaval, he was extremely excited. That was a good kill. However, when he read the rest of the content, he realized that it was gone. To be continued? Grandmaster, where's the rest of the content? Why aren't you writing it? It's too interesting. Hurry up and post it. I'm begging you. The knowing bird reviewer really wanted to know what happened after. He was a little impatient. He had never seen such content before. He felt that it brought back memories. What's there to write? Isn't it tiring? You just know how to rush me. Don't bother me, I'm busy. Lin Fan kept the golden paper and prepared to rest for a while before continuing on his way. He was quite concerned about the content. The 9 Colors ancestor was a decent person, so Lin Fan didn't bother him. As for the content, he definitely had to write it well. He couldn't lose face. When the knowing bird reviewer saw the reply, he was a little stunned. The Grandmaster's temper wasn't too good. Didn't he just rush him? Why was he scolding him? However, he admired talented people. The content was great. I didn't think that the master of the realm of pills would have such a tragic experience at such a young age. Sigh. After reading the content, he naturally didn't doubt whether it was real or fake. However, it was really good. He wanted to see what the rest of the content was like. It was a pity that the Grandmaster didn't write it again. However, he had more important things to do. He felt that if he arranged the content well, it would definitely attract more people. Hence, he requested to place the master of the realm of pills in the middle of the first page. Lin Fan sat cross-legged and started cultivating. Although he had a lot of experience points, he couldn't relax. Only those who didn't cultivate all the time could become truly strong. He knew this, so he entered a state of cultivation. Star Pavilion. Zhou Diwu's body was wrapped up like a dumpling. Only his eyes were exposed. His eyelashes trembled and he opened his eyes in a daze. Where am I? What happened? These two sentences were very vague, indicating that he was very confused and did not remember what had happened before. You're awake? Ancestor Xianxia was still breathing. As for Zhou Diwu being beaten up like that, what else could he say? He had nothing to say. Ancestor, did I lose? Zhou Diwu's voice was trembling. He didn't dare to believe it, but he still had hope. Look at you now. Do you think you won or lost? The Star Pavilion ancestor wanted to get angry, but it was already like this. How could he get angry? He had lost all his face. Zhou Diwu didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and tears rolled down his cheeks. Ancestor, I was careless, I didn't use. No, you weren't careless. No, you weren't careless. That's for the best. If you had used all your strength, that would have been the most embarrassing moment for you. Mufeng fought and lost in one move. At the very least, with your current appearance, old ancestor can say that you didn't use all your strength. Although it is embarrassing, at least you still have some leeway. Mufeng, he. Zhou Diwu couldn't believe it. How was that possible? He knew Mufeng's strength. Although Mufeng wasn't as strong as him, there was only a slight difference. How could he lose in one move? Rest well. That guy was really ruthless. All your bones are broken. The Star Pavilion ancestor patted Zhou Diwu's shoulder and left. No matter what, Zhou Diwu was the senior brother of the Star Pavilion. He was the one who taught him. What could he do if he lost? Scold him? That was impossible. After so many years, he had feelings for him. After the ancestor left, Zhou Diwu was filled with despair. However, he was a little unwilling. The situation at that time was special, and he had been too careless. By the time he reacted, it was already too late, and he was directly crushed to the ground by his opponent's strength. He had already made up his mind. Once his injuries were healed, he would find his opponent and have a good fight. He didn't believe that he would lose so miserably. Early in the morning, Lin Fan stopped cultivating and took out the Tai Sovereign sword. Cultivation was a tiring thing. He didn't sleep for a day, so it was better to be at his peak state. Then, he rose into the air and flew into the distance. He had to raise his cultivation. Reaching heaven wasn't enough. Once he reached Glorious World, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the outer region. Pill World. Why aren't you here yet? Where are you, bird? The nine-colored ancestor stood outside and waited. When the sky brightened, he couldn't wait anymore. At the same time, he was a little nervous. He didn't know whether or not Peak Leader Lin had written it, or if he had already written it. Would the content be liked by others? Would he, the master of the pill realm, the nine-colored ancestor, be able to spread his name throughout the outside world? As a Peak Dao realm expert, he was really nervous. His palms started to sweat. In the distance, a three-tailed blue transparent bird flew over. His heart was beating fiercely. That was the robin. It was coming. It was finally coming. What if it's not good? What if it's not good? The Pill World ancestor paced around in a panic. He didn't know what to do. Instantly, the blue paper fell from the sky. Although the nine-colored old ancestor was nervous, he still caught the paper. Then, he nervously glanced at it. Just this glance left him stunned. What? It's actually on the first page of the bird? He was stupefied, as if he didn't dare to believe it. Moreover, the content of the title, with a single glance, he knew that it was him. Master of Pill World. Apart from him, who else could it be? I didn't think that Peak Leader Lin would really write it. The nine-colored ancestor took in a deep breath. He didn't care about what was written and just looked at the content. When he first saw it, he knew that it was writing about him. Even though more than 1,000 years had passed, he still remembered it with a heart. Slowly, the nine-colored ancestor was stunned. It was too good, especially when he saw the exciting parts. His face turned red and he was really excited. Why is it gone? Where's the rest? At the end, he realized that it suddenly stopped. This made the nine-colored ancestor anxious. It wasn't enough at all. Wait. Suddenly, the nine-colored ancestor was a little lost. It was indeed about him, but the content didn't develop like that. His parents died, but they didn't die in battle. Also, he didn't cancel the engagement. Where did he get a fiancée? There was no such thing. What was this? There were cases of being bullied by villains and being killed directly, but the story did not develop like this. He remembered that when he was young, he was indeed attacked by villains, and he did not kill the villains. Instead, he was stepped on and beaten up. In the end, he begged for mercy, and only then was he spared. The nine-colored ancestor felt a little guilty. He felt that Peak Leader Lin was exaggerating too much. However, he remembered what Peak Leader Lin had said. Beautify the story and change it. If people asked, pretend that it happened. Anyway, no one would know. Yes, I was like that in the past. Peak Leader Lin is right. The nine-colored ancestor immediately corrected his attitude. He approved of the story. Then, he looked at the comments of the people outside. What's going on? Is he talking about the master of the pill world? I think so. The master of the pill world, nine-colored ancestor. Why did he write about the bird? And from the looks of it, it seems to be from when he was young. Could it be a biography of his entire life? I didn't think the nine-colored ancestor would be so pitiful when he was young. His parents died in battle and his fiancée broke off the engagement. If it was me, I would have slapped them until their souls dissipated. Slap what? How old was he then? How strong was he? I'm afraid he wouldn't even know how he died. But the nine-colored ancestor is quite unyielding. He actually shouted those words at the end. My impression of the nine-colored ancestor has changed a lot. That scoundrel was really looking for death. The nine-colored ancestor is the master of the pill world. How could he be humiliated by such a person? He deserved to die. Why did it suddenly stop? Where did the rest of the content go? The nine-colored ancestor was full of smiles. Then, he gathered his strength and started to comment. Everyone, I am the nine-colored ancestor. This content was written by me, the ancestor, Peak Master Lin. It is a true story, and at this point, I am recalling the past. I would like to ask Peak Master Lin to write down my life. At this moment, the nine-colored ancestor didn't know why, but he felt very happy. He felt proud and satisfied. Everyone's praises made him very happy. Although most of the stories in the book were fictitious, they had really happened. If anyone asked, he would have to say yes, the content written in the book was true. As expected, people asked him if it was true or not. They also asked him what happened to his fiancée in the end, whether she was killed or not, etc. The nine-colored ancestor replied in unison, everything is true. There is no exaggeration at all. In the Star Pavilion, the Star Pavilion ancestor looked at the bird in his hand. He was so angry that his face turned red. Old man, I knew you didn't have good intentions. I didn't think you would trick Peak Leader Lin into writing a biography. You want to write a biography like this? That's humiliating. His fiancée broke off the engagement. That was a wise decision. The Star Pavilion ancestor was so jealous. Why didn't he think of that? The nine-colored ancestor actually thought of that. Who knew how many people read it? The nine-colored ancestor's name would definitely spread far and wide. It was too late for regrets. If he had known this would happen, he would have convinced peak leader Lin to return to the sect. How dare he let the old man take advantage of him? Looking at these comments, he couldn't stand it anymore. They were too eye-catching. Then, he left a message. What the hell is he writing? His fiancée even broke off the engagement. Only the weak would be broken off from an engagement. It's polluting my eyes. I must resist it. The comments on the Bird of Remembrance were all gathered together, so no one knew who wrote it. Very soon, Ancestor Xianxia's face turned black. There were many people who retorted, and all of them were angry. Arrogant. If you have the guts, then tell me who you are. Let me see who you are. Why don't you dare? Do you only dare to shout behind our backs? This old man will put down what I am doing and directly go and kill you. What an inspiring experience the nine-colored old ancestor had, yet you said it was worthless. Remember, this old man is the absolute God Palace sect master. If you are not satisfied, then come and fight. Ancestor Xianxia was furious. He didn't expect the absolute God Palace sect master to insult him. His relationship with absolute God Palace was okay, but he didn't expect to be insulted. He would remember this. The immeasurable old ancestor looked at the Bird of Remembrance and didn't say a word. He wanted to find Lin Fan, but he didn't know where he was. The weapon leader was shocked when he saw this. It was actually written so well. He got up and flew into the air. He wanted to head to the pill world and have a good chat with the nine-colored old ancestor. Ha ha ha. The nine-colored old ancestor was delighted. The people from the pill world looked over and didn't know why the old ancestor was so happy. Some of the people from the pill world also saw the content on the Bird of Remembrance and were stunned. They didn't expect the old ancestor to have such an experience. In their eyes, this was really too inspiring. I wonder what the situation is like on the Bird of Remembrance. Lin Fan thought about it. The content was written well, so there shouldn't be any problems. If they didn't like it, then there was nothing he could do. Moreover, there wasn't such content on the Bird of Remembrance. It should be very eye-catching. I'll see how the reaction is when I have time. If it's too good, I'll have to raise the price. It's such a tiring job. How can it be so cheap? 3 pills are too little. It's so little that it's scary. The pill world was too far away from the magnificent flame sect. Along the way, Lin Fan flew and looked at the situation below. If he saw any points, he would definitely be happy to harvest them. 2 days later. Eh? What's that? Lin Fan looked up. In the distance, there was a lightning purgatory. At the same time, there was a bright light. There are people fighting. Lin Fan was excited. He tore space apart and flew into the distance. He liked to watch a show. Of course, if it was intense enough, he wouldn't mind playing a few moves. Lin Fan tore space apart and stood there. Why does it feel so familiar? Ahead, a female giant was surrounded by 2 men and a woman. The female giant was even taller than Lin Fan when he activated his cultivation technique. The muscles on her body were like hills, but there was a kind of beauty to them that gave off a glow. Looking at her, she was at least 20 meters tall. That muscular body of hers was wrapped in silver light. Every single time she punched out, the void would tremble. However, there were purple chains coiling around the giant, restricting her movements. Great Sage Pinnacle Giant. Lin Fan could tell with one look. Her cultivation might not be strong, but because of her bloodline, her strength was indeed shocking. The 2 men and 1 woman were all in the early stage of the peerless immortal state, but they couldn't take down the female giant in a short time. What trash! Just then, the female giant grabbed the purple chains around her. She wanted to break them, but there was a piercing light on the chains, staining her palms red. Stop struggling. Your sect is already gone. You're the only one left. You'd better be obedient and wait to be executed. I didn't expect the Titan god's blood to really exist. The woman who spoke had a crazed look on her face and her eyes were shining with greed. Senior sister, why are you talking to her? Break her limbs. Let's see how she can still move. A male disciple said coldly. Ah. You killed my father. I will fight you to the death. The female giant hollered in grief. Her tears flowed down like water. Lin Fan looked on indifferently. But when the female giant turned her head, he was shocked. When he saw the male disciple holding a sharp weapon and piercing it towards the female giant's knee, he took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. Walala, the chains shook. The other two restricted the female giant's movements. A cruel smile appeared on the male disciple's face. Watch how I break your legs. Yuanga was in despair. She wanted to move, but she was restricted. Suddenly, a figure appeared. When the male disciple got close to Yuanga, he was stunned. He was stunned by the figure that appeared in front of him. Instantly, Lin Fan reached out and grabbed the man's head. He then punched the man's body. With a loud crack, the man's body was sent flying into the distance. As for the man's head, it was caught in Lin Fan's hand. The immense force caused the man's head to be separated from his body. He used strength in his fingers, and with a thud, the head exploded. The entire place was silent. Yuanga looked over in shock. She saw the person she had been thinking about. You are Yuanga? Lin Fan turned his head and looked. He was shocked. Although he hadn't seen her for a while, this change was just too huge. In the past, she was 13 to 14 and was small like a little girl. How did she become so tall all of a sudden? Yuanga nodded her head. Tears flowed down her face. Titan sect was wiped out? He thought about the outer region merging. Many sects in the primordial ancestor land would be wiped out, but he didn't expect Titan sect to be wiped out. Yuanga sniffled. Her voice was hoarse and sad. Who are you? The remaining male disciple was really wary. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. But the moment he said that, he noticed that the guy disappeared once more. Lin Fan's speed was very fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of the man. He raised his hand and punched out, directly piercing through the man's chest. The fist energy spun like a top, twisting the flesh of the man's chest, forming a huge bloody hole. The girl stood there in shock. Her pupils constricted. She reacted and fled into the distance. She wanted to run. Instinct told her that this guy was too dangerous. If she didn't run, she would die. But the moment she turned around, Piak, Lin Fan had already grabbed her head from behind. He twisted her wrist and forced her to face him. Where's your sect? The girl asked in a trembling voice. Who are you? Bang, Lin Fan punched. The girl suffered a heavy blow. Blood gushed out of her mouth, and her eyes were bloodshot. I'll ask you again. Where's your sect? The girl vomited blood and pointed to the distance. Over there. Just when she was about to beg for mercy, she felt her head explode. Bang! Her head exploded. I'm not in the mood for fireworks. Lin Fan landed on the ground and came in front of Yuanga. At this time, Yuanga had already returned to her original appearance, the height of a little girl. Just as Lin Fan was about to comfort her, Yuanga leaped into his embrace and hugged his waist. My father is dead. My friends are also dead. Yuanga cried in grief. She cried very loudly, and it was very heart-wrenching. Poor child. Lin Fan sighed and patted Yuanji's head. He had always wanted to become stronger, and he hoped that such a thing wouldn't happen to the Magnificent Flame sect. He found out that the Titan sect had been annihilated a few days after the fusion of the Outer Realms, and Yuanga was being hunted down. She lived in fear every single day. Perhaps this was the reason why she improved so quickly. Despair and danger would make a person stronger. Now, he understood why Yuanga could improve so much. It had been a few months since the integration. This meant that she hadn't had a good time in these few months. Let's go. Lin Fan patted Yuanji's head. Where to? Yuanga looked up. The cute look on her face was gone. Lin Fan's heart ached. The little girl shouldn't have such a deep hatred. He grabbed Yuan Ge and left. The Blood River sect was a large sect, but it couldn't be compared to the world of pills and other large sections. But their overall strength couldn't be underestimated. Patriarch, the Titan sect's bloodline isn't pure. They only managed to produce a drop of Titan God's blood after killing them. An old man held a jade bottle in his hand. There was a drop of golden blood in it. The blood was shrouded in mist, and the image of a Titan God could be seen. There's only one drop? According to the ancient records, the Titan God race is a large race that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the giant beings race. Why is there only one drop? This? The Blood River sect's patriarch was shocked, but he soon understood. If the Titan sect really had the bloodline of the Titan God race, they wouldn't have been wiped out. Even if the Blood River sect went to look for them, they might have been wiped out. Master, I think the Titan sect is just a remnant of the past, right? There are some records in the ancient books, but the real Titan God clan has long disappeared in the long river of history, the old man said and handed over the jade bottle. The Blood River sect's patriarch held the jade bottle and looked at it carefully. He then opened the bottle, and the golden blood floated up. He swallowed it and refined it. Vaguely, an image could be seen behind the Blood River sect's patriarch. But as there was only one drop of blood, it wasn't very useful. He needed more time to refine it. In the air. Lin Fan looked down. They had arrived at the sect. It was huge, and blood could be seen rising from the sect. This is the place. Yuan Ge said, trembling. I'm going to ask them. Why did they wipe out the Titan sect? We didn't offend anyone. No need. The result will be the same. It's just a waste of time. Just wait here. Lin Fan stopped Yuan Ge. There was no need to waste time. But it was a pity for the Titan sect. Patriarch Pu Tu was on good terms with Elder Huarong, and the Titan sect was on good terms with the Magnificent Flame sect too. Yuan Ge looked at Lin Fan, not knowing what he meant. Just then, Lin Fan took a step forward. Go all out. Lin Fan stood in the air. A terrifying aura rose from him, and a dragon rose into the sky, shaking the earth. Crack, Lin Fan's body expanded. Every muscle on his body was like a mountain, intertwining with each other, forming the body of a dragon. His black hair danced in the air, and the tattoos on his back started spreading. Crackle, the power was too great, and the surrounding air had already been shaken apart. Tiny lightning bolts were like little snakes, swimming a few feet away from his body. Floating there, waves of air spread out from under his feet, layer after layer. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, and the ripples gradually spread out. Instantly, the disciples of the Blood River sect looked up into the sky, and realized that the air above their heads was trembling. What is this? The disciples were horrified and did not know what was going on. Why would there be ripples in the originally calm space? Who is that? At this moment, when someone saw the two figures in the sky, they were shocked. How could there be people in the sky above the sect? Yuan Ge looked at Lin Fan in shock. Her mouth was slightly agape. Stay here. It will be over soon. Lin Fan twisted his neck. His blood-red eyes were like red gems, flashing with a red light from time to time, looking extremely demonic. He bent down and charged downwards. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard, followed by a sonic boom. In the eyes of the Blood River sect disciples, there was a fiery red object falling from the sky. Lin Fan landed on the ground with both feet, and a huge force exploded from his feet. The ground cracked, and a huge wave of air spread out in all directions. The bricks on the ground cracked, and a huge storm was formed. What is this? The disciples of the Blood River sect were terrified. They did not know what was going on, and what terrifying thing was descending. Revenge begins. Lin Fan grinned and let out a shout. He clenched his fist, and a beautiful force gathered in his fingers. He then punched the ground. Boom, the punch landed on the ground, and a terrifying force exploded out. The bricks on the ground were smashed into pieces, and the cracks spread out rapidly. The ground cracked, and an abyss appeared. Ah! Some disciples could not stand still and fell into the abyss. What's going on? Help! They were terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. Who was it? How could he be so powerful? Lin Fan lowered his head and did not stop. He raised his arm, and the light on his fist shone brighter. The Titan sect is an ally of the Magnificent Flame sect. Now that they've been destroyed, the Magnificent Flame sect has the responsibility to avenge them. So, all of you, go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist landed on the ground again. This punch contained Lin Fan's understanding and control of his strength. Explosions could be heard continuously, and the buildings of the Blood River sect could not withstand the force. They started to collapse, turning into ruins. Bastard, who dares to be so impudent in the Blood River sect? Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar could be heard. The elites of the Blood River sect were shocked by the force, and they all rushed out. When they saw the state of the sect, their expressions changed. The sect was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the ruins, they could not bear the pain in their hearts. You are all unforgivable. Lin Fan straightened his back and clenched his fists. He bent his arms and gritted his teeth. Suddenly, an even more terrifying force could be felt from his body. Boom! Dark clouds covered the sky, forming a vortex. Lightning interweaved and swam within it. It was like purgatory. Suddenly, a terrifying force exploded from the dark vortex. It was like a heavy mountain pressing down on the world. The disciples fell to the ground with a thud, unable to stand up. As for the elites of the Blood River sect, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Their bodies trembled as they stared at the vortex. Something terrifying was about to appear. Rumble! Within the vortex, a pair of huge feet covered in black scales stepped on the clouds and slowly descended. The huge feet were covered in black lightning. It was terrifying to the extreme, and there was an ancient aura following the huge figure as it descended, covering the entire sky. What is that? The elites of the Blood River sect were completely stunned. They did not know what it was, but to them, it was terrifying, and they could not fight it. The original devil had never been released before. The last time it had appeared, it had been stuck halfway. But now, it had descended completely. The terrifying body was exposed to the world, and an extreme demonic might covered the sky, turning the entire area into a demonic domain. Ah! Lin Fan lifted his head and roared. Black light left his body and shot out. The original devil behind him did the same. Pata! He clenched his fists and gathered power. He felt the most terrifying power. That was when he felt the most refreshed. The Blood River sect can disappear now. Lin Fan bent down and punched the ground. The original devil behind him punched the ground as well. Crack! Crack! The world turned upside down, and the sun and moon flipped. The fist tore the ground apart, and even the sky shook. The stars hanging in the sky swayed and fell to the ground. Power spread through the ground, and a buzzing sound could be heard. The ground trembled, and some of the disciples who had struggled to stand up were pale. They did not know what was happening. But at that moment, a huge bump appeared on the ground, as if something was about to explode. With a bang, the ground shattered, and a pillar of power rose into the sky. Bang, bang, the Blood River sect completely collapsed. Pillars of power pierced through the ground and rose into the sky. In an instant, the Blood River sect was covered by the pillar of power. A pillar of power exploded under the feet of a disciple, and he was instantly annihilated. Not even a drop of blood was left. No, the higher-ups of the Blood River sect panicked. Some experts were even crushed by the pillar of power. No matter how hard they tried to resist, they couldn't stop it and were turned to dust. His points were skyrocketing. This was the first time Lin Fan had destroyed a sect. So the increase in points from destroying a sect is really domineering. Although he killed people, he had never thought about destroying a sect. He felt that destroying a sect was too cruel, and he might accidentally kill someone. But as for the Blood River sect, he didn't hold back. If he wanted to destroy them, then he would. As for whether or not he accidentally killed someone, he didn't care anymore. Since it was the Blood River sect, then he could only blame himself for being unlucky. The wave of power continued for a while, and only when his points stopped increasing did he stop. At first glance, it was no longer a sect. It had already been reduced to rubble, a scene of desolation. As expected, when I raise my strength to a certain level, the power I can unleash isn't much weaker than special effects. Lin Fan grinned. Why? Suddenly, the Blood River sect leader's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with disbelief. He was filled with despair and unwillingness. Everything had happened too quickly. Why? Why did you destroy my sect? My Blood River sect has no enmity with you. The sect leader's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted viciously. They were all dead. All the sect disciples were dead. Everything was over. Lin Fan raised his head, and his eyes shone with a dark light. His gaze was terrifying, as if he was facing a demon. Why? Do I need to know why? Eh? The Blood River sect leader was shocked, and he didn't react. Those words sounded like what his sect would say when they destroyed other sections. I don't think I need a reason. Alright, it's getting late. You should close your eyes and sleep. Lin Fan grinned, and he stepped on the ground, causing dust to rise, and he disappeared. Where is he? The Blood River sect leader panicked, and he searched for Lin Fan, but he couldn't sense him at all. Suddenly, he felt something weird behind him, and a terrifying aura was gathering behind him. How is this possible? The Blood River sect leader's body shook, and he slowly turned his head. He didn't see that terrifying face, but those extremely thick legs. Instantly, he realized that there was a black shadow on the ground, and when he reacted, it was too late. A leg landed, and with a crack, he was stepped on. With a poochie, the Blood River sect leader's body exploded, and blood spurted out. He didn't even have time to scream. All destroyed. Lin Fan took a look, and with a curl of his finger, the remaining storage rings floated in the air, and then flew towards him. Although they were all trash, they could still be used. Xianxia stood there in a daze. In the blink of an eye, the world had turned upside down. The blood feud was gone. She wanted revenge, but the entire sect was gone. It's over. Lin Fan patted Xianxia's head. Such a cute girl. She should have just been acting cute, but she was blinded by hatred. They're all dead. Xianxia opened her eyes, which were covered with a layer of mist. She felt terrible. The people she was familiar with, the people who loved her, were all gone. She could only remember them in her heart. That's right, they're all dead, they've all become dregs. Xianxia, you have to be more open-minded. You can't let hatred blind your eyes. If the Titan sect wasn't mentioned, he would have been in a good mood. He had wiped out a sect and gained a lot of points. It was exciting. But now, the Titan sect was gone. He might not have had many interactions with them, but he was familiar with them. Therefore, he felt a little depressed. Where are we going? Xianxia asked blankly. She had yet to recover from the sadness. The Magnificent Flame Sect. Lin Fan grabbed Xianxia and disappeared into thin air. He wanted to go out for a walk, but he could only return to the sect and settle Xianxia down first. The Titan sect was on good terms with the Magnificent Flame Sect, and Xianxia was the last descendant of the Titan sect. She couldn't die outside. It was a long journey, and it would take a few more days to reach the Magnificent Flame Sect. Days passed. Lin Fan kept the golden paper in his storage ring, and the bird's voice could be heard. Grandmaster, when are you going to finish writing today? We're looking forward to it. Grandmaster, are you not going to write today? You can't. If not, there will be a huge commotion outside. It's the second day. I haven't written anything for a day. Look at these comments. Something big is going to happen. They're all rushing me. There are even some strong people asking me for your identity. They want to have a good talk with you. Grandmaster, that's too much. It's been 3 days. You've already been cut off for 3 days. Those experts are spending a lot of money to get your identity information. They've even said that if they find you, they'll break your legs and cripple your cultivation. They'll lock you up in a room and make you write every day. If you don't write, they'll beat you up. I've resisted all of that, but Grandmaster, you can't just ignore it. In the storage ring, the bird's voice rang out, but no one replied. This made the bird a little confused. Magnificent Flame Sect. The two disciples were still guarding the mountain gate. They still hadn't left. Being able to guard the mountain gate was an honor for them. Senior brother is back. A disciple raised his hand and cheered. In the distance, a figure rushed over. Senior brother, who is that beside you? I didn't expect Senior Marshal brother to bring someone back. I got it, another disciple said happily. What do you know? You still can't tell? Don't you feel that Senior brother is always alone? He must have brought back a companion from outside. You still can't tell? But looking at her figure, she seems a little small. Could it be that Senior brother is into this? The disciple was puzzled. Xianxia had been on the road for the past few days. She had recovered a little, but it was still incomparable to before. Maybe with time, the sadness in her heart would fade away. Xianxia Mountain. What? The Titan sect is gone? Elder Huarong's eyes were wide open. Even his voice was trembling in disbelief. Yeah, it was destroyed by the Blood River sect. Lin Fan sighed. With the fusion of the outer world, it would be difficult to find the sect that used to be in the primordial ancestors' land. I'm really lucky to have found it. I might have met Xianxia, but it's too late for me to come. How could this happen? The Titan sect is a close friend of the Magnificent Flame sect. How could it be destroyed? The Blood River sect is such a despicable sect. I will never forgive them. Elder Huarong was so angry that his face turned red. He wanted to kill the Blood River sect to take revenge for his old friend. Pu Tu had the best relationship with him. When they were young, they met while training together. They might not have been on good terms when they first met, and they even fought to the point of death, but they reconciled and became best friends. Lin Fan closed his eyes. The memories were still fresh in his mind. He was heartbroken. There's no need to forgive them. I've already destroyed that sect. Lin Fan said calmly. Alright, it's good that they were destroyed. Those bastards got lucky. Huarong gritted his teeth and walked up to Xianxia. Child, treat this as your home from now on. Your father doesn't want you to live in pain. I know, Uncle Huarong. Xianxia lowered her head and sniffled. Huarong sighed. No one would want to see something like this happen. But since it had already happened, what else could he do? Lin Fan looked at the little Lolita. It would be great if she knew how to act cute and shout 666. It seems like she needs time to change. Huarong, make arrangements for her to stay here, Xianxia said. Xianxia said. Because of what happened to the Titan sect, he wondered if the other sects were also in the same situation. Yes, senior brother. Huarong nodded. Child, come with uncle. Don't worry and treat this place as your home. If anyone bullies you, tell uncle. Uncle will not forgive them. Xianxia wiped her tears away and nodded. Thank you, Uncle Huarong. She then came up to Lin Fan. Brother, thank you for taking revenge for me. Lin Fan smiled and patted Xianxia's head. Be good. Don't be too sad. You still have a long way to go. You have to look forward. Just then, Xianxia went up to Lin Fan and kissed his cheek. Thank you, brother. With that, she left with Huarong. Lin Fan stood there with a complicated expression on his face. He touched his face and mumbled to himself. Little girl, you know how to take advantage of others. Disciple, you did well. Xianxia smiled. He was pleased. Master, the Titan sect has a good relationship with our sect. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Lin Fan said. Lin Fan was helpless about this. The Titan sect didn't have a disciple like him. If they had a disciple like him, this wouldn't have happened. As for whether it was cruel to destroy the Blood River sect, Lin Fan didn't want to comment on it. What's done is done. But honestly, it feels good to earn points. I'll have to level up my skill set later. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lin Fan said. He couldn't wait to level up his skill set. When he left, he took a look at his master. He realized that his master's aura had become more obscure, but it felt as deep as the abyss. He might be strong, but I should be able to take him down with one hand. Invincible peak. Senior brother, you must be tired. Seeing his senior brother, Lu Qiming smiled. I'm alright. Did anything big happen in the peak recently? Lin Fan asked. The appearance of the Invincible Peak had brought many changes to the sect. Under Lu Qiming's management, the Invincible Peak had changed a lot. Nothing much, but the Frogman's situation is quite shocking. Junior brother has recorded that the Frogman's situation is quite shocking. There are frequent lightning strikes, and some junior brothers were injured when they passed by. Luckily, it's not a big deal. Lu Qiming said. Lin Fan thought to himself. The frog has been working harder than before. Before the integration with the outer world, it was just idling around. But after the integration, it has been working hard. Lin Fan didn't expose it, but he realized that the frog was getting stronger. By the way, get someone to take out these storage rings and categorize them. I'll go into seclusion first. Don't let anyone disturb me. Lin Fan walked towards the secret room. Yes, senior brother. Lu Qiming looked at Lin Fan's back and wanted to cry. As expected, every time Lin Fan comes back, he will go into seclusion. Lin Fan was so touched by senior brother's determination to become stronger. Furthermore, who did senior brother become stronger for? How could he not know? It was definitely for them. If it wasn't for senior brother, we wouldn't be where we are today. In the secret room, Lin Fan sat cross-legged and opened the storage ring. When he took out the golden paper, something terrifying happened. Grandmaster, are you there? Grandmaster, can you reply me? Grandmaster, it's been 5 days. You can't do this. The voice was weak, as if it was hoarse. What? What's the matter? Lin Fan asked. Suddenly, the voice on the other side of the golden paper became energetic. Grandmaster, you're finally here. If you don't show up, things will be bad. What's the matter? I've been busy lately. I just haven't written for a few days. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? I can't give up my cultivation for the sake of the bird. Look at the situation now. It's dangerous outside. If I'm not strong enough, the consequences will be disastrous. If someone comes to my sect, I won't know what to do. Grandmaster, this is understandable, but you have to write something. I haven't written anything for a few days. Those onlookers are about to rebel, and some of them are very interested in your identity. I'm afraid they are threatening your personal safety, the bird said as he examined. If it was any other writer who was so arrogant, they would have slapped him in the face. But this was a grandmaster. He couldn't offend him. Rush, all you know is to rush me. I just haven't written for a few days. Don't you know that I've been busy lately? Lin Fan scolded. Grandmaster, calm down. I'm not rushing you. The bird said hurriedly. He had to calm Lin Fan down. He couldn't let the grandmaster be unhappy. If he didn't write, it would be a huge loss. Lin Fan calmed down. It seemed like he really hadn't written for a few days. The leader of the world of pills must be anxious. Alright, I'll send it to you later. Don't disturb me. When the bird heard this, he was overjoyed. Alright, Grandmaster, please go. I won't disturb you anymore. In the secret room, Lin Fan thought about the plot. He didn't need to use too much of his brain. He just copied the template and realized that the direction didn't change. However, the adaptation of the master of the realm of pills was too difficult. The path of his rise was too tragic. He was basically crushed by others. If he wrote it like that, people would probably curse him to death. Therefore, he could only try to beautify the situation of the master of the realm of pills. However, after beautifying it, the domineering aura of the master of the realm of pills really appeared. As for the cultivation technique, he just made it up. Even if people asked about the master of the realm of pills in the future, it had nothing to do with him. He wrote the content and sent it to the bird. Then, he started to cultivate. Points, 7834015 inch 78 million points. That's enough for me to spend. Lin Fan smiled. The Blood River sect wasn't bad. It was a pity that there were many strong people but also many weak chickens. Killing them wouldn't give him many points. However, when all of them were gathered together, it was shocking enough. Level up. Points minus 20 million. Forbidden Body, Level 2, Traits, Forbidden Power, Suppression, Forbidden Body. Instantly, Lin Fan frowned. There was a surge of power within his body. It was massive, and even ancient. The consumption of 20 million points shocked him. He felt that the jump was a little too big. However, the changes it brought were too shocking. There's a terrifying mental force attacking my mind? He realized that after leveling up the cultivation technique, not only was there energy, but there was also a terrifying mental energy attack. It was dark, terrifying, and ancient. Interesting. I'll just attack randomly. If I make a splash, I'll admit defeat. Lin Fan smiled. He didn't care about the mental energy attack. The undying body could ignore mental energy attacks. However, when he raised his head, the space outside wasn't harmonious. Boom boom boom, the sky was originally filled with dark clouds, but now it was filled with lightning. The entire sky was dark and a terrifying pressure spread out. What's wrong? The disciples of the various sects straightened their bodies and looked at the sky in fear. The pressure made them feel an inexplicable pressure, and a sense of fear shrouded their hearts. Creak, Lin Fan pushed open the stone door and raised his head. The situation in the sky wasn't good. He rose into the air and floated. The lightning in the sky was as rough as a python. Every time it tore through the void, it would cause the spiritual chi to become turbulent and even set off violent torrents. Crackle, thunderbolts intertwined and formed a huge net that covered the entire sky. Perhaps it was to prevent Lin Fan from escaping. So powerful? Isn't it just cultivating a skill and raising it to the second level? To think that something like this would happen. Who do you want to kill? Lin Fan was filled with disdain. What the hell? Was he trying to scare people with just a skill? Moreover, looking at the situation, this forbidden body was probably not that simple. He had been deceived by the points required for the first level. 5 million was just the beginning. The second level would require 20 million. Disciple. Tiansu shouted. His disciple was in a bad situation, and he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. If it was a disaster, he would definitely fight it with his disciple. Teacher, don't come over. This is a calamity caused by my cultivation technique. It's not a big problem. Lin Fan stopped his teacher. He couldn't let his teacher come over. To him, this was not a problem, but to his teacher, it might be a problem. Bang, taking a step forward, Lin Fan bolted off into the distance. Looking at the might of the thunderbolts in the sky, he was truly afraid that a single thunderbolt would destroy the entire sect. Above a forest. A terrifying aura followed Lin Fan. Wherever he went, it would follow him. The beasts hiding in the forest could feel the terrifying aura. They ran away in a panic, not daring to stay any longer. It's so domineering. Alright, let's go together. Level up. Points minus 40 million. Forbidden Body, Max, Characteristics, Taboo Power, Suppression, Taboo Body, Taboo Heart. Boom, when Lin Fan leveled Forbidden Body to the max, the world shook, and the sky was torn apart. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Such power. Lin Fan clenched his fists. Forbidden power surrounded his body. It was a terrifying power, and the mental attack in his mind was strengthened to the extreme, forming a vast ocean that kept colliding with Lin Fan. But it couldn't cause any damage to him. The frog woke up from its cultivation. It couldn't continue cultivating due to the changes in the world. The power made it terrified, and beads of sweat dripped down its green face. Forbidden Body. He raised his head and looked into the distance with his small eyes. The figure there was very familiar. It was that detestable fugitive. However, this was not the scene that shocked him the most. Instead, it was the power that wrapped around the fugitive's body. It was a taboo power. How did he comprehend the power of the forbidden body? Hasn't the forbidden body been destroyed? The frog couldn't believe it. It was a divine master of the Nine Baron. Although it wasn't able to suppress the world, its alchemy skills were unparalleled. Countless people sought its help, so it knew a lot of secrets. The 3 volumes of Forbidden Body were all destroyed, and it could feel the power of the first volume from the fugitive. Where did this fugitive go? How did he find these things? Just as it was thinking about this, the world became even more terrifying. The lightning was mixed with a dark red brilliance. He can't get through it. With his cultivation, it's no doubt a fool's dream to get through it. Even the power of the Forbidden Body is enough to destroy him. At this moment, the frog was dumbfounded. Are you going to come or not? How long do you want to brew? If you don't come, I'll come. How annoying. Lin Fan frowned. He directly soared into the sky and rushed into the terrifying clouds. This? The frog was speechless. Isn't he courting death? Lin Fan's figure had already disappeared. He had merged with the world. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts filled the void and spread over, completely covering Lin Fan. It doesn't hurt or itch. What's going on? Lin Fan pondered. He couldn't understand what was going on. But soon, he understood. The lightning was disappearing. His body, arms, and legs were gradually disappearing. It seemed like they were being corroded. Is that so? Lin Fan stood there without saying anything. He wanted to see what would happen in the end. The frog stood on its hind legs and looked at Lin Fan in shock. Before the Forbidden Body was destroyed, many people cultivated it. But they all disappeared in this calamity. Not even a trace of them was left. Sigh, desperado. If you had told me in advance that you were cultivating the Forbidden Body, I would have definitely told you. But it's a pity that you didn't tell me. I'm going to regain my freedom soon. The frog was ready to go out and take a look after he regained his freedom. All the disciples were confused. They couldn't understand what was going on. But the aura in the distance was very strong. Even though they were far away, they still felt great fear. Suddenly, a burst of laughter resounded through the Invincible Peak. Ha 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 ha. I'm finally free. The frog fell silent. Then, it rejoiced. It moved its front paws left and right, and the connection in its soul disappeared. It had been a long time since it became a demon pet in the Thousand Deep Cave. This time, he saw it with his own eyes. How could a fugitive who recklessly charged into the calamity still be alive? But not long after, the frog stood rooted to the ground. The connection that had dissipated in his divine soul appeared once again. No way. The frog was dumbfounded. It had happened many times before, but it didn't know what was going on. But this time, it saw it with its own eyes. How could there be a problem? Could it be that something went wrong when I became a demon pet because I wasn't strong enough back then? The frog fell silent. Its mind was filled with thoughts. Impossible. How could I make a mistake? Oh no, I was too proud and laughed too arrogantly. Will he hear me? The frog was a little afraid. If this desperado hears me, won't I die a horrible death? After 10 seconds of resurrection, Lin Fan's essence, energy, and spirit were all full. But the calamity didn't disappear. It was still brewing. Lin Fan flew into the distance. I'm afraid it'll take longer this time. When he came to a place where there was no one around, he lay in the air and closed his eyes. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Boom, Lin Fan was already surrounded by clouds. The people outside couldn't see what was going on, but they could see flashes of lightning and scorching light in the clouds. Looking at it from the outside, the scene was terrifying, too frightening. Gone again. The frog calmed down. It didn't show much reaction. Sure enough, the connection reappeared after a while. Oh my god. What's going on? The frog's head was covered in sweat. It couldn't take it anymore. Lin Fan had lost count of how many times he had died. But at this moment, he realized that there were changes in the sky. Countless air currents gathered together and formed a heart. The heart was dead. It didn't beat or have any vitality. But it gave him a feeling that it was something he had. Is this the forbidden heart? Lin Fan was confused. He flew into the air, opened his fingers, and grabbed at the heart. The moment he touched it, he realized that the heart was beating. Very good, but I don't need it. Just give me strength. Lin Fan squeezed his fingers. Crack. The heart broke into pieces and turned into air currents that were sucked into Lin Fan's body. Only the weak need these things. I, the Peak Lord, only need power. Lin Fan relaxed his brows. A huge amount of energy flowed into his body. His cells started to devour it. Although his heart was the mortal heart, it was the original one. How could those useless things compare to it? Since he started cultivating, every organ in his body belonged to him. It had never changed. At this moment, his foundation was increasing. But it wasn't enough. The foundation needed to reach the glorious world stage was too huge. Every step he took was so steady, and when he reached the peak, the foundation he needed would naturally be even more. And because of this, he could crush the glorious world stage as a glorious world stage. Lin Fan thought about how those guys could only crush people of the same level. How boring. The turbulent void calmed down. The thick clouds and lightning dissipated. Everything returned to normal. It's gone. The disciples reacted, but they were already drenched in sweat. The power just now was too terrifying. It was as if they were wandering on the edge of life and death. It's over? The frog was dumbfounded. The feeling was still there. That meant that the fugitive was still alive and had successfully passed the calamity. That's too terrifying. Then, the frog thought of the shout just now. No matter what, it couldn't pretend that it didn't happen. What if he heard it? It would be very tragic if he didn't have eyes and experience. When the figure appeared in the distance, the frog immediately stood in the air, shaking its hind legs and clawing 6 times with its front claws, shouting to its heart's content. Master, 66666. Master, you are Frog's idol. Frog is so touched that I'm about to cry. No, I'm already crying. The frog cheered with all its might. It prayed in its heart. Can't hear it, can't hear it. If the fugitive heard what it said, he would definitely be beaten up. Lin Fan walked in the air. He was in a good mood. He was very satisfied with the increase in his foundation. If he was given a little more time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to step into the glorious world realm. When he really reached this realm, he might even be able to break through the outer realm. Of course, the 2 cultivation methods that he had obtained were not ordinary cultivation methods. It was simply too difficult to find another cultivation method that was suitable for him. It was impossible to rely on luck. Frog, you're very good. Lin Fan lifted the frog up and placed it in front of him. Your cultivation has improved again. Very good. The frog smiled and relaxed. It seemed that the fugitive didn't hear what it said just now. However, it was very shocked. How could this fugitive cultivate the forbidden body and even cultivate it successfully? Of course, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. What scared it the most was that the fugitive had actually passed the calamity. This was impossible. How could the power of the forbidden body be comprehended so easily? Look at the road behind me. Even bones can form a road. Thank you for your praise, Master. Frog has been cultivating very hard in the hope that I can help Master as soon as possible. Master, look, Old Black has been gone for so long and hasn't come back. Frog, look, he doesn't care about Master at all. The frog tried to drive a wedge between them. Actually, it was very envious of Old Black. He could go out and have fun, but he didn't know what it was like. Lao Hei said that something was attracting him, so he went out to train. However, what kind of lousy opportunity could an old black python have? You're still the most loyal. Lin Fan praised. However, his eyes were already squinting. This frog was not being honest. It was still not convinced. In his opinion, the frog was not in that desperate situation. Even if it was friendly to him, it was probably thinking of something else. Since it was a host body of a powerhouse, it wouldn't be easy to subdue it. Of course, Frog is definitely the most loyal. Shouted the frog. However, it became vigilant in its heart. This fugitive was acting strangely. It had to be careful. He wasn't this easy to talk to in the past. There might be a problem. The frog said one thing, but its heart was the same. It was always on guard against outlaws. Go play somewhere else. Lin Fan threw the frog to the side. He didn't have time to care about it. Instead, he came to his master's side. Master, it's nothing. I've made some progress in my skill set, so I got into some trouble. That's good. Master trusts you. You're my disciple, after all. How can you not do it? Xianxia said with a smile. Huarong stared at his senior brother, stunned. This is too shameless. I was so nervous just now, but now he's saying something so shameless. I'm impressed. He finally understood that it wasn't luck that made his senior brother so strong. Junior brother, I can see something bad in your eyes. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked at Huarong. This junior brother is really worrying. Jealousy is coming again. Senior brother, it's impossible. You must have seen wrongly. How can junior brother be like that? Huarong laughed. Senior brother's eyes are too sharp. I believe you. Xianxia said with a smile. But Huarong felt that there was something wrong with this smile. Master is right. As master's disciple, how can I not do it? Lin Fan said with a smile. All right, disciple. You must be tired. Go and rest. Don't be so careless in the future. Xianxia said anxiously. The aura just now was too terrifying. Even I wouldn't have a good ending if I went up. Xianxia region. A figure stood on the surface of the sea. She looked at the surface of the sea and pointed her finger at it. The surface of the sea parted, and a tunnel appeared. The white figure entered the sea and walked deeper into the sea. With a whistling sound, the surface of the sea closed up and the waves roiled, returning to its original state. No problems could be seen here. It was a beautiful lady. She had a great figure, but her chest was too small. If Lin Fan was here, he would definitely recognize her. Isn't she the 1000K patriarch, the bitch who beat me up? The 1000K patriarch frowned when she saw the situation at the entrance of the tomb. The statue was destroyed. Someone must have been here. How did someone find this place? She was confused, but she didn't think too much about it. She stood in front of the tomb and said something. The door opened, and she went in. Inside the tunnel, her face turned serious. The beasts' corpses were smelly, and there were even human corpses here. There must have been a huge battle. However, this wasn't a problem. She knew that there wouldn't be anything wrong with the core. But when the 1000K patriarch saw a corpse with only a piece of white cloth around his crotch, she was dumbfounded. You. She couldn't be sure, just in case she got the wrong person. 1000K patriarch, you're finally here. A voice could be heard from the corpse's abdomen. It sounded angry and embarrassed. You're the Vine Monarch? The 1000K patriarch couldn't be sure, but she asked anyway. Yes, it's me. The Vine Monarch's voice was hoarse. It was as if she had been shouting for a long time and was too angry. The 1000K patriarch laughed. Vine Monarch, how did you end up like this? You chose such a good place when you were looking for your burial ground. Why does it look like someone dug up your grave? A bunch of despicable little things entered this place by mistake and discovered this emperor's burial coffin. The Vine Monarch was unhappy, but she wasn't angry enough to kill the other party's entire family. 1000 Cave, I knew you were the first to awaken. Let me ask you, how much time do we have left? The 1000 Cave Patriarch asked solemnly. There should be some time left, but time is tight. You only found me? The Vine Monarch asked curiously. You're the only one I found. I can't find you anywhere else. Perhaps they woke up earlier than me, or they're really dead. The 1000 Cave Patriarch said with a sad look on her face. Your strength. The Vine Monarch could sense that the 1000 Cave Patriarch's cultivation wasn't as strong as she had imagined. It would be difficult for him to do anything in such a short period of time. Too much time has passed. I've lost half of the things I left in the ancestral land. It'll be difficult for me to return to my peak. The 1000 Cave Patriarch said solemnly. But there are still some things I left behind in other realms. It shouldn't be difficult for me to return to my peak. Sigh, it's a pity that I'm just a corpse now. I can't help you for now. The Vine Monarch sighed. He had made all the necessary preparations when he found the burial ground. He thought that he would be the first to awaken, but he didn't expect the power of time to be so terrifying. It destroyed many of his plans, making it difficult for him to succeed. Just as the Vine Monarch was sighing, she realized that the Thousand Cave Patriarch had turned to leave. Thousand Cave, what are you doing? I'm already in this state. Don't you have any sympathy? Like giving me some clothes? Hey, it's fine if you don't want to give me clothes, but at least hide me. If someone else comes in and finds my corpse, I'll be in big trouble. The Vine Monarch was dumbfounded. We used to be comrades. Do you have to be so heartless? Pa, the Vine Monarch's corpse flew into the air and landed in a deep pit. The soil from the surroundings covered the pit. Thousand Cave, you bitch, the Vine Monarch cursed. But soon, her voice disappeared. The Thousand Cave Patriarch frowned. He was extremely worried about the future. Those scary guys are coming. I'm afraid we'll be defeated just like last time. My former comrades can only find the Vine Monarch in this state. It's completely useless. As for the others, she couldn't find them. Lin Fan walked out of the graveyard and came to the surface of the sea. The Thousand Cave Patriarch stretched out her slender fingers and grabbed at the air. Dao Realm cultivators could only protect themselves, but they couldn't control everything. They would be destroyed in an instant in front of the truly powerful cultivators. Damn it. Why are the strongest cultivators in our domain only at the Dao Realm, but they are so strong? What's the point of having so many Dao Realm cultivators after tens of thousands of years? They can kill the truly powerful cultivators with just a finger. Are we really cattle and sheep that are being reared by others? Are we harvested when we mature? Unwilling to accept this, the white silhouette disappeared from where it was and fled into the distance. I have to find the rest of the relics. The next day, the World of Pills Patriarch was in a gloomy mood. Luo Yun wanted to ask him about it, but she didn't. Peak Leader Lin, you're not lying to me, are you? The Nine-Colored Patriarch wanted to cry. Why did I only write for a day? Why didn't I write for a few days? The Weapon Leader came to look for him. He was envious of him. The Star Clan Patriarch also came to look for him and asked him about Peak Leader Lin's whereabouts. The Nine-Colored Patriarch also realized that the people of the World of Pills were looking at him differently. My experiences when I was young are very inspiring to the people of the World of Pills. This made the Nine-Colored Patriarch feel very good. But all of a sudden, Robin stopped updating. Moreover, he looked at it every day. The blank page had always been there, with many people leaving comments. Some of the comments made him angry, but others made him feel helpless. Just then, the robin bird flew over from afar. The three blue transparent birds threw the paper into the air. The nine-colored ancestor was nervous, but also a little regretful. He had been disappointed for a few days. Today, he did not have much hope. Peak Leader Lin, I can see that you are not someone who goes back on your words. Why did you lie to me? Sigh. The leader of the realm of pills was a little old. He did not have many wrinkles on his face. However, he looked worried. The paper fell to the ground. The nine-colored ancestor grabbed it helplessly. Peak Leader Lin, we have to keep our words, don't we? When he opened the paper and saw the contents on the first page, his expression changed. His heart beat extremely fast. His disappointed expression suddenly changed. His eyes shone brightly. Ha 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 ha, his laughter resounded in the realm of pills. The clan members raised their heads, wondering what happy thing the ancestor had experienced. At that moment, the nine-colored ancestor waved his hand. A table and a chair appeared out of nowhere. A cup of fragrant tea leisurely laid on the chair, slowly savoring the contents of the bird. Time passed slowly. The nine-colored ancestor was completely silent. When he finished reading the contents of the bird, his face was filled with pride. However, soon after, he began to doubt himself. Is this really me? Even though the things are the same, the ending is different. The nine-colored ancestor's face turned red. Peak Leader Lin's compliment was too powerful, making him a little embarrassed. The truth was obviously not like that. For example, here. Even though his parents had passed away, he did not go to their graves to pay his respects. Because his heart was in too much pain. Learning a cultivation technique, there was no such thing. However, in Peak Leader Lin's words, he was such a person. Because of his extreme sadness, he even gave the cultivation technique a name. Overwhelming Sadness Palm? What? The nine-colored ancestor was confused. He really did not understand. When did he learn such a cultivation technique? The comments on the bird were very popular. Amazing. I didn't think the nine-colored ancestor would have such an experience. He even turned his sorrow into strength and learned a palm technique. Oh. Overwhelming Sadness Palm, just from the name, I can feel the power of this palm technique. If I had the chance, I must go to the realm of pills and have a good talk with the nine-colored ancestor. Constantly striving to become stronger and growing in desperate situations, the nine-colored old ancestor is truly a role model for our generation. Last time, I don't know who it was that told me that the nine-colored old ancestor's character wasn't good, but now it seems like those words were false. Looking at these praises, Xianxia felt extremely happy. However, what made the nine-colored ancestor feel a bit awkward was how to get past this overwhelming sadness palm. If he was asked by others and said he didn't know how to do it, wouldn't he be exposed? After pondering for a moment, he decided to change the name of the palm technique he knew to the overwhelming sorrow palm. Perhaps this is not a bad choice. The nine-colored ancestor was indifferent. Peak Lord Lin had already done his best to beautify him. In fact, even he himself wanted to return to his youth and use this method to forcefully counterattack. But unfortunately, he couldn't. In a certain holy land that shone with golden light, an old man stared intently at the contents of the bird. At their level, there was no way for them to advance any further. Teaching juniors was a way to kill time. The content of the Master of Pill World on the bird had totally attracted him. However, there was too little content and it wasn't enough. Divine Lord, is there something that makes you very happy? A middle-aged man beside him asked respectfully. The content of the bird is not bad. It is really interesting, but unfortunately, there is too little content and I am not satisfied. The god leader stood up and his body gave off a golden glow. A god country danced in the light. God leader, since that is the case, why don't I go and capture the person who wrote it? The middle-aged man said. The god leader smiled, no need, I will head out personally to capture him and lock him up in the god country. Before the middle-aged man could say anything, the god leader waved his finger and the door to the god country appeared. He stepped in and disappeared from the spot. Lin Fan felt that he had become stronger. Although his cultivation didn't increase, his foundations had increased greatly. Even if he fought with Dao Realm experts, even if he couldn't win, he would be able to have a good fight. I still have more than 10 million points. Cultivation techniques are a problem. Forget it, I will go and create a cultivation technique first. If I don't create a celestial cultivation technique, I won't be able to live. Lin Fan returned to Invincible Peak and told Lu Qiming to continue his seclusion. In the secret room, Lin Fan's expression was solemn. I swear, if I don't create a skill this time around, I won't step out of the secret chamber. Lin Fan sat cross-legged and took out a small notebook and pen to try. He didn't believe that someone as kind and righteous as him wouldn't be able to create a celestial cultivation technique. Did he have any humanity left? A few days passed. Senior brother has been in seclusion for quite a long time. Lu Qiming would pass by here every day. Sometimes, he would even carry a baby. Although he didn't know what senior brother was thinking, senior brother often made decisions, so he didn't make a fuss. Lu Qiming frowned and looked at the person in the distance. Every time he came here, he would see the woman standing there. She didn't get close, but she didn't leave either. However, he knew that she was the big senior sister of the Jingkong sacred land. Their sect was destroyed by Xiankong's sect, and senior brother was kind enough to let them stay. They opened up land outside the sect and started farming. Hey! What are you trying to do by coming here every time? Lu Qiming felt that there was something wrong with this woman. She was always sneaking around. It was creepy. Wait, don't go. Come here and tell me what you want. This is the Invincible Peak, and you are not allowed to be impudent. As the butler of the Invincible Peak, Lu Qiming had to be responsible for the safety of the peak. He didn't say much in the past because he thought that she was here to see the baby. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. I would like to seek help from Peak Leader Lin. The big senior sister of the Jingkong Sacred Land walked up to Lu Qiming. You want my senior brother to take revenge for your sect, right? Don't even think about it. My senior brother isn't someone who will be used by others. You can take revenge on your own sect. Why bring trouble to my senior brother? Lu Qiming looked at her. The Xianxia sect is too powerful. How are we going to take revenge? The big senior sister lowered her head and clenched her fists. She had been cultivating hard these days, but she was still far from being able to take revenge. You know how powerful the Xianxia sect is, and you still want my senior brother to take revenge for you? Aren't you putting my senior brother in danger? I think you should leave. Senior brother is already being kind by letting you stay in the Magnificent Flame sect. Don't push your luck. Lu Qiming said sternly. One should be content with what they have, but to him, this woman didn't know how to be content. It was already a great favor for senior brother to take them in and leave a bloodline for the pure sky sacred land. How dare she ask senior brother to take revenge? I beg you. Suddenly, the woman knelt on the ground with a thud. She grabbed the ground with both hands and bit her lips. I'm an orphan. The sect leader took me in and treated me like his own daughter. Now that the sect is destroyed, I can't take revenge. I'm not satisfied. I don't care who I need help from. As long as I can take revenge, I'm willing to do anything, even if I become a slave. Lu Qiming took a step back helplessly. Don't kneel to me. It's useless. I have my own way of doing things, and I won't be threatened by anyone. And this is your pure sky sacred lands matter. You should take revenge on your own. The grand senior sister lowered her head and stood up. She walked to the secret room and knelt down again. Peak Leader Lin, I beg you, please take revenge for my sect. What are you doing? Lu Qiming was shocked. His face changed. Senior brother told me not to let anyone disturb me, but this hateful woman dares to disturb me. If anything happens to senior brother, I won't let her off. In the secret room, Lin Fan was helpless. What the hell? Is it so difficult? It's been a few days. I can't even remember how many times I've tried to kill myself. But I've never succeeded. Impossible. Even if it's an immortal skill set, it shouldn't be this powerful. Could it be that I'm not smart enough? Alright, let's try again. Lin Fan started to move his meridians again. This was a new route. But all of a sudden, a shrill cry could be heard. Lin Fan's body trembled, and his meridians drifted in another direction. Oh my god, who's that? Why is it so miserable? Not good. Instantly, Lin Fan felt the blood in his body boil. Just like boiling water, bubbles kept coming out. Gotcha, his body began to crack. His bloody flesh split open, but there was a dim red light flickering within. Am I going to kill myself again? Lin Fan was helpless. He was prepared to start again, but suddenly, the situation changed. His boiling blood calmed down, and a whirlpool formed in his body. It didn't absorb spiritual energy or earth energy, but instead spat it out. A line of words appeared on the immortal grade blank paper. Chaos, increase in all aspects. Upper immortal grade. At that moment, Lin Fan felt like his body was about to explode. Terrifying energy filled his body. How can this be? It's just an immortal grade, how can it be so strong? Ha ha ha. Did I break through just like that? Lin Fan was overjoyed. He was in disbelief. If that was the case, then it would be great. But now wasn't the time to think about such things. He had to quickly devour the energy and see how much it could grow. The cells in his body started to devour the energy crazily. So strong. The energy slowly spread out in the secret room, but the ripples were shockingly terrifying. His foundations continued to increase. At that moment, Lin Fan stood up. Comprehending a celestial technique would actually give him such a terrifying foundation. This was something that he didn't dare to believe. His breathing became rushed and his body felt heavy. This was the suppression of his foundations. The cultivation plus sign kept shining. It was time to improve. Stop shouting. Lu Qiming covered her mouth, silencing her. My senior brother is currently cultivating. If you disturb him and cause trouble for him, I, Lu Qiming, will definitely not let you off. Lu Qiming's eyes flickered with fury. He would definitely not allow anyone to threaten his senior brother. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky were rolling like waves. This kind of strange phenomenon caused everyone to panic. This is? Tiansu stood up suddenly. He could feel a terrifying aura coming from the Invincible peak. Disciple, what's wrong? Are you going to break through? Tiansu could not take it anymore. Lin Fan's cultivation speed is too fast. Even though I've been cultivating with all my might, I still can't catch up to him. Senior brother, what's wrong with that kid? Huarong asked worriedly. What's wrong? He must have broken through. Junior brother, don't make a fuss. You must have confidence in my disciple. Do you understand? Tiansu said calmly, but deep down, he was panicking. Huarong looked at his senior brother speechlessly. Senior brother's words can be very hurtful sometimes. Just then, something happened at the Invincible peak. A beam of light pierced through the secret room and rushed into the sky, rushing into the clouds. What's that? Right when everyone was in a state of shock, a disciple cried out in surprise. That was because a boundless figure was standing towering above the heavens and the earth. Senior brother Lin, it's senior brother Lin. The disciples shouted. They did not expect senior brother Lin to appear in the sky. But it doesn't seem to be senior brother Lin. It's more like a shadow. The figure in the sky was majestic. He opened his eyes and looked down on the world. Around him, there was a divine aura, shocking everyone. Lu Qiming stared at the figure in shock. Senior brother Lin has improved again, and he has become even more terrifying. Senior brother Lin, you're amazing. The Invincible Peak disciples cheered. Lin Fan was the person they admired the most. Ever since they joined the Magnificent Flame sect and entered the Invincible Peak, their lives had changed drastically. And all of this was brought about by senior brother Lin. In the secret room. I broke through just like that. At this moment, there were lightning bolts swimming around Lin Fan's body, crackling and flashing. He felt a different feeling. It was a change in his vision. He could see the entire Magnificent Flame sect, and everything was under his control. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. Patter, Lin Fan clenched his fists tightly. The lightning wrapping around his body dissipated instantly and fused back into his body. Glorious world state. His strength has gotten stronger yet again. That arrogance of his has never once dissipated. If this were to carry on, something big would definitely happen. As he stood there, his heart began to swell. Recently, he had been working too hard, and his cultivation had increased a little too quickly. Which woman is screaming? She has done me a great favor in the blink of an eye. Pushing open the stone door, Xianxia stepped out. Outside. Senior brother, you've become stronger again? Lu Qiming's eyes shone with excitement. He could sense an extremely terrifying power from his senior brother. Yes. Lin Fan looked at Lu Qiming before turning to the side. This girl looks familiar, but I can't recall who she is. But now that I think about it, I have an impression of her. Aren't you the big senior sister from the clear sky sacred land? Were you the one who screamed just now? His success just now had a lot to do with that voice. If it weren't for that voice, which startled him into drifting, he probably wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Plop. The big senior sister knelt down in front of Lin Fan. She raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. Peak leader Lin, I beg you. Can you take revenge for my sect? I'm willing to give you everything, including my body and soul. I just hope that you can take revenge for me. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and looked at her. Another little lamb blinded by hatred. Senior brother, ignore her. Her sect was destroyed by the Xianxia sect, and she wants senior brother to take revenge for her. Doesn't that mean that you have to destroy the Xianxia sect? That will bring trouble to senior brother, Lu Qiming said immediately. Lu Qiming was unhappy with people like this. The Magnificent Flame sect was kind enough to take in the Clear Sky Sacred Land, but they still want to drag the Magnificent Flame sect into a war. How many people would die in a war between the two sects? Every disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect is important. I can't let them die for no reason. Lin Fan remained expressionless. He did not say a word. I'm interested in this matter. Peak Leader Lin, I beg you. The big senior sister moved her knees and came to Lin Fan, grabbing his shoes. Other than asking for Lin Fan's help, she couldn't think of any other way. The Xianxia sect was too powerful. It was impossible for them to take revenge with their current strength. Shut up. Don't think of using my senior brother as a tool. This is your Clear Sky Sacred Lands matter. Don't drag the Magnificent Flame sect down with you. Lu Qiming scolded. He knew that his senior brother was a kind person. Junior brother Lu, how can you say that? Lin Fan said softly. Do you still remember the Magnificent Flame sect's motto? Lu Qiming lowered his head. Yes, senior brother. The Magnificent Flame sect is righteous, friendly, and peace-loving. Yes, the Magnificent Flame sect is a peace-loving sect. But what should we do if we meet someone who isn't peaceful? Lin Fan asked. Senior brother, this. Lin Fan interrupted Lu Qiming before he could finish his sentence. If you run into people who don't want peace, you can only flatten them. The pure emptiness Holy Land was exterminated for no reason at all. Look at that baby I took in. He had no parents, no relatives. Look at this woman. She lost her entire sect, and in order to avenge her sect, she even knelt down. So, senior brother, please take care of this matter. The Magnificent Flame sect is the messenger of justice, and we will not tolerate any evil. Lin Fan helped the big senior sister up and patted her shoulder. Alright, don't worry. I will help you because the Magnificent Flame sect is righteous and friendly. We will punish those who do evil. Thank you, Peak Leader Lin. Hearing this, big senior sister fell to the ground again. Senior brother, I will go and gather the disciples now. Lu Qiming accepted Lin Fan's words and prepared to go and gather the disciples. Gather the disciples for what? Lin Fan asked, looking at Lu Qiming in confusion. Senior brother, since we are going to take revenge, we must bring our junior brothers with us. Lu Qiming was stunned. No need. I will go myself. Lin Fan waved his hand. There was no need for others to participate. He alone was enough. Senior brother. Lu Qiming was shocked and worried. It's too dangerous for senior brother to go alone. Lin Fan waved his hand. It's a waste of time to bring so many people. Could it be that I have a special interest in destroying sects? I want to make use of the Clear Sky Sacred Land to attack the Xianxia sect. Of course, Lin Fan knew about the Xianxia sect. Their leader was ambitious, and he wanted to monopolize the Origin Ancestor region, but he had never succeeded. It might not be comparable to the Blood River sect, but it was still a decent sect. He had never complained that he had too few points. Peak Leader Lin, the Xianxia sect is really strong. If you go alone, I'm afraid. Senior sister was worried and hoped that Peak Leader Lin wouldn't be careless. What's there to be afraid of? I alone am more than enough. You guys should stay in the sect. It's not too late anyway. Towards a sect that doesn't love peace, we have to deal a heavy blow. Lin Fan said righteously. That deep hatred towards evil made this great senior sister extremely grateful. Lu Qiming felt a little guilty. After hearing senior brother's words, he felt that his heart wasn't strong enough. Suddenly, senior brother Lin placed his hand on his shoulder. Only to see senior brother Lin consoling him, junior brother Lu, don't take it to heart. Regarding this matter, you are also thinking for senior brother's sake. You don't wish for senior brother to fall into a quagmire. But you must remember, people don't live for themselves. Perhaps, for a belief, they might even sacrifice their lives for it. As for senior brother, he has always been working hard for the sake of world peace. Lu Qiming raised his head. Although senior brother's words were harsh, to him, they were filled with strength. In his eyes, senior brother seemed to be shrouded in light. Senior brother, junior brother will remember. Lu Qiming nodded, remembering senior brother's words. Senior sister looked at peak leader Lin. When they first met, she had some misunderstandings about Lin Fan. But now, she realized that she might have been biased against him. To her, peak leader Lin of the Magnificent Flame sect was really different from what she had imagined. Alright, senior brother will go first. With every second that passes, I don't know how many innocent people will be oppressed by the Xianxia sect. Lin Fan sighed. He then flew into the sky and tore space apart, heading towards the Xianxia sect. He was in a good mood. I have another reason, and it's a strong one. Even if there was no such thing as big senior sister, he still had other reasons. For example, I adopted the child as my daughter. How could I tolerate the destruction of my sect? I have to do it forcefully. This is all because of justice. Lin Fan traveled in the sky. He was much faster than when he was a Heaven Ascension state cultivator. If I can destroy the Xianxia sect, the world will be brighter. In the distance, there was a building that emitted a brilliant light floating in the air. That was the old house of the Xianxia sect. At this moment, the Xianxia sect disciples were attracted by the situation far away. What's that? In the eyes of the disciples, the ray of light was shining brightly. It was like a blazing sun, getting closer and closer. Oh no, there's an enemy attack. The disciples screamed in panic. It's here. Lin Fan looked at the Xianxia sect in the distance. His aura rose, and with a loud bang, he crashed into the mountain of the Xianxia sect. A strong force surged forth, piercing through the middle of the mountain. Then, Lin Fan bent and rose into the air. Everyone looked up, wondering what it was. But the ray of light in the sky was getting brighter and brighter. Pung, Lin Fan landed on the ground. He clasped his hands together and hammered down. The power in his fists boiled and then exploded out. Destroying everything in its path, the power turned into a terrifying shockwave that swept Xianxia sect. The buildings floating in the air trembled, and with a kacha sound, cracks appeared on them. When they reached their limit, the buildings in the air crashed into the ground and turned into rubble. Kacha, the ground of Xianxia sect cracked and the cracks spread across the entire ground. Puchi, the mountain that supported Xianxia sect started to shake. The entire mountain started to shatter and many giant rocks fell. At the same time, there were cries of pain. Who? Lin Fan stood up with his arms behind his back and stood there proudly. Voila, the mountain collapsed and Xianxia sect turned into ruins. But the ground beneath Lin Fan's feet formed stone pillars and the surrounding ground had already collapsed. My points are still okay. Lin Fan sensed the increase in points and it was quite satisfying. With his current strength, he didn't need to do much. He just needed to punch in and these sects wouldn't be able to block it. Hong, someone flipped the giant rocks on their bodies and there was more than one person. Ah! Instantly, an angry roar exploded from below. A wave of energy swept across the area like a storm, blowing away all the giant rocks in the area. Xianxia sect. The sect leader looked around and was totally stunned. He didn't dare to believe what was happening. Xianxia sect had actually disappeared and what replaced it was ruins. Sect leader. The surviving Xianxia sect elders rushed to his side. Their faces were ashen white and they shouted in fear. As elders, they didn't know what had happened. They only felt a terrifying power blow over and then the ground split apart. Their bodies were buried by giant rocks. If not for their strong cultivation, they would have died here. It's you. The sect leader raised his head and looked at the man whose black hair danced in the wind. It is me. Why? Lin Fan looked at the Xianxia sect leader. Peerless celestial realm cultivation. He was so strong in the past, but what a waste. That strength only represented a period of time ago. Now, his strength had improved once more and it was a huge improvement. It was so huge that he was about to explode from his arrogance. Despicable, you actually dared to destroy my Xianxia sect. This sect master will kill you. The sect master's teeth were chattering. He was furious to the extreme. Flames of rage erupted in his heart. The sect master used his cultivation technique, and an intense and terrifying aura enveloped his body, so much so that it was about to solidify. Die. With a ping sound, the sect master soared into the air. His long hair fluttered about. The berserk power turned into an evil dragon that circled around his body. His tiger eyes were already spewing flames, truly wishing to tear him into 10,000 pieces. Lin Fan took out the axe and looked at the sect leader in the distance. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the axe out. The axe spun in the air at an incredible speed, slicing through the void and disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The sect leader's heart trembled as he felt a sense of danger. He was protected by a barrier of light. But in his eyes, an axe spun and sliced through the light screen. The axe looked ordinary, but it gave him boundless despair. It was impossible to dodge, it was too fast. Poochie, the axe cut through the skin on the sect leader's forehead like cutting through tofu. There was no pressure at all. Following this, a wave of terrifying power exploded out. There was a loud explosion. The power was too strong and the sect leader couldn't block it at all. His body turned into a streak of light and was pinned to the ground. What? The Xianxia sect elders were terrified and their mouths were agape. They were totally stunned. In the blink of an eye, the sect leader was killed in one strike. So boring. With your strength, I can't even raise my spirits. Lin Fan was helpless. He raised his palm and the axe spun back. Fresh blood dripped from the axe. This was the sect leader's blood and it was still warm. Why? An elder asked in rage. Our Xianxia sect has no grievances with you, so why do you want to wipe us out? But some elders retreated and wanted to flee. Lin Fan was too terrifying and if they continued to stay here, they would die. Because of justice, do you understand? To people like you who don't like peace, I can only flatten all of you. Lin Fan played with the axe in his hand. It was really sharp and it was a great helper to slash people. The Xianxia sect elders stared at the axe in Lin Fan's hands and then at the sect leader. Everything happened too quickly and they couldn't react at all. The sect leader was the strongest in their hearts but he was pinned to death by one axe. They were terrified. Run! Some elders exclaimed. If they didn't run, they would die even worse. You want to run? That's impossible. Lin Fan looked at the remaining elders and stepped forwards. The stone pillar broke and his body disappeared from the spot. Instantly, he appeared in front of an elder. Let me off. The elder cried out in fear. No. Shaking his head, Lin Fan opened his mouth and exhaled. Instantly, the elder felt a horrifying surge of energy as his body exploded. What a terrifying person. When the elders who were running saw this, their hearts exploded. To them, this person was just too terrifying and they couldn't fight him at all. Haze, running is a bad habit. Even if you can't win, you have to fight with all your courage because death isn't scary. Why can't you all see through it? After stepping into Glorious World Realm, he really wanted to feel how strong his power was. He stood there and took in a deep breath. Instantly, a strong suction force exploded out. The elders who were running felt their bodies being wrapped up by the suction force and they were forced to retreat. No. The elders cried out in fear. They turned their heads and their hair stood on their ends. They didn't dare to believe that Lin Fan could restrict them with just a breath. Just how strong did he have to be able to be this terrifying? Unable to control their bodies any longer, the elders pounced towards Lin Fan. You can't run, so why waste time? When the elders were about to reach him, Lin Fan raised his right hand. With a clap, he snapped his fingers. The friction between his fingers gave off a power that could shatter the ocean. Space shattered and everything was destroyed by this power. As for the bodies of the elders, under the ravaging power, they disintegrated and disappeared into thin air. There wasn't even a single drop of blood left. All of them were shattered. This is a little strong. Lin Fan smiled. After stepping into Glorious World Realm, his control of power was even more violent. Especially the heart of power. Each time he broke through, it would grow crazily. Based on this speed, who knows when I will be able to fully control power and become the ruler of power. His goal had never changed, to become the ruler of power. As for the other laws, he didn't want to comprehend them at all. It's all over. Lin Fan looked around. Xianxia sect was a decent power, but it was now in ruins. It was a little boring. He walked in front of the sect leader and looked at his head, which was cleaved by an axe. He felt really helpless. You are really lucky. You are the only one from Xianxia sect whose corpse is intact. I will bring you back to the sect later. As for how the people from Clear Sky Holy Land play with you, that has nothing to do with me. Lin Fan grabbed the sect leader and tossed him into his storage ring. He raised his finger and the space shook. Many giant stones shook and some undamaged storage rings floated out. Wiping out a sect wasn't a good thing. Although the points would increase quickly, it was just too cruel. Of course, Blood River sect and Xianxia sect being wiped out wasn't cruel at all. Peace was the most important thing. Since both sects don't like peace, there's no point in keeping them. I might as well wipe them out. Time to go back. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave, he stopped. This aura makes me feel uncomfortable. Lin Fan frowned. He was still very sensitive to feelings of displeasure. He then stood in the air and looked into the distance. So what if you're here? Stop hiding. I've seen too many people in my life. I can't remember who you are. He felt that the person was someone he knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt this way. I didn't expect you to grow so much in such a short time. This is really shocking. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the air. The 1000K Patriarch stood there in a clean white robe. His aura was different from before. He used to look immature, but now he gave off the feeling that he was the best in the world. It's none of your business. How shocked are you? Lin Fan opened his mouth and scolded. He remembered this B*TCH in his heart. She was the one who beat him and Master up in the sect. If they weren't so calm, they would have been embarrassed. The 1000K Patriarch frowned. He was angered by Lin Fan's words. What? You want to fight? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fan cracked his neck. I can take my revenge now. I didn't come here to fight with you. I have more important things to do. I hope that you know that the peace in the outer realm is only temporary. Although your current strength is not bad, it is still far from enough. Even if you were to face me, your strength is still insufficient. The 1000K Patriarch was very stubborn. She wasn't Lin Fan's match before the fusion of the outer realms. But after the fusion of the world of true immortals, she had recovered a small part of her strength. She was strong enough to defeat Lin Fan. Now that all the outer realms had fused, she had found more than half of the treasures left behind. What did you say? Lin Fan pretended not to hear her clearly. You said that I'm not strong enough to face you? The 1000K Patriarch was about to speak, but he was taken aback. The aura of this fellow was like an erupting volcano, rising rapidly, causing people to feel a chill down their spines. Crack, Lin Fan's body expanded, and a terrifying power spread out. The space started to crack, and black cracks in the shape of tree branches appeared around him. 1000K Patriarch, what did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly. Lin Fan looked down at the 1000K Patriarch. The 1000K Patriarch couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Fan's aura was terrifying. As for Lin Fan's body, due to the fact that the power was way too terrifying, his hairs were quivering. The space around his body had already started to rip apart, turning into a series of black cracks. It was as if a black snake was devouring the space around him. The black cracks spread out behind him, twisting. As time passed, the black cracks gradually spread out in all directions. Woman, what did you say just now? I'm not happy with you. Lin Fan's aura made the 1000K Patriarch feel uneasy. To the 1000K Patriarch, Lin Fan was like a demon descending from the heavens, sending chills down his spine. You. This was simply an earth-shattering change. The difference between them was just too great. You talk too much. Let me see how different you are from other women. Lin Fan smiled and raised his hand, grabbing at the 1000K Patriarch. His 5 fingers glowed with a cold, gloomy light. Each of his fingers was condensed with power, and 5 black cracks appeared in the space. Terrifying. A bright light shot out from the Thousand Cave Patriarch's back, and he disappeared from the spot at a weird angle. Bang! Lin Fan clenched his fist, and the space around him was like a piece of skin that was gripped in his hand. Turbulent currents rumbled out. It was just a single strike, but it had already created such a terrifying might. The Thousand Cave Patriarch appeared in the distance. She was shocked by the scene around her. How can you be so strong? The Thousand Cave Patriarch finally spoke after a long silence. He was shocked and confused by Lin Fan's strength. Hee. Lin Fan's huge body gave off a strong sense of pressure. His 10-meter-tall body was just right. It wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. It was similar to the height of the giant spirit race. Even though the pressure was strong, it gave off a clumsy feeling. How can you be so strong? Woman, you are too ignorant. Don't you know that strength is the most powerful thing? You guys have a messy understanding of the laws. How can you be as strong as me? Lin Fan had never regretted his decision to only understand the law of strength. Even though someone once said that it was the stupidest thing to do to only understand one law, Lin Fan thought that they were too weak. How could it be wrong to focus on one law? When a single law is cultivated to the extreme, it will produce the most terrifying power. Is that so? The Thousand Cave Patriarch didn't expect Lin Fan to only understand the laws of strength. He shook his head and said, "You are too stupid." What are you talking about? If you don't know how to speak like a human, then shut up. Stupid? I think you're the one who's stupid. Lin Fan was very unhappy. What the hell was this? Calling him stupid was practically asking for death. You're truly too ignorant. Everyone can comprehend 9 types of laws, yet you've only comprehended one type of law. I must say, your path will be extremely difficult to continue on. At the same time, you'll discover that the laws of strength aren't that powerful either. The Thousand Cave Patriarch looked down on Lin Fan for learning a law. He thought that Lin Fan was courting death. Forget it. Since you are so stubborn, you can continue on your own. But I advise you that it is not too late to turn back now. If you can comprehend it, hurry up and comprehend other laws. You won't have a good ending if you walk down a single law. Moreover, the power law is the most dangerous law out of all. You can't feel it now, but when you step into the Tao realm, you will understand. The Thousand Cave Patriarch didn't want to talk too much with Lin Fan. She still had things to do, and now that the Xiankong sect was destroyed, she had to pretend to leave. She had left something here, but it was not wise to take it out now. You're already here, and you want to leave after acting tough? Bitch, you're dreaming. Lin Fan moved and blocked the Thousand Cave Patriarch's way. You want to leave? There was no way. What do you want? The Thousand Cave Patriarch was a little angry. She didn't want to fight Lin Fan. Fuck you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's eyes shone brightly. He raised his hand and sent a slap towards the Thousand Cave Patriarch. The vast power was enough to tear the sky apart. With a slap, the surrounding air began to boil like hot water. The Thousand Cave Patriarch waved his arm, causing the space around him to tremble. He collided with the palm, creating a huge shockwave. Such power. After exchanging a single blow, she discovered that this fellow's strength was simply too strong. Haha, let's see how you're going to run today. Lin Fan took a step in the air and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the Thousand Cave Patriarch, throwing a punch at him. Buzz, the Thousand Cave Patriarch frowned. He raised his hand, and flames shot into the sky. An unknown killing move gathered around him, trying to push Lin Fan back. But she had underestimated Lin Fan. He was in battle mode. As long as he was fighting, he wouldn't dodge. Puke, the flames covered Lin Fan, and the scorching light burned his body. His body started to explode, and blood started to flow out. The Thousand Cave Patriarch was shocked. She didn't expect Lin Fan to barge in without dodging. Suddenly, just as she was thinking, the flames started to burn, as if something was going to explode. Bang, Lin Fan was covered in blood. He passed through the flames and clenched his fist, aiming for the 1000K Patriarch's beautiful face. Suddenly, the 1000K Patriarch's body shone brightly. Divine light filled the sky. I didn't want to fight you at all, but don't go too far. She was already angry. She was looking for the remains to recover her strength, and she came to the Xiankong sect just in time to see this. Who would have thought that Lin Fan would attack her? So what if we bullied you? You also bullied us quite badly back then. Lin Fan punched out, colliding with the divine light. In an instant, the sky shook, and energy waves spread out. However, Lin Fan didn't stop. He stared at the 1000K Patriarch, and his body streaked across the sky, leaving a black line in the air. He then shouted and punched the 1000K Patriarch. Boom, the 1000K Patriarch didn't expect Lin Fan to be so strong. Even though there was a light barrier around him, it shattered with a crack. I hit you. Lin Fan maintained the posture of swinging his fist. He could already feel the back of his hand rubbing against her delicate face. Bang, the peerless figure was like a cannonball that crashed into the ground, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. 1000K Patriarch, how do you feel? Do you feel the burning pain? It's like your body is being torn apart. Lin Fan stood in the air, looking down at the 1000K Patriarch. He lowered his head. There was blood on his fist, but it wasn't his. It was the 1000K Patriarch's. Crack, a sound could be heard from the ruins. Damn you. The 1000K Patriarch stood up, lowered his head, and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Half of her face was swollen, but it still couldn't hide her beauty. Drip, drip, blood dripped down from her chin. She looked up at the sky. The figure made her furious. How is it? Am I strong enough? If I don't feel like it, I'll come again. Lin Fan smiled. I finally got my revenge. But I haven't gotten my master's revenge yet. At that time, this woman had crushed him and his disciple all by herself. Therefore, he had to let his teacher teach her a lesson as well. Just then, the 1000K Patriarch took out a pill and swallowed it. His swollen face slowly went down. I still love women. TSK, the swelling has gone down. I'll make you swell up again later. Lin Fan looked at him coldly and charged towards the 1000K Patriarch with a step forward, shattering the space around him. His aura was terrifying, forming a terrifying current of air. To the 1000K Patriarch, it felt like the sky was falling towards her. She raised her hand, and a few formation runes appeared, giving off a dazzling light. However, the runes were destroyed in an instant. What? The 1000K Patriarch was shocked. A chill ran down her spine, and she broke out in cold sweat. She didn't expect Lin Fan to be so strong. Even the formation runes couldn't withstand it, and broke into pieces. Stop being so shocked. Just lie down for your daddy. Lin Fan hollered out. Looking down from above, he punched out with a fist that was burning with flames. Bang, an earth-shattering explosion could be heard. The ground started to crack under the terrifying force. Rocks flew into the air, and everything within a few hundred miles started to shake violently. Ah! A shriek could be heard. It was the 1000K Patriarch's voice. Lin Fan's fist covered the 1000K Patriarch's body and crushed him to the ground. She coughed out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the back of Lin Fan's hand red. The scorching fire broke through the 1000K Patriarch's earth energy and set her clothes on fire. Her body was glowing, but to the 1000K Patriarch, she felt like she was going to explode. How dare you? The 1000K Patriarch shouted. Her eyes were bloodshot. She was completely infuriated by Lin Fan. Bullsh*T Lin Fan punched the 1000K Patriarch. I don't dare to beat you up, but do you think I'm going to hurt you? You bare-chested woman. You don't even have what a woman should be proud of. Why are you still acting tough? Bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The cracks were like dragons splitting in all directions, coiling around the ground. At the same time, Lin Fan's body was surrounded by terrifying blood qi, which kept coming out of his pores. The entire area was under Lin Fan's control. Bitch, indulge in the terrifying domination of this. Peak Lord. When he was tired of punching the Thousand Cave Patriarch, he lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. One kick after another. The ground shook, and the Thousand Cave Patriarch floated down. Lin Fan was extremely arrogant. He didn't expect this day to come. He had wanted to beat the Thousand Cave Patriarch up for a long time, and he finally got the chance. The Thousand Cave Patriarch, who was under his foot, coughed out blood continuously. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared from her body. It was a bead. The bead blinked and brought the Thousand Cave Patriarch away from the ground. Lin Fan looked up and saw the Thousand Cave Patriarch standing there naked. But it's a pity that it's flat. Although it's pink. Bastard. A gust of wind blew past. The Thousand Cave Patriarch felt a chill run down her spine. She looked down and realized that she was naked. Her face was a little flushed, but her eyes were spitting fire. She placed her arm in front of her to cover her body, while she used her other hand to cover her lower body. Stop blocking. Who's looking at you? You can't even cut anything with a flat blade. Lin Fan was indifferent. He cracked his knuckles. That series of moves just now felt really good. He had never felt so good before. He had wanted to beat the Thousand Cave Patriarch for a long time, and he finally did it. It was a great feeling. But judging from the Thousand Cave Patriarch's situation, she wasn't satisfied yet. I've always been curious. Your cultivation has been increasing very quickly. Lin Fan smiled. The frog told Old Black that you've been around for tens of thousands of years, which means that you're a 10,000-year-old witch. But looking at your shy face, you might be a reincarnated one. And you've been appearing here and there. Are you looking for the power you left behind in your previous life? Huh? The Thousand Cave Patriarch's face changed. She didn't expect Lin Fan to be right. Right, I guessed correctly. But why are you here? Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then muttered to himself, is there something here that you need? The Thousand Cave Patriarch reacted quickly and looked at Lin Fan expressionlessly. But her heart skipped a beat. How did Lin Fan know so much? You might be expressionless now, but you must be very shocked. Are you thinking, Aya, how did I know? Let me tell you, I've seen your entire body. What else can you hide? Lin Fan said calmly. He was curious about how the Thousand Cave Patriarch managed to survive until now. And what would happen next? Of course, he wasn't afraid of what would happen next. He was just wondering if it would be interesting. If it wasn't, then it would be boring. You. The Thousand Cave Patriarch gritted her teeth. She had never hated someone so much. I really hate this guy now. But I can't do it like this. Go ahead and change your clothes. I can't continue fighting when I look at your body. Lin Fan waved his hand and stood there proudly. His eyes stared straight at her. Don't mind it. Between a man and a woman, it's just a layer of skin and flesh. The memory of the eyes is just too short. It won't bring you any actual harm. You. The Thousand Cave Patriarch's blood boiled. He wanted to crush Lin Fan to the ground. But it seemed like Lin Fan was trying to help her put on some clothes. But just as she was about to move, her pupils shrank. With a loud bang, Lin Fan tore space apart and charged towards the Thousand Cave Patriarch. You bitch, do you really think I will give you a chance? When we fight, we can talk less, but we definitely won't show mercy. Lin Fan clasped his hands together and smashed them against the Thousand Cave Patriarch. His power pierced through the air and landed on the Thousand Cave Patriarch's body. Bang, power exploded out as a terrifying beam of light shot out from Lin Fan's fists. The Thousand Cave Patriarch was on the verge of tearing up. This is so frustrating. Crack, the pearl split into countless light spots and covered Lin Fan's body. To Lin Fan, the light spots seemed to be useful. They were resisting his power. Suddenly, runes appeared on the light spots, and Lin Fan realized that a huge force was reflected back at him. It was the force that landed on the Thousand Cave Patriarch. Bang, Lin Fan took a few steps back. His palm was torn, and blood was dripping from it. Amazing. Is this the reflection of all the force I just used? He didn't expect the Thousand Cave Patriarch to have such a method. I've underestimated him. as expected of someone who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Suddenly, Lin Fan could feel a terrifying force coming at him. He raised his arms, and with a bang, the force exploded. He took a few steps back and swung his arms, laughing. Amazing. You're really amazing. Bitch, you're pretty good. Not only did you become much stronger during this period of time, but you've also become more powerful. In the distance, the Thousand Cave Patriarch was surrounded by a blinding light. And within the light, his power was increasing. Bang, suddenly, the light exploded, and a figure appeared in the air. Whoosh whoosh, the Thousand Cave Patriarch was holding a golden spear with complicated runes on it, standing in the air. His hair was long, and his eyes were sharp. His body was glowing brightly, and he looked very different from before. Lin Fan, you've gone too far. The armored Thousand Cave Patriarch's voice shook the world like the sound of the heavens. Eh? Something's different now. It seems like you're going to show me your true strength? Lin Fan laughed. I didn't expect the Thousand Cave Patriarch to change so much. Judging from the current situation, he seems to be much stronger than before. But bitch, your armor doesn't look like much. You don't even have a chest, and there's a pair of bumps there. Are you trying to convince yourself, or? Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp ray of light coming at him. He tilted his head, and the golden spear pierced through the air. The spear touched the side of his face, and he slapped it away. Drip, it was warm. Blood flowed out of his face. Even though the spear didn't hit him, it cut his face open. It's fast. The Thousand Cave Patriarch's strength has increased very quickly, and the armor on his body isn't simple either. I didn't want to fight you, but you're too much. Fine, I'll show you how weak you are. The Thousand Cave Patriarch's eyes shone with a golden light. Standing in the air, his entire body radiated light, making him look like a god. Is that so? Lin Fan chuckled and waved his hand. Cut the crap. Come on. Let me see what kind of capabilities you, an old hag who has lived for tens of thousands of years, have. How dare you? The Thousand Cave Patriarch was enraged. A bolt of lightning pierced through the air, and a powerful aura exploded from her body. In an instant, the void was filled with lightning, and the sky darkened. Just then, the Thousand Cave Patriarch disappeared from where he was, but a ray of light could be seen flying through the air. Lightning could be seen circling around the spear. The surrounding space vibrated, and the spear formed a storm. It was powerful enough to tear the world apart. Ancient battlefield. The buff was activated, and a terrifying aura could be felt. Stepping into the void, Lin Fan disappeared from where he was. Lightning prison. The Thousand Cave Patriarch appeared and swung his spear, drawing lightning from the heavens. Suddenly, everything within a 1,000-mile radius was covered in lightning. Countless lightning bolts could be seen moving around in the air. See that? The laws of lightning are extremely powerful. Even if you can take it head-on, your body will be paralyzed. The Thousand Cave Patriarch's eyes shone coldly. Lightning could be seen swimming around Lin Fan's body, making crackling noises. It was the law of lightning. It could draw lightning from the heavens and bring it down to the world. Bang, Lin Fan appeared with excitement in his eyes. He clenched his fist and charged towards the Thousand Cave Patriarch. Cut the crap. Attack. Huh? The Thousand Cave Patriarch was shocked. In her eyes, Lin Fan was covered in lightning, but his speed wasn't affected at all. He didn't even frown. But there was no time for her to think. She swung her spear towards Lin Fan with lightning. Boom, the world shook. The sea of lightning kept shaking. What law of lightning? Get lost. It's nothing in front of power. Lin Fan yelled. His power was like a tidal wave. The two forces clashed. It was as if the heavens and earth were a furnace, refining everything. Confine. The Thousand Cave Patriarch yelled. She spat out a golden light that covered the sky above Lin Fan, trying to confine everything. What? In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan dashed out from the golden light. His aura was like that of a dragon. He soared into the sky and threw a punch at the Thousand Cave Patriarch. She couldn't believe that it didn't work. But the 1000K patriarch was the woman with the strongest battle instinct Lin Fan had ever seen. In the blink of an eye, she had already thought of a way to counterattack. Lin Fan threw a punch at the 1000K patriarch. Instead of dodging, he was prepared to take the attack head-on. Puke, the spear pierced through Lin Fan's arm. Blood splattered everywhere. Even the 1000K patriarch didn't expect Lin Fan to charge at her instead of dodging. What's going on? But in the blink of an eye, her face changed. Even though Lin Fan's arm was pierced by the spear, he didn't stop. He went up to the 1000K patriarch and punched her in the stomach. Bang, an explosion could be heard. The power of the punch was earth-shattering. The 1000K patriarch arched her back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body fell to the ground due to the gravity. She couldn't believe that this was happening. When her body fell into the ruins, there was an explosion, and a huge cloud of dust rose. Lin Fan didn't hold back. He dived down at the 1000K patriarch. If he wanted to fight, he would fight until one of them was completely defeated. Old hag, let's see how long you can last. He clasped his hands together and used his favorite move, which was to crush his opponent with his most brutal fists. He wanted to completely crush his opponent. In the deep pit of the ruins, the 1000K patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood and panted. She didn't expect Lin Fan to be so strong. There was no way she could fight back. Suddenly, she looked up and saw a giant shadow falling from the sky. It was extremely fast, and a terrifying aura could be felt. No! She screamed in her heart. How can I lose here? How can the 1000K patriarch lose here? However, just as she was about to express her unwillingness, the terrifying power had already landed on her. Bang! The 1000K patriarch felt as if her mind was going to explode. She bent over and tilted her head back. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The force penetrated the ground, causing it to crack and spread out in all directions. How could this be? The 1000K patriarch had never thought that she would lose to anyone in the outside world. She had never thought that she would lose to anyone in the outside world. Even if she were to die, she would die in the hands of the elites. She wanted to move, but she couldn't even move a single finger. Piak, Lin Fan stood up and reached out to grab the head of the 1000K patriarch. He lifted her up and brought her face to his face, looking into her eyes. Old hag, you said before that you would let this peak master realize how weak I am. However, the current situation doesn't seem to make me realize how weak I am at all. What do you say? You. The 1000K patriarch lowered her head. It was hard for her to speak, but she was unwilling to admit defeat. Lin Fan twisted his neck and said, I told you before, power is the strongest. Now, do you feel how attractive power is? He stared at the 1000K patriarch with a fiery gaze. The 1000K patriarch lowered her head, unwilling to give up. She tried to struggle, but her body felt like it was going to break. It was as if all her bones were broken. Kill me if you want. Why do you have to humiliate me? The 1000K patriarch raised her head and looked at Lin Fan. What's the point of killing you? I've already taken my revenge, but my teacher hasn't beaten you up yet. You've beaten me and my teacher up once in the sect. How can we let it go so easily? Lin Fan grinned. The 1000K patriarch was in a bad mood. It was as if she had seen a ghost. She didn't know what was going on. Why was she so careless? What scared her the most was that Lin Fan was only in the glorious world. But she was already in the early phase of the Dao realm. This was the difference between their cultivation realms. With her strength, she should be able to crush Lin Fan easily. Is there anyone here to save you? Lin Fan asked. He wanted to wait. If there is, I'll wait here for your friends to come and save you. The 1000K patriarch didn't say anything. How could there be anyone to save me? It would be great if there was someone to save me. Lin Fan stopped cultivating, and his body returned to normal. Of course, he was still grabbing the 1000K patriarch's head. Can you stop grabbing me like that? The 1000K patriarch said in a low voice. It didn't feel good to be grabbed by the head, especially to her. It was an unbearable humiliation. She wouldn't even frown if someone killed her. What? I don't like it. I'm grabbing you with my right hand, and I'm still using my left hand. What can you do to me? Lin Fan grabbed the Thousand Cape Patriarch with both hands, not giving him any face at all. The Thousand Cape Patriarch's face turned red, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he was so angry that his liver was about to explode. But then, the Thousand Cape Patriarch laughed. What's so funny? Lin Fan asked. She didn't reply. She was still smiling. She was smiling excitedly. Even her lifeless eyes were glowing. Bang! Lin Fan punched the Thousand Cape Patriarch in the stomach, almost knocking her out. I'm asking you what you're laughing at. What's so funny? If the man who was protecting the girl saw this, he would definitely scream in anger and fight Lin Fan to the death. How can he do this to such a beautiful woman? Does he still have any humanity left? Cough cough cough. The Thousand Cape Patriarch coughed lightly. He didn't use too much strength, or she would have suffered a lot. The Thousand Cape Patriarch didn't expect Lin Fan to be so ferocious. It was beyond her imagination. But she also wanted to scold him. Can't you just ask if you want to know what's so funny? Is there a need to hit me? What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at the fact that the outer world isn't so useless after all these years. You've given me a glimmer of hope. I even hope that we can fight side by side. The Thousand Cape Patriarch said. Hope my ass. Fight my ass. You want to fight side by side with me with your cultivation? Are you dreaming? Or are you trying to get close to me so that you can find a way out? Lin Fan moved the Thousand Cape Patriarch in front of him and looked at her playfully. The look in his eyes made the Thousand Cape Patriarch uncomfortable. She then looked away, refusing to look at Lin Fan. You're wrong. This isn't my true strength. You should know that the fusion of the outer world is just the beginning. The final danger hasn't arrived yet, and when it does, everything will change. Do you understand? The Thousand Cape Patriarch saw a glimmer of hope in Lin Fan. He might not be strong, but he's able to suppress me as a glorious world. Cultivator. That alone is enough to show how extraordinary he is. Maybe he'll be of great help when the time comes. I don't understand. Lin Fan shook his head. You guys are really interesting. Things haven't even passed yet, and you're already thinking about the future. Aren't you thinking too much? The Thousand Cape Patriarch raised her head. She was stunned. Lin Fan's reply made her furious. She wanted to beat Lin Fan to death. Do you really not understand? When that time comes, you won't even be able to protect the people around you. The Thousand Cape Patriarch couldn't help but yell. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't defeat Lin Fan, she would have split his brain open to see what was inside. Alright, enough bullshit. I don't have time to waste with you. Follow me back to the sect, and my master will beat you up. After that, I'll crush your head. Carrying the Thousand Cape Patriarch's body, Lin Fan traveled through the void and headed towards the sect. You. The Thousand Cape Patriarch was on the verge of breaking down. She didn't know what to say. She wasn't afraid of death, but she wasn't willing to die like this. Lin Fan knew what she had said. How could Lin Fan not know? His heart was clearer than anyone else, but what was the point of thinking so much? When the time came, he would naturally know. And no matter who came, no one would be able to stop him, let alone destroy the magnificent flame sect. When the time comes, bad luck will come, and those who aren't afraid of death will come. Of course, I don't want that to happen. However, she didn't say anything when I asked her what she was hiding. But it doesn't matter. I'll bring her back to the sect first. The magnificent flame sect. The disciples were the same as usual. There weren't many changes. To the disciples guarding the sect, it was their job to guard the sect every day. This kind of honorable job, they would not throw it to anyone. Suddenly, a ray of light could be seen coming from afar. They looked up. Senior brother is back. Although their senior brother didn't go out for long, every time they saw their senior brother come back, their mood would be very excited. There was a kind of indescribable feeling of joy. Senior brother. The two waved at the sky excitedly. One of the disciples was filled with regret. If only I was a girl. The other disciple turned around and looked at Lin Fan, dumbfounded. It was as if he had seen a ghost. How could he say such words? In the main hall, Lin Fan landed on the ground and shouted. Master, come here quickly. There's good news. He carried the 1,000 Cave Patriarch in his hands, in case she used some tricks to escape from him, even though the possibility was low. Did you bring me back just to let your master defeat me? The 1,000 Cave Patriarch asked. But his injuries were still severe, and he could only recover slowly. Defeat you? You're thinking too much. I'm going to beat you up. Lin Fan laughed. He stood in the main hall and looked around. Many disciples had gathered around. Senior brother, what's that in your hand? I don't know. Let's go and take a look. It seems to be something big. Senior brother has always brought us surprises. Perhaps this time it will be something incredible as well. The disciples gathered around quickly. But when they saw the person in Lin Fan's hand, they were shocked. She looks like a girl, and she's pretty. Yeah, she's so pretty. She looks like a fairy. I've never seen such a beauty before. Look, she seems to be badly injured. Could she have been beaten up by senior brother? It seems like she's not a good person. After all, senior brother only beats up women. The disciples of the Magnificent Flame sect had good taste. They would never be wrong about a beauty. But they trusted Lin Fan. The girl might be pretty, but she was beaten up by their senior brother. She's definitely not a good person. But some of the disciples stared at the 1,000 Cave Patriarch. They felt that she looked familiar, as if they had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly, some of the disciples remembered. Isn't this the girl who beat up senior brother and elder last time? They might not have seen how she was beaten up, but they knew that their senior brother and elder had lost. They just didn't say it out loud. It seemed like it had been subdued by senior brother. This was a great celebration. It was time to have a good celebration. Hearing that peak leader Lin was back, the grand senior sister of the Clear Sky Sacred Land rushed over. Her heart was pounding. Seeing her, Lin Fan threw the Xiankong sect leader's body to her. The body is here. You guys go and settle it yourselves. I still have things to do, so you don't have to thank me. I didn't expect to meet the 1,000 Cave Patriarch on my trip to the Xiankong sect. I'm lucky. The grand senior sister knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Fan in gratitude. She then grabbed the Xiankong sect leader's body and walked down the mountain. She was going to bring the body to pay her respects to her people. When the surrounding disciples saw their senior brother suddenly tossing out a corpse, they were shocked as well. But when they saw the girl that senior brother took in kneeling down and kowtowing, they understood. She must be their enemy. Senior brother is going out to take revenge for them. Suddenly, Lin Fan's popularity rose again. Lu Qiming stood far away, taking out a notebook and pen to record down the scene. He wanted to pass it down for future generations to learn from. Disciple, what's wrong? Tiansu came down from the mountain, not knowing what was wrong with his disciple. But when he saw the body in his disciple's hands, he was shocked. A smile appeared on his face, and he was gloating. Good heavens! So it's this girl. The scene from that day was still fresh in his mind, and he would never forget it. Both of them were beaten up by a girl. Disciple, what's going on? Tiansu coughed lightly and asked. He had to be more careful about this matter. After all, there were so many disciples around, and he couldn't just roar and smack her into a pile of sh*t with a series of moves. After all, it would damage my image. Teacher, this is a big matter. I met this b*tch outside and suppressed her immediately. I wanted to punch her to death, but she said that she wanted to apologize to teacher for what she did previously. Hence, I brought her back to see what she wants to do. Lin Fan chuckled. Oh, so that's what happened? Tiansu said happily. Young people can be forgiven for their mistakes. Sigh, Master is so magnanimous, but she said that she would only feel at ease if Master beat her up. Lin Fan said. The 1,000 Patriarch wanted to say something. She would rather die than be humiliated, but she couldn't even speak a word as Lin Fan held her throat. She could only listen to the conversation between the two. Senior brother, who is this? Huarong asked. As the person in charge of the sex affairs, he was very concerned about the sex affairs. Especially when he saw the woman. He couldn't help but recall that she looked familiar. Isn't she the one who beat up senior brother and that kid last time? Who would have thought that the tables would turn, and the magnificent flame sect would be in Lin Fan's hands again? This isn't a good ending. A moment of silence. A moment of silence, one shouldn't be too arrogant. Look at the situation now. This is the consequence of being arrogant. It's basically impossible to leave the magnificent flame sect safely. Tiansu ignored Huarong and looked at his disciple instead. He blinked as if asking, what should I do next? Lin Fan thought to himself. I really want to beat her up, but the sex toilets have been quite empty lately. It's been a long time since I brought in new people. Master, this woman has been very disrespectful to our sect. I think we should clean the toilets. What do you think? Lin Fan thought that this woman was quite strong. She could bring some new strength to the sect. As for the other guys, they were done for. If his cultivation could not keep up, he would have to find someone else to replace him. Very good. Disciple, this is a good idea. Young people must be given a chance to turn over a new leaf after committing a crime. Staying in the sect and correcting them through labor is also a chance for them to turn over a new leaf. Tiansu laughed. But deep down, he really wanted to beat this woman up. At that time, this woman had beaten them up quite badly. Huarong had long seen through the master and disciple duo. They were King bragging again. In their hearts, they probably wanted to blast this woman to death. The surrounding disciples whispered to each other. Elder Tiansu is so respectable. He even gave this woman a chance to turn over a new leaf. Yeah, but this woman also went to clean the toilets. She should be cleaning the toilets for her senior and junior sisters. That's for sure. Do you still want to clean our toilets? Tiansu heard all the disciples' voices. He enjoyed the compliments very much. Moreover, the situation was more or less the same. It was time for the disciples to disperse. What came next was the proper business. Alright, go back and cultivate. Tiansu said, waving his hand at the disciples. Master, let's talk on your mountain. Lin Fan said with a smile. His smile was a little creepy when he looked at the 1000K Patriarch. The 1000K Patriarch wanted to say something, but no words came out of his mouth. It was his misfortune to be defeated by Lin Fan. Tiansu Mountain Peak. Lin Fan let go of the 1000K Patriarch's throat and grabbed her head. He wouldn't let her go no matter what. Woman, I'm afraid you never thought that there would be a day like this. From his point of view, this was retribution, and this retribution came very quickly. He didn't even go to the sect to look for her. Who else could he blame but himself? What do you want? The 1000K Patriarch was recovering from her injuries, but she felt that there wasn't much chance for her to escape. However, there was still a chance for her to escape, but it wasn't the time to do so. The magnificent flame sect wasn't strong, but Lin Fan's strength gave her a glimmer of hope. What do you think? Lin Fan grinned, staring at the 1000K Patriarch. Tiansu looked at Lin Fan calmly. He wanted to beat Lin Fan up, but suddenly, he felt that it wasn't right to do so. He might feel a sense of achievement if he could defeat Lin Fan personally, but now that Lin Fan had defeated Lin Fan, it wouldn't be good for him to do so. The 1000K Patriarch didn't reply to Lin Fan. Instead, he turned to Tiansu. You're his master, so you should know what's going on. The outer world is facing a disaster, and we can't fight amongst ourselves. We should preserve our strongest fighting power, because the battle will be intense, and it's not something that one person can handle alone. Huh? Tiansu frowned. He was confused by Tiansu's words. Master, this woman's words are meaningless. It's not something that one person can handle alone. That's because he's not strong enough. When he's strong enough, he can take care of everything. Lin Fan said. Hee hee. The 1000K Patriarch laughed. You haven't experienced it, so you will never understand how strong those people are. They are so strong that you will feel fear and panic, and you won't even have the courage to fight back. Let me tell you, there are countless outer world cultivators, but when the time comes, it will be a massacre, and we are like cattle and sheep being reared by them. It's just that we will be harvested by the hunters when we are ripe. The Thousand Cave Patriarch didn't want to recall that scene. It was too scary. Hundreds of Dao realm cultivators were killed when they entered, and only a dozen survived. They tried to increase their strength and fight with their lives, but they were all killed in the end. Only a few of them managed to turn around and start all over again. But looking at the situation now, I wonder how many of them can turn around and succeed. Gradually, the Thousand Cave Patriarch's tone calmed down. Actually, you have a lot of potential. Maybe you can be our comrade, and we can fight together. We might not succeed, but at least we have a ray of hope. Seeing that the Thousand Cave Patriarch was silent, the Thousand Cave Patriarch thought that he was convinced. But at that moment, she was taken aback. She didn't expect the Thousand Cave Patriarch to still not believe her. No, you talk too much. What you said will not happen to the Magnificent Flame sect. As for the terrifying enemies, I don't think they are scary at all. Lin Fan didn't take it to heart. To him, every elite is just a dung beetle. I will step on them and they will spit them out. You. The Thousand Cave Patriarch was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. What's wrong with your brain? Why can't you understand me? Will you only regret it when it's too late? Lin Fan might not have taken it to heart, but Tiansu was. I want to search your soul to see how scary those elites are. Tiansu wanted to know what the situation was like. He believed what the Thousand Cave Patriarch said. Master, you don't have to worry about it. Everything will be fine as long as your disciple is here. Lin Fan comforted. He was afraid that his master would worry about it. After all, it wasn't a big deal. If that happened, he would have many ways to make the Thousand Cave Patriarch regret it. No, disciple. Master wants to see it. Tiansu nodded. He wanted to know what it was like. The Thousand Cave Patriarch stared at the old man in front of him, stunned. What are you talking about, soul search? Why don't you say you want to go to heaven? All right. Since Master wants to see it, then let's see it. Lin Fan didn't mind, as long as his master was happy. But seeing the unwilling look on the Thousand Cave Patriarch's face, he couldn't help but squint. Why? Are you unwilling? The Thousand Cave Patriarch was having mixed feelings. He wanted to strangle the two of them to death. She had already said it so bluntly, so why couldn't he understand? It's dangerous. It's really dangerous. However, she knew that if she didn't agree to it, the other party would use forceful methods. But she didn't expect that there would be someone in the primordial ancestors' land who could search souls. After all, there were other factors involved in such a skill set. Alright, but I have to seal a part of my mind. I can only let you search through the images of the elites. The Thousand Cave Patriarch said. Lin Fan clenched his fist, getting ready to beat him up. Can't you see what's going on? But I didn't expect my master to agree to it. Therefore, he didn't say anything. As long as master is happy. To him, there were only a few people in the Magnificent Flame sect that he missed the most. He gradually got along with the Magnificent Flame sect because he did not want his junior brothers and sisters to get hurt. Just then, Tiansu raised his hand and pointed at the Thousand Cave Patriarch. With the Thousand Cave Patriarch's strength and soul, Tiansu would be courting death if he wanted to search her soul. His powerful strength and soul could even devour the Thousand Cave Patriarch. However, the Thousand Cave Patriarch opened up a part of her memory so that they could see how scary the elites were. Light spots floated out of the Thousand Cave Patriarch's mind, forming images. There were many images, and they were all shocking. Even though Lin Fan didn't take it to heart, he couldn't help but look at it seriously. The person in the image was floating in the air. With a single slap, the mountains and rivers were destroyed, and the land was crushed into pieces. This scene was indeed very shocking. Just then, Tiansu's forehead was covered in sweat. He retracted his hand and took a few steps back, gasping for air. Master, are you all right? Lin Fan asked anxiously. I'm fine, I'm fine. Tiansu waved his hand, but his heart turned cold. It's too scary. That was just a memory, but there's still a trace of her aura. If she came in person, wouldn't she be able to kill me with a single look? Lin Fan was immune to aura, so he didn't notice what happened to his master. Did you see that? The Thousand Cape Patriarch said. She was experiencing the same scene again. When she awakened her spirit and found her memories, she was under unimaginable pressure. And what she was under was 1,000 times more pressure than Tiansu. Disciple, let her go. Tiansu sighed. Master, are you sure? Lin Fan asked. He could understand what Tiansu was doing. It didn't matter to him whether he let her go or not. He just wanted to kill her with a punch. Tiansu knew that it was true, so he chose to believe Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't mind. He stretched out his arm and shouted. Be careful next time. Bang, an explosion could be heard. Aya. Suddenly, Lin Fan slapped his thigh. I forgot about something important. Disciple, what's wrong? Did you forget something? Tiansu looked at Lin Fan, confused. He had no idea what his precious disciple was thinking about. Why does he look so regretful? Master, we've made a huge loss. Lin Fan suddenly remembered that the Thousand Cape Patriarch's wealth could be kept, but he had to keep his belongings. Look, that woman is not simple. She must have a lot of wealth on her. It would be a great help to our sect if we could keep her things. Disciple, how can you have such a thought? Tiansu patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Disciple, we can't do that. After all, it belongs to someone else. Teacher's words make sense. Lin Fan continued, agreeing with him. Teacher was indeed a teacher. His understanding was just too high. But. Suddenly, Lin Fan changed his tone. Disciple, look at how injured she is. It's hard to say if she won't meet bad people with her belongings. If she does, we might not be able to protect her. The Magnificent Flame Sect is very important. Master, disciple understands. Lin Fan stood up without waiting for Tiansu to finish his sentence. It's not safe for her to keep her belongings with her. It's only right to keep them in the Magnificent Flame Sect. Disciple will be back soon. As soon as he finished his sentence, Lin Fan rose into the air and dashed into the distance. I'm going to catch up to that woman. What happened in the past is still fresh in my mind. She was cold and overbearing. She didn't even respect the Magnificent Flame Sect. When she thought that there was nothing in the Magnificent Flame Sect that could surprise her, she could see a glimmer of light in her eyes, indicating that she did not take it to heart. This guy. In the sky far away, the Thousand Cape Patriarch stabilized himself. His injuries were severe, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood at the thought of what had happened. He couldn't accept what was happening right now. It was too aggrieved, so aggrieved that he wanted to die. She had lived for tens of thousands of years. Even after she reincarnated, she didn't cultivate again. Instead, she searched for the energy she had left behind and slowly returned to her peak. But who would have thought that she would be beaten up by Lin Fan? She even suffered such humiliation. She couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, her heart trembled as she sensed an aura approaching from afar. Old woman, stand still. I have something to tell you. Lin Fan shouted. Earlier on, when he tossed this woman away, he felt that something was wrong with his heart. Only later did he remember that there was such a thing. There's no end to this. I can't stay here any longer. The Thousand Cape Patriarch was shocked. She might not be afraid of Lin Fan, but she was no match for him with her current abilities. Open! The Thousand Cape Patriarch yelled and used a secret technique, disappearing from where he was. F***CK. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan appeared where the Thousand Cape Patriarch was and reached out to grab him. But he grabbed nothing. He really runs fast. This kind of secret technique is really amazing. There was no fluctuation of energy, and it disappeared without a trace. This woman should be someone with a lot of ideas, but she's just not very likable. Lin Fan stood there and pondered. His thoughts were quite jumpy. Since this woman had escaped, then forget it. The next time he met her, it would be the same. Lin Fan then returned to the sect. He was only a step away from the pinnacle of the glorious world realm. But even if the other party was in the Dao realm, he wouldn't be worried. I might not be able to crush her, but I can beat the average one up. Life in this world is so domineering. I don't have enough experience points and points to level up. I have to think of a way. Even though my experience points and points seem like a lot, it's still far from enough for me to level up. The diamond lottery was still the same. There was no new level. Even the lottery has become more high-end? I broke through so many times, but there was no high-level lottery. Could it be that I have to break through to the Dao realm to get it? Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder. The items that he got from the diamond lottery were all good stuff. But now, they were nothing compared to the glorious world realm. Of course, when I'm lucky, I might get something exciting. But the probability was too low. Back at the sect. Tiansu didn't say anything when he heard that the woman had escaped, but there was a tinge of regret in his eyes. The wealth that was in my hands just flew away in the blink of an eye. Senior brother, the people from the Clear Sky Sacred Land are too scary. They exposed the Xianxia sect leader's corpse and stabbed him. Lu Qiming rushed over to report. When he passed by, he was shocked. These people are too cruel. They wouldn't even let a dead person go. My heart almost exploded. That's normal. Lin Fan didn't expect the people from the Clear Sky Sacred Land to be so violent. It seems like they hate the Xianxia sect leader to the core. Even though he's dead, they still want to torture his corpse. Lin Fan then asked about the Invincible Peak situation. His junior brothers were cultivating, and they would come out occasionally before going back to their seclusion. As for my silly brother, he's really lucky. He was thinking that perhaps after a period of time, he should give the other party some sweetness. Of course, I'm not in a hurry. Junior brother, get the kitchen to prepare some good food. I haven't eaten in the sect for a long time. Lin Fan said. Lin Fan had been wandering outside the sect for a long time. Even if he returned, he wouldn't have much time to eat in the sect. Okay, I'll get someone to prepare it now. Lu Qiming replied. Senior brother doesn't have many opportunities to eat in the sect. Sometimes, when I go to the kitchen, the chefs would ask me when senior brother is going to eat. I really want to cook for senior brother, but I don't have a chance. Sect kitchen. A group of young and beautiful junior sisters rolled up their sleeves and washed the vegetables. Their laughter was very pleasant to listen to. When the male disciples passed by, they would look at them. Their hearts would be seduced. Senior brother Lu is here. The young and beautiful female chefs were curious when they saw Lu Qiming. Why is senior brother Lu here? Junior sisters, senior brother Lin has returned, and he would like to have a meal with us. I hope that all of you will bring out your best skills and prepare a sumptuous meal for him. Lu Qiming said with a smile. Right now, the sect was not facing any disasters, and was self-sufficient. Every single disciple was living a good life. Wow. When he said that, the group of female cooks became excited. Then, they chattered away like little chicks. Just then, the leading female chefs waved her slender arms. Junior sisters, it's rare for senior brother Lin to eat in the sect. It's time for us to show off our skills. Let's prepare a sumptuous meal for senior brother Lin. Okay, we've been waiting for this day. A group of beautiful female cooks cheered. They had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. They hoped that they would be able to cook a good meal for their senior brother. In their hearts, their senior brother was very tired, and their hearts ached for him. Invincible Peak. Lin Fan took out a stone stool and sat there, looking at the sky. He rested for a while. I've been wandering outside for a long time and my heart is tired. I need some rest. Big brother, are you going to go back on your promise? The stone stool shouted. He wanted to become a stone stool that could kill immortals, but it had been so long. He was in despair. Stop messing around. You're too weak. For your own safety, I can't hurt you. Lin Fan chased him away. If it was in the past, he could, but now, the stone stool couldn't keep up. Then what should I do? The stone stool grumbled. I don't have any chance at all. Lin Fan looked into the distance. What should I do? There's nothing much you can do. Just let me sit on your butt. For you, it's actually another kind of opportunity. The stone stool was confused. What the hell is he talking about? Why am I sitting on my butt again? Then, he ignored the stone stool and started to think about life. Although the gap between the glorious world realm and the Tao realm was only a single level, he could tell that the amount of resources required to reach that level would be terrifying. With my current situation, the amount of foundation I need to break through to the Tao realm is terrifying. I've already finished cultivating my skill sets, so I have to find new ones. Lin Fan thought about it. I can't continue like this. I have to take the initiative. Of course, he had to pay attention to what that girl said. Whether or not he could beat others was another matter. But he didn't like to fight with bad luck because it was too boring. If he just stood there, he wouldn't be able to differentiate between friend and foe. Everyone would die, so what was the point? So, he preferred to use his fists to have a good fight with them. Senior brother. Just as he was thinking about all this, Lu Qiming walked over with a smile on his face. Behind him was a bunch of female disciples. Eh. It smells good. Lin Fan sniffed and the smell of delicious food surged into his nose. What are you all doing? Lin Fan muttered in his heart. Junior brother Lu was playing a little too much. Although he wanted to eat a meal, it seemed like he had cooked a lot. Senior brother, when I went to the kitchen to inform them, they were too excited, so. Lu Qiming shrugged his shoulders helplessly. It was like he was saying that senior brother saw it too and that he couldn't stop them. Very soon, the junior sisters served the dishes. They stood at the side with anticipation in their eyes. They all wanted Lin Fan to taste their food. Lin Fan counted. There were at least 20 to 30 dishes here. With his stomach, it would be hard to stuff them all in. More importantly, he couldn't stand the gazes of these junior sisters. Senior brother, this is my best dish. A bold female disciple stood out. She admired Lin Fan the most. Therefore, she really wanted senior brother Lin to eat her dishes. Indeed, when someone took the lead, there was a second and a third. They were chattering and making a lot of noise. Lin Fan felt a headache coming on. But as a senior brother, how could he disappoint his junior sisters? Therefore, he had decided to let every junior sister leave happily and contentedly. Violent body, crack, instantly, Lin Fan's body expanded, and a loud voice could be heard. Junior sisters, here's your food. Senior brother will not stand on ceremony. Under the admiring gazes of his junior sisters, Lin Fan picked up the plate and poured the food into his mouth. Damn it, why do we have to eat? Smack, Lin Fan put down the last empty plate. He felt that his stomach was bloated. It's delicious. Junior sister's culinary skills are truly amazing. Lin Fan praised. Even though there was some unknown black stuff that was poured into his mouth during the meal, it did not affect the overall situation. As expected, the junior sisters were overjoyed to hear their senior brother's praise. As long as senior brother likes it, we can cook for him every day in the future. Yes, yes. For senior brother, I will work hard to learn how to cook. The junior sisters felt as if their cultivation base had improved. They were so happy that they could fly. Lin Fan's smile was a little awkward. If he were to eat every day, wouldn't he become a pig? He then gave Lu Qiming a look, indicating that he could help him out. Otherwise, if he were to be surrounded by his junior sisters, who knew how long it would take, Lu Qiming saw his senior brother's gaze and coughed lightly. Junior sisters, your senior brother has accepted your kind intentions. Now, it's time for senior brother to have a good rest. Go back and train your cooking skills. Next time, we'll cook a sumptuous meal for senior brother. Yes, senior brother. Senior brother Lin, have a good rest. Goodbye, senior brother Lin. The junior sisters waved their hands, then cleaned up the plates and left happily. When the junior sisters left, Lin Fan burped and almost vomited out the food he had just eaten. Senior brother, are you okay? Lu Qiming looked up. Senior brother had become too big. I'm okay. I need to slow down. Otherwise, my stomach will explode. If it weren't for this technique, his stomach wouldn't have been able to support so much food. Am I really that popular with girls now? Lin Fan pondered. He pinched his chin and thought about it. This sort of feeling wasn't too good. After all, being too popular could be considered a sin at times. Lu Qiming saw that Lin Fan was deep in thought and thought that he was thinking about something important. He didn't disturb him and left quietly, afraid that he would make a sound and affect Lin Fan's thinking. His huge body sat there, waiting for the food to be digested slowly. If he were to return to his original size, he would probably spit out everything he had just eaten. He took out the bird from his storage ring. Grandmaster, you can't play like this. People will die. Just as he took it out, the bird's voice could be heard. It was so loud that it almost roared. If it wasn't for Lin Fan's identity, it would have scolded Lin Fan. How many days has it been? Lin Fan was annoyed. He felt a little regretful. Why did he accept this? It's already been 4 or 5 days. Grandmaster, you should update. This time, it's even more incredible than before. There are already many experts looking for you. The others have already been published. They want to find your current location, capture you, and force you to write every day. Just write a little every day. The knowing bird reviewer was completely dumbfounded. Such a thing had never happened before. In the past, all of the authors had tried their best to hold on to the robin. But now, this guy didn't even give a damn. He could write whenever he wanted to, and if he didn't want to, he wouldn't. Moreover, he couldn't do anything about it. Write a little every day? Impossible. This is something that will never happen. Lin Fan rejected immediately. What kind of joke was this? He actually wrote a little every day. He might as well be chopped to death. Moreover, even if he was chopped to death, he wouldn't write more every day. The knowing bird reviewer couldn't express his bitterness. Looking at the comments on the knowing bird, he knew that this had already incurred the wrath of many people. Moreover, many of them were peak experts. If he was found, it would probably be a tragic battle. Grandmaster, then can you write a little today? It's already been many days. Many people are waiting. The knowing bird reviewer was about to kneel down and cry. If it wasn't for his last bit of dignity, he would definitely have done so. Lin Fan was too lazy to talk to the knowing bird reviewer. Then, he dismissed him. Got it. I'll write a little today. That's all for now. If there's nothing else, don't rush me. Then, without caring about what the other party said, he immediately put the golden paper into his storage ring. At the knowing bird. Sigh, this grandmaster is too lazy. How can a person be so lazy? Isn't he afraid of being hacked to death by those experts? The knowing bird examiner sighed helplessly. Looking at the current situation, it seemed to make sense. Da-da. How did the discussion go? At this moment, a purple-haired lady with a strong aura walked over. She was very concerned about this matter. Princess. The knowing bird reviewer hurriedly stood up, then said helplessly, Miss, this grandmaster is very difficult to deal with. He's a bit lazy and doesn't pay attention to the content. Basically, he only writes after a few days. He didn't know what to say. If it was someone else who wrote such content, they would probably spend the entire day writing. This was because as long as they accumulated enough points, they could exchange for what they needed on the Knowing Bird website. Hence, although this was a good system, to a grandmaster, it wasn't attractive at all. I see. The princess was deep in thought. She felt that this grandmaster writer was quite interesting. If there was a chance, she would go and find him and see what he was thinking. Lin Fan had no choice but to write some more content and send it directly to the Knowing Bird. Writing every day was so tiring. It wasn't a fixed content, so he had to use his brain to think. It was scary to run out of inspiration. Writing so much every day was pushing the story into the abyss. If one part wasn't written well, it could cause the whole story to collapse. Brother, are you there? If you hear me, reply me. You sect disciple, you're blocking me outside again. Just as Lin Fan was complaining about the Knowing Bird, a shout came from the entrance of the mountain. It was a loud voice, and it was filled with dissatisfaction. But he could tell that other than the pig-riding old man, who else could it be? At the entrance of the mountain, Zhu Fengfeng was riding on a fat pig, looking at the two disciples at the entrance. "You too, didn't I come last time? Why can't I go in? Let me tell you, your senior brother is my big brother. I'll definitely report you guys later." Zhu Fengfeng was very unhappy. He could feel that the other party didn't take him seriously. Who was he? He was someone who had gone through life and death with their senior brother. He was also their senior brother's little brother. Now that he was in the sect, he couldn't even enter. Was there still any law? Was there still justice? The two disciples guarding the entrance stared at him expressionlessly. "You're not a disciple of our sect, so you can't enter. You guys." Zhu Fengfeng felt suffocated. If they were outside, he would have slapped them so hard that they wouldn't be able to get out. But forget it. No matter what, they were his big brother's disciples. He had to give them some face. Humph. The fat pig kept sucking the soil with its head lowered. After not seeing him for a while, the fat pig seemed to have gotten fatter. "What are you doing?" Lin Fan walked over. He didn't expect this guy to come again. It seemed like he found another dangerous place. He really didn't know how this guy found it. Or did this pig have a special ability to find dangerous places? If only his frog had such an ability. How great would that be? Forget it, it would always be someone else's pet. "Big brother, you're finally here. It's not that I want to say this, but you really need to take care of your sect's disciples. I came here and they didn't even invite me in, and even blocked me outside. Tell me about this, sigh. I'm helpless." Zhu Fengfeng sighed, feeling a little sad. It was as if he was saying, with our relationship, why don't I have this privilege? "Senior brother." The two disciples greeted respectfully. They weren't afraid at all because their senior brother wasn't the kind of person who would listen to other people's words. No matter what they said, their senior brother wouldn't believe them. "What are you talking about? My two junior brothers have done well. No matter who comes, as long as they aren't sect disciples, they have to wait outside." Lin Fan praised the two disciples. Instantly, the two of them raised their chests. Being praised by their senior brother, they were in a good mood. "How is it? Did you find a dangerous place?" This was the most important thing. Right now, he needed a dangerous place. As for destroying the sect, he could only do it occasionally. He couldn't do it often. He was a righteous person, not a murderous demon. "Found it." Zhu Fengfeng nodded excitedly. "I took a closer look at the dangerous place. The terrain is good. It should be a dangerous place, but I don't know if anyone has entered it before. So I came to look for you as soon as I found it. After all, we've agreed before that if we find a dangerous place, we must inform you and not take it for ourselves." "Very good. I won't stop you from coming to the sect in the future. Just come to the Invincible Peak and look for me." Lin Fan patted the pig's head and praised. "Big brother, why did you pat his head?" Zhu Fengfeng blinked. "You ride him, and I won't pat him. You lead the way?" Lin Fan's question made Zhu Fengfeng speechless. But why do I feel that there's something wrong with Lin Fan's words? Humph. Xianxia raised his head and barked. Then, he continued sucking soil. Lin Fan couldn't understand what this pig was sucking. Was soil really so delicious? "That's true." Xianxia nodded. "Big brother, let's go. The dangerous place might be hidden, but it's hard to say if we'll be discovered. Come, big brother. Let's get on the pig." Xianxia leaned forward and patted its butt. He even left some space for Lin Fan. It was enough for two people. Moreover, Xianxia had grown stronger recently. He had more meat on his body, so his butt didn't hurt too much. Lin Fan didn't say much. He had no choice. Even if his junior brothers saw him, he had to ride it. "Big brother, sit tight. Let's go." Zhu Fengfeng patted the pig's head. Suddenly, the pig snorted. Its hooves moved like wheels, leaving behind a pile of dust. Then, it disappeared. The pig was very fast. He was either flying through the air or running. "I don't think you've improved much recently." Lin Fan looked at Zhu Fengfeng curiously. Although he had improved a little, he didn't improve much. He wondered if Zhu Fengfeng was really talented. Lin Fan had gotten a lot of good stuff from the adventure. Logically speaking, he should have improved a lot. Big brother, don't look down on me. I've improved a lot. I'm about to enter the reaching heaven state, Zhu Fengfeng tried to prove himself. Lin Fan shook his head. Weak, really weak. Look at this pig. He's already catching up to you. Lin Fan still didn't know what kind of pig this was. It was really a pig. However, how could there be such a domineering pig? Therefore, there was definitely something wrong with it. It wasn't an ordinary pig. Even Peppa Pig wasn't. So domineering. Big brother, you can't humiliate me like that. Although Xianxia is good, we're of different species. I'm also a person who wants to save face. There are many things that I can't bear to eat. I gave them to him. How can he not eat them? Zhu Fengfeng protested. He couldn't accept what Lin Fan had said. Although Yang Yang's talent was higher than his, he would never admit it in the outside world. After all, Yang Yang was a divine beast of their clan. Humph. The fat pig ran like the wind. It snorted disdainfully at Zhu Fengfeng's explanation. What was she talking about? She was just deceiving herself. Yang Yang, what do you mean by that? I, Zhu Fengfeng, have always treated you well. I always let you have the good stuff first. Do you think that I'm not as good as you? Zhu Fengfeng grabbed the pig's ear. He was very unhappy. The pig's ear hurt from being grabbed. He was taking revenge on Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled. Oh yeah, you've been wandering around outside recently. Is there anything new? Yeah, I've been in a really bad mood lately. You know the bird, right? It's right here. I saw an article about the Lord of the Realm of Pills, and it made my heart burn. But that damned author is too lazy. He didn't even write for a few days. That slut, I really want to kick his ass until it's rotten. Zhu Fengfeng was furious. He turned around and asked, Big brother, did you read it? Hee hee. Lin Fan smiled and his eyes were shining. Look, why wouldn't I look? You're right. She's AB asterisk TCH. She's really AB asterisk TCH. That's right, big bro. You're absolutely right. She's AB asterisk TCH. But there's nothing we can do about it. It's written really well. Even if she's AB asterisk TCH, we still have to read it. Heis, people these days really don't have any sense of responsibility at all. Since they've already written it, they definitely have to make sure that it's not true. I hope that bitch is found and beaten up by the master of the celestial plane. That would be great. Eh? Big brother, what happened to you? You don't look too good. Are you also angered by that bitch? He noticed that his elder brother's mood was a little off, so he asked with concern. No matter what, they had gone through life and death together. They were good friends that could be trusted. After several adventures in dangerous places, he already had a really good impression of Lin Fan. He even gave him a portion of the wealth he got. He was really delighted and had an indescribable happiness. It's okay. Let's continue. Lin Fan waved his hand and temporarily remembered this matter. He didn't say anything else and went to explore the dangerous places first. Oh. Zhu Fengfeng didn't understand what was going on, but he didn't think too much about it. The sky gradually darkened. They passed by a huge canyon with yellow soil flying everywhere. It looked like a primitive desert. Big brother, let's rest here tonight. Zhu Fengfeng felt a little tired and suggested. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. Two people and a pig set up camp on the spot. The fat pig laid on the ground, sticking out its tongue and panting. No matter how strong it was, it would get tired after running so fast for so long. After all, this was a characteristic of pigs. The fact that the fat pig could run for so long meant that it was a model worker among pigs. Big brother, it'll be tough tonight. Let Yang Yang rest for a while. We'll be there tomorrow. Zhu Fengfeng said. It's okay. It's good that it's tough. It'll help with cultivation. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. He then took out the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river and flicked his finger. A flame burned under the cauldron. He directly entered the cauldron and leisurely took a bath. He didn't know how long it had been since he last took a bath. Thinking about it, he missed it. It felt really comfortable now. All the pores on his body opened up and he felt extremely comfortable. Zhu Fengfeng was stunned. Big brother, what are you doing? I'm taking a bath. You and the fat pig can find a place to rest. It's okay, I don't have to trouble myself. Lin Fan waved his hand and placed his arms on the side of the cauldron. He raised his head and squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Big brother is so cruel. Zhu Fengfeng sighed. He could only rely on Yang. He also wanted to take a bath but he didn't have the tools. This place was like this. It wasn't far from the dangerous place, but along the way, it would be a desert and there would be unknown dangers. It was a little cold at night. Even a powerhouse might not be able to withstand the wind here. If one was average, the evil wind would enter their body and cause them to become ill. At night, the full moon shone, illuminating the desert. Swoosh, a huge bump appeared in the sand in the distance, but it quickly flattened out. Big brother, there is movement. Zhu Fengfeng opened his eyes and looked around warily. That cold intent caused his hair to stand on their ends. Something dangerous was heading towards them. Lin Fan scoffed. He didn't care much and continued to take a bath. Zhu Fengfeng was helpless. Looking at the situation, he had to deal with it himself. The fat pig woke up. Its hooves moved and it wanted to stand up. Yang, rest. I will deal with it. Zhu Fengfeng looked around warily. As long as there was any movement, he would suppress it. If one was too careless in this place, one wouldn't have a good ending. Suddenly, the moon in the sky disappeared. It was blocked. A 100-legged sandworm broke out from the sand. Its straight body stood in the air. Its terrifying tentacles shook and gave out a rustling sound. Just as Zhu Fengfeng was about to attack, a sharp aura struck him from behind. An axe spun in the air and chopped the sandworm's head. With a poochy sound, fresh blood seeped out. Its giant body fell to the ground. It's small, but it's still meat. Lin Fan muttered. He didn't want to attack but he thought about it. Points were accumulated slowly and couldn't be obtained in one go. Amazing. Zhu Fengfeng exclaimed. As expected from brother, he was so cunning. Lin Fan raised his hand and the axe flew back. He smacked it beside the cauldron. Wash up and sleep. You don't have to worry about me. Whoever comes, I will hack them to death. Forget it. He still had to earn points. Brother, do you smell blood? Just as Zhu Fengfeng was about to rest, he asked curiously. I smell it. Why? Lin Fan didn't care much about it. It was just the smell of blood. What was there to be surprised about? If someone came, he would chop them to death. No, this smell isn't right. I feel like there is vengeance in it. Zhu Fengfeng shook his head. Suddenly, Zhu Fengfeng exclaimed, Brother, look at the sky. The moon in the sky was slowly dyed red. It was a devilish red. What is this? Lin Fan was confused. This was the first time he had seen something like this. The moon was red. Was it filled with blood? I feel it. Someone is crying. Someone is resentful. Those emotions are being transmitted. Zhu Fengfeng stood there and said in a low voice. Then, he suddenly raised his head. There, the blood is coming from there. Lin Fan came out of the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river, put on his clothes, and carried the axe on his shoulder. Let's go and see what it is. Yang, stop sleeping. Let's go. Zhu Fengfeng pulled the pig's ear and shouted. The pig was furious. You asked me to sleep just now and now you're not letting me sleep. What a despicable person. But he had no choice but to get up. Two people and a pig walked in the desert. Lin Fan realized that Zhu Fengfeng's nose was more sensitive than his. He did smell blood but he didn't smell any emotions. As they got closer, the smell of blood became stronger. Brother, be careful. Let's hide and see what's going on, Zhu Fengfeng suggested. This was because the aura gave him a very strange and dangerous feeling. What's there to hide? What's wrong with going like this? They can't eat me. If you want to hide, you can hide. I'll just go like this. Lin Fan waved his hand. What was there to be afraid of? He didn't know how to write the word afraid in his life. Zhu Fengfeng was helpless. He wanted to die. Brother was a little fierce and he was a little too fierce. He didn't even understand the situation. If he just swaggered over like this, he would scare people to death. Brother, I'm not convinced by your words. I, Zhu Fengfeng, am an indomitable person. My feet are on the vast earth and the sky is above my head. I'm a person with a straight back. How can I be afraid? I'm just worried about you. If I was with Yang, I would definitely swagger too. Zhu Fengfeng didn't care so much. He had to be calm. With his brother around, he wasn't afraid of anything. If his brother was in trouble, he would just cheer from behind. If he really couldn't handle it, he could feel the pig's speed. Wouldn't he be able to escape? Of course, he would definitely have to bring his brother along. Lin Fan stopped and looked at Zhu Fengfeng solemnly. Then, under Zhu Fengfeng's shocked gaze, he patted his shoulder. Not bad. At this moment, you have already won my recognition. I don't like cowards. If you have such courage, look for me in the future. If I don't help you, I'll be struck by lightning. Hung Long, thunder roared. F***ck, I didn't lie. When Lin Fan heard the thunder, he cursed in his heart. What was going on? Brother, it's okay. I believe you. The thunder came from the front. Something must have happened. Zhu Fengfeng nodded his head firmly. He had absolute trust in Lin Fan. Let's go. Men have to swagger and hide like girls. You devils will die a horrible death. Help. He's still so young. How can you do it? In front, there was a stone altar in an open space, and on the altar, there was a large round stone bowl. The stone surface was stained with blood, and the blood slowly dripped down from the edge. The smell of blood in the air was very strong. Taking a deep breath, one could even smell blood in their nostrils. At this moment, a burly man was tied up. His eyes were spitting fire as he gritted his teeth and said, "You bastards, you will never have a good ending." Taking a closer look, this burly man's cultivation was not weak, Great Sage Realm Intermediate. In the outer realm, he was already considered a good powerhouse, but now he was tied up. Standing next to the burly man was a tall man with muscles that were like tumors attached to his body. Then, he grabbed the burly man's head and threw it into the stone bowl. And the burly man had no room to resist. No. The burly man looked up and saw a huge stone ball falling from the sky and smashing into the stone bowl. Poochie, a wave of blood gushed out, dyeing the stone bowl even redder. A Great Sage Realm Intermediate powerhouse died just like that. Creak, the stone ball was lifted. A ferocious three-headed giant, holding the handle with both hands, looked at it with a smile. Then, he poked his finger into the stone bowl and stained it with some broken bones. He put it in his mouth and licked it a few times. Just as he was about to laugh out loud, his head was hit by a sharp weapon. Poochie, Poochie, 3 heads were directly split open by the sharp weapon. With a loud bang, the huge corpse fell to the ground. What the hell? I just arrived and I saw such a disgusting scene. Why don't you go and die? Lin Fan raised his hand and the axe flew back. Then, he took a big step and approached directly. Looking at the situation around him, he was also a little confused. Not far away, many people were tied up, and their cultivation was not weak. There were men, women, and children. Especially when he saw those children, Lin Fan's heart ached a little. What a cute child, just like his adopted daughter. And also like his disciple, they should feel the warmth of the world, but he didn't expect to experience such a tragedy. You bunch of beasts. It's fine if you kill adults, but you won't even let children off. Do you know that what you've done is no different from beasts? But fortunately, I'm here. My greatest joy in life is to kill beasts, and I don't show any mercy. Then, he looked at the people who were tied up, raised his hand, and asked, "Please tell me loudly, are you people who love peace? Zhu Fengfeng stared at Lin Fan in shock. What was wrong with her brother? She didn't understand what he was saying. The situation right now is very dangerous, okay, don't always look at those people who are tied up. At the very least, look at the surrounding situation. Those guys are all very ferocious and terrifying. One look and you can tell that they are not good people. Moreover, their auras are very violent. They are not the kind of people that can be easily dealt with. Humph, the fat pig was still sucking up the soil. Zhu Fengfeng really wanted to kick Yang to death. Even at this time, he was still sucking soil. It would be dangerous later. Those who were tied up had a myriad of emotions. At first, they were filled with anger and fear, but when they heard these words, they were stunned, dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't know who this person was and whether or not he could save them. But they felt that the possibility wasn't high. This place was really dangerous and the person who captured them was really strong. What terrified them the most was that the person sitting cross-legged in the distance was surrounded by blood energy. He was the most dangerous person. I am asking all of you, are you people who love peace and support peace? Lin Fan frowned. Lin Fan furrowed his brows. What was going on? Were people so unafraid of death these days? Was their will to live so weak? Or did they not trust his words and were even suspicious of him? If that was the case, then he was in despair. People who didn't love peace weren't the same kind of people. Yes, I love peace, I love peace. Instantly, a guy shouted in a heart-wrenching manner. Shut up. The vicious-looking executioner behind the guy raised the blood-stained weapon in his hand and slashed towards him. The guy felt the terrifying aura behind him. His face turned ashen white and he fell into despair. No one could save him. Pucci, the vicious-looking executioner's movement stiffened. His head was separated from his body and blood flowed down. With a thud, he fell to the ground. He didn't even know how he died. You are not giving me face by killing someone who loves peace in front of me. Lin Fan didn't even move his feet. Just now, he used a sword intent to slice off his head. The man who escaped from death turned around. When he saw the headless corpse, he got excited and quickly ran towards Lin Fan. I love peace, I love it a lot. His cultivation was decent, initial great saint realm. But even with such a cultivation, he couldn't see how Lin Fan attacked. In just a blink of an eye, the executioner's head fell to the ground. His cultivation wasn't that weak. Maybe there really was hope. As expected, this scene shocked them. Then, all of them started to scream. I love peace too. I was planning to report to the Navy and wanted to join them. That's why I was kidnapped. Save me, save us, we are all people who love peace. The man who was tied up exploded and shouted with all his might as if he was afraid that Lin Fan couldn't hear him. All of you shut up. The executioners were furious. They didn't expect these people to shout so loudly. If they alerted Lin Fan, they would definitely die. Then, they raised the weapons in their hands and prepared to kill all of them. But regretfully, just as they moved, a sharp sword intent locked onto them. In the blink of an eye, all of their heads were sliced off. The people who were tied up saw hope and were so grateful that they nearly knelt down to Lin Fan. They were truly frightened. Even if they were courageous people, in this situation, their livers and gallbladders were ruptured, and they almost wet their pants. If you can walk, then walk on your own. If you can't, then find someone to help you. I won't take you in, I will only help you to this point. Lin Fan said. As for what happened to these people, he definitely wouldn't care. They didn't have the time and they still had dangerous places to go. The reason why they came here was because the moon was so red and they couldn't even sleep. Oh, right, remember to love peace. Lin Fan shouted. The people who were running quickly stopped and then nodded their heads. They promised that they loved peace and wouldn't have any conflicts with it. Brother, these people might not love peace. Zhu Fengfeng said softly. Brother's way of doing things was just so hard to understand. Just like this matter, love peace, what was going on, one couldn't understand what he was saying and felt confused. However, brother made it sound so righteous like it was real. It isn't important. These people are a little unhappy. Lin Fan waved his fingers. They were already surrounded. These people were a little vicious. The three-headed giant that they had just killed looked more like a monster that was stitched up. Suddenly, a terrifying aura struck them. The air in front of them shook and a person appeared in front of them. Pong, Lin Fan raised his hand and blocked his fist. An intense shockwave spread out and caused dust to rise up. Interesting, but it lacks flavor. Lin Fan smiled. He stepped forwards and clenched his fingers into a fist. With a loud explosion, he punched through his stomach. Flesh and blood exploded from his back and spat out, dyeing the ground red. At this moment, he carefully observed his surroundings. This place was more like a sacrificial altar, or perhaps a place to cultivate evil arts. Otherwise, who would be so perverted as to put people into a stone bowl and smash them to death with a stone ball, and even smash them to pieces? Big brother, look at the blood. There are holes on the surface of the stone bowl, and the blood is flowing out along the grooves. It seems like someone is cultivating there. Zhu Fengfeng's expression was grave. This situation was clearly that someone was cultivating an incomparably sinister evil art. It isn't early anymore. Let's end this quickly and head back to sleep. Lin Fan wasn't interested in what was happening here. Who cared what kind of evil technique they were cultivating? He just had to punch them to death. There was no need to investigate too much. Just as he was thinking about it, a terrifying aura struck from all directions. The people here were all really vicious and the blood energy on their bodies was really thick. Some of them were huge and had tumor-like muscles. However, they were filled with terrifying strength. Interesting. You want to play with blood energy in front of me? Your father is still playing with mud. Cruel blood. Lin Fan took a step forward, directly stepping on the ground. A terrifying blood-chi dragon soared into the air from the bottom of his feet. The blood in the surroundings started to boil, as though it had a mind of its own as it gathered from afar. The blood energy gathered and turned into a blood-colored dragon. It opened its mouth and swallowed in all directions. Poochie, Poochie, under the attacks of the blood dragon, the corpses broke down. Blood fell and dyed the ground red. Too weak. I don't even want to fight. He wasn't interested in dealing with these people at all. He just used the simplest methods to suppress them. Zhu Fengfeng was stunned. Brother was a little violent and his methods were a little terrifying. The blood dragon formed from blood energy was 100 feet long. Even he would find it hard to block it, let alone these people. By the time Lin Fan killed the last extremely ugly fella, a horrifying aura spread over from the distance. How dare you kill so many of my men? On the altar in the distance, the person sitting cross-legged slowly stood up. The blood chi that wrapped around his body gradually disappeared, fusing into his body. Stop talking nonsense. I have already killed them. What else do you want? Lin Fan was really calm. He waved his hands. You and the fat pig stand back. This person isn't weak. He is already at Dao realm. Ah? Zhu Fengfeng was stunned. He raised his head in disbelief. Dao realm was really terrifying. How did he meet such an expert? He looked at his brother worriedly and didn't know whether or not he could do it. After all, he had seen how strong Dao realm experts were. They weren't human. Okay. Brother, calm down. If you can't hold on, then tell me. I will call Xianxia to save you. The moment he said this, he ran far away. Lin Fan walked forwards and looked at the person in front of him. He was wearing a ghost mask and he couldn't see his face. But he could sense that the way he looked at him was a little off. It seemed like he was really angry. The way you look at me is a little off. Have we met before? Or, did I do something too excessive to you? He definitely didn't sense wrongly. This person's gaze was filled with rage. As for who it was? He had to guess. It was easy to guess. He wasn't weak and was definitely at Dao realm. Out of all the people he had met, there weren't many who had Dao realm cultivation. At the same time, his gaze was filled with rage. There weren't many people who could make a Dao realm expert so angry at him. Just as the other party was about to make a move, Lin Fan raised his hand. Wait a moment. Although fighting without saying a word is my favorite thing to do, let me guess who you are. If I guess correctly, we'll start fighting. Alright? What is old brother doing? Zhu Fengfeng grabbed the pig's ear and was a little nervous. Yang, is there something wrong with his head? He is actually chatting with him. If he doesn't run now, when will he? Scoff scoff, the pig continued to suck dirt and didn't care about this matter at all. The masked man was about to attack, but when he heard Lin Fan's words, his face hidden beneath the mask became slightly vicious, like he wanted to hear what Lin Fan could say. Seems like you want to hear it too. Lin Fan chuckled. Then, he started to think. Just who was it? His mind started to think. 9-color-old ancestor was excluded. That old fellow was waiting for him to update, so it couldn't be him. Qi Jiuxia couldn't be either. Although he was a demon god, he wouldn't dress so poorly. Star body old ancestor, limitless old ancestor, etc. Oh, I know. You are the leader of the righteous path, Yuan Jin. Oh my god, you are a leader of the righteous path, but you are actually an evil demon. You aren't sleeping and are cultivating here. Just tell me, aren't you? He suddenly realized that he was too smart. He was just a little lazy, but he did it on purpose. He already had the undying body and all sorts of overpowered buffs. If he still used his brain to play with him, wouldn't that be bullying? This was why he didn't use his brain. He also didn't want to waste his brain cells. As expected, under Kiran's gaze, the young man's body visibly trembled. He had guessed correctly. Kid, I really want to open your brain and see what's in it. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. The masked man denied it decisively. How could he admit it? No, you are. Just now, I became even more certain that you are Yuan Jin. Perhaps I might have guessed wrongly earlier. However, at this moment, I am certain. That's because I guessed correctly, but you didn't admit to it. If you weren't the leader of the righteous path, you would definitely agree with me that you were impersonating me. But unfortunately, you didn't admit to it. You were just hiding. Lin Fan felt that his brain was really too smart. He didn't expect to be able to guess this correctly. It was as if he had hit the jackpot. It gave him an indescribable feeling of satisfaction. You. The face under the mask was ice cold to the extreme. He opened his mouth and his teeth shone with a cold light. Forget it. Today, everyone will die. Yuan Jin had indirectly admitted it. However, he wasn't prepared to let anyone leave this place alive. Even that pig would have to die here. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. I don't feel sleepy at all. I didn't expect that I would actually guess correctly. Then, let's fight. As soon as the sound of his voice faded, Lin Fan's eyes turned sharp. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked, and he disappeared from his original spot, charging at Yuan Jin. Let me see if the person under the mask is really you. Also, I have your storage ring with me. However, I won't return it to you. Courting death. Yuan Jin was flustered and exasperated. The scene was still fresh in his mind. He was fighting with Qi Jiuxia, but he was ambushed by this brat. Both of them were stripped naked, and even their storage rings were taken away. As the leader of the righteous path, how could he endure such humiliation? Now that he had encountered this brat, he could only be ruthless. He would kill him here and get back what he had lost. At this moment, Lin Fan's body was constantly expanding. A terrifying power was brewing in his body. His black hair fluttered behind his head as he clenched his fist and punched at Yuan Jin. Machem, Yuan Jin was stunned. Clearly, he didn't expect this brat's strength to increase so much in such a short time. Rumble, the two of them collided, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Sand and dust flew everywhere, and a shocking explosion of energy resulted in a terrifying storm. How can this be? Yuan Jin was shocked. At that moment, the two of them were fighting intensely. However, he actually couldn't take down this brat. This person who was like an ant in the past had actually grown to such an extent in such a short time. If he was given more time, he would be even more terrifying. Lin Fan punched out. Fist after fist intersected with one another, forming a net that blocked all of Yuan Jin's paths of escape. Each fist contained his most terrifying power. Against normal people, he didn't need to be so complicated. However, Yuanjin's cultivation was shocking, and he was at the peak of Dao realm. If he didn't use some tricks, he might not be able to beat him. Brat, you are too arrogant. You want to fight me with just this strength? You are just asking to die. Yuanjin was stunned. He didn't hide anything. Two different powers surged out like waves. A blinding light swept forth and wrapped up Lin Fan. Interesting. Lin Fan felt that Yuanjin's strength wasn't just average. In Dao realm, he was probably at the peak. Hung Long, a shocking power exploded out and struck Lin Fan's body. But under the buff of the ancient battlefield, it was impossible for him to retreat. He could only retaliate by punching out. As a leader of the righteous path, how could Yuanjin be defeated so easily? He raised his hand and a bright light shone down on the entire area. When the light dissipated, Yuanjin was already in the sky. Although Lin Fan couldn't see his face, he was definitely really cold. He thought that he could easily suppress this brat, but he actually wasted so much time. As long as he was slightly arrogant, he would definitely feel uncomfortable in his heart. There was blood at the corner of Lin Fan's lips. Although he didn't feel anything from that strike, his organs were shaken. He then raised his head and looked into the sky. Amazing. You are accurate enough, but your strength is a little weak. Yuanjin, as a leader of the righteous path, you actually cultivate an evil technique. You even use living people to cultivate. What are you cultivating? I feel that it is a little low. At this moment, Yuanjin floated in the sky. His robes were fluttering in the wind as a blood river appeared and wrapped around his body. He raised his hand and the clouds in the sky rumbled intensely. A boundless aura exploded out and gathered towards Yuanjin. Brother, it's dangerous. This guy is going to use his ultimate move. Zhu Fengfeng's face was pale. She felt extremely stifled. The aura in the sky was too dense, and it felt like a mountain was pressing down on her body, making it hard for her to breathe. Is that so? Lin Fan raised his head and raised his hand. Come, let me see how strong the leader of the righteous path is. Oh, right, this is your storage ring, right? Lin Fan took out the storage ring and waved it in front of Yuanjin. Do you think that with my current cultivation, I can open your storage ring? Huh? Yuanjin's face was terrifyingly cold. This was his storage ring, there was no doubt about it. After this brat took it away, he had tried to search for it, but he couldn't find it. At the same time, he wasn't too worried. To open the storage ring, one would need to be at least as strong as him, or even stronger. To him, how could an ant reach his level? Hence, he didn't think much of it. Gotcha, Lin Fan clenched his fingers, and the energy covering the storage ring shattered. It's open. Lin Fan smiled and kept the storage ring. He would take a good look at it when he returned. Return it to me. Yuanjin's voice was a little hoarse. This was his item, so how could an ant touch it? No. Lin Fan shook his head. Since it was in his hands, unless he was willing, he would have to die. If you don't give it to me, then die. Instantly, Yuanjin pressed down with his palms, and the space around him sank. With his Dao realm cultivation, he had truly comprehended the Dao of this world. Every single action of his involved an extremely terrifying amount of power. Lightning flashed in the sky, and the aura covered the entire sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. How terrifying. Is this the Dao realm? Can Big Bro hold on? Zhu Fengfeng laid on the ground and raised his head with much difficulty. A strong wind blew on his face, and it felt like it was burning. Snort snort. The fat pig spread his legs. The pressure was huge, and it was more comfortable to lie down. Yang, stop snorting. Prepare yourself. Zhu Fengfeng said solemnly. This might be the most dangerous situation that he had ever faced. The enemy was too strong, and with their strength, they were no match for him at all. Of course, looking at his brother's situation, it didn't seem like he was in a good state. The other party wasn't injured, but he was. Die. At that moment, Yuanjin hollered. He pressed down with his palms, and a rumbling power surged forth. What a joke. You want to kill me with just this? I am not so easy to bully. Lin Fan roared out as the muscles on his body swelled up even more. The aura of a real man surged up into the sky. With a thud, he soared up into the sky without any fear. He was going to use his strongest strength to clash with Yuan Jin. You are just asking for death. Yuan Jin had never been so angry before. Even Qi Jiusha didn't make him so angry. But today, this kid had successfully pissed him off. And the result was an extremely tragic death. Hung Long, Lin Fan charged into the resplendent and terrifying radiance of power. Raising his fist, he punched at the power condensed in the air. With every punch, the void trembled. This strength is really strong. Yuan Jin might be one of the peak Dao realm experts in the outer region. At that moment, he was testing his own strength. He felt like he really wasn't weak. Although he wasn't able to suppress peak Dao realm experts, they didn't have the strength to suppress him either. I will kill you with one axe. Lin Fan took out the axe and slashed towards Yuan Jin. The axe light slashed and tore apart the surrounding space, striking towards Yuan Jin. Eh? Yuan Jin was shocked. He slapped down with his palm. There was a loud explosion. This guy. Yuan Jin's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Fan's strength had exceeded his expectations. Lin Fan looked like a glorious state cultivator, but he was so powerful. Lin Fan was just a slightly fat grasshopper in front of Yuan Jin. But in the blink of an eye, the fat grasshopper changed. Interesting, Yuan Jin. If you can escape today, I'll show you how capable you are. Lin Fan was going to fight with this old man. As for what the 1000K patriarch said about the powerful cultivators, Lin Fan didn't take it to heart yet. I'll take it one step at a time. When the time comes, I'll find a way to deal with them. But right now, he had to suppress this fellow ruthlessly. If he was lucky, he could even earn a huge sum of money. Yuan Jin was the leader of the righteous path, so he must be extremely rich. If I can take all of it, I'll make a fortune. You brat. Yuan Jin was furious. He yelled and disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Fan with a long saber in his hand. He swung it at Lin Fan's head. So overbearing. Lin Fan chuckled. He raised his axe and started chopping. What axe technique? It was just a bunch of rubbish. As long as it was comfortable, it was fine. The axe collided with the saber, and sparks flew everywhere. The terrifying power caused the space to shatter, and cracks to appear. This was a battle between two powerful cultivators. You fella, you're pretty strong. However, you're still far from being able to compete with me, the peak master, in terms of strength. Let me tell you, you can forget about leaving this place in one piece today. Lin Fan growled as his strength burst forth from his body, clashing head-on with Yuan Jin. The fight between the two was intense. Yuan Jin had many skill sets, and he could use his mystic arts easily. It was 1,000 times better than Lin Fan's random attacks. Mystic arts could attract the Daos of heaven and earth, and the power they could unleash was not to be underestimated. Yuan Jin had joined forces with the heaven and earth to fight with Lin Fan. Die. Lin Fan swung his axe and swung it down. Clang, the axe and the long saber clashed, and the shockwave spread. Yuan Jin didn't stop there. He raised his hand, and a terrifying force surged towards Lin Fan. Poochie! Lin Fan's waist was cut open, and fresh blood flowed out. Then, even more attacks landed on Lin Fan's body. Brat, you want to fight with me? You're still far from it. Yuan Jin's voice was very cold. A beam of light shot out from his body. He had too many tricks up his sleeves, making it hard for others to guard against him. Poochie, the light pierced through his body and came out from his back. At the same time, a pillar of blood splattered out, dyeing the sky red. Big brother. Zhu Fengfeng was shocked. It couldn't be, right? How could he be injured? No matter how powerful the attack was, dodging it shouldn't have been a problem. Even Piggy, who was sucking the soil, raised its head abruptly, as if it was startled. Let's see how long you can last. Yuan Jin laughed coldly. The expression under his mask was very savage. He did not believe that he would not be able to kill a brat. However, in that instant, his heart pounded fiercely. Surprisingly, the young man started to laugh. Ha ha ha, very refreshing. These injuries are very refreshing. Lin Fan laughed out loud. His body was bleeding profusely. If he were to use a basin to collect the blood, he would be able to collect a few. If it was a normal person, they would have been severely injured and would have fainted at any moment. But to Yuan Jin, this kid was filled with energy and was even a little violent. Not good. Suddenly, Yuan Jin was shocked. He saw Lin Fan clench his fist and punch towards him. The strength was really strong, much stronger than before. His strength increased in a straight line. This was really unexpected. Pung, Yuan Jin sheathed his saber and blocked the other party's fist. The resplendent light contained an extremely horrifying power. I have gotten stronger again. When he blocked the fist, he could feel the power that was transmitted from it. If it was a normal Dao realm expert, he would probably explode from just one punch. This kid couldn't be left alive, otherwise, he would be a disaster. His killing intent became even thicker. If he allowed this kid to continue to improve, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with next time. Just as he was thinking about all of this, another sharp aura struck him. It was an axe. This kid's hands didn't stop. After a punch, another axe came slashing over. What kind of move was that? It was just a random move. But this random move was a little terrifying. If he didn't dodge, he might be badly injured by the axe. Pung, Yuanjin's body shone brightly. His body faded and he disappeared from the spot. But with a poochie sound, his arm was struck by the axe and a wound appeared. Fresh blood appeared and flowed out. Hee hee, I hit it. Lin Fan smiled. He grabbed with his fingers and sucked a ball of sand over. He stuffed it into the wound and stopped the blood. Men bled but didn't cry. But if he bled too much, it wouldn't be good. Old brother, you are such a man. You are so vicious to others and also to yourself. Zhu Fengfeng was shocked. If she hadn't witnessed it personally, she wouldn't have believed it. Moreover, he was also a little glad that he was able to know such a ruthless person. He was really too lucky. Jerk. Yuanjin was furious. It had been a long time since he was injured. Who would have thought that the person he treated as an ant would injure him? To him, this was a humiliation that couldn't be wiped away. He could only use the other party's blood to wash away the humiliation that he had suffered. Jerk your sister. Watch how I will chop you to death with my axe. Lin Fan twisted his neck. He felt good. The battle was interesting. Moreover, with the buff of getting stronger the more he fought, his foundation had grown quite well. Although it couldn't compare to the foundation that came from leveling up his cultivation technique, it was a different path. I'm coming. Get ready. Lin Fan smiled and bowed. His eyes shone brightly. With a pung, he turned into a beam of light and attacked Yuan Jin. The leader of the righteous path? Pooey. How could he be righteous with such a thing? The world was really too evil. It needed a peace-loving person like him to maintain it. No matter who it is today, no one will be able to save you. Yuanjin's aura changed. Evil blood chi seeped out and turned into a blood pillar that pierced through the sky. The moon turned blood red and a red light shot out, attaching to his body. Lin Fan's axe landed on the blood pillar. However, it didn't land. It was blocked. Eh? He was surprised that the blood pillar could block his axe. It seemed like it had some tricks up its sleeves. Arg! Yuanjin roared. The mask on his face shattered, turning into motes of starlight that scattered into the sky. The face that was hidden behind the mask was revealed. It was different from usual. There were blood lines wrapped around his face. They seemed to be alive and could move. Kacha, with a crisp sound, the red line split open. Thousands of blood pillars shot into the distance, forming a red whirlpool. Instantly, the world rumbled. A sea of blood covered the sky. Looking up, the entire world was red. It was so red that it was terrifying. An extremely evil aura spread out from the red whirlpool. Roar! Instantly, a red blood man walked out from the whirlpool. The blood energy wrapped around his body was too thick. The blood man was very muscular. His legs and arms were very strong. It was like a small mountain coiled around his body. Walala, the blood man's body was wrapped in black chains that gave off a cold glow. With every step he took, the chains would ring loudly. "Oh, so you're cultivating. This is interesting." Lin Fan grinned. He then pinched his fingers. "Doesn't matter. The result is the same. No matter what comes, I'll kill it with one punch." Instantly, Yuanjin's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and the blood corpse, which was originally calm, roared in anger. Blood energy filled the sky and pressed down on Lin Fan. Interesting. Lin Fan raised his axe and slashed, clashing with the blood corpse's chains. With a loud bang, there was a shocking impact. Suddenly, Lin Fan frowned. He felt a terrifying force coming from behind him. He then counterattacked, only to realize that it was the blood corpse. Two fists clashed, and there was a huge impact. Hee hee. The blood corpse's eyes shone with a red light as he laughed malevolently. His strength was terrifying. He was not at a disadvantage when fighting with Lin Fan. He did have some ability. The clanging of the chains came from behind him. It was like a sharp arrow, flying towards Lin Fan's chest. Yuanjin also attacked instantly. Boundless might exploded from his palm. However, Lin Fan did not care about that. He focused on the blood corpse. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Fan stared at the blood corpse and asked. The blood corpse's malevolent smile gradually disappeared as if he couldn't react in time. The other party asked him what he was laughing at. How could he not laugh at that? "Do you think that you are strong enough to compete with me in terms of strength? Very well, let's see how strong you are. I, the Peak Master, will drag it out with you today." Lin Fan hollered and clenched his fist, attacking the blood corpse. "Brother, behind you!" Zhu Fengfeng hollered. This was too despicable and shameless. This was considered 3 against 1. "It's okay. Don't be too nervous. It's just a small matter," Lin Fan replied. But just as he finished his sentence, his chest was pierced by the iron chain. The iron chain was stained with blood as it pierced through. Just as the iron chain was about to leave, Lin Fan grabbed it with one hand while his other hand smashed towards the blood corpse. Bang, 2 rumbling sounds resounded through the air. Lin Fan clashed with the blood corpse, and Yuanjin's attack landed on his body. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died. But to Lin Fan, this was normal. In the ancient battlefield, he wouldn't die for the time being. The blood corpse was conscious. He was slightly stunned. He probably didn't expect Lin Fan to be so stubborn even after suffering such heavy injuries. Just as he was stunned, the blood corpse's neck was wrapped by the chains. Lin Fan grabbed the chains tightly. He had the urge to strangle the blood corpse to death. What technique is this? The blood corpse looked ferocious, but he wasn't stupid. His neck was wrapped by his own chain and he couldn't break free. This was a situation he had never imagined would happen. What kind of technique was this? Ah! The blood corpse roared in rage. His blood energy boiled and he wanted to solidify. But Lin Fan didn't give him the chance. He roared and fell towards the ground. Rumble. He crashed into the ground, causing it to crack. Lin Fan pressed down on the blood corpse's back, his legs wrapped around the blood corpse's waist. Then, he used strength to grab the chain, trying to strangle the blood corpse. The blood corpse wanted to roar in rage, but he could only make muffled sounds. It wasn't that he couldn't breathe, but it was really painful. His neck was about to break. "You still want to struggle? Dream on." Lin Fan's arms were thick and strong. Even though the blood corpse's body was huge, it was impossible for it to struggle free. The blood corpse waved at Yuanjin. He opened his mouth and let out a muffled sound. It should be saying, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and save me." Yuanjin was shocked. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. He had never seen someone fight like this. He also didn't expect the blood corpse to be strangled by his opponent. Little brat, you are asking for death. Yuanjun was furious. He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Lin Fan. He was prepared to slap him to death. But just as his palm was about to land, Lin Fan flipped and turned the blood corpse towards Yuanjun. Pung, the palm boomed. The blood corpse was already very red. After being hit by that palm, his face turned even redder. A mouthful of blood boiled in his body, then surged upwards. He wanted to spit it out, but when it reached his throat, it was blocked. His throat swelled up as if it was going to explode. He stared at Yuanjun with his bloodshot eyes. It was like he was saying, "You better watch carefully before you hit me. Little bastard." Yuanjun was furious. This little bastard dared to hurt his blood corpse. What are you shouting for? Lin Fan gripped the chains tightly and refused to let go. That palm strike just now had quite a bit of power behind it. Even the ground behind him had a huge crack under the force of the impact. The chain penetrated into the blood corpse's flesh. The skin on his neck was torn and blood was flowing out. All right, you can do it, brother. Choke this guy to death. Zhu Fengfeng cheered. Brilliant, this was simply too brilliant. Although her brother's methods weren't impressive, she didn't expect him to actually succeed. This was truly abnormal. I'll go kill your accomplice. Yuanjun roared in anger as he stared at Zhu Fengfeng. Zhu Fengfeng was shocked. She straddled the fat pig and angrily slapped its butt. Yang, run. The fat pig suddenly stood up and moved its 4 hooves. Without any hesitation, it disappeared without a trace, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before Yuanjun could react, the man and the pig disappeared from his sight. Very good. Smart enough, not too stupid. Lin Fan chuckled. This fellow wasn't stupid either. He knew that he would only be a burden to Lin Fan if he stayed. Hiding was a wise choice. However, even if the other party refused to leave, he still had a way to deal with it. At that moment, the blood corpse's hands were randomly slapping around. Then, he grabbed Lin Fan's thigh and squeezed. His nails pierced into Lin Fan's thigh. But to Lin Fan, these methods were useless. He didn't feel any pain at all. Bastard, die. Yuanjun attacked. But every time he tried to find a tricky angle, he would face the blood corpse. If he attacked, the blood corpse would be the one taking it head-on. Come, hit me all you want. If you can kill me today, then you are amazing. Lin Fan used the blood corpse as a shield. However, the strength of his hands didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. Poochie, large amounts of blood spurted out from the blood corpse's neck. If this continued, it wouldn't take long to break his neck. Woo woo woo. The blood corpse's eyes opened wide. The bloody light was really terrifying. He was furious. He had never been treated like this before and there was nothing he could do. He glanced at Yuanjun, asking him to save him. But Yuanjun was also helpless. This bastard was too cunning and he didn't know where to start. Stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more painful it will be. This iron chain is your weapon, but at this moment, it will break your neck. Just thinking about it is a little funny. Lin Fan smiled. If not for the fact that he cultivated strength, he might not have been able to beat this blood corpse. Cough. The blood corpse gave out a terrifying sound. His eyes that were about to pop out shone with a devilish glow. He sent a message to Yuanjun, attack, pierce our bodies. The blood corpse's cultivation was peak Dao realm and he wasn't weaker than Yuanjun. But even with such cultivation, he couldn't break free. The clash of strength not only didn't make him loosen his grip, but it made him even more violent. If this continued, he would definitely die. Clang, Yuanjun was really decisive. A sword appeared in his hand. He didn't hesitate at all and stabbed at a tricky angle. He was really quick and stabbed right through the blood corpse's body. One sword stabbing too wasn't a loss for Yuanjun at all. The blood corpse's stomach was bleeding but his foundations weren't hurt. Moreover, the sword was slanted and stabbed through Lin Fan's heart. Let's see how you can hold on. Yuanjun couldn't let the blood corpse die, otherwise, all his efforts would have gone to waste. The blood corpse was something that he used his own essence blood to absorb the blood of many experts to slowly nurture. Its strength was similar to his and it was one of his killing moves. He was using it to deal with Xianxia, but just as he was about to succeed, he met this kid. Moreover, the blood corpse's life force was really strong and he wouldn't die so easily. The blood corpse laughed in his heart. He was waiting for Lin Fan's strength to weaken so that he could suppress him. He wanted to rip his body apart and let him know what a huge crime he had committed. However, the most shocking thing happened. He realized that Lin Fan's strength had actually increased. The iron chains were really strong and he was about to die. Continue. The blood corpse sent a gaze. He couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, he would really die. Yuanjun didn't expect this to happen and he panicked. The blood corpse was a peak expert that he had spent decades to nurture. If he died, it would be a huge loss. Damn. Yuanjun attacked once more. The sword was vast and pierced down. Pucci, the sword that was formed pierced through the blood corpse and then Lin Fan. Instantly, the area around the two of them was covered in blood. One could say that blood flowed like a river. The blood corpse's aura was much weaker, but he was waiting for that moment. He didn't believe that this guy could last longer than him. Kachi, the blood corpse felt that his neck was about to break. How did this happen? This guy's strength became even stronger and more terrifying than before. He panicked a little. If this continued, he would die. But now, he had been pierced so many times and his body was really weak. If this happened a few more times, he would die too. Kid, what do you want for me to let go? Tell me and I will negotiate with you. Yuanjun didn't dare to attack. He couldn't let anything happen to the blood corpse or he would regret it. This was the most helpless time in his life. He was forced to such a state by a kid. Cut the thing in your pants and I will let go. Lin Fan didn't want to let go. He definitely had to beat the blood corpse up. After suffering such heavy injuries, if he didn't find something sweet, he would be letting himself down. As for where he cut, he would cut if he had the balls. If he really cut it, then he would be convinced. Of course, he wouldn't believe that Yuanjun would cut it. After all, how could a man tolerate such a situation? Okay. Yuanjun's eyes were sharp. He wasn't unhappy with what Lin Fan said. He moved his wrist and tore off his clothes. Without hesitation, he cut mercilessly. Pucci, blood spurted out, but it stopped very quickly. What? Lin Fan's jaw dropped. He was completely dumbfounded. He really *King cut it. He looked at Yuanjun in shock. In this world, he thought that he was the cruelest person, but now he realized that he wasn't. The cruelest title should be given to Yuanjun. This was the real deal. Yuanjun was expressionless. Other than his pale face, there was nothing else. Can you let go now? I, Yuanjun, promise that I won't bother you anymore. Lin Fan stared at him and was stunned for a long time. Damn. Are you an idiot? He opened his mouth wide. He suddenly felt that the leader of the righteous path, Yuanjun, might really be an idiot. I was just joking. Did you take it seriously? Lin Fan was speechless. He didn't know what to say. This was too terrifying. If the outside world knew that the leader of the righteous path would do such a thing, their eyes would pop out. You're going back on your words? Yuanjun was furious. Forget it, you can leave. I won't kill you today. You're too amazing. I'm willing to give a real man a chance to live. Lin Fan was filled with admiration. I want you to let go of him. Yuanjun saw that the corpse was about to die and shouted anxiously. Kacha, at that moment, the chain broke the corpse's head. The head separated from the body and fresh blood flowed out. Ah! Yuanjun's hair stood on end. His eyes were red and he was going crazy. The corpse was dead. His decades of hard work had been destroyed. Lin Fan stood up and pushed the corpse to the side. He raised his foot and crushed the corpse's heart. He lowered his head and looked at his bleeding chest. He was really calm as these injuries weren't much. He then looked at Yuanjun in admiration. Leader of the righteous path. The leader of the righteous path? Yes, you're a man. You really are a man. I admire you so much that I prostrate myself in admiration. You even dared to chop something like this. You're the most amazing person I've ever seen. Don't worry, I won't kill you today. Lin Fan raised his hand and casually sent him away. In a battle, he just casually said something and the other party believed him. How vicious was that? I want you to die. Yuanjun hollered in rage. The power around his body was really terrifying. He raised his hand and heaven and earth shook. Dao realm power exploded and numerous scenes appeared behind him. Little animal, I want to skin you alive. The corpse was really dead. Decades of hard work had been destroyed. I want to kill everyone related to you. When Yuanjun said this, Lin Fan raised his head and a cold glow appeared in his eyes. Yuanjun was about to spit fire. It was like there was a volcano in his body that was boiling and was about to explode. He really wanted to rip this fellow apart piece by piece and torture him to death. My current state is still okay. My strength has swelled so much. The ancient battlefield is really overpowered. Lin Fan felt great and his body was filled with power. Pung! Pung! His arm swelled up and energy wrapped around it. The power turned into a mist that floated around his body. He disappeared from the spot and decided to keep Yuanjun here. He wouldn't let him leave. Hong! An intense explosion rang out. The two of them clashed and the battle accumulated strength. Yuanjun was already furious. When he attacked, terrifying celestial techniques smashed towards Lin Fan. This area was no longer stable. The space was shattered and it would take a period of time for it to recover. The attacks of Dao realm experts were just too terrifying. Yang, stop running. Zhu Fengfeng grabbed Yang's ear and told him to stop. He then looked into the distance. The area was collapsing. Even from so far away, he could sense the terrifying power shaking there. How shocking. Old brother is too strong. Zhu Fengfeng wasn't a fool. The first time they met, he understood how strong old brother was. He was strong but not so ridiculously strong. But this time was different. The strength that old brother displayed was just too strong, so strong that it terrified him. He didn't even have a chance to fight back at all. Let's go, we will sneak back and take a look. Remember, if the situation isn't right, you must head up and bite me. Then, we will flee. Zhu Fengfeng trusted Yang's speed. He was really quick. Although he was fat, his speed was really shocking. Scoff scoff. The fat pig scoffed and headed back the way he came. Pung! Yuanjun's mysterious mystic skill slammed onto Lin Fan's body. However, he was also sent flying by Lin Fan until he spat out a mouthful of blood. Amazing, Dao realm is really not simple. This was the peak strength of the outer region world. Who knew what level Yuanjun was at the peak of Dao realm, but to him, he definitely wouldn't be weak and should be at the top. Hong Long, just as Lin Fan was in deep thought, there was a loud explosion. Yuanjun stood up and gave off an extremely dangerous aura. There was also a thick blood energy that wrapped around his body. This was the result of cultivating two types of auras to the extreme. Lin Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then hooked his hand. Come, let's continue. I admire you, but you have to die today. Hee hee. Yuanjun raised his head and laughed coldly. He then spread his arms wide open. Under his control, the void trembled as a long river of blood appeared behind him. Many vengeful spirits were struggling and howling in the blood-colored river. The blood-colored river surged, turning into a surging tsunami as if it wanted to devour everything. You must die. Yuanjun roared out and pressed down with a single hand. A blood-colored tsunami surged over, covering the entire world. The might of the Dao realm was displayed to the fullest by him. Amazing. This special effect is worth at least 60 cents. Lin Fan raised his head and clenched his fist. A bright light shone in front of him. This punch contained an extremely terrifying amount of power, causing even the void to tremble and shatter. It then collided with the blood-colored tsunami. Rumble, the area around them exploded, sending out intense shockwaves. The scarlet tsunami did not stop. Eh? Lin Fan frowned. His body turned into a beam of light as he dashed towards the blood wave. The moment he entered the blood wave, the blood seemed to have found a host and stuck onto his body. The vengeful spirits on the blood wave started tearing at his body. You dare to cultivate such an evil technique? Aren't you afraid that your boat will explode? Lin Fan ignored him. Instead, he roared and punched at Yuan Zhen with both fists. Pung, a violent power surged up, enough to rip the sky apart. Gotcha, a small piece of flesh on Lin Fan's arm disappeared as if it was bitten. His white bones shone with a dark light. This was caused by the blood on his body. Die here and become a vengeful spirit. I will torture you. Yuan Zhen's eyes spat out flames as he hollered. His efforts were all in vain. He wanted to ruthlessly crush this bastard and torture him to death. I'm just joking. Lin Fan smiled. He opened his palm and grabbed at Yuan Zhen's head. Yuan Zhen was already furious and he was in a frenzy. A conical weapon appeared in his hand and he stabbed towards Lin Fan's heart. I want you to sink forever. Poochie, the conical weapon stabbed into Lin Fan's heart and seeped into his body. It then turned into a black mist and merged into his flesh and blood. Pata, Lin Fan grabbed Yuan Zhen's face and punched at Yuan Zhen's abdomen. Pung, pung, his speed was extremely fast, and each of his punches contained his greatest power. Poochie, Yuan Zhen was badly injured and fresh blood spurted out, dyeing Lin Fan's fingers red. You are just too arrogant. Lin Fan's fighting style had always been one that didn't care about his life. But this time, he had faced a really strong opponent. He was really strong. Even when he activated the ancient battlefield, he was still beaten up to such a state. One had to say that Peak Dao Realm experts were really strong. But he had no choice. If he was unhappy, then he had to fight. So what if he died? Lin Fan hollered and continued to attack Yuan Zhen. But the conical weapon that merged into his body turned into a black mist. It was just too weird and it destroyed his body. His blood and organs seemed like they were being sucked and disappeared. If not for the ancient battlefield, he would have died long ago. Go to hell. Pung, his final fist was at its peak. With a poochie sound, it pierced through Yuan Zhen's body. Then, his hands ripped apart and Yuan Zhen was ripped into two. Blood rained all over the ground. It was really cruel. Who? Where are the points? Lin Fan frowned. He had already killed Yuan Zhen but there were no points. Didn't that mean that Yuan Zhen wasn't dead? The aura in his body became weaker and weaker. The blood on his body corroded his body. The black mist that merged into his body was destroying his insides. If he didn't have the undying body, then he was really dead. His aura became weaker and weaker and in the end, he fell to the ground. 10 seconds later. A perfect body appeared. Although he wasn't wearing any clothes, he was really overbearing. He took out his clothes and wore them. He was back to his peak condition. Haze, this battle is really fun. Lin Fan exclaimed. He felt really good. In this battle, his foundations had increased a little. There were many benefits to fighting experts. As expected, Peak Dao Realm experts are not simple. But I am still a little weak. Lin Fan looked around. He then activated his colored eye and looked around. He wanted to see whether or not Yuan Zhen was hiding around and peeping. He looked around and there was no movement. Leader of the righteous path, you really disappoint me. I thought you were a real man who could be so cruel to yourself. But it turns out you had some tricks up your sleeve. I guess I'll inherit the title of being the cruelest to yourself. He understood why Yuan Zhen was so cruel to him. He killed him just like that because he had a trump card. He was fearless and really made one look down on him. Brother. In the distance, Zhu Fengfeng's voice spread out. He was really anxious but when he saw his brother standing there alone, he heaved a sigh of relief. Come over, everything is fine now. Lin Fan said. Yuan Zhen wasn't here, so he was safe. After this, he felt that he wasn't weaker than Peak Dao Realm experts. If they really fought, he would be able to kill him. Brother, where is that fellow? Zhu Fengfeng looked around warily. At the same time, he looked around and was shocked. It was just too intense. This place was actually destroyed to such a state. I killed him but he didn't die. Lin Fan said. Although his words were contradictory, it was true that he didn't die. Zhu Fengfeng was confused. What did he mean? She didn't understand. Lin Fan knew that Zhu Fengfeng didn't understand, so he waved his hands. Okay, let's go back to sleep. I am too tired from fighting. We will head out tomorrow morning. The sky wasn't bright but the moon was really bright. It was time for a good sleep. What is brother talking about? Why do I feel like brother's intelligence is a little off? Zhu Fengfeng was stunned. Brother's words were a little high-end. He was killed but he didn't die. His words were a little contradictory. Within a weird secret room. With a kacha sound, a small red figure split apart, turning into fragments and disappearing without a trace. Shortly after, a person appeared. When he appeared, his body trembled and he spat out mouthfuls of blood which dyed the ground red. Damn animal, I will definitely kill you. Yuanjin revived but his expression was really ugly. He took out a pill and swallowed it. His injuries weren't healed. Moreover, it worsened. The repercussions were too severe and he couldn't take it at all. Damn. He was about to explode. He felt like the blood in his body was about to boil and explode. His losses were huge. Blood Corpse died and his decades of hard work were wasted. This substitute puppet was just too precious. It wasn't an ordinary substitute puppet but a top substitute puppet that could support a Dao Realm cultivator's revival. This was a god item crafted by the puppet ancestor using his own essence blood. It was really rare. He had kept one for 100 years and hadn't used it. Now that it was used so worthlessly, he was really unwilling. He didn't have a second one. Moreover, the repercussions were really severe and the injuries he suffered before his death would be healed. I swear that I won't be a human if I don't kill you. Yuanjin's face was ashen white. He hated Lin Fan to the bone and if he didn't skin him alive, he wouldn't be able to extinguish the rage in his heart. Morning. The sun shone down. Time to wake up. Lin Fan opened his eyes and stretched. After the battle, his muscles and bones were all stretched out. It felt good to soak in the water. The fat pig hummed and was still in a deep sleep. That night, he had a very safe sleep. Nothing came to disturb him. It should be that battle that scared all the demonic beasts away. The aura was too terrifying and if he didn't flee, he would die. Brother, this place is really safe. Zhu Fengfeng slept really well. He slept all the way until the sky turned bright and no beasts came. It is indeed quite safe. Okay, let's head to the dangerous land. It wouldn't be good if someone gets there first. Ride. Yang, move your hooves, let's charge. Zhu Fengfeng shouted loudly. The wind whistled in her ears. The fat pig's speed was very fast. Lin Fan sat at the back. The pig was really meaty and soft. Its tail curled up and gave off a unique vibe. Luckily, no one saw it, otherwise, his reputation would be affected. Soon, the fat pig stopped and sniffed the surroundings before snorting a few times. Old bro, we're here. This danger zone is really not easy to find. Yang and I passed by this place. Suddenly, sand and stones flew about, covering the sky with yellow sand. We could vaguely see a palace appear, and then it disappeared in the blink of an eye. So, according to Yang's and my probing, we finally discovered the danger zone hidden underground. Zhu Fengfeng was really delighted. He was an expert at finding dangerous places and no dangerous place could escape from him and Yang's eyes. Is that so? Lin Fan squatted down and touched the ground. He sensed that there was really a weird power flowing below. Brother, there is indeed something below. It seems like our gains are not bad. Lin Fan felt great. After the battle last night, he felt really energetic and every bone in his body was relaxed. Qi Jiusha and Yuanjin's storage rings were still there. He was about to get a huge sum of money. Brother, let's not look here. There is a tunnel there and it is really small and hidden. Zhu Fengfeng was really eager. They were about to explore and wealth waved at them. Just thinking about it made him excited. Zhu Fengfeng and Yang Yang raised their legs and prepared to walk forward. But they realized that brother was standing there and didn't move at all. They were stunned. Brother, what is it? He didn't know what brother was doing. Did he think about something? It is not good to walk too many small paths. It is better to walk the main path. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Under Zhu Fengfeng and the pig's shocked gazes, his body swelled up and his expression became slightly vicious. He squatted down and stabbed his fingers into the ground. Brother, you can't be, Lin Fan hollered. The veins on his arms bulged like many giant dragons. Power boiled in his body and transferred to his fingers, turning into threads that spread out. Hung long, the ground shook and cracks appeared. With Lin Fan's hands as the center, 2 cracks appeared and extended into the distance. This power is just too terrifying. Zhu Fengfeng's mouth was wide open. She had long been stupefied. It was just too shocking. He had seen many experts, but he had never seen anyone as tough as him. The dangerous ground was buried deep underground. There was a path to take, but instead of taking it, he wanted to tear open the eaves of the other party's house. He had no choice but to be impressed by his ability. However, if there were experts in such a dangerous place, wouldn't they be infuriated? The underground palace was located in the depths of the abyss. It was pitch black, so dark that one couldn't even see their outstretched fingers. One had to bring their own lights to enter. Many blackbirds were clinging to the rock walls above the underground palace. They were clinging to the top of the rock walls, folding their wings and remaining motionless. At that moment, the ground shook. The birds flapped their wings, not knowing what was happening, but they just treated it as an earthquake. Crack! At this moment, Lin Fan hollered out. Using his strength, he flipped a piece of the ground into the air. Light shone in, illuminating the pitch-black palace. Every blind spot was illuminated by the light. Creak! A sharp sound rang out. Many blackbirds spread their wings and flew behind the flipped-up ground. Their red eyes were like the eyes of demons in the darkness, but at this moment, their eyes were tightly shut as they couldn't take the intense light. Oh my God, why are there so many flying beasts? Zhu Fengfeng was shocked. Although these beasts were only the length of an arm, there were too many of them. They covered the sky and the sunlight couldn't shine in as it was blocked by these birds. Old brother, if we go in and meet these beasts, won't we be killed? Zhu Fengfeng didn't dare to believe it. Fortunately, if they really entered through the small path, the outcome would be disastrous. Even if they were fine, they would be in a mess. Same, but the small path is too troublesome. Can't we just flip it open? Lin Fan was really calm. He took in a deep breath and blew out. His aura was like a blade, covering the birds in the air and slicing them into pieces. Not even blood was left. Points plus 1,000. Lin Fan was a little disdainful. What a weak thing. This was the weakest beast he had seen since the merging of the outer world. However, he didn't enter through the small path, otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. These seemed to be black-winged demon bats. Zhu Fengfeng thought for a moment and suddenly reacted. His face was filled with joy. Why? These beasts' cultivation levels aren't high and they are really weak. I can kill them with just a breath. Lin Fan said. Zhu Fengfeng shook his head. He had come from the great power, so he had naturally read a lot of books and understood these things very well. Brother, although these black-winged demonic bats are very weak, they are the most terrifying existence in the dark underground palace. In the darkness, they won't die. Their sharp claws and teeth can tear apart all earth energy. Moreover, they have terrifying poison. According to ancient records, if one comes into contact with it, even a Dao realm expert might die. However, these black-winged demon bats rarely appear and they are almost extinct. I didn't expect them to appear in this dangerous place and there are so many of them. Thinking about this, he was afraid. Fortunately, he didn't enter, otherwise, he would have died. However, he was slightly suspicious. What was in this dangerous place for there to be such beasts? Even if a Dao realm expert came, if he wasn't careful, he would die here. Oh, is that so? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, they have all been wiped out. Lin Fan was really calm. He didn't care about these things at all. He then looked down. The entire ground had been flipped and there was a deep hole that extended for a long time. The paths inside were like a maze and it was really complicated. At the same time, there were beasts inside. However, they were all dark beasts. In such a place where one couldn't even see their own fingers, what kind of beasts could they hope for? That's true. Zhu Fengfeng nodded his head. Brother had already flipped the roof, so what was there to worry about? Let's go and take a look. That is the palace. If there are any good things, they should be inside. Lin Fan rose into the air and flew forward. Zhu Fengfeng and the fat pig followed closely behind. They were really emotional as riches waved at them. Very quickly, in just a short while, riches would arrive. As for whether or not his brother would give him riches, there was no need to think about it. His brother wasn't that kind of person. 2 people and a pig landed outside the palace. There were many stone pillars around, and there were weird carvings on the stone pillars. They couldn't tell what they were. Brother, why do I feel that this palace is really weird? Look at the gate, it's all black. Also, we are a little far from there. Do you think there will be danger? Zhu Fengfeng asked softly. He was a little worried. 2 people and a pig landed at the entrance of the palace. In front of them was a path that led to the palace gate. It's okay. Wait here. I'll go and see what's going on. Lin Fan raised his leg and stepped on it. Instantly, a weird aura seeped out from the bottom of his leg. Interesting. Can there be ghosts in this dangerous place? He walked straight ahead. He wanted to see what was going on. Of course, he didn't think that this was an amazing place. Forget it. It's better to destroy the ground. He clenched his fist and punched the ground. A terrifying power exploded out, destroying the ground and instantly causing countless cracks to appear. With a crack, the ground collapsed. There was a weird substance in it. There were even some runes that were glowing dimmed. There's actually danger. Luckily, I'm smart enough to destroy it. Let's see how you can fight now. Lin Fan was satisfied with the current situation. Brother, is it safe? Zhu Fengfeng asked. Lin Fan waved his hand. Don't rush. We'll be safe later. He wasn't afraid of death. But if the man and pig died once, there wouldn't be a second time. To be able to go through so many dangerous places, the man and pig played a huge role. They couldn't die for no reason. Zhu Fengfeng clenched his fists and looked forward to it. There was going to be another treasure. Just thinking about it made him excited. The fat pig was very calm. It was still sucking soil, but it was sucking more quickly. It was obvious that it was very excited. He stepped on the gravel and quickly came to the black gate. He touched it with his palm. Huh? The moment he touched it, a weird spiritual pressure was transmitted into his mind. His empty mind was shrouded in darkness. A voice came from the darkness. Just as it came out, it was instantly destroyed. The darkness disappeared without a trace. Immunity to spiritual pressure. Such a sick ability. He had to understand it well. There was no spiritual pressure. This was just a normal stone gate. He used strength and with a creak, the stone gate was pushed open. There was light inside. Brother. Zhu Fengfeng wanted to head forward. Lin Fan raised his hand. Don't rush. Wait. He came in front of the stone gate and punched it. He wanted to see whether or not the stone gate was tough. If it was, then it could really be used as a weapon. Pong, the stone gate shook and dust fell. The stone gate stood there firmly. He was delighted. This was a treasure and he could keep it. He hugged the stone gate. His arms swelled and strength exploded out. He wanted to tear the stone gate apart. Zhu Fengfeng was stunned. What was brother doing? What was wrong with the stone gate? Did it make him unhappy? Gotcha, Lin Fan hollered. The stone gate was forcefully torn apart. He weighed it in his hands. It wasn't light but it was just nice. He then tore apart the other stone gate and placed it in his storage ring. His gains were decent. He hadn't even started harvesting and already had 2 stone gates. He was in a good mood. Come over. It is safe here. It is fine. Lin Fan waved towards the man and the pig. The danger had bin cleared. This danger zone wasn't too dangerous and they didn't experience anything scary. They were a little disappointed. Zhu Fengfeng and the fat pig ran over happily. Brother, you are too strong. A danger zone with the black-winged demon bat guarding it definitely isn't simple. Who knew that we would be able to reach the main area so easily? I can even feel a shocking treasure waving at me. He was so excited that he was about to cry. He had never experienced such a situation before. Even if he found a danger zone, he would probably die and people would snatch it. Although they were emotional, Zhu Fengfeng and the fat pig followed behind Lin Fan and didn't dare to be careless. It was too dangerous. Who knew what was inside? It was better to be safe. This palace doesn't look like it was formed by itself. It looks like it was built by someone. Lin Fan thought about it and didn't really understand. Who was the one with the brain that built a palace underground and made it pitch black outside? Was he trying to lure someone in? Brother, do you feel like there is a ghost here? Zhu Fengfeng asked carefully. He also felt that the situation here wasn't right. After entering so many dangerous places, this was the first time he faced such a situation. No. Lin Fan patted Zhu Fengfeng's shoulder. Don't worry, what ghost can there be? Look above, the sun is shining and even ghosts would scream in the sun. Stay away from me and don't come up if there is a problem. Brother, I understand. Zhu Fengfeng nodded his head. He definitely had to listen to his brother. He wasn't a fool and he had seen many people who were just a step away from treasures. However, because of their carelessness, they died. Just thinking about it was terrifying. In the center of the palace was a coffin. It looked like it was made of crystal but it wasn't transparent. When the light shone on it, it shone brightly. Lin Fan walked forwards. Who cared what it was, at least he had to take a look. He stood beside the coffin and instantly a cold energy surged towards him. His entire body felt cold. When Zhu Fengfeng saw that his brother was fine, he walked forwards boldly. Brother, why is there a coffin here? Did we come to a terrifying person's tomb? Who knows? Let's open it and we'll know. Lin Fan touched his chin. Maybe there was something amazing inside. Suddenly, there was a creak. Zhu Fengfeng didn't notice and touched the stone lamp. There was the sound of a mechanism activating. Lin Fan was slightly wary and was prepared to fight at any moment. Who knew what would come out? At the same time, he had to pay attention to the man and the pig. If they died here, it would be a huge loss. It would also be a humiliation to him. Lin Fan had brought people to such a dangerous place, so how could he let them die here? What a joke. Hong Long Long, the palace shook and the surrounding walls started to change. A black hole appeared and there was the sound of water flowing. It also sounded like something was rolling. Voila, at that instant, a dazzling golden light was emitted, accompanied by a strong fragrance. The pitch-black hole immediately spewed out countless pills that shone with a golden light. There were many different kinds of pills, and they fell directly to the ground. Oh my god, what the hell? Zhu Fengfeng was stunned and stood there, completely dumbfounded. She had already fallen into a state of stupor. Humph. The fat pig was lying on the ground. He was also shocked by the pill. As a magical pig, he had seen many good things, but he had never seen anything like this. It was simply too shocking. These pills. Lin Fan felt that this was a little unbelievable. There were too many pills, and it was hard to believe. Soon, the floor was covered with pills. Swoosh, a few streaks of light flew out of the cave, leaving long trails of light behind them. At first, he thought that it was something dangerous, but in the blink of an eye, it turned out that there were 36 flags inserted into the ground, radiating an astonishing light. Furthermore, the 36 flags seemed to have some kind of connection with each other, forming an extremely powerful might. Supreme. Treasure. Zhu Fengfeng was dumbfounded. Just what kind of dangerous place was this, or whose tomb was this? This was way too rich, wasn't it? Old brother, I feel that we've come to an incredible place. Zhu Fengfeng swallowed his saliva, and his eyes were wide open. If it was possible, he really wanted to pounce on these things. However, he didn't know what was going on, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Fan didn't look at the pills and the supreme treasures, but at the crystal coffin. He grabbed it with both hands, wanting to see what was inside. Move away, I want to open this coffin. These things might be a lie, and the real treasure might be in this coffin. Lin Fan was a little excited. The danger level of this dangerous place wasn't high, but it was very attractive. Old brother, calm down, and be careful. Zhu Fengfeng grabbed the fat pig's tail and stood in the distance. Pata, his palms landed on the crystal coffin, and he exerted strength. With a kacha, the coffin lid was lifted, and he threw it to the side. Eh? Lin Fan looked down and realized that there was nothing in the crystal coffin. Damn. I'm screwed. He felt that it was impossible. There were treasures outside, so why was there nothing inside? He didn't believe it. There must be a hidden mechanism in the coffin. Then, he bent half of his body down and searched for the hidden mechanism. Zhu Fengfeng wanted to go up and take a look, but suddenly, his feet stopped, and his pupils constricted. Old brother. His voice was trembling, and he was a little afraid. Don't be noisy, I'm looking for something. Lin Fan patted the inside of the coffin, and there was a lot of knocking sounds, but he still couldn't find any hidden mechanism. Put on, Zhu Fengfeng's face was ashen white, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. He stared ahead, and there wasn't only his old brother there was another person. That person's feet didn't touch the ground, and he was wearing a gray robe. His eyes were so dark that it was scary. When the person looked at Zhu Fengfeng, he was so scared that he sat on the ground. He only felt that a horrifying scene had appeared in his mind. For some reason, a chill ran up from the bottom of his feet, all the way to the depths of his heart. That person raised a finger and placed it by his mouth, like he was telling Zhu Fengfeng not to speak. Especially when he smiled, the corner of his lips curled up, giving him a really cold feeling. If I speak, I will die. Zhu Fengfeng thought to himself. At that moment, that person opened his arms and gently hugged Lin Fan. Zhu Fengfeng felt like his throat was being squeezed. He wanted to speak but didn't dare to. He bit the tip of his tongue, and blood flowed out. He broke through this suppression of fear and shouted. Old brother, be careful, there is someone behind you. This person was weird, and when he appeared, there was no aura at all. If one didn't look with their eyes, they wouldn't have been able to see him at all. Lin Fan was checking the crystal coffin, and when he heard Zhu Fengfeng's voice, he wasn't shocked. He clenched his fingers, turned around, and punched. His speed was extremely quick. But it was like his punch was hitting air, and the person's body was transparent. At that moment, the transparent person stuck close to Lin Fan and slowly turned real. She hugged Lin Fan, and her voice was cold. I haven't heard a story in a long time. I want to hear a story. Eh? Lin Fan's brain started to work. In a short time, he finally remembered who this person was. Hanged girl, why are you here? He didn't expect to meet the hanged girl here. It was a little shocking, and it was also a little confusing. But when the hanged girl hugged him, it wasn't illusory anymore. There was flesh, and there was even warmth. I want to hear you tell me a story. The hanged girl's voice was really soft, and it was much calmer. It was like she was facing Lin Fan and was slowly becoming gentler. Lin Fan really wanted to say, tell your sister, if you don't let go, I will smash your head. But he didn't say that out loud. Okay, let go first. I will tell you later. After he left the village, he had tossed this girl to the back of his head. He didn't expect to meet her again. The moment he said that, the hanged girl let go of Lin Fan. Then, her legs floated in the air, and she looked at Lin Fan expressionlessly. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and thought about it. This hanged girl had changed a little. In the village, he could still feel her aura. But just now, if not for Zhu Fengfeng's reminder, he wouldn't have been able to feel it at all. Is it that strange? He always thought that the hanged girl wasn't human, and that she was a vengeful spirit. But just now, the feeling of touching her was that of a physical body. What was this, and why was she here? Why are you here? Lin Fan asked. The hanged girl tilted her head, and her pitch-black eyes looked at Lin Fan. I missed you, so I left the village to find you. Straighten your neck and make your eyes normal. Who are you trying to scare? You will scare me. Lin Fan said. The hanged girl raised her pale white hands and held her head. With a creak, her head straightened. The black mist in her eyes slowly dissipated, and a pair of big, watery eyes appeared. Zhu Fengfeng was stunned. She didn't know what was going on. Why did it feel like her brother knew this unknown girl? Let me ask you, how did you appear here? Lin Fan asked. I want to hear a story. Answer me first. Lin Fan couldn't understand this hanged girl. She was too weird. The hanged girl said, I have always been here. This is my home. D*MN. Lin Fan's eyes opened wide. Did she think he was an idiot? She actually said that she had always been here. Then why were you in the village? Village? I wasn't in the village. The hanged girl said calmly. You said that you came out of the village to find me. Did you forget? Lin Fan held it in. If it was someone else, he would have punched them. Was she messing with him? Or did she really think that he was retarded? The hanged girl shook her head. I didn't say that. You're King awesome. Lin Fan raised his hand and pointed at the hanged girl. He was convinced. This was the first person to lie in front of him. Moreover, it wasn't necessarily a human. Zhu Fengfeng walked forwards warily. She said softly, Brother, who is this girl? Why does she give me a dark and terrifying feeling? I feel like she wants to kill me and I can't fight back. This was the first time Zhu Fengfeng had such a feeling. Even if he faced a Dao Realm expert, he would be able to escape. But in front of this girl, he felt like no matter where he ran, he wouldn't be able to escape. I want to listen to your story. These are all my things. I will give them all to you. I want to listen to your story. The hanged girl muttered to herself. Then, she looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. Big brother, I think this is a good deal. Telling a story and you can get the treasure away. It's not a loss. I think this woman, although there's something wrong with her, on the whole, she's not bad. How about? Zhu Fengfeng persuaded in a low voice. He felt that this girl wasn't simple. She gave off a dangerous vibe. If they were to force it, there might be a huge battle. But looking at the current situation, this chick of unknown origin seemed to have some feelings for his big bro. If his big bro were to feel a little wronged, it might become a good story. Move aside. Lin Fan stared. How could this be weird? He still hadn't figured out what she was. How could he be a ghost? Zhu Fengfeng shrunk her neck and scratched Yang Yang's ear. I'm right. Hee hee. The fat pig snorted a few times to express that he wasn't wrong. However, he kept staring at the pile of treasures. It was really attractive. Lin Fan went forward and held the hanging lady's shoulder. He pulled her to the side. Your question is a little complicated. There are stories but you can't tell them every day. If you tell them every day, you will get tired one day. Don't you think so? When he touched the hanging lady's shoulder, although it was through her clothes, he felt that her skin was a little soft. He felt like he had seen a ghost. I won't get tired. The hanging lady's voice was calm. Her gaze was calm as if she didn't care about anything. You will get tired, Lin Fan said solemnly. The hanging lady shook her head. I won't. Lin Fan clenched his fists. He felt that it didn't make sense. He really wanted to beat this girl up. You want to beat me up? The hanging lady slowly twisted her neck and looked at Lin Fan. Then beat me up and tell me a story. Lin Fan was confused. What was she talking about? Why didn't he understand what she was saying? I don't want these things anymore. Can you go back to your village? He didn't want to say much to this girl. It didn't make sense. Moreover, since she wanted him to hit her, it was obvious that she had the confidence to handle it. Otherwise, why would she say such a thing? Zhu Fengfeng and the fat pig waited there quietly. They didn't know how the negotiation between their brother and this strange woman was going. Wasn't it just telling a story? How difficult could it be? If it was possible, he was very willing to replace Lin Fan to tell the story, and then he could obtain the treasures here. What a fair trade. I've always been here. I've never been to the village. The hanging woman shook her head. She completely denied that she had ever stayed in the village. In Lin Fan's opinion, this guy's brain must have been beaten up before. To think that he couldn't even remember things from the past, he looked at the hanging lady and the girl also looked at Lin Fan, blinking her eyes from time to time. Lin Fan had no way of dealing with this fella at the moment. It could be considered as one of the more troublesome ones. "Brother, can I have a word with you?" Zhu Fengfeng approached and whispered. After that, the two of them walked away. Zhu Fengfeng looked at the woman, then lowered her head. "Brother, I think we should agree to this. This woman looks a little silly. If we don't want it, someone else will definitely come. By then, the wealth here will be taken away by them. Isn't it just telling a story? Just make it up. Why do you have to make it so complicated?" He felt that there was nothing wrong with what she said. From a professional point of view, he commented. Lin Fan touched his chin. What she said made sense. If they didn't take it, someone else would definitely take it in the future. Just as the two of them were discussing this, two streaks of light flew over from afar. They had been attracted by the commotion here. "Brother Ming Wang, the commotion in the distance is really earth-shattering. It's obvious that some sort of treasure has appeared. I wonder if we can make it in time." The man who was surrounded by a bright light had a handsome face and an extraordinary aura. He was looking forward to the situation in the distance. He was an expert in the top 100 of the Heaven's Pride role. He had been training outside to raise his strength. After that, he had met Ming Wang, who was also in the top 50 of the Heaven's Pride role. Treasures are naturally obtained by the fated ones. If we are fated, no matter when we go, it will still exist. If not, even if we arrive now, we won't be able to obtain it. Ming Wang's expression was calm. However, there was a mysterious glow in his eyes. Even though he said that, he was also looking forward to the treasure. Very quickly, the two of them appeared in the air. When they looked down, they couldn't help but be shocked. The palace below had attracted their attention. "No one? Brother Ming Wang, seems like we're really fast. No one has come yet. However, why do I feel that something is wrong here? Look below, it seems like a dangerous place. Someone has opened the roof." Zhou Yu frowned. His expression was solemn. Something was wrong, and he instantly became alert. They weren't idiots. If they appeared out of nowhere, there would definitely be danger. But immediately after, when they saw the palace in front of them shrouded with an intense light, even though they were experts in the top 100 of the Heaven's Pride role, they were still stunned. To be able to produce such an intense light, how terrifying must the treasure inside be? They were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Ming Wang stared at the palace. His eyes shone with a golden light. He wanted to see through the situation inside the palace. However, the outside of the palace was shrouded in mist, and he couldn't see through it. This surprised him. He raised his hand. His fingers shone with a golden light as he grabbed forward, wanting to uproot the palace. If there were really treasures here, continuing to stay here wouldn't be a wise choice. Amazing. Zhou Yu was shocked. He didn't expect Ming Wang to be so strong. It was really shocking. Rumble, within the palace. Just as Lin Fan was thinking about how to deal with the hanging woman, the palace started to shake violently. Dust fell from the walls. What's going on? He could feel that there were two people outside. One of them was trying to take the palace away. Oh my God, old brother. Someone is trying to snatch our things. Zhu Fengfeng was shocked and furious. This was too arrogant. They were still inside, but they dared to come and snatch it so brazenly. It was obvious that they didn't care about them at all. Stop. Instantly, Zhu Fengfeng's angry roar spread out from the palace, startling the two people outside. Ming Wang stopped. He didn't expect there to be someone in the palace. Brother Ming Wang, seems like we're late. This place has already been taken by someone. Let's leave. Zhou Yu was regretful. He didn't expect to be late. Since there was someone here, the treasure wouldn't belong to them anymore. Shut up. Ming Wang's face was cold and his voice was cold. Zhou Yu's face turned red from being reprimanded. No matter what, he was still one of the top 100 rankers on the Heaven's Chosen ranking. Although he wasn't at the top, he shouldn't be treated like this. Of course, even though Ming Wang was in the top 50, he was in the top 10. Furthermore, the power that he belonged to was not something that Zhou Yu could compare with. What are you two doing? Don't you know that there's already someone here? Hurry up and leave. Zhu Fengfeng brought Fat Pig out of the palace. With his old brother around, he wasn't afraid at all. He scolded the two people in the air. Brother. Zhou Yu wanted to say sorry, brother. But when he saw Zhu Fengfeng, he swallowed his words. He looked a little old, and it wasn't nice to call him brother. He could only change his tone. Sorry, we didn't know that someone was here. We just heard the commotion and came to take a look. We'll leave in a while. Zhou Yu was helpless. To think that someone was already here. Seemed like he wasn't fated to get the treasure. But he realized that Ming Wang's eyes were cold. Ant of the peerless immortal state. Ming Wang's voice was cold. The other party's cultivation made him want to chase or kill him. What's with that look? Do you want to kill me and steal the treasure? Zhu Fengfeng realized that there was something wrong with the other party's gaze. He had a feeling that he wanted to kill him and take over this place. Brother Ming Wang, since there's already someone here, it's time for us to leave. Zhou Yu advised. Zhu Fengfeng nodded. That's right. You're right. There's already someone here. Hurry up and go back to where you came from. Don't have any bad intentions, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Shut up. Ming Wang was stunned. He took a step forward, and energy spread from his feet, causing the void to crack. I'll give you a chance to live. Get out of here immediately. Everything here will belong to me. If you don't listen, I don't mind keeping you here. Hee, you're just a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet. How dare you talk big? Didn't your parents teach you not to be too arrogant? Zhu Fengfeng wasn't afraid at all. He was someone with backing, and his old brother was in the palace. Why would he be afraid of the man in the air? What a joke. If his old brother came out, he would be able to send him flying with a single slap. Everything here belongs to me. Just at that moment, a deep female voice spread out from within the palace. The hanged woman walked out slowly. She then raised her head and looked into the air. Everything is mine. The moment she said that, the hanged woman's hair started to boil. A mysterious aura rose into the air. Ah! The Wisdom King, who had an extraordinary aura, had long since been prepared to kill Lin Fan and steal his treasures. But suddenly, his pupils constricted as he screamed in fear. His eyes flickered with fear. It was as if he had met with something terrifying. Brother Ming Wang, you. Zhou Yu didn't know what Ming Wang had experienced, but he actually hugged his head and screamed. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Ming Wang's face was vicious as he screamed. He rolled in the air and didn't have the same demeanor as before. What's going on? Did I see a ghost? Zhu Fengfeng had seen all sorts of people, but she had never seen anyone go crazy for no reason. The hanged woman's eyes shone with a strange light. She didn't care about Ming Wang's screams at all. You want to kill me? I'll kill you. Suddenly, the situation changed. Ming Wang's hands were around his neck. His eyes were bloodshot as if he was going to choke himself to death. Brother Ming Wang, calm down. What are you doing? Zhou Yu walked up and grabbed Ming Wang's hand. Why are you strangling yourself? Bam! Ming Wang sent Zhou Yu flying with a slap. He then continued to choke himself. Zhou Yu clutched his chest. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He had just been injured. What is going on? Zhou Yu's expression was solemn as he looked at the girl below. After she came out, King Ming's appearance changed. It seemed like it had something to do with this girl. He didn't do it on purpose. Please show mercy. Zhou Yu begged. Although he wasn't close to King Ming, they knew each other. Moreover, the power that King Ming belonged to was really strong. If something happened to him, it would be a disaster. He was ranked 15th on the Heaven's Favorite ranking. He was a genius amongst geniuses. The power that he belonged to definitely wouldn't let him off just like that. You really know how to talk. But it's useless to look at me. I can't stop him. Zhu Fengfeng shook her head. She didn't understand what had happened, but it seemed like it had something to do with this girl. Her cultivation wasn't simple and her aura was really strong. But even so, she still died. What else did that mean? This girl was definitely terrifying. King Ming's situation wasn't good. His fingers had dug into his flesh and blood was seeping out. If this continued, his entire neck would be broken. Lin Fan was harvesting treasures in the palace. There were many pills, weapons, and treasures. It was quite a fortune. However, he was thinking about where this girl came from. Suddenly, there was a scream from outside. He quickly kept the treasures in the palace and walked out. He knew that there were two people outside, but he couldn't just let them die so easily. He had died so many times that he had a deeper understanding of death. The dead would have nothing. Only the living had more value. As for the hanging girl, he had a deal. He didn't want to lose the treasures here and let others take advantage of them. Stop! He shouted as he walked out of the palace. The person in the air was in pain and he was about to strangle himself. He couldn't let that happen. He wanted to bring her back to be a fighter. That was such a good thing. If others tried to stop her, it would definitely be useless. However, Lin Fan's words were very useful. The hanging woman listened to Lin Fan's words and stood there quietly. Who is this person? Zhou Yu was confused. Who was this person who walked out of the palace? He gave off a dangerous vibe. He then looked at Ming Wang. Ming Wang, who had a bloodstain on his neck, finally reacted. What am I doing? King Ming looked at his bloodied hands in a daze. He had no idea what he had just done to end up like this. He touched his neck. The wound was very deep, with 10 bloody holes. Although it wasn't life-threatening, it scared him so much that he broke out in cold sweat. He wanted to strangle himself just now. His mind spun quickly, and he instantly understood what had happened. It's you guys. He raised his head, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. That feeling just now was very strange, and he had completely sunk into an illusion. With his cultivation, it was enough for him to guard his heart. His heart was like a boulder, and he wouldn't be moved. But what terrified him was that the illusion seemed to have some sort of gravitational pull that magnified his fear. You did it? Lin Fan looked at the hanging woman with a weird expression. She was actually able to let her kill herself. This was much stronger than normal skills. He couldn't tell. It was really strange. What? The hanging woman looked at Lin Fan in confusion. She didn't know what he was talking about. What did she do? She didn't do anything at all. Lin Fan didn't ask anymore. It was useless even if he asked. He didn't understand her background, so he had to play it safe. At least he would understand in the future. Damn. Suddenly, King Ming, whose neck was covered in blood, hollered. He took the chance when the other party was careless to attack. He wanted to kill everyone here and steal everything. No. Zhou Yu shouted. He didn't expect King Ming to be so cunning. He was outside, and when he met him, he felt that his aura wasn't ordinary. He wanted to get to know him. But who knew that he would attack right away? He wanted to kill everyone here when they weren't prepared. The scene changed instantly. Pung, Lin Fan raised his leg and slapped his waist. He was really quick and his strength was huge. The 15 experts on the genius ranking were all slapped to the ground. King Ming laid on the ground and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The bones at his waist seemed to have broken, and he smashed a huge hole in the ground. What are you doing? I just want to ask, what are you trying to do? Oh my god. Lin Fan looked at this fellow. He attacked just because he didn't agree with him. He didn't even look at his own strength and just attacked casually. He was a little blind. If King Ming was infected by some special energy before, then this was a real kick and punch. Zhou Yu was shocked. He raised his head in disbelief. King Ming was ranked 15 and had a strong cultivation. But in the blink of an eye, he was suppressed by one kick. The difference was too huge and he couldn't take it. It was too terrifying. Please show mercy. Zhou Yu hurried forward and cupped his fists. Everyone, please show mercy. Eh? Lin Fan was confused. What was this fellow's background? Just as he was about to attack, Zhu Fengfeng reminded him. Brother, this person is okay. I tried to stop him, so he isn't a bad person. Zhu Fengfeng was quite friendly towards this fellow. He said some fair words which made him feel that he was a decent person. If his brother attacked, this fellow would definitely kneel and die a horrible death. After all, his brother was extraordinary and overbearing. Look at this fellow, he was so aggressive but he still knelt down decisively. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and it was terrifying. Thank you. Zhou Yu cupped his fists towards Zhu Fengfeng and thanked her for her words. He then looked at Lin Fan. I am Zhou Yu, a disciple of Great Xia. This is King Ming, the Golden Palace Saint. Please leave him alive. He didn't say how strong the faction behind King Ming was because he was afraid that King Ming would think that he was a threat and kill him to save face. Therefore, he only mentioned the other party's background. Wah! King Ming fell to the ground and spat out mouthfuls of blood. That strike was really heavy and he couldn't block it at all. He felt like his body was about to explode. He stared at Lin Fan in rage. His eyes were filled with rage and he wanted to tear Lin Fan into pieces. Never heard of it. Lin Fan said calmly. What faction? He had never heard of it before. Who knew where it came from? On the other hand, Zhu Fengfeng's expression changed slightly. She had heard of this before. She leaned against Lin Fan and whispered, Brother, I've heard of the Golden Gate Holy Ground. It's a holy ground with a long history and is very powerful. This guy is actually the saint son of that holy ground. We've kicked an iron plate. But, if we kill him now, no one will know. Although Zhu Fengfeng was a little shocked, she wasn't afraid at all. In fact, after learning of the other party's background, he was prepared to go all out and kill the other party. Pata, Lin Fan slapped the pig's head. What are you saying? Are we people who fight and kill? Why do you only know how to kill? Can you use your brain? The fat pig was sucking the soil well when its head was smacked. It looked at Lin Fan in a daze. What was going on? It wasn't me who said that. Why did you hit my head? Brother, what you said makes sense. Zhu Fengfeng nodded. But thinking about it, she felt that it wasn't right. But brother, if we let him go, there will be endless problems. Pata, the pig, who was about to continue sucking soil, was slapped on the head again. Who said that? Do you think we will let him go? Lin Fan felt that Zhu Fengfeng's brain wasn't that good. She couldn't even understand such a simple thing. It was really disappointing. Zhu Fengfeng kept silent and then nodded. Brother, I understand. We won't kill him or let him go. Let's capture him and create more benefits. That's right, you're right. Lin Fan raised his hand and wanted to slap again but he slapped nothing. He looked closely and realized that the pig had already run far away. Humph. The pig snorted at Lin Fan to express its protest. He already had a pig's brain and he still wanted to hit him? That was too much. Zhou Yu was a little stunned. Everyone, please think about it. Golden Palace Saint is really strong. If they find out that the saint is dead, it will cause a huge commotion. Since you are the saint of a large faction, you should be more informed. Okay, I am Lin Fan. I will understand it. Lin Fan didn't say much. He grabbed Wisdom King and was about to leave. Go. He soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Oi, everyone, don't rush. Zhou Yu shouted. Suddenly, he was a little stunned and lowered his head in deep thought. Why does this name sound so familiar? Lin Fan? He stood on the spot and thought for a long time. Suddenly, his expression changed. He remembered that a while ago, the Daqing Boundless sect invited experts from large factions and something big happened. Although Great Xia Sacred Ground didn't go, ancestor Xianxia, who created the genius ranking, made a statement on the bird. The number one person on the genius ranking changed. At that time, the brothers from the sacred ground were shocked. They didn't know who was so strong that he actually climbed to the top. Moreover, the original rankings were all pushed back. He still remembered that there was a prodigy who was ranked 100th on the prodigy roll. However, he was ranked 101st. At that time, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He even had thoughts of killing himself. Terrifying, I didn't expect Wisdom King to kick such a metal plate. He suddenly realized that being able to survive was something worth rejoicing over. Wisdom King has been kidnapped. I have to report to the Golden Palace Saint Ground. Zhou Yu thought for a while and disappeared. It's better to let the Golden Palace Saint Ground settle this themselves. It's too dangerous for me to get involved. Magnificent Flame Sect. Senior brother is back. The disciples guarding the entrance cheered. How could they not be excited about their idol's return, but it's weird. Senior brother brought a lot of people with him this time. Tiansu Mountain. Master, I'm back. Lin Fan had been out for a long time, but he had gained a lot. Tiansu looked at the people behind his disciple in confusion. It was his first time seeing his disciple bringing a girl back. However, this woman gave him a very strange feeling. Teacher, what are you looking at? Lin Fan asked. What was there to look at? He felt that his teacher was in a daze. Disciple, come here for a moment. Tiansu called Lin Fan over, and the two of them sat in a corner, talking softly. Where did this girl come from? Disciple, it's not that master doesn't want you to find a partner, but why do I feel that there's something weird about her? Tiansu whispered, looking at his future disciple's wife. What? Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't understand. Then, he came to his senses. Teacher, don't think too much. I don't even know where she came from or what her identity is. Suddenly, he felt that the way his teacher looked at him had changed. Do you think I'm a fool? I don't know where he came from or what his identity is, but you brought him back just like that. Disciple, I'm the closest person to you. You can't just tell me the truth. Tiansu said sadly. My disciple is being dishonest. She's not even telling me the truth. His heart turned cold. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Teacher was thinking too much. Teacher, I swear to the heavens that I really don't know who she is. She really came back with me on her own accord. She's the type that I can't even shake off. And you're right, this woman is indeed very strange. Lin Fan spoke very softly. He didn't hide anything from his teacher. Master, why don't I believe you? Tiansu wanted to trust his disciple, but he felt that he shouldn't say it out loud. Zhu Fengfeng and the others stood there, quietly watching the two people whispering in the distance. He didn't know what they were talking about, but it couldn't be anything good. Soon, the two of them walked over. Disciple, who is this person? Tiansu pointed at King Ming, who was lying on the ground half dead. He sighed to himself. King Ming's cultivation isn't weak. Even though he's severely injured, he's still emitting a strong aura. I met him outside. He thought he was pretty strong and wanted to kill me, but I kicked him to the ground, so I brought him back to the sect. I'm going to keep him in the sect and reform him through labor. I estimate that after 300 or 400 years, he should be able to turn over a new leaf. Teacher, what do you think? Lin Fan asked. Reform through labor was one of the more unique projects of the Magnificent Flame Sect. Since the beginning, many people had joined the industry under the guidance of the Magnificent Flame Sect. The results were obvious, and there was a significant improvement in the industry. Disciple, you're doing the right thing. Youngsters nowadays are too arrogant, and it's not good for their future development. Come here and change them. It'll be of great help to them in the future. They might even be able to go further in the future. Tiansu nodded. He agreed with Lin Fan's decision. He felt that it was the right thing to do. Senior brother, Lil Fan is back. At this moment, Huorong's face was full of smiles. His red hair was shining brightly under the sunlight. He looked very spirited. Haha. I was just thinking about Lil Fan. I didn't expect you to really come back. I couldn't wait any longer, so I came immediately. Gulian laughed. He was in high spirits, and he had a lot of resources for cultivation. Vaguely, he was about to break through again. Of course, they didn't forget the person who dug the well. They still remembered how good Lin Fan was. If not for him, they wouldn't be treated so well. Now that the sect was full of youthful energy, they were moving towards a bright future. This gave the older generation endless hope. These old fogies are really well informed. Tiansu scolded. He disapproved of his junior brother's actions. Their words were nice, but their actions made him unhappy. Teacher, calm down, calm down. Lin Fan comforted. These elders came to see him since he was back. Their purpose was clear. They wanted to see if they could get a share of the loot. But it didn't matter to Lin Fan. The loot that he got was for his junior brothers, so it wouldn't be a problem for the elders to use it. The stronger the sect was, the more excited Lin Fan was. He could leave the sect for a few months, and he wouldn't be worried even if he didn't come back for a year. It wasn't like now, where he had to come back for a visit after leaving the sect for a period of time. Disciple, these old guys. Tiansu shook his finger in anger. He wanted to scold them, but he held it in. These are my junior brothers, and there are people around. I'll give them some face. Lin Fan said. Huarong came up to Lin Fan and asked concernedly. Lil Fan, are you tired from your trip? Did you encounter any trouble? If you did, please tell me. I might not be strong, but I'll definitely help you. Thank you for your concern, Elder. I'm fine. Lin Fan smiled. It's good that you're fine. If something happened, we would be in so much pain. Huarong said worriedly. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely say that this elder is a good person. He's too caring. Pui. Tiansu was very unhappy with these quick-witted junior brothers. They've changed. They've completely changed. My junior brothers from before have disappeared from my heart. On the other hand, I feel better about my senior brother Patriarch. When I was young, I was unhappy with his senior brother Patriarch's behavior. He was too ambitious and worked hard for the position of Patriarch. But now, the sect leader had changed. He had no desires, and his heart was pure. He drank tea every day, read books, and sometimes even came to play chess with him. He had completely let go of the sect. His attitude had changed, and he had a transcendent feeling. On the other hand, these junior brothers of mine are getting smarter and smarter. Now, they have shifted their attention to my disciple. Senior brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If you have any problems, you have to tell us. I have some life essence here. Do you want to nourish yourself? Elder Gumu said. No need. Tiansu waved his hands. He wouldn't accept the kindness of his junior brothers. If it was in the past, he would definitely be touched, but not now. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions, he commented. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. As long as Master is happy. I might be scolding these junior brothers, but it's not that I hate them. I'm just bickering with them. I believe that these senior brothers who have been with me since I was young must be very close to me. Even when Elder Gulian was angry at Jun Wutian, it was because of Jun Wutian. Also, when Jun Wutian went out and messed around, they were thinking for the sect. They would never agree to it if their lives were to be harmed. Senior brother, you're wrong. How can we be that kind of people? We're just here to take a look since Xiao Fan is back. Huarong explained. Hee, do you think I'll believe you? Tiansu looked at his junior brothers and laughed. I'll be a ghost if I believe you. I'm a ghost. The hanged girl, who had been silent all this while, said. Tiansu stared at the hanging girl with a confused look on his face. All right. Master, stop fighting with the elders. Disciple has gained a lot from this trip, but not all of it belongs to Disciple. Lin Fan smiled and pointed at Zhu Fengfeng. He's a friend Disciple met outside. He's been looking for dangerous places and went to train with me. So he contributed to this. It's mine. I gave it to you, but you can't give it to anyone else, or I'll be angry. The hanged girl said softly, but there was a chilling aura hidden in her voice. Zhu Fengfeng shuddered. The way the woman stared at him scared him. Thinking about King Ming, he waved his hands. I don't want it. I don't want anything. Although wealth was precious, compared to one's life was definitely more important. You're wrong. Huarong retorted, not knowing where the hanged girl came from. Suddenly, the hanged girl turned around and stared at Huarong. Huarong's expression changed. Stop. Lin Fan shouted. What is she trying to do? I might not know what she did, but Elder Huarong's expression is weird. Oh. The hanged girl turned around and said softly. At this moment, Huarong recovered and looked at his surroundings in confusion. What's wrong? Nothing. Lin Fan said. Tiansu frowned. He realized what the problem was. The woman brought back by his disciple only took a glance at Huarong, and his junior brother's expression changed. There must be something wrong. He then looked at his disciple. The two looked at each other and nodded. Just then, Lin Fan raised his hand and placed all the treasures he had taken from the palace on the ground. They piled up into a small hill. Who do you think these belong to? Lin Fan asked. The hanged girl looked at Lin Fan and thought for a while. Yours. Do I have the right to distribute them? Yes. The hanged girl nodded. Gu Mu, Gu Lian, and the rest did not feel what happened, but they were shocked that Lin Fan asked them to stop. Pick some from Fat Pig. Just leave the weapons. Lin Fan said. Zhu Fengfeng looked at the hanged girl in fear. He tiptoed and took some pills. Brother, Yang, and I just need some pills for cultivation. We don't need anything else. Lin Fan felt a chill down his spine. This girl is too scary. I feel like there's a beast hiding in the darkness of my heart. I don't dare to take any more. I'll just take some pills. Master, disciple feels that these 36 flags aren't simple. You can take a look and see what they do. Lin Fan said. Tiansu was attracted by the flags too. He raised his hand, and the flags floated in the air. He opened his mouth and breathed out, covering the flags. Stand. He waved his arm, and the 36 flags flew in all directions. They stuck themselves into the ground, giving off a bright light. With a whoosh, they sank into the ground and disappeared. Suddenly, a bright light covered the sky above the sect. It is really strong. Lin Fan raised his head and could sense the terrifying power contained within the light barrier formed by the 36 flags. If a Dao Realm expert wanted to break it, they would have to spend a lot of effort. Huarong and the others looked at the treasures on the ground and were stunned. Each time this kid came back, he would challenge their mental fortitude. This time, it was even more shocking. They felt like the treasures here were much more precious than before. Brother, I will leave with Yang first. Zhu Fengfeng felt a chill down his spine. Who knew if it was because of his heart or because of the girl beside him? He just wanted to leave and didn't want to stay here. It was just too dangerous. Go. Remember to continue to search for danger zones and inform me if you find any. Lin Fan patted his shoulder. This was a good helper and he could only rely on him to find danger zones in the future. Big brother, don't worry. I, Zhu Fengfeng, have never known what it means to be lazy. Furthermore, we've been cooperating so happily. If we encounter any danger, I'll definitely inform you. Zhu Fengfeng patted her chest and guaranteed resolutely. He really liked to train in danger zones with Lin Fan as it gave him a sense of security. At the same time, they were able to destroy danger zones really quickly and they basically wouldn't face any danger. But this time was different. This girl was really dangerous. Although she treated him really well, she wasn't friendly to others at all. Zhu Fengfeng rode on the pig and his legs clamped onto its stomach. He raised his hand and smacked its huge butt. Yang, let's go. The fat pig snorted a few times, and then, like a gust of wind, disappeared from everyone's sight. The top pig in the world. Huarong exclaimed. This pig wasn't simple. Lin Fan looked at Zhu Fengfeng's swift departure and chuckled out. What else could this fella be doing? he was definitely frightened by the hanging girl. He had to reevaluate. This hanging girl's ability was really weird and she probably used mental energy as an attack method. But her cultivation wasn't high and yet her mental energy was so strong. That didn't make sense. Teacher, you can split these things. I will get junior brother Lu to take some pills. Lin Fan walked forwards and carried Wisdom King. He was really busy and had to teach this fellow a lesson. Come with me. Lin Fan waved at the hanging woman. He had to have a good talk with her. This woman was dangerous. If he didn't talk to her beforehand, who knew what she would do? I want to hear a story, the hanging woman said. Lin Fan was very calm. All right, there's no rush. Come with me. I'll slowly tell you later. I'll let you enjoy listening. The hanging woman revealed a rare smile, but this smile was a little horrifying. However, she quickly recovered her expression without any change. Sect toilet. Let me go. King Ming had regained his strength. But in Lin Fan's hands, he was no different from a little chick. He was the saint of the Golden Obelisk Sacred Ground and was ranked 15th on the prodigy roll. He was an expert among experts, but now he was being held in someone's hands. It was a great humiliation. Pa, Lin Fan slapped him and half of his face swelled up. A few teeth flew out along with blood. Who said that the face of a glorious world state being won't swell? It's just that I didn't use enough strength. Lin Fan mumbled and headed for the toilet. From afar, he could hear the Saint Celestial Sect's old ancestor scolding them. All of you, be more serious. Don't be lazy. Look at Xianxia. Although he has only been here for a short time, he has already become the best at cleaning toilets. Look at all of you. You came earlier than others but can't compete with them. How embarrassing. Feng Shaolai, don't look at me. The more I expect of you, the more disappointed I am. How did you fall into the toilet when you were just cleaning it? You have lost all our faces. At this moment, at the toilet, a bunch of people were holding on to towels. They buried their heads and couldn't say a word. On the contrary, Xianxia raised his head proudly and smiled. He was the best. Whether it was becoming a saint or a toilet cleaner, if he wanted to do something, he would do it the best. Xianxia had already forgotten about Chongkong's sacred ground. He was really happy here and his attitude had changed. On the other hand, Feng Shaolai had been hoping that the leader of Yonggod Hall would come and save him. But after waiting for days, there was no sign of him at all. His heart hurt. The Saint Celestial Sect's old ancestor felt really good when he scolded them. Although they were captives and had to be reformed through labor, he really enjoyed the feeling. Especially these saints, they didn't even dare to reply to him. Suddenly, when he saw the figure in the distance, his expression changed. He quickly smiled and rushed over. Peak Leader Lin, are you here for an inspection? Yes, I'm here to add one more person. Lin Fan said. The Saint Celestial Sect's old ancestor lowered his head and looked at the guy with a swollen face. He laughed in his heart. Little fella, you have suffered. However, Peak Leader Lin's inspection was a big matter. He couldn't allow any problems. He shouted at the people who were cleaning the toilet. All of you, stand up and welcome Peak Leader Lin's inspection. Walala, all of the holy children here had been bashed up by Lin Fan before. Therefore, they had a deep sense of fear towards him. It was 2F** King Cruel and 2F** King Violent. If the heavens gave them another chance, they would swear not to offend him. But it was a pity that it was too late. It was useless to say anything. Lin Fan looked around and was satisfied. He then looked at the Saint Celestial Sect's old ancestor. Not bad. Thank you for your compliment, Peak Leader Lin. The Saint Celestial Sect's old ancestor was proud. Now that he was praised, he would definitely continue to be important to him. Yes. Lin Fan nodded. Not bad. Remember, reform through labor is glorious. It's the only chance for you to turn over a new leaf. I hope that you guys will work hard and succeed. After a few hundred years, you will be able to turn over a new leaf. Great. Peak Leader Lin, you're right. The Saint Celestial Sect's old ancestor clapped immediately. His hands were red. He then stared at them. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and clap. Peak Leader Lin is right. Turn over a new leaf and start from now. Clap clap. Alright, stop clapping. You may hate me now, but you will thank me in the future. You're lucky that I, Lin Fan, never force people. You guys came to the Magnificent Flame Sect to reform yourselves because of your trust in me and the Magnificent Flame Sect. Feng Xiaolai and the rest looked at Lin Fan, dumbfounded. What is he talking about? I don't understand what he's saying. How could this be considered as not forcing people? He was almost beaten to death, okay. Let go of me. I'm the religious brother of the Golden Tower Holy Land, ranked 15th on the Genius Leaderboard, Ming Wang's religious brother growled. He was unwilling to give up. The Saint Celestial Sect's old ancestor looked down. He could tell that this was the person that Peak Leader Lin was talking about. He seemed to be unyielding. But it's all right. There are many unyielding people here. But they're all here now. Lin Fan lifted Ming Wang's religious brother up and slapped him repeatedly. Ming Wang's head swayed left and right as he spat out blood. Even his teeth were sent flying. He stopped and stared at the Wisdom King Saint. The effect was not bad, and the beating was not bad. Gulp. Feng Xiaolai and the rest swallowed their saliva. Lin Fan just said that he wouldn't force people. How did he forget that in the blink of an eye? You. Ming Wang's religious brother wanted to speak. But his abdomen suffered a heavy blow. His body bent and his eyes almost popped out. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Bang, bang, Lin Fan punched him again and again. Ming Wang's religious brother felt like his body was about to explode. The Saint Celestial Sect's old ancestor blinked. He raised his hand a few times but put it down in the end. He wanted to remind Lin Fan that Peak Leader Lin didn't ask if Ming Wang was willing or not. But Peak Leader Lin didn't say anything and just attacked directly. It was really terrifying. Lin Fan raised his hand and smashed Ming Wang's religious brother to the ground. Then, he raised his leg and stomped on his face. With a bang, the ground cracked. Feng Xiaolai and the rest trembled. It was really tragic. Thinking about it, they felt happy. Although they were beaten up, at least they were in the middle of a fight. But this guy was totally being abused. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Their hearts were beating so hard that their hearts were pounding. Ah! Ming Wang's religious brother screamed in pain. Blood stained the ground. His body glowed, but when he was about to fight back, Lin Fan's punch broke his cultivation. He couldn't muster any strength at all. The hanging woman looked on expressionlessly. She didn't change at all. It was as if what was happening in front of her had nothing to do with her. Lin Fan grabbed Ming Wang's head and lifted it up. Then, he smashed it into the ground. He lifted it up and continued to smash it. The banging sounds were endless. Stones cracked everywhere. Ming Wang's religious brother screamed in pain. Although he was strong, he couldn't be beaten up like this. Stop. Stop right now. What are you trying to do? His voice was a little weak, but he was still furious. Lin Fan stopped what he was doing and said indifferently, I don't want to do anything. Have you ever regretted what you did in the past? What? Ming Wang's religious brother didn't understand. Lin Fan didn't say anything and continued to smash him. Yes, I have regretted. He felt as if his head was going to explode. If this goes on, his brain might explode. It's good that you have repented. It seems like you understand how unforgivable your actions are. This beating is also your punishment for what you did in the past. Lin Fan was satisfied. Let's talk about serious matters. Your actions might be unforgivable, but the heavens are merciful and will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Swear that you will work hard in the Magnificent Flame Sect for 300 to 400 years. What? Ming Wang's face was covered in blood. He didn't care about what Lin Fan said, but suddenly, his expression froze. He stared at Lin Fan. What did you say? Lin Fan frowned. He didn't say anything and continued to grab Ming Wang's head, smashing it into the ground. Bang! Ming Wang's religious brother felt as if his head was going to explode. You can't do this. We can discuss this. The Golden Obelisk Holy Land can compensate you. Anything you want. This is too tragic. Xianxia trembled and swallowed his saliva. Even his heart was pounding in response to the sounds of bombardment. The man's face was covered in blood. Both sides of his face were swollen, and many of his teeth had fallen off. Furthermore, they were able to tell that their opponent's strength wasn't any weaker than theirs. In fact, he was much more powerful than them. However, so what if he was powerful? In the end, he was still being casually crushed by this terrifying person. Stop. What do you want? Tell me. The Mingwang Saint Child's face was burning with pain as if it was being split open. He didn't know where this guy came from and why he was so cruel. The patriarch of the Saint Immortal cult stepped forward. Young man, what's going on with you? You know that you have made a mistake, but you don't have the heart to repent. Peak Leader Lin made it clear that he will give you a chance to reform in the Magnificent Flame sect for 300 to 400 years. If you succeed, you will be set free. Why can't you understand? Impossible. The Wisdom King Saint growled. How could he have the face to say that he would be reformed through labor for 300 to 400 years? Bang! Lin Fan continued to grab his head and hit the ground violently. The Wisdom King Saint Child was at the glorious world realm and had long since reached the point where his physical body was indestructible. However, every time he collided with it, it wasn't the ground that brought harm to him. Instead, it was this fellow's power that seeped in and was too strong. Sigh, young man, why are you doing this? Peak Leader Lin is doing this for your own good. I can tell that you're not a good person just by looking at your face. Your murderous aura is too strong. Your facial bones are not good, not good, not good, and you will face a bloodbath. But since you have been reformed in the Magnificent Flame sect, you will be able to escape. The patriarch of the Sage Immortal cult said seriously. Xianxia stared at him in a daze. Since when did this guy know how to read fortunes? Why didn't he know about it before? Shut up. Ming Wang's holy son said fiercely. However, just as he finished speaking, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The old ancestor of the Saint Immortal cult shook his head. Young people just don't listen to the old. Peak Leader Lin, you can't fight like this. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it will work. As the patriarch of the Holy Immortal sect, he was now in the Magnificent Flame sect. He was even given a small position by Peak Leader Lin, which gave him some power. Therefore, he was responsible for helping Peak Leader Lin solve his problems. During this period of time, he took things as they came and got used to the current situation. Oh? What is it? Lin Fan lifted his head and asked. The patriarch of the Holy Immortal cult nodded. Peak Leader Lin, according to my estimation, this young man probably doesn't understand the true meaning and benefits of cleaning toilets. Why don't we let him experience it personally? Throw him into the cesspit and let him be one with them. Feel their vitality and warmth. I think it will have a different effect. This method is a little interesting. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and nodded. When the Wisdom King Saint heard this, his expression changed. He felt that the other party was a little monstrous. How dare you? He roared and hissed, his eyes burning with rage. After fusing with the outer realm, he had dominated the entire outer realm. Apart from the older generation and the geniuses ranked higher than him, he had never been afraid of anyone. In his heart, there would be a day when he would become a peak expert of the outer realm. But now, before he had even become an expert, he had been suppressed and thrown into a cesspool. How could he tolerate this? Young man, you are still too inexperienced. You shouldn't say something like this. As for whether or not you dare to do it, you will know in a while. The Holy Immortal cult's patriarch shook his head. Although this young man's cultivation was high, he was too childish. He was already beaten up to such a state, yet he still asked if the other party dared to do it. Did he not have anything else to say? Peak Leader Lin, if you think it's feasible, then should we throw him away? He asked. Throw him away. Lin Fan nodded. His arms were a little sore. The Holy Immortal cult's patriarch carried Wisdom King and walked towards the toilet. Every step he took made Wisdom King tremble in fear. Wait, okay, I agree. Wisdom King thought for a long time and didn't continue to be stubborn. If he was really thrown in, he would never be able to wash away this humiliation in his life. Young man, a wise man submits to circumstances. Moreover, this isn't a bad thing for you. Work hard and try to turn over a new leaf when you get out. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch nodded. Lin Fan walked in front of Wisdom King Saint. Hurry up. Looking at your situation, I will let you work hard for 300 to 400 years. Swear it. Blood flowed down his forehead and into his eyes. It was useless even if he screamed. I swear. When the oath was done, Wisdom King Saint fell to the ground weakly. I'm doomed. He only hoped that the Holy Land would find him and come to rescue him. As for the possibility of that, it was hard to say. Peak Leader Lin, don't worry. With me around, I will definitely teach him a good lesson. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch patted his chest and promised. This new guy needs to be taught well, or else he won't know what to do. Lin Fan was in a good mood. This religious brother's cultivation wasn't weak. He was a glorious world cultivator. Do well. I have high hopes for you. Although you are also undergoing reform through labor, as long as you perform well, your sentence will be reduced and the time you have to leave will be shortened. Lin Fan patted the Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch's shoulder and praised him. Yes, I will definitely perform well. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch promised. Let's go. Lin Fan left with the hanged woman. Now was the time to deal with her. He didn't believe that he, the peak leader of the magnificent flame sect's Invincible Peak, couldn't even deal with a woman. If word got out, he would be a laughingstock. The hanged woman followed behind Lin Fan without saying a word. She only turned back to look at them. But just this look alone sent chills down their spines, and they couldn't help but shiver. There was only one thought in their minds. Who is this woman? Why is she so scary? On the way to the Invincible Peak, the surrounding disciples went up to greet their senior brother. But when they saw the woman following behind senior brother, their hearts skipped a beat. They were terrified. Who's the woman following behind senior brother? Don't you feel that when you get close to her and look into her eyes, there's a terrifying feeling? Yes, I have the same feeling too. I feel that something is wrong when I look at her eyes. The group of disciples whispered and discussed with each other. I want to listen to your story. The hanged woman reached out her hand and grabbed Lin Fan's sleeve timidly. Lin Fan turned back and gave her a bright smile. All right, I'll tell you slowly when we reach the Invincible Peak, okay? Okay. The hanged woman nodded and smiled. But her smile was so cold that it sent shivers down Lin Fan's spine. Invincible Peak. Senior brother, who is she? Seeing that Lin Fan had returned, especially the woman behind him, Lu Qiming was shocked. It's amazing that senior brother brought a woman back. I'm not sure yet. I'll tell you her name after I figure it out. Lin Fan didn't know who she was either. He thought for a while and said, but you can call her the hanged woman for now. Lu Qiming was confused. What does he mean by calling her the hanged woman? Is she that powerful? Seeing that Lu Qiming was confused, Lin Fan smiled and patted him on his shoulder. Go back to your work. I'll bring her to the secret room first. Lu Qiming looked at Lin Fan's back, thinking about what Lin Fan had just said. To the secret room, training in the secret room, Lu Qiming opened his mouth in disbelief. He then smiled. Senior brother's taste is indeed different. It's beyond my imagination. Hee, before the fugitive comes back, I'll swallow this pill first. I'll be able to open the hidden door in my body and improve further. The frog smiled cunningly. Just as he was about to swallow the pill, his face changed. He held the pill in his hand so tightly that it almost fell to the ground. This aura is, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He quickly kept the pill and looked into the distance. There were two figures there. One of them was the fugitive, and the other was the hanged woman. He did not look at Lin Fan. Instead, he focused on the hanged woman. The frog's eyes were as small as mung beans, but there was a different image reflected in his eyes. It was still the same person, but behind that person, there was a phantom with an extremely terrifying might. Spiritual king? He muttered to himself in disbelief. Why would such a legendary figure appear here? No, it's not the spiritual king. Although the aura is similar, there's another aura mixed in. Also, the other party's cultivation base isn't strong. The frog's expression was solemn. The spiritual king was an extremely terrifying existence. It fed on inner demons and was extremely powerful. Of course, this was what the frog had read in ancient books. The spiritual king had long disappeared in his era. The reason why he was so familiar with this aura was because he had seen something related to the spiritual king among the treasures collected by an ancient power when he was a guest. The power had said that it was the spiritual king's head, but it could also be the item that the spiritual king was carrying that was contaminated with the aura. The reason why he was so familiar with this aura was because it sent chills down one's spine. Where did this fugitive bring this person back from? Why does he look so terrifying? The frog was too scared to speak. I can't afford to offend him. I really can't afford to offend him. He swore to the heavens that he really couldn't control the future of this fugitive. I won't lose my freedom, right? At this moment, the hanged woman sensed something and looked into the distance. The frog felt that something was wrong and immediately jumped away. At the entrance of the secret chamber, Lin Fan pushed the door open. Go in. The hanged woman looked at the pitch-black secret chamber, then at Lin Fan. She walked in slowly. I'll tell you a story today. Lin Fan cheered up and smiled. He had decided. Since she likes to listen to stories so much, I'll make her vomit. I'll make her not want to listen anymore. In the secret chamber, a fire lit up. The hanged woman looked at Lin Fan. Are you going to tell me a story? The moment he took out the golden paper, the secret room was filled with the voice of the reviewer who was on the verge of breaking down. Grandmaster, where have you been? You haven't updated in a few days. Brother, I'll call you brother, okay? Just continue updating. If I can't do it, I can even call you father. Don't you know that they're about to rebel? More than a dozen strong cultivators are forcing us to hand over your identity. I'm begging you, please update. If you can't do it every day, at least once every 2 days. The reviewer was on the verge of breaking down. He had never experienced something like this before. In the past, writers weren't only unpopular, but they were also often flamed. For example, if they didn't write well, they would be flamed. Can you change to someone else? What the F***ck are you writing? This kind of thing happened often, but it was different now. When a Grandmaster writer made his move, it was earth-shattering, shocking, and attracting the attention of countless people. The content he wrote was even more popular. Now, writing for a day was simply a form of torture for those who read Robin. Hey, what are you talking about? Who's your father? Don't try to pull strings, Lin Fan scolded. He hated people who tried to pull strings. He didn't even know what they were talking about. He really couldn't understand them. Grandmaster, I don't want to pull strings, but can you please update? I haven't updated for a long time. The reviewer was so anxious that he wanted to cry. He didn't know what to say. What's the rush? You just said that more than a dozen strong cultivators want my identity, Lin Fan asked. The bird-knowing examiner was stunned for a moment, then promised, Grandmaster, you can rest assured that we, the bird-knowing examiner, have our principles. We will never reveal your identity. They definitely wouldn't reveal the identity of the writer. If it was made public, then no one would write about the bird of knowledge anymore. Lin Fan didn't care. But thinking about the situation in the sect, he decided to bear with it. He couldn't be too arrogant. If strong cultivators came and he wasn't around, something bad would happen. I'll update later. That's it for now. He cut off contact with the bird, then sat cross-legged. He looked at the hanging lady and said, Wait for a while, I have to finish something. He was a little busy today. It was the busiest he had ever been. The hanging woman sat opposite Lin Fan. She was expressionless and didn't move at all. She nodded, all right. Lin Fan closed his eyes and started thinking. Of course, he wasn't thinking about the Lord of the World of Pills. He was thinking about the content of the Lord of the Righteous Path. Since he had already offended Xianxia, he might as well hold his grudge against him. The next time they met, he would be able to have a good fight. After a long time, he already had a train of thought. He took out a piece of golden paper and started writing. The title was simple. Yuan Zhen, the leader of the righteous path, why are you raising your butcher's knife in front of me? The title was average, but it was still very attractive. Then, he wrote down the content and sent it over. Knowing Bird's reviewer waited with hope. When he saw the content, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. They're finally here. If they didn't come, something bad would have happened. He had never thought that there would be such a highly anticipated guru-level author in the Bird of Warning. Then, he quickly finished reading the latest content. Oh my god, why is it gone again? Knowing Bird's reviewer was about to collapse. Did it have to be like this? The most interesting part was gone again. His heart itched and he really wanted to finish reading the entire story. But then, he saw the following content. The leader of the righteous path? The title was a little shocking. Then, he read the content carefully and was stunned. Is this real? The leader of the righteous path cultivates evil techniques and kills countless people. He even killed himself. It can't be, Knowing Bird's reviewer was shocked. The leader of the righteous path belonged to the top of the pyramid. But it didn't matter. Knowing Bird only cared about exposing it. As for other things, it didn't matter. When he was about to contact the Grandmaster, he realized that he couldn't. In the secret room, Lin Fan stared at the hanging woman and she stared back at Lin Fan. I want to listen to the story, she said. Okay, I will tell you a story now. But you have to change. Your clothes and shoes look a little scary. You have to change them, Lin Fan said. In the past, when he saw this hanging woman in the village, he felt that she wasn't scary. Hence, he told her what clothes and shoes to wear to make the atmosphere more scary. But he didn't expect her to be so strong. She had a big secret. Swoosh, at that moment, the hanging woman stood in front of Lin Fan and took off her clothes. He didn't expect her body to be so perfect. Her skin was so white that even her veins could be seen. What are you doing? Lin Fan asked calmly. What was this woman trying to do, or could it be that people nowadays had forgotten what they liked the most? If you don't like it, I will take off my clothes. She blinked and asked in a daze. Lin Fan stared at her. If I don't like it, you will take off your clothes. What if other people say that they don't like you? Won't you kill yourself? She shook her head. I won't kill myself. If other people don't like me, I will kill them and they will like me. Good, you have a good idea. Lin Fan felt that he had met his match. This hanging woman was interesting. He looked at her carefully and understood. Then, he waved his hand. You can change your clothes whenever you want in the village. Hurry up and change. I don't know how to. The hanging woman shook her head. Then please change back to your original clothes. Lin Fan clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He already had the urge to beat her up. But he held it in. At least, it wasn't time yet. Okay. The hanging woman nodded. The clothes that she had taken off reappeared on her body. Lin Fan didn't say anything else. He had to get rid of this hanging woman. Alright, let's start the story. Today's first story is The Ugly Duckling. Legend has it that a long, long time ago, a swan left an egg among a flock of ducks. When it hatched, it was discriminated and mocked by the ducks because of its extremely ugly appearance. One day, it asked the mother ducks that raised it, why don't they like me? The mother duck said that a duck has to know how to behave. If you don't know how to behave, how can you be a duck? You were born too ugly and lowered the overall quality of the ducks. He was helpless because not only did the ducks bully him, but even the chickens next door bullied him. He went to the chickens and asked them why they bullied him. The chickens said, we chickens are divided into different grades. There are street chickens, roadside restaurant chickens, and even the famous celebrity chickens. Your ugliness is in the duck pen. You are the ugliest duck. Not only do the ducks bully you, but we chickens also bully you. Lin Fan spoke very seriously while the hanging woman stared at Lin Fan without blinking. It was as if she was attracted by the story. The ugly duckling was very sad, but it didn't leave its hometown. Instead, it worked hard to gain the love of its friends. Gradually, the ugly duckling realized that it changed. When it looked at the lake, it realized that it became more and more beautiful. The chickens next door also gradually gathered around it and liked it a lot. And the ducks still hated it. However, that hatred had turned into jealousy. The ugly duckling was very happy and felt that it was being welcomed. The chickens also liked it a lot. Every time after work, they would come to find the ugly duckling and bring it food. Then, the chickens would surround the ugly duckling and something joyful happened. Lin Fan didn't say anything else after that. What happened to the ugly duckling in the end? Asked the hanging woman. She was very curious. She was attracted by the story. The ugly duckling died of exhaustion, said Lin Fan. Actually, there's another version of this story. Let me continue. The ugly duckling left its home and wandered outside. It ran to a house called the Old Capital and was discovered by the people there. Then, it was slaughtered and turned into a roast duck. Lin Fan finished the first story. Alright, do you like it? The hanging woman nodded. Yes. Alright, continue. There's more to the next story. Lin Fan was already going all out. He didn't want to do anything else today. He wanted to tell the hanging woman a good story. He wanted to see how long she could listen. When the hanging woman heard that there was more to the next story, she smiled happily. The next story is called Little Red Riding Hood. As time ticked by, Lin Fan's mouth never stopped moving throughout the entire process. Cinderella Sleeping Beauty Big Head Son, Little Head Father Chief Black Cat, he didn't know how many stories he had told, but he didn't believe that this woman could hold on. The next day, the knowing bird flew everywhere, spreading yesterday's content. The master of the realm of pills attracted many people. The realm of pills was different from usual. People came and went because they wanted to see the master of the realm of pills. Of course, some people who didn't have high cultivation levels but admired the master of the realm of pills were also waiting outside. The nine-colored ancestor was a little injured recently. The knowing bird didn't update again, which made him sad. However, he was happy that many people came to look for him. Some people asked him about what happened next. But he couldn't say it. Who knew what peak leader Lin would say? Therefore, he could only dodge the question. If he wanted to know what happened next, he just had to pay attention to the knowing bird. The content has appeared. Those who received the knowing bird's content cheered immediately. They had waited for so long just to see what happened next. That's it again. I hate it. Why did it stop here? Who wrote this? Let's catch him. Countless people wailed in grief. They had waited for so long, but they didn't expect that it would be over after a short while. However, when they noticed the content below, they were instantly stunned. What? The leader of the righteous path killed countless people too. Cultivate evil skills, and he even begged for mercy? No way. Cultivating evil skills isn't uncommon, but Yuan Zhen is the leader of the righteous path. Why would he do such a thing? Is the content real? How can it not be real? The content was written by the Grandmaster who wrote the Master of the Realm of Pills. How can it be fake? Righteous Path Mountain was a tall and majestic mountain. A thick righteous aura covered the area. Any evil cultivator that came would be repelled by this righteous aura. Legend had it that a demon wanted to destroy Righteous Path Mountain, but when he arrived here, he was suppressed by the righteous aura of Righteous Path Mountain and instantly disintegrated. Of course, this was just a rumor and no one knew whether it was true or not. This rumor came from the older generation of the Righteous Path Mountain. Let's just listen to it. At this moment, Yuan Zhen was walking on Righteous Path Mountain. He wasn't in a good mood. His injuries were severe and after a few days of recovery, he had mostly recovered. However, his losses were extremely heavy and he found it hard to accept. He only had one substitute puppet, but he had used up so much of it. His heart was in pain. The blood corpse was the same. He had spent so much effort to nurture it, but it was actually killed by that kid. A few decades seemed like a short time, but who knew how many treasures he had used up to accumulate that amount of time? Greetings, sect leader. A disciple passed by and greeted him respectfully. N. Yuanzhen had a big smile on his face. He had always been friendly to his disciples, and because of this, he was well liked by them. His righteousness infected all the disciples of Righteous Path Mountain. In the eyes of the disciples, the sect leader was an extremely righteous person. At this moment, Yuanzhen saw a group of disciples gathering in the distance and whispering to each other. It seemed like they were discussing something. He didn't disturb them and just walked over slowly. Instantly, a voice spread over. The Lord of Pill Realm is so well written. I didn't expect that there would be such a small update. Yeah, but look at the content. Is it true? How could our sect master be a fiend who would kill countless people in order to cultivate his evil skills? This must be a mistake. Look, it even says that our sect leader begged for mercy and cut off that part. It can't be. I think it's just nonsense. Yuanzhen had originally wanted to increase the favorability of the disciples. However, when he heard those words, his expression immediately turned gloomy. However, he quickly regained his composure. What are you all doing? Yuanzhen tried his best to suppress the rage in his heart. Ah, sect leader. The disciples stood up in a panic, wanting to hide the contents of the bird. What's wrong? Don't be nervous. I've heard it. Let me take a look at the bird of knowledge. I've got to see how it writes about your grandmaster. Yuanzhen chuckled. However, the anger in his heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt. The disciples looked at each other, then handed the bird over. Master, we don't believe you. Haha, it doesn't matter. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Although you are disciples, you have to be able to tell right from wrong. If I really did such a thing, then as disciples of Righteous Path Mountain, you have to get rid of demons and protect the righteous path. Even if it is me, you have to kill me. Yuanzhen said righteously. Upon hearing these words, the gathered disciples raised their heads. In their hearts, the image of their master grew even more majestic. Yuanzhen looked at the contents recorded on the bird. Her expression did not change, and she maintained a calm smile. However, the hand that he used to hold the bird was a little tight. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Slaughtering people and cultivating evil techniques. Admit defeat and die. Then, he looked at the comments. If not for his identity and the fact that his disciples were here, he would have exploded. Ha ha ha. That Yuanzhen usually pretends to be a righteous person. To think that he would actually resort to such underhanded methods. He keeps calling for others to surround and kill Qi Jiusha, but it turns out that he isn't a good person either. Is this real or fake? Why doesn't it look like it? Bull ****, this was written by the master of Pill World. Do you think that it's fake? Do you know how to speak? Yuanzhen looked at the comments without any emotions. He didn't even have any reaction. Hui. What's written on it is truly vivid and lifelike, as though it's real. Your grandmaster has cultivated a demonic skill, and in order to survive, I've even turned into a yin-yang body. What a joke. Yuanzhen chuckled out. Sect leader, aren't you angry at all? The disciples were shocked. If such a thing happened to them, they would definitely be furious. But looking at the sect leader's expression, it was like he didn't care at all. This made them respect him. Yuanzhen smiled. Angry? Why should I be angry? Their mouths are their mouths. What they say is their business. We can't kill them just to stop them from spouting nonsense. That isn't something that our Righteous Path Mountain would do. When the disciples heard these words, they were completely convinced. They worshipped the sect leader even more. Sect leader, this fellow is spouting nonsense. We won't read the bird anymore. Contact the people around us and tell them to boycott the bird. There's no need. If we boycott it, wouldn't it mean that I'm guilty? As the hope of Righteous Path Mountain, sometimes you can't ignore what happens outside. But some of the contents can be trusted and some can't be trusted. You have to judge for yourselves. Okay, go and cultivate. Yuanzhen smiled and waved his hands. He looked like a righteous person, making the disciples respect him even more. The disciples sighed. Their temperament was far from the sect leaders. This bird really wasn't a good thing. Also, although the person who wrote the Master of Pill World was good, he actually slandered their sect leader. How despicable. Yuanjun held the contents of the bird and walked towards the secret room. Along the way, he smiled and welcomed everyone. He showed a friendly attitude towards each and every disciple. After entering the secret room and closing the door, his smiling face instantly turned dark and sunken. Pung, he smacked the wall and was so furious that his entire body trembled. Bastard, you damn thing, you actually dare to publish it on the bird. I will kill you. Yuanjun's face was dark and sunken. He was really furious. Lin Fan, I will definitely find you. He already knew who Lin Fan was. The Master of Pill World was written by him and he was ranked first on the Heaven Genius list. Moreover, this matter had a huge impact on him and he had to think of a way to solve it. As the leader of the righteous path, how could he let others think that he was evil? Although the righteous path mountain disciples wouldn't believe it, he had to say something to the outside world. At that moment, he contacted the bird. I am the leader of the righteous path, Yuanjun. How can you bird spout nonsense? His tone was calm and he wasn't angry at all. The person from the bird said, please show me the evidence of your nonsense. Yuanjun's heart was really burning. As the righteous path mountain sect leader, do you think that I would cultivate evil techniques? That's not something we can decide. The content says that you should hang yourself to protect yourself. If you want to prove it, it's very simple. Take off your pants and prove it. We, the knowing bird, will delete the content immediately, the knowing bird reviewer said. He was on the Grandmaster's side, so he trusted what the Grandmaster said. As for whether or not he was the leader of the righteous path, he didn't care. Who cared? Who said that people of the righteous path couldn't be hypocrites? When Yuanjun heard those words, his face instantly turned black. What did he say? He wanted him to take off his pants to prove it. That was too much. He was the leader of the righteous path, so how could he do such a thing? The person waited for a long time and didn't get any evidence. He replied, the complaint time is up. If you can provide strong evidence, then contact me. Goodbye. He then cut off the connection. Damn it. Yuanjun flew into a rage. His hair stood on end, and a terrifying energy filled the secret room. However, it was blocked by the light screen on the wall. If not, the entire righteous path mountain would be alarmed. A few days later, the magnificent flame sect. Senior brother and this woman have been in there for so many days, but they still haven't come out. That's amazing. Lu Qiming was shocked. This was the longest time that senior brother had stayed since he came back. But what he couldn't believe was that after senior brother brought the woman back, the two of them went into the secret room and never came out. That's too scary. That's understandable. Senior brother has been training outside, so he must be depressed. It wasn't easy for him to bring back a woman, so it's normal that it took a long time. Lu Qiming filled in the blanks and left. He had to inform all the disciples that no one was allowed to step into the secret room. In the secret room. Does it sound good? Lin Fan asked, staring at the hanging woman. The hanging woman nodded. Yes. Alright, let's continue. Lin Fan decided to continue. He didn't know how to write the word coward. Since she likes it so much, I'll continue until she breaks down. Another day passed. The secret room was still closed. Lu Qiming came to take a look and left in a hurry. At the same time, he asked the kitchen to prepare some food. He was afraid that senior brother would need to replenish his energy. Another few days passed. Lin Fan didn't sleep or rest. He told at least 1,000 stories. Sometimes, he didn't even know where he was. But no matter what, even if he didn't know where he was, he had to continue. I want to sleep. Just then, the hanging woman closed her eyes. She wanted to sleep. Lin Fan woke up. He lifted his hands and pried the hanging woman's eyes open. Why are you sleeping? Since you like stories so much, I'll continue. You have to listen too. Don't sleep until I tell you to stop. Oh. The hanging woman nodded. The next one is the 72 Dwarfs and Snow White. Lin Fan said, shaking his head. The hanging woman said, I think I've talked about it before. No. Previously, I was talking about the 71 dwarfs. Now, I'm talking about the 72 dwarfs. They have one more companion. Another interesting story happened. Lin Fan didn't wait for the hanging woman to speak. Another day passed. I want to sleep. The hanging woman's eyelids drooped. But Lin Fan supported her with his hands and didn't let her sleep. Why are you sleeping? Continue. Don't sleep. Lin Fan said sternly. The hanging woman yawned. Her head was nodding and her body was a little numb. But how could Lin Fan let her sleep? He forcefully pried her eyes open. The hanging woman rolled her eyes. I want to sleep. Why are you sleeping? Wake up. Don't you like stories? I don't like it anymore. The moment he said this, Lin Fan let go of his hand. Then, the hanging woman collapsed onto the ground and fell asleep. Hee hee. Lin Fan lowered his head and laughed coldly. Then, he raised his head and said arrogantly, You want to fight me? I have never been afraid in my life. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan laughed maniacally. Since she liked to listen to stories, he would tell her stories to make her want to vomit. Looking at the situation, he had won. I, Lin Fan, am the strongest. No matter what, I am the strongest. I will deduct 1 point from anyone who is not convinced. His confidence had reached its peak. Tell stories, I still have a few thousand dwarfs to tell. Voila, he took out the Thai sovereign sword and sliced off her head. He held it in his hand. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan opened his eyes. His energy was at its peak. Everything was back to its peak. He turned around and looked at the hanging lady, who was sleeping on the ground. Then, he walked forward and held her by his waist. He pushed open the stone door and left the secret room. Senior brother. Lu Qiming waited for a long time. When he saw senior brother come out, he went forward immediately. Senior brother, are you tired? However, when he saw the girl who was being held by his senior brother, he was shocked. The girl was unconscious and had no consciousness. His expression changed and he muttered in his heart. Just how strong was senior brother? Could it be that he had been doing those things every day for the past few days that caused this woman to lose all her strength and fall into a coma? Lin Fan realized that there was something wrong with that question. Senior brother, wait up. I will get the kitchen to prepare some nourishing food. Lu Qiming ran towards the kitchen. Senior brother had been in there for 7 days and had done it 3 times a day. That was 21 times. If he didn't replenish it, his body wouldn't be able to take it. Come back. Lin Fan called Lu Qiming back. What nourishing food? I don't need it. This woman is too troublesome. I have already subdued her. You can go back to work. I don't need you to look after me. Yes, senior brother. Lu Qiming was in awe. So this woman was a wild horse. It took 7 days for senior brother to subdue her. She was indeed amazing. Suddenly, the sect shook. Several majestic pillars of light rushed into the sky, blasting into the clouds and condensing into vortexes. Is someone making a breakthrough? Lin Fan looked down in bewilderment. Everywhere in the sect, there were junior brothers breaking through. Even the elders were breaking through. Disciple, how is it? Just then, Tiansu appeared beside Lin Fan, smiling. Teacher, what's going on? Lin Fan asked curiously, not understanding what his teacher meant. Disciple, the sect disciples purposely showed this to you, and those old guys told me not to tell you about it. But now that you're out, you're the first one to see it. Tiansu smiled, pleased with Lin Fan's reaction. Ah? For me to see? Lin Fan was confused. It was a good thing that sect disciples were breaking through, but he didn't understand. Disciple, master will accompany you. Tiansu smiled. There was happiness on his face. At the same time, his eyes shone with hope for the future. Boom, boom, in an instant, beams of light shot into the sky from all over the clan. It was a shocking sight. The sight of one person breaking through was already shocking enough, but the sight of so many people breaking through at the same time was simply too earth-shattering. It was as if the sky was overturned by the beams of light. Great Sage Realm. Master, Elder Huarong broke through to the Great Sage Realm? Lin Fan did not check when he returned to the sect, so he did not pay much attention to it. To think that Elder Huarong broke through to the Great Sage Realm so quickly, Lin Fan still remembered that Huarong had just broken through to the Immortal Realm. Disciple, what's there to be surprised about? The things you brought back for the sect aren't ordinary. Even a pig can reach this realm. Tiansu patted Lin Fan's shoulder and sighed. Amazing. Junior brothers and junior sisters have all reached the Immortal Realm, and there are even demigods. There are so many of them. Lin Fan did not expect the sect to reach the Immortal Realm too. Lin Fan thought that there were not many Immortal Realm cultivators in the sect. He thought that it was because the sect disciples were not talented enough, but it seemed like that was not the case. There were many of them, but they insisted on suppressing their cultivation so that they could break through to the Immortal Realm in front of you. So they suppressed their cultivation until now. Every time you come back, you go out again after a short while. There are already demigods among the outer sect disciples, and there are quite a lot of them. This was unimaginable in the past. Tiansu sighed. He had wanted to witness the rise of the sect for the rest of his life. In the sky, lightning could be seen intertwining and gathering together, forming a terrifying aura. Everyone, senior brother Lin is observing. Don't embarrass yourself and break through the tribulation to prove yourself. Zhang Long shouted in the sky. He was glowing in a golden light as he performed his mystique. Yes. The rest of the disciples shouted as well. Dazzling lights could be seen rising into the sky. Bang, bang, the sky exploded, and the tribulation was eliminated. An inner disciple made a seal with his fingers, and it wrapped around his body and fused into his mind. He was fighting with his inner demon, looking like he was going to destroy everything. The Magnificent Flame sect might have such a powerful mystique in the past, but it wasn't so common. Disciple, these are the mystiques that you brought back from the outside world. The sect will announce them to the public, and all disciples can learn them. Tiansu said, stroking his beard. His beard had been burnt previously, and it took time to grow back. Amazing. Lin Fan smiled happily. The scene he wanted to see the most was for the Magnificent Flame sect to become stronger. The Magnificent Flame sect might still be a far cry from the powerful sects he had seen, but it was no longer the weakest. Lin Fan saw hope. A loud sound could be heard, and the sky returned to normal. Countless disciples floated in the sky, giving off a strong aura. They said in unison, their voices loud and clear. Thank you, senior brother Lin, for everything you have done for us. We will remember it in our hearts, and we will never forget senior brother's teachings. Their voices were like thunder, echoing through the sky. Master, I want to cry. I'm so touched. Lin Fan said, feeling emotional. Disciple, I want to cry too. It's been hard on you. Tiansu's eyes turned red. Wah. Suddenly, Lin Fan and Tiansu hugged each other and patted each other's backs. Master, don't cry. It's great now. Disciple, don't cry too. Master is very emotional now, and I'm proud of you. Saying this, the two burst into tears again. As for the hanging woman, Lin Fan threw her to the side, ignoring her. All right, we, master and disciple, can't cry. It's embarrassing. Tiansu came back to his senses and wiped his tears. He was back to being an elder. Master is right. As the peak leader of the Invincible Peak, I'm the role model of all disciples. How can I cry? Lin Fan coughed and straightened his collar. He placed his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. Good. Junior brothers and sisters, you're all doing well. Senior brother is pleased. Your strength is the strength of the sect. Now that you've all reached a higher realm, remember not to be arrogant and complacent. There's still a long way to go, and you need to work harder. Yes, senior brother. His voice was like thunder, and it could be heard continuously. Seeing this, the frog was shocked. These guys aren't strong, and they can be killed with a flick of a finger. But their auras are shocking. As long as they don't die, they'll be the rulers in the future. The frog was a 9 Baron God Master, and he would definitely not be wrong. He had seen many top and ancient sections. Although they were stronger than tens of thousands of sects, their auras were shocking. Why do I feel that freedom is getting slimmer and slimmer? If I don't even have freedom, what's the point of cultivating? The frog started to doubt itself, trying to find an excuse to be lazy. No, how can I not cultivate? If I wait for them to come, I won't be able to protect myself, and those guys. He turned to look at the alchemists who were watching with their mouths wide open. This group of brats was simply trash. But after spending so much time with them, he had already mixed with trash and dregs, and even became their frog master. How could he just let go of them like that? Piak! The alchemists who were watching trembled when they saw the frog master. Then, they said respectfully, "Frog master." The frog held the ruler and scolded. "You trash, what are you looking at? It's not like you're the ones breaking through. Hurry up and make pills for me. If you don't watch for a day, you'll be lazy. You're still miles away from becoming a top alchemist master." "Yes, frog master. Let's go make pills now." The alchemist masters immediately started making pills under the frog master's terrifying aura. "You green frog, you're really rude to people." The talisman hanging behind the frog said in disdain. "It's none of your business. I'm educating my students." "What are you shouting for?" The frog retorted fearlessly. The talisman chuckled and stopped talking. It was too lazy to argue with this guy. It had been arguing for a few months already, and its heart was aching. "Junior brothers and sisters, go and cultivate. You must believe that you're the best," Lin Fan encouraged. He was overjoyed. "I didn't take so many things for nothing when I went out to train. My disciples have made great improvements, and I'm so proud of them. As long as I have enough time, the great sages will be like dogs, and peerless immortals will be everywhere in the future. I'll take back all the resources that the sect needs with my own hands." "Master, it seems like your wish to travel the world and see the sights will come true soon." He knew his master's wish, which was to travel the world alone and not worry about the sect. "Disciple, that day will come, and it shouldn't be too far away. Master might be able to hold on until then." Tiansu smiled. Lin Fan and his master looked at each other and smiled. The master and disciple working together would be invincible. They would definitely make the sect stronger. They had been working hard ever since they were in the primordial ancestors' land. The strength of the sect skyrocketed. This was what he wanted to see the most. Zhang Long and the others had been in seclusion all day long. With the help of pills, it was pretty decent for them to break through to this realm. Of course, this had something to do with their talents. If they were really talented, it wouldn't just be this much. But it didn't matter. What he lacked the least was time. What a comfortable sleep. At this moment, the hanged woman woke up. To Lin Fan, she had at most laid down for 2 hours. But looking at the situation, she really had enough sleep. "I want to listen to a story." The first thing the hanged woman did when she woke up was to listen to a story. Pong, Lin Fan clenched his fingers and punched. But this punch wasn't blocked at all as it pierced through the hanged woman's body. It was transparent and couldn't be damaged. At that moment, Lin Fan felt a pair of arms pass through his sides and rest on his body. A ball of warm air was exhaled from the hanged woman's mouth. "I want to listen to a story." "Damn you." Lin Fan was a little angry. He felt that she was playing with him. She slept for 2 hours and still wanted to listen to a story. How annoying. But he bore with it. He wanted to see what was going on with this hanged woman. He activated his eyes of disdain. Immediately, he focused his attention. The hanged woman's aura suddenly changed. An extremely strange aura spread out in all directions like a tidal wave with her as the center. Not good, danger. He didn't care much about this aura. But looking at the trend, it was spreading out. If he didn't stop it, it might really cover the entire sect. Close. He closed his eyes of disdain right away and started to understand the hanged woman's ability. Mental attacks were really overbearing. Huh? The hanged woman came back to her senses. Her eyes were lost and she couldn't react in time. At that moment, her rationality had disappeared and her memories were a little messy. "What do you want?" Lin Fan asked. This hanged woman was a little tricky. She was good at group attacks. Every powerhouse could use pressure to attack. However, using spiritual pressure to such an extent wasn't something an ordinary person could do. "I want to listen to a story," the hanged woman replied calmly. "Listen to your sister." Lin Fan was exasperated. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have brought this woman back to the sect in the first place. If he wanted to listen to stories every day, how could there be stories? If he had the time, he could do something else. It would be much better. "I don't have a sister." The hanging woman shook her head. Lin Fan took a deep breath and said coldly, "Do you want to die?" "If you want, I don't mind helping you." "I can die, but I want to listen to the story." The hanging woman was calm and didn't have any fluctuations. F***ck. This was the first time in his history that he had met such a speechless opponent. Even if he were to die, he still wanted to listen to the story. However, this also meant that the other party was a good seedling who was very dedicated to his goal. Even if he was going to die, he still wanted to listen to the story. How strong was his conviction? How could an ordinary person have such conviction? "Alright, sure. But let's make a deal. When I'm not in the sect, you have to protect every magnificent flame sect disciple. As long as you can do this, I will lecture you for 3 days and 3 nights every time you come back. How about that?" Thinking of the hanging woman's capability, Lin Fan had an idea. The Mingwang religious brother's cultivation wasn't weak. He was a glorious state cultivator, but even with his cultivation, he couldn't withstand the hanging woman's mental attack. If he wasn't in the sect and they were invaded by a strong enemy, perhaps this hanging woman could be of great help. "Alright." The hanging woman nodded. Lin Fan nodded. Taking down the hanging woman would increase the sect's combat power. On the peak of the mountain, he stood there, looking into the distance. In the sky, a bird flew over, and a piece of news landed on the ground. Lin Fan grabbed it and opened the page. "I didn't expect the Lord of Realm of Pills to be so popular. It's been a long time since it was updated, and it caused such a huge uproar." Lin Fan took a look. It was recorded that many elites had left the sacred land to look for a Grandmaster-level author. They even said that as long as they found this guy, they would beat him up and force him to write obediently. A greedy snake will swallow an elephant. I have updated quite a lot. Although it takes a long time for me to update, I have updated at least 200,000 to 300,000 words during this period. At this moment, he saw that at the corner of the page, the leader of the righteous path, Yuan Zhen, was debating about being slandered. Interesting, I didn't expect people to hide themselves like this. Lin Fan thought about it. He was the only one who had seen the true face of the leader of the righteous path. Zhu Fengfeng and Fat Pig weren't there, so what could they understand? As for those people whom he had saved, they didn't know anything. They probably only knew how to love and protect peace and nothing else. "Okay, I will update a little today. Tomorrow, I will head to the pill world to ask for pills. I have already reached the glorious state, so I have to continue working hard to reach the Tao realm. Then, I will be at the peak." Lin Fan took out the golden paper. Instantly, he heard the complaints and cries of the reviewer. There was also a desire that made one want to cry. He didn't bother and started to write. He didn't need to think about the content. He already knew what to do. As for the leader of the righteous path, he had to continue to argue. He hadn't expected the leader of the righteous path to be so calm. Even in such a situation, he was able to remain calm. But it makes sense. I'm the leader of the righteous path, and my reputation has spread far and wide. It's impossible for anyone to believe me. Of course, I'm just disgusted. I don't care about anything else. Yuan Zhen and Qi Jiusha's storage rings were still in his hands. He didn't take them out in the sect. Since the demonic god Qi Jiusha could find me through the storage ring, Yuan Zhen should be able to do the same. After writing the content, Lin Fan sent it to the bird world. He was ready to go to the pill world to collect the reward from the 9-color patriarch. At the same time, he wanted to discuss if he should increase the price. I have to increase the price. Lin Fan rose into the sky and disappeared from the sect. I can't see through my precious disciple anymore. Tiansu opened his eyes and looked at the sky. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face. The trend is irresistible. He then continued to cultivate. Gradually, an ancient tree appeared behind him. A gentle aura could be felt, covering the entire magnificent flame sect. Is the Holy Land coming or not? The Mingwang religious brother squatted down and wiped the toilet. He had sworn not to betray the Holy Land, but he was hoping that they would come to save him. But after so long, there was still no news from the Holy Land. Could it be that they don't know where I am? At the thought of this, the Mingwang religious brother's heart skipped a beat. It seems possible. The realm of pills. The green poisonous fog formed a barrier, blocking anyone who had ill intentions towards the realm of pills. Those who came to the realm of pills to see the 9-color patriarch were all blocked outside. They didn't dare to barge in. The poisonous fog was too terrifying. Just coming into contact with it would kill them and turn them into ashes. 9-color patriarch, we came here because of your reputation. Please meet us. A handsome man with a strong aura stood outside the realm of pills, cupping his fists and shouting. But there was no reply. The green poisonous fog creatures that surrounded the pill realm wandered aimlessly. However, if any creatures entered their range, they would attack in a group and devour the intruder. Brother, stop shouting. The realm of pills is closed now. We won't receive anyone. A man who had been waiting outside the realm of pills said. Why? The experience of the 9-color patriarch has affected me. I came from far away just to see him, the man said. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Previously, the leader of the realm of pills welcomed those who came from afar, but who would have thought that there would be people trying to steal the pills? Luckily, we found out in advance and didn't suffer any losses. Hence, the realm of pills is closed now and won't receive anyone, the man who had been waiting said. How do you know? The man asked curiously. Suddenly, a ray of light could be seen coming from afar. 9-color patriarch, hurry and welcome me in. Lin Fan came. His voice turned into a thread, piercing through the green poisonous fog and entering. The 9-color patriarch had been annoyed recently. There were too many people who came because of his fame. Many leaders of big forces came too. Even though they were congratulating him, he could see that they were jealous. There were also some people who asked him about what he had experienced. But what could he say? He could only say that this wasn't how the story had happened. Instead, he had been beaten up by someone and had knelt down to beg for mercy. Only then was he forgiven. As for what peak leader Lin would write, he could only say that he didn't know either. It was written that there were at least 3 women who had an ambiguous relationship with him. But he really hadn't experienced anything like that. He read the messages. Many old fellows were very envious. They all said that when they were young, they only cared about cultivation and never thought about the feelings between men and women. Later on, when they succeeded in their cultivation and grew older, the burden on their shoulders became heavier and they never thought about such things. They all said that they were jealous of him. He could cultivate and still have women to accompany him. He wanted to cry when he read the messages. If that was really the case, he would thank the heavens and earth. But he really didn't. And he couldn't say it out loud. When people asked him where he went, he just smiled and didn't say anything. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice from outside. He was delighted. It was peak leader Lin's voice. Then, he pointed his finger. A ray of light pierced through the fog and opened up a path. Outside. The people who were talking were confused when they saw this person. They didn't know who he was. The pill realm was already closed, but he still asked the 9-color patriarch to welcome him in. Who did he think he was? In the blink of an eye, the situation changed. The poisonous fog of the pill realm retreated, opening up a path for him. Welcome, peak leader Lin. A voice spread. It was the voice of the 9-color patriarch. He was shocked. It was actually true. He's already here. Outside the world of pills, someone was waiting. After seeing Lin Fan appear, he disappeared without a trace. Peak Leader Lin, you're finally here. You've made me wait for a long time. The nine-colored ancestor sighed. He wanted to meet Lin Fan and have a good talk. At the same time, the speed of the updates was really slow. Sometimes, his liver hurt from waiting. What's there to wait for? But looking at your face, you seem to be in a good mood recently. Lin Fan smiled. The popularity of the book had exceeded his expectations. No matter where it was, as long as the content was good, it would be sought after. Even if those old fellas possessed heaven-reaching strength, it was the same. They would all be attracted by the contents. Speaking of this, the nine-colored ancestor was in a good mood. The world of pills was very popular. Who in the outside world didn't know about him? In fact, many of the younger generation viewed the nine-colored ancestor as their idol. Every day, countless disciples of the younger generation would come to the pill realm, wanting to meet him. Peak Leader Lin, this old man is naturally in a good mood, but I am also extremely annoyed. You should have seen the people outside the pill realm just now. There are people coming every day, wanting to see me. Sometimes, I am so annoyed that I don't know what to say. Nine-colored old ancestor sighed helplessly. Lin Fan squinted his eyes. This guy said that, but in his heart, he was probably very happy. Who didn't want to be famous? He didn't think that the world of pills would be so popular. Peak Leader Lin, even though the content of the story is based on many things, there are also many things that I've never heard of before. Don't you think that's not a good idea? I've counted, and there are 8 names of skills that I've never practiced before. Therefore, I've changed the names of the skills that I know. But some skills, when used, will create all sorts of miraculous scenes. I've tried many times, but I haven't been able to create them. Wouldn't it be bad if people find out about it in the future? The nine-colored ancestor had his own worries. The names of the skills that appeared in the world of pills were all replaced with the skills that he cultivated. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. Ancestor, this is beautifying the content. Do you understand? It's not that I want to say this, but the first half of your life was really too sullen. If it was written according to your real situation, it would really be very miserable. I'm afraid no one would be willing to read it. But look at how popular you are now after you've changed. Even the younger generation sees you as their goal. So, this is the effect of beautification. He had to admit that he had beautified the nine-colored ancestor too much, but regretfully, no one doubted him. Since that was the case, he could continue making things up. That makes sense. The nine-colored old ancestor nodded in agreement. But Peak Leader Lin, how do I fill in the blanks? Ever since I started cultivating, I have never had a single one. And you wrote 3 at once. Where am I supposed to find one? Looking for what? Lin Fan realized that the nine-colored ancestor was too immersed in his role. It was as if he was trying to get closer to the main character of Lord of Pill Realm. Although the name was the same, they were basically 2 different people. 3 confidants. The nine-colored ancestor said worriedly. I still have to find 3 women to be my confidants. Hearing this, Lin Fan laughed loudly and patted the nine-colored ancestor's shoulder. Don't worry, there's no need. These 3 confidants will die soon. Ah? The nine-colored ancestor was instantly stunned. He didn't understand what Peak Leader Lin meant. Die? Why would they die? These 3 confidants looked pretty good. Don't, Peak Leader Lin, you can't do that. He immediately protested. He actually really hoped to have these 3 confidants. Their personalities were different, but they were all very likable. Of course, it was really too difficult to find them. I really like these kinds of characters. Don't write them to death, please don't write them to death. I have my own ways. The nine-colored ancestor was somewhat immersed in the Lord of Pill Realm. Lin Fan didn't say much about it and smiled. Ancestor, 1 month has passed so quickly. Yes. The nine-colored ancestor nodded. Then, he thought of something. Peak Leader Lin, the 3 post-celestial pill spirits have already been prepared. Lin Fan's goal in coming here was to have a chat with the nine-colored old ancestor, so he had to raise the price as well. Sigh, Patriarch, you have no idea. Recently, my personal safety has been in grave danger. According to the bird's report, there are already many powerful beings who are looking for me. Therefore, you understand. Lin Fan did not make things too clear, but the patriarch should understand quite a bit of what he had said. As expected. When he said these words, the nine-colored ancestor looked at Lin Fan in a daze. He muttered in his heart, this peak leader Lin was asking for too much. But, how could he be so easily controlled? Peak leader Lin, don't worry about this. I will definitely protect your safety. I won't let anyone hurt you. The nine-colored ancestor patted his chest and guaranteed. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and stared at the nine-colored ancestor. The nine-colored ancestor looked at him with a smile. He had no intention of dodging. It was as if he was saying, let's continue talking. If you have something to say it slowly. AI, ancestor is not sincere. Lin Fan sighed. Peak leader Lin, how should I say this? I am very sincere. The nine-colored ancestor said hurriedly. How could he not be happy with peak leader Lin? The world of pills had made him famous and fulfilled his dreams. How could he not know that peak leader Lin thought that 3 post-celestial pill spirits were too few and wanted more? However, post-celestial pill spirits were precious and not as precious as one would imagine. Peak leader Lin, 5. What do you think? The nine-colored ancestor gave a price. If he didn't write the world of pills, he would even want to die. Although both sides had made an oath, if peak leader Lin wrote whatever he wanted, it wouldn't be worth it. So, everything could be discussed. Forget it. Since it's like this, I'll compromise. 8 is fine. Lin Fan insisted, old ancestor, you don't have to say any more. You're the master of a world, and I'm a peak master of a sect. We're both people of indomitable spirit. Saying too much would make me seem a little stingy. This? The nine-colored ancestor was stupefied. Peak Lord Lin's speed was too fast, he couldn't react in time. Forget it, forget it. Fine, 8 it is. But Peak Lord Lin, your updates are too slow. No matter what, isn't it better to speed up a bit? Alright, since the nine-colored ancestor is so straightforward, I can't lose face either. Lin Fan smiled and patted the nine-colored ancestor's shoulder. Don't worry, I am personally writing. Do you think there's a problem? The content of the world of pills is absolutely perfect. Alright, peak leader Lin, I believe you. The nine-colored ancestor smiled and waved his sleeve. A fragrant wine appeared on the table. Please. If the world of pills wasn't popular enough, the nine-colored ancestor wouldn't have agreed. The key was that it was too popular. At his level, strength wasn't important anymore. The most important thing was his face and honor. As the world of pills master, he hoped that his name could be passed down for hundreds of generations. Even if the outside worlds were broken up and returned to their own places, tens of thousands of years later, when the world of pills was mentioned, the people of the outside worlds would remember that there was once an ancestor called the nine-colored ancestor. His life was glorious. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura came from outside the world of pills. Nine-colored ancestor, please come out. A voice came from outside the world of pills. The people waiting outside the world of pills were stunned when they saw the figure floating in the air. This person seemed to be the leader of the righteous path, Yuan Zhen. Eh? Why is this old guy here? The nine-colored ancestor frowned. He didn't like the leader of the righteous path. Peak leader Lin, do you think he's that kind of person? What do you think? Lin Fan smiled. He didn't think that Yuan Zhen would find this place. Perhaps when he arrived at the world of pills, someone already knew. The nine-colored ancestor nodded. Then it's true. Peak leader Lin, I think he's not here for me. He saw you and wants to kill you. But don't worry, as long as you are in the world of pills, nothing will happen. I can guarantee that. Then, the ancestor looked outside. Yuan Zhen, what are you doing here? The nine-colored ancestor's voice came out, asking Yuan Zhen about his purpose for coming here. Naturally, he couldn't let anything happen to peak leader Lin. Otherwise, who would be able to write the world of pills? Nine-colored ancestor, I heard that the Grandmaster who wrote the World of Pills is here. I've admired him for a long time, so I came to take a look. Does the nine-colored ancestor really want to stop us outside? Lin Fan smiled. It seemed that Yuanjun wanted to take revenge. That was exactly what he wanted. Ancestor, let them come in. Okay. The nine-colored ancestor didn't think too much about it. If they wanted to fight inside the World of Pills, they would only be looking for death. Very quickly, outside the World of Pills, the green fog opened up a path. Yuanjun didn't say a word and walked in. His expression was a little cold, but he recovered very quickly. After having a conflict with Lin Fan, the first thing he did was to find him. This was why he sent people to wait outside the World of Pills. If they met, they would inform him right away. He didn't expect that he would really meet him. Lin Fan sat there calmly and tasted the wine. Then, he raised his head and looked into the sky. A person was floating there. Beside him were a few people. Although he didn't recognize them, their auras were extraordinary. They were all Dao Realm experts. So, it's you. I didn't expect to meet you again. Lin Fan smiled. Yuanjun was shocked. Oh? I didn't expect you to meet me before. Eh? Lin Fan was stunned by Yuanjun's words. He didn't know how to react. Then, he sneered, Yuanjun, you're really good at acting. Including this time, this is already the third time, alright? That's right. Yuanjun's expression changed. Then, he smiled, you must be joking. This is the first time I've met you. You must have remembered wrongly. Preposterous. You are just spouting nonsense. You actually dare to slander the leader of the righteous path. Who do you think you are? Beside Yuanjun, a gray-haired old man scolded coldly. His eyes were sharp. However, the moment he said that, before Lin Fan could say anything, nine-color-old ancestor couldn't take it anymore. Who do you think you are? You dare to insult my friend in the pill world? Are you looking down on the pill world? Nine-color-old ancestor slapped the table in rage. He stood up and gathered his aura. The green poison mist outside the pill world was summoned and turned into a poison dragon that soared into the sky. This poison dragon was 10,000 feet long and its tail was connected to the source of the poison mist outside. It roared as it spread over. The terrifying poison mist boiled and the surrounding space was poisoned into nothingness. Nine-color-old ancestor, others might be afraid of you but I, Xianxia, am not. The old man's name was Xianxia and his cultivation was at the peak of the Dao realm. He was an old ancestor under the Righteous Path Mountain. His cultivation was thick and he couldn't be underestimated. How dare you? Nine-color-old ancestor snorted coldly. He waved his arm and the poison dragon circled in the air. Its green eyes were filled with killing intent. It then spat out a thick poison mist that instantly covered Xianxia. Small tricks. Xianxia was filled with disdain. His body shone brightly as he tried to refine the poison mist. But shortly after, the light that covered Xianxia's body was corroded by the poison mist. A hole was torn open and the poison mist surged in. It adhered to Xianxia's body and entered his body through his pores. Ah! A tragic cry spread out. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it was a little shocking. Nine-color-old ancestor, please show mercy. When Yuanjun saw this, his expression changed. He didn't expect the pill world's poison mist to be so strong. He didn't stop him because he wanted the pill world to understand that some things couldn't be cared about just because they wanted to. But he didn't expect the poison mist to be so strong. It was so strong that even Xianxia's light barrier couldn't block it. It corroded in an instant. Humph, the nine-colored ancestor coldly harumphed. He had never thought of killing anyone here. He waved his arm and the poison mist that had entered the profound wood body surged out and returned to the poisonous dragon's body. Watch your words. Just because the pill realm does not cause trouble does not mean that they are afraid of trouble. It is not impossible for this old man to make you all stay here. The nine-colored ancestor was very unyielding. In the pill realm, he did not fear anyone. The poisonous mist surrounding the pill realm had been slowly gathering over countless years. As time passed, the toxicity of the poisonous pill was extremely strong. So what if he was in the Dao realm? Puff, Xianmui's face was ashen and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was not because he was angry, but because he had really been poisoned. Even though the nine-colored ancestor had dispelled the poison, there was still a bit of it left in his body. If he wanted to get rid of it, he would need some other methods. He was terrified. This was the first time he had faced the Pill Realm Lord, and he had never thought that he would be defeated so quickly. If the Pill Realm Lord wanted his life, it would be in the blink of an eye. Amazing. I have also seen the contents of the Pill Realm Lord. When the nine-colored ancestor was young, he was already extremely domineering. I didn't think that after so many years, he would still be the same. Yuanjun spoke. However, his tone was a bit angry. The people he had brought were all old ancestors of the Righteous Path Mountains who listened to his orders. Now that he had been taught a lesson by the Pill Realm Lord, he naturally felt like he had lost a lot of face. Hee hee. The nine-colored ancestor laughed. He was in a good mood. To be praised by someone was exactly the same as him in the Pill Realm Lord. Very good, very good. When Xianmui heard this, he was shocked. He had also seen the contents of the Pill Realm Lord. The nine-colored ancestor was extremely intelligent and ruthless. Thinking about how he had been so unbridled in front of such an expert, he felt extremely fortunate that he was still alive. Okay, Yuanjun, why did you come to find me? Lin Fan raised his hand, telling the nine-colored ancestor not to come out. He didn't want to owe this fellow any favors. If he reduced the number of pills he had, he would suffer a huge loss. He could solve such a thing himself and didn't need anyone's help. However, he didn't expect the pill realm to be so strong. This was especially so for the poison mist surrounding it. Even peak Dao realm experts couldn't block it. It was just too shocking. Although Xianmui's foundation wasn't much and he was ordinary amongst peak Dao realm experts, he shouldn't have been defeated so quickly, right? Peak Leader Lin, I have heard of your name for a long time. This is why I personally came to invite you to Righteous Path Mountain as a guest. Yuanjun smiled. Invite me to be a guest? Lin Fan smiled. Right, Peak Leader Lin, please come to Righteous Path Mountain for a chat. Yuanjun smiled. He didn't threaten or attack. In the eyes of others, it seemed like a sincere invitation. Yuanjun, you're really despicable. Let me tell you, the people that I, the Peak Lord, hate the most in my life, are those who are too fake. If you were to start a war with me right away, I could still respect you as a man. But now, you're acting so despicably and shamelessly, pretending to be friendly with me. The first time, when you fought with demon god Qi Jiusha, I took away your storage rings and stripped you naked. That is the truth and I have never hidden anything. The second time, you slaughtered living beings and cultivated a demonic art. You summoned a blood corpse, which was beheaded by me. You begged for mercy and cut yourself off, but you escaped. The third time will be today. Do you have to play like this? If you have any thoughts, then just say it. If you want to kill me, then pick a place and do it directly. Don't beat around the bush. It is so tiring. Lin Fan didn't give him any face at all and directly pointed out Yuanjun's situation. The expert who came with Yuanjun had a dark and cold expression. This was a blatant provocation. At the same time, he was shocked. This fellow was just too arrogant. Didn't he know how to deal with people on the surface? Amazing. The nine-colored old ancestor was full of admiration. Peak Leader Lin was really domineering. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to say such words. Everyone knew Yuanjun's identity. He was the leader of the Righteous Path, and he was one of the top figures of the top powers in the outer world. It was really shocking for Peak Leader Lin to go against him like this. Peak Leader Lin, you really know how to joke. Yuanjun continued to endure. His hands were trembling, and so was his heart. He felt like there was a furnace burning inside him that could explode at any moment. Who's joking with you? Do you recognize this thing? Lin Fan took out the storage ring. It was Yuanjun's. He didn't believe that Yuanjun could endure it. If he dared to attack now, he would really respect him as a man. As expected, when he took out the storage ring, Yuanjin's expression changed slightly, but he quickly calmed down. Peak Leader Lin, I don't recognize this storage ring. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Yuanjin said indifferently. However, his fingers were clearly trembling. This was his storage ring, but this kid had taken it away. Is that so? It's fine if you don't recognize it. Let me see what's inside. Lin Fan took out the things in the storage ring. Instantly, a treasure light enveloped it. Not bad, these are all good things. He smiled. He purposely showed off in front of Yuanjin to anger him. The nine-colored ancestor was well aware of what was happening. If Peak Leader Lin had said those words earlier, he would have doubted it. But now that he had taken out the storage ring, he could clearly see the change in Yuanjin's expression. There was indeed a problem. It seemed like this storage ring really belonged to Yuanjin. Yuanjin suppressed his anger. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill him and torture him to death. He had never experienced something like this before. He had never even felt it. Peak Leader Lin, please come to the Righteous Path Mountain. Yuanjin said. Alright, stop pretending. You want to kill me, right? Why don't we fight outside the pill world? Don't say that I'm bullying you. Both of you fight. Life or death is up to the heavens. Whoever dies can't be blamed. How about that? Lin Fan said. Yuanjin wasn't confident that he could take him down. They had already fought before. Although this kid was only at the glorious world level, his strength was really shocking. He wanted to lure him to the Righteous Path Mountain. He wanted to borrow the righteous energy of the Righteous Path Mountain to crush him and turn him into ashes. Peak Leader Lin, why have you been so hostile towards me over and over again? I sincerely invite you to be a guest at the Righteous Path Mountain. Why would I want to kill you? That's impossible. Yuanjin said. Lin Fan felt that this guy was really shameless. But it was fine. He could play with him. Alright, since you are sincere, then make an oath. If you want to kill me, then let the heavens strike you and turn you into ashes. How about that? If you don't die, I will personally write your life as a leader of the righteous path. He wanted to see what else the leader of the righteous path had to say. When Yuanjin heard this, his expression changed. His heart was pounding. This guy was really despicable. He really wanted to beat him to death. Sect leader Yuan, make an oath for him to see. This kid has rejected your good intentions time and time again. I can't stand it anymore. An old man who followed him said unhappily. That's right. Peak Leader Lin's words make sense. After all, we are going to your Righteous Path Mountain. There's no guarantee of safety. If the leader of the Righteous Path makes an oath, not only can you prove your sincerity, you can also let Peak Leader Lin write your life. That's really worth it. Nine-color old ancestor said. He believed Peak Leader Lin's words. Yuanjin was probably really cultivating evil skills. And he really wanted to kill Lin Fan. It wasn't rare to cultivate evil skills in the outer world. But it was interesting for a leader of the righteous path to cultivate it. Yuanjin's heart was burning. He really wanted to curse. Earn your sister. Peak Leader Lin, you don't believe me. In fact, you are insulting me. Yuanjin was slightly unhappy. I don't believe you. As for insulting me, that's not true. You are indeed like that. Lin Fan said. He then waved his hand impatiently. Alright, I know you won't make an oath. Hurry up and scram. I will leave the pill world. Soon. You can wait for me outside. Anyway, don't act in front of me. It's really tiring. Arrogant, the experts who came with Yuanjin had these two impressions of Lin Fan. It was a miracle that such a person could live until now. But, if Lin Fan knew about it, he would definitely reply that they guessed correctly. He was indeed a legend and had died many times. If not for his undying body, he might have really died. Since Peak Leader Lin misunderstands me, then I won't force you. I hope that in the future, Peak Leader Lin will change your opinion of me. Yuanjin cupped his fists and was prepared to leave. Why are you leaving? I said it was simple, I just need to make an oath. Look at your cowardly face, I know that you want to kill me. I made you make an oath to take your life. What leader of the righteous path, it's rare to see someone so cunning. Lin Fan glanced at Yuanjun in disdain. He didn't dare to do it, so he just wanted to flee. Yuanjun didn't say much and just turned around to leave. However, when he turned around, his gaze was cold. Hurry up and scram. Once your peak master is done with his business, I'll go take care of you, you little b*tch. Lin Fan scolded at Yuanjun's back. Peak leader Lin, how domineering. But Yuanjun isn't weak, so be careful. 9-color-old ancestor reminded. It's okay, if we really fight, I have 100% confidence in crushing him. Lin Fan was really confident. It wasn't that he hadn't fought before, it was just that he was too tired and his injuries were too bad. Outside the pill world, Yuanjun's face was terrifyingly dark. Although he didn't say much, the people who followed behind him could sense his aura. Sect leader Yuan, this person is too arrogant. He insulted our righteous path mountain, and if we don't teach him a lesson, we won't accept it. Right, just one look and I know that this kid needs to be beaten up. Why don't we wait for him to come out, then take him down and bring him back to Righteous Path Mountain? The people who had followed along were all gritting their teeth in hatred towards Lin Fan. Let's go back. Yuanjun didn't agree. He had fought Lin Fan before and knew his strength. He had no confidence in killing him. Even if these people joined in, it was useless. They still had a long time. He wasn't anxious at all. Sect leader Yuan, are we just going to let this go? There were some who were unwilling, their faces scarlet red, clearly already enduring to the limit. He is only at the world brilliance realm, a single hand can crush him to death. Let's go. Let's return to the mountain. Yuanjun did not say anything else and headed off into the distance. No, I'll stay and wait for him to come out. You guys go back first. Mao Zhong didn't move. His face was filled with anger and intense killing intent. He was the old ancestor of a faction affiliated with Righteous Path Mountain, and his cultivation had reached Dao realm. Now that he was being humiliated by a kid, he was really unhappy. You're really not going back? Yuanjun had wanted to tell them the truth and let them know that they were no match for this brat. However, he suddenly thought of a solution and did not tell Mao Zhong. Grandmaster Yuan, you guys head back first. After I'm done with this lad, I'll bring him back. Mao Zhong said. Yuanjun was silent for a moment. Fine. Since you are unwilling, you can stay. However, be careful. Take this thing with you. If you encounter any problems, crush it immediately. Yes. Mao Zhong nodded. That was impossible. What kind of ability could a trifling world stage little thing have? Then, Yuanjun brought the others and left. Be ****, I'll break your limbs. I'll let you know the consequences of speaking arrogantly. A cruel smile appeared on Mao Zhong's face. Although he was from Righteous Path Mountain, he was not someone who would show mercy. He looked around and hid in a corner, waiting for Lin Fan to come out. Lin Fan swallowed 8 pills, and his experience points increased rapidly. The 8 pills had increased his experience points by 2.4 billion. The plus sign turned from gray to bright. He could already increase his cultivation. However, his foundation was not strong enough. He needed to accumulate more. Old ancestor, don't worry. After taking your pills, I will definitely write it well. Trust me. Lin Fan was in a good mood. It was great that he had a good relationship with the pill world. He did not need to worry about his experience points. Of course, peak leader Lin. I might not trust others, but I trust you. There's no rush. Write it slowly. I won't rush you in the future. Just write it well. 9-color-old ancestor was in a good mood. Ever since the master of pill world appeared, his reputation had risen to the extreme. The juniors all treated him as their life goal. Sometimes, he was under a lot of pressure. However, he was happy to take on this pressure. Old ancestor, do you have any more poison pills outside the pill world? Look, Yuanjun has a problem with me. My safety is a problem. Why don't you give me a few to protect myself? Lin Fan didn't want to use the poison pills himself. He wanted to leave them with the sect. Even a Dao realm expert couldn't handle it. When Nine-Color-Old Ancestor heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Peak Leader Lin was a decent young man, but he knew how to extort people. Poison pills were the foundation of the pill world's safety. Peak Leader Lin, I really don't have any more. Poison pills are rare. But don't worry, after a period of time, one will appear. I'll keep it for you, okay? Since the old ancestor was in a good mood, things were much easier to talk to him. Thank you, thank you. Lin Fan cupped his fists in gratitude. Old ancestor, don't worry. In this life, I, Lin Fan, will do anything but people from the pill world. For this promise, he had to pay a huge price. The fragrance of the pill world made him want to crazily lick it. But with the old ancestor's loyalty, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Nine-Color-Old Ancestor's head was filled with question marks. He didn't really understand. What did Peak Leader Lin mean? Why would he do anything but people from the pill world? Oh my god, if he didn't do it, Luo Yun wouldn't have a chance. Goodbye. Lin Fan cupped his fists. The pill world trip was about to end. Next, he would go to the dragon world to see his disciple. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with her, since he accepted her, he had to take responsibility. Peak Leader Lin, see you next time. Nine-Color-Old Ancestor waved his hand. In the distance, a slim figure stood there quietly. Luo Yun was the goddess of the pill world. Whether it was in terms of looks, figure, or temperament, she was an exceptional existence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been ranked 5th on the 100-flower list. Are you going to send me off? Lin Fan stopped and looked at her. This girl wasn't bad. She was outstanding in all aspects. She was a perfect firework. To be able to let one off, he would have no regrets in his life. Luo Yun let out a smile. Just as she was about to speak, she was stunned by Lin Fan's words. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Don't fall in love with me, woman. I'm not a man you can get. Lin Fan waved his hand and disappeared into the air. Luo Yun's face was a little red. She felt a little humiliated, especially when he said that he was not a man she could have. Why did she feel so angry? How was it? Did Peak Leader Lin say anything to you? Nine-Color-Old Ancestor appeared beside Luo Yun and asked curiously. Luo Yun didn't say anything. She was a little angry and left in embarrassment. Nine-Color-Old Ancestor scratched his head in confusion. What was going on? What had happened, however, he didn't understand whether or not Peak Leader Lin was a man. Pill worlds. Goddess Luo Yun wasn't an ordinary girl. Why didn't she have any thoughts? The poison mist outside the pill world retreated. Then, a ray of light shot out and disappeared into the distance. Eh? Lin Fan stood in the air. Stop hiding. Come out. Xiao, suddenly, a ray of light filled with a sharp aura shot out from below. Lin Fan didn't move. He just moved his neck. The light pierced through the sky and disappeared without a trace. Kid, you are too arrogant. Mao Zhong's voice was cold and his face was vicious. With your cultivation, I can crush you with one finger. What a waste of time. Lin Fan didn't expect that there was only one person. When he appeared, he really thought that Yuan Zhen was there too. Who knew that he was really alone? What? Mao Zhong was furious. But suddenly, his expression changed. That was because this ant-like person had appeared in front of him. Yu, Peng, just as he was about to speak, his stomach was hit. Bile and blood spurted out. Even his eyeballs were about to explode. Too weak. Lin Fan shook his head. Although he was at the Dao realm, he was really weak. He wasn't interested at all. How can this be? I haven't. Mao Zhong's mouth was covered in blood and he shouted. But halfway through his sentence, he shut up. His waist was broken by Lin Fan's leg. Large amounts of blood and flesh splattered all over the sky and landed on the ground. Yuan Zhen, you left one person to stop me. That means that you want him to die. You made me fall into your trap. Interesting, really interesting. Lin Fan wasn't stupid. If he couldn't understand such a simple trick, then why did he need a brain? If he really didn't understand, then he should empty his brain and fill it with energy. Then, he could make use of trash. But even if he knew, so what? It was troublesome. Fists were more comfortable. How violent. Nine-color-old ancestor sensed what was happening outside the pill world and sighed helplessly. Yuanjun was really vicious. He actually left one person to die. At this moment, Yuan Zhen, who was heading towards Righteous Path Mountain, frowned. He sensed that Mao Zhong had died. He stopped and his face was dark and sunken. Sect leader Yuan, what happened? Xianmui's face was green. But when he saw the ugly expression on Yuan Zhen's face, he knew that something had happened. Mao Zhong has been killed. Yuan Zhen raised his hand and a light screen appeared. On it was the scenes of Mao Zhong being killed. The weird thing was that the words were actually changed. Mao Zhong invited Lin Fan with a good attitude. Lin Fan replied rudely and smashed Mao Zhong into pieces with a punch. Damn, how did this happen? This kid is so cruel. How could I let Mao Zhong live? I caused him to die. Yuan Zhen was heartbroken and squeezed out a few fake crocodile tears. As expected, everyone was shocked and furious. Evil demon, he is an evil demon. Mao Zhong was so friendly but he was killed so cruelly. Sect leader Yuan, you must take revenge for Mao Zhong. Yuan Zhen suppressed the rage and pain in his heart. How can we let Mao Zhong die? We must announce this evil demon to the outside world. We must gather righteous people to suppress him and kill him. I really don't understand what this fellow is thinking. He knew that Yuan Zhen wanted to harm him, but it didn't make sense for him to leave one person behind. At the very least, he should leave a few more for them to warm up. Till now, he didn't even break a sweat. How boring. No matter what scheme it was, it didn't matter to him at all. Who cared about it? He just had to smash it with one fist. It was simple and easy. Dragon World. It was a really strong faction in the outer region. Thick dragon energy wrapped around the dragon world, forming golden dragons that roared. When Lin Fan arrived, the dragon world old ancestor woke up from his cultivation. He had a helpless expression on his face. Why are you here again? He really didn't want to see this fellow. This person really made him feel annoyed. But he had no choice. Lin Fan's disciple was here and old ancestor Ming Huang had high hopes for him. He didn't appear and wanted to see what he wanted. If he came to visit his disciple, he would be too lazy to appear. He would just let him be as long as he didn't cause any trouble. But even if he did, he had no way of solving it. Lin Fan died and came again. He had no choice but to accept it. No one is here to welcome me? Lin Fan floated in the air and waited quietly. Those old ancestors would definitely sense him when he entered the dragon world. But after waiting for so long, there was no one at all. Didn't that mean that they didn't care about his arrival? I understand. He knew that the dragon world acknowledged his existence. He sensed his disciple's location and headed into the distance. Why are my eyelids twitching? Plastic brother. Ao Baitian's eyelids twitched. He didn't know what was going on. It felt like something bad was going to happen. He was the one taking care of the unfilial son of the dragon world. He felt a lot of pressure and many people would laugh at him for taking such a good job. He didn't want to say much and just wanted to say that it had nothing to do with them. Outside, in the distance, Ritian was small and wasn't eye-catching. But now, he was really eye-catching. He was surrounded by a bunch of dragons who were a head taller than him. Hey, little kid, you are a disgrace of the dragon world and you still want to cultivate with us. You are really embarrassing us. The kid who spoke wasn't tall, but among people of the same age, he was quite tall. His skin was dark and he seemed really strong. Ha ha ha, boss is really amazing. The group of brats at the side were all flattering Ritian. They looked askance at him. In their eyes, Ritian was so small that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Let's be a bit quieter. Later on, he will definitely cry and go to Uncle Heaven defeating to complain about us. At that time, we will definitely be punished again. A dragon son said. Even though he seemed to be very scared, his tone was very mocking. Looking at these fellas, Ritian clenched his fingers together as a powerful aura began to gather around him. I won't kill you, but I'll give you a good beating. I'll beat you to the ground and make you call for your mother. Ritian clenched his fists. Teacher said that if you're bullied, you have to use your fists to make them afraid. Bang, just as everyone was laughing at them, they did not expect Ritian to make a move. One of the shorter men was punched to the ground. Half of his face was swollen, and tears welled up in his eyes. Brothers, beat him up. A group of kids pounced on him. I'm not afraid of you. Today, I will beat you into submission. Ritian raised his fist and charged forward. A dark light wrapped around his fist. Bang, bang, there were blood-curdling screams and muffled sounds. At that moment, a ray of sunlight shone down. There was only a small figure standing there. Drip, fresh blood dripped from the small figure's fist onto the ground, causing dust to rise. If you dare to provoke me again, I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. Ritian's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with a domineering aura. Wah! The dragon's sons who were beaten up cried out loud. Some of them had bruises on their faces and some even had their front teeth knocked out. I'm going to go back and tell Uncle Heaven Defeating that you beat us up. I'm going to sue my mother. You unfilial son, you won't have a good ending. When Ritian heard these words, his body was like a cheetah. He charged over and sat on the dragon's son's body. His fists were like raindrops that landed on the other party's face. Bang! Wah, don't hit me. I admit defeat. I beg for mercy. The dragon's son cried out. Stop. When Aobadian saw this, he was stunned. He knew that nothing good would happen, but he didn't expect that it would be like this. Ritian stopped and retreated to the side. His fists were stained with fresh blood and his skin was torn. The two types of blood mixed together. This. Aobadian even wanted to die. Why did this little thing make him feel so uneasy? Look at these people who were being beaten up. Whose kids were they? Even his uncle's grandson was here. If he went to complain to his uncle, this kid might not be punished but he would definitely be the scapegoat. Uncle Heaven Destroyer, he beat us up, a kid with two panda eyes shouted while crying. Wah, it hurts so much. The scene was a little tragic. These kids were all beaten up badly. Ritian, why did you beat them up? Aobadian's face was cold and he pretended to be angry. No matter what, he was the kid's elder. Naturally, he had to deal with this matter seriously. Ritian didn't reply. He turned his face to the side and said, my teacher said that beating people up doesn't need a reason. Wah, Uncle Heaven Defeating, he is so arrogant. Right, he doesn't care about Uncle Heaven Defeating at all. The bunch of dragons exclaimed and all of them started to talk, causing Aobadian to be unable to back down. Aobadian glared at them and none of them dared to speak. All of them lowered their heads. Ritian, how can you beat people up? Tell me, do you know your wrongs? Aobadian wanted to teach this kid a lesson. He couldn't be too arrogant, otherwise, he would be hacked to death in the future. I didn't do anything wrong. Ritian shook his head and denied that he was wrong. Are you serious? Aobadian stared at Ritian solemnly. He felt that there was something wrong with this kid. If he didn't change his ways, it would have a huge impact on his future. He walked in front of Ritian and looked down on him. The dragons who were beaten up badly laughed in schadenfreude. This guy was going to be unlucky soon. Speak, do you know your wrongs? Aobadian asked. He was already furious. Although he didn't really like this kid, he didn't hate him. Since he was in the wrong, he naturally had to teach him a lesson. I didn't do anything wrong. Ritian raised his head and said firmly. You. Aobadian raised his hand and was prepared to teach this lawless kid a lesson. As for the dragon princes at the side, their eyes were wide open in anticipation. Although they couldn't defeat the other party, if Uncle Heaven Defeating were to personally teach them a lesson, it would be very satisfying. He slapped him. Ritian didn't dodge. Disciple, how are you doing here? A voice rang out from afar. When Aobadian, who was prepared to teach this kid a lesson, heard this voice, his body shuddered. He quickly reduced the strength of his slap. When it reached Rition's face, it was just a touch. Aya, why are you so stubborn? Good, this is really good. You are a man. These small things are just trash. There are so many of them and they can't beat you. It is only right that you teach them a lesson. Aobadian touched Rition's face. His solemn expression from earlier on had totally melted. His face was filled with a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. Your skin is really good. Your small face is really handsome. When you grow up, you will definitely be amazing. Aobadian praised without holding back at all. The surrounding dragons stared at Uncle Heaven defeating with their mouths agape. This wasn't the case earlier on. Why did it change in the blink of an eye? Aobadian stretched out his hand and hugged Rition's shoulder. Not bad at all. In the future, you will definitely grow into an overlord. Teacher. Rition raised his head and greeted excitedly. He wasn't stupid at all. He knew that the other party was so friendly towards him because his teacher was here. Brother, why are you here? Aobadian pretended that he didn't notice and was really shocked. But, he was really glad. If that slap had landed, the outcome would have been unimaginable. He was rash. He was really rash. He definitely couldn't be so rash next time. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Please say that I am a plastic brother. Do you understand? Lin Fan landed beside his disciple and pushed Aobadian's hand away. He then touched his disciple's head. How have you been here recently? Have you been bullied by anyone? If you have, then beat them up for me. If you can't beat them up, then tell me and I will beat them up for you. Rition didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and smiled secretly. This wasn't a gloating smile. It was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart when someone cared about him. Aobadian took the opportunity when Lin Fan wasn't paying attention to place his palms together and beg Rition to stop talking nonsense. He was so anxious that he was about to cry. No, teacher. I am doing well here. Rition said happily. Yes, it's good that you are happy. Lin Fan smiled. He looked at those people who were lying on the ground with swollen faces. He couldn't help but nod his head. Well done. They have a lot of potential. Aobadian blinked his eyes. This couldn't be. He then said softly, Plastic brother, can you stand to the side and listen to me? Lin Fan was curious as to what this fellow wanted to say. But, he didn't think too much about it and just stood to the side. Plastic brother, it's not right for you to teach your disciple like this. Hitting someone is extremely serious. If he were to turn into a lawless person in the future, it would be really dangerous outside. You should teach him to be reasonable and not to use his fists to settle things. Otherwise, he would be no different from a wild beast. Aobadian said sincerely. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and glared at the other party. His tone was a little weird. Why do I feel as though you are talking about me? Huh? Aobadian stared at Lin Fan and was stunned. Your peak master loves to settle things with my fists. Are you indirectly saying that I am a wild beast? Lin Fan's words scared Aobadian so badly that he was about to cry. Big brother, you can't do this. Since when did I implicate you? Plastic brother, I swear to the heavens that I really wasn't talking about you. Please don't misunderstand. He was really scared. They were having a good conversation, but how did it end up like that? It was simply impossible. It was completely a false accusation. Really? Lin Fan looked at Aobadian. This guy was really cunning. Did he really think that Lin Fan was blind? He clearly wanted to teach his disciple a lesson. But looking at how strong the other party's desire to live was, Lin Fan decided to let it go. It was impossible for a person to not have a desire to live. Aobadian's desire to live was so strong that Lin Fan was really glad. If it was someone without a desire to live, that would be really scary. Yes, I swear on my honor. He was really serious and solemn. Lin Fan patted Aobadian's shoulder. A wise man submits to circumstances. Very good. When he heard this, Aobadian wiped the sweat off his forehead. That was really scary. That was way too scary. Disciple, you have cultivated well. Your master is really satisfied. Even though Ritian's cultivation wasn't high, one mustn't forget that he hadn't cultivated for a long time. For him to have such a cultivation state was really decent. He believed that it wouldn't be long before there would be a huge change. Master, my mother would like to thank you personally. Ritian said happily. Lin Fan was really calm. Ritian, go back and tell your mother that she doesn't have to thank me personally. Your master isn't that kind of person. Oh. Ritian understood, but that was only on the surface. As for deeper things, he didn't understand at all. On the other hand, Aobadian looked at his plastic brother with a stunned expression. This guy was taking advantage of women from the dragon world. Did he really think that he was going to repay him with his body? Deep within the dragon world, the old ancestor opened his eyes with a weird expression. What is wrong? The old ancestors who were in seclusion and comprehending the vast starry skies looked over in confusion. Old ancestor Ming Huang invited that kid to meet him. The old ancestor who had peed on old ancestor Ming Huang's face spoke up. When the others heard this, they were shocked. Old ancestor Ming Huang's situation was really weird. He was between life and death. If that kid had any evil thoughts, the outcome would be catastrophic. Forget it, I'll go look for that kid. I really don't understand why old ancestor Ming Huang would favor that kid so much. The old ancestor was helpless as he disappeared from the stone platform. Facing Lin Fan, Aobadian felt immense pressure in his heart. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would be killed by the other party. He was a plastic brother after all. Sometimes, it was really dangerous, so he had to be careful. Old ancestor, why have you come? When Aobadian saw the old ancestor, his heart relaxed. The old master nodded and came before Lin Fan. Peak leader Lin, old master Ming Huang invites you to meet. Who? Ancestor Ming Huang? I don't know him. Why would he want to see me? Lin Fan asked. Now that he was quite famous, could it be that they wanted him to write a biography? If that was the case, it wasn't impossible to talk about it. This old man doesn't know either. Please follow me. Patriarch Dragon World did not know why Patriarch Ming Huang wanted to meet him. The only reason why the Dragon Realm did not impart their cultivation techniques to outsiders was because of old ancestor Ming Huang's words. Otherwise, even if the Dragon Realm was destroyed, they would not hand over their cultivation techniques. Let's go then. The reason why Lin Fan came to the Dragon World was just to take a look at his disciple. After that, he was prepared to leave. But, since this was an invitation from old master Ming Huang, he might as well head over to take a look. Perhaps, he might be able to gain something different. Instantly, the old master opened up a pitch-black tunnel and entered it. Lin Fan followed closely behind. What's up with the plastic brothers? Aobadian pondered. He could not understand what was going on. Since when was he so popular that he was invited over by the old master? Hold on. Who was that old master Ming Huang? Why didn't he have any impression of him at all? Was there really an old master with such a name among the old masters? As a genius of the dragon world, how could he not know who the old master Ming Huang was? If anyone else were to find out about this, they would definitely hang him up and give him a good beating. The history of the dragon world that he had learned when he was young had all gone to waste. To not even know of such a world-shaking character, how stupid was he? Lin Fan followed behind the old master Ming and came to a dimension. Within that dimension, he saw a few other old masters of the dragon world sitting cross-legged. A thick dragon chi spread out in this dimension, forming all sorts of weird phenomena. I'm so envious. When will our sect have so many top experts? He was really envious. With such top experts, it was enough to ensure that the sect wouldn't be destroyed. When the disciples left the sect, they would be able to hold their heads high and not be afraid of being bullied by others. However, he did not think too much about it. One day, he would definitely be there. Oi, oi. Where are we going? This dimension is deep enough. Lin Fan said. Old Master Ming Huang is waiting below. Please follow me. The old master of the dragon world swept his robes and opened up a tunnel once more. Below was a deep abyss without a single bit of light. To Lin Fan, this was like traveling through the starry skies of the universe. It was more like a black hole that sucked one in and brought them to a whole new world. We're here. The old master stopped and shouted, Old Master Ming Huang, Peak Master Lin is here. Yes. Go back and wait. A heavy and vicissitude voice rang out. The old master of the dragon world was a little hesitant. Eventually, he did not say much and nodded his head, yes. Where is this place? Lin Fan floated in the darkness. He could not see his surroundings at all. There was no light at all. If he were to stay here for a long time, wouldn't he go crazy? This was a forbidden ground of the dragon world. It was suppressed beneath the dragon world. Over the years, no one was able to enter this place. However, every time an old master of the dragon world died, there would be a force that would drag their remains down. Therefore, this place was also known as the abyss where the dragon ancestor slumbered. Peak Master Lin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, two beams of light shone from afar. The light grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the surroundings. It was a pair of dragon eyes. When the dragon eyes opened, the surroundings lit up completely. Oh my God! Lin Fan's eyes widened. He had never seen such a huge dragon corpse before. It was so huge that there was no end to it. This dragon corpse was covered in purple dragon scales. Each scale was like a boundless piece of land. It was simply too huge. There was even a faint purple aura rising into the sky. Especially those dragon eyes. They were like two suns. They were shockingly huge. You're the old Master Ming Huang? Lin Fan asked. What he had seen today was truly shocking. It had piqued his curiosity. Yes, I'm the old Master Ming Huang. I'm also the one who invited you here. Furthermore, I'm the strongest legendary dragon in the history of the dragon world. The voice of the old Master Ming Huang was boundless. At the same time, he did not forget to brag about himself. How shameless! Lin Fan mumbled. Strongest legendary dragon in the history of the dragon world? But forget it. He could just let the other party say that. All he wanted to know was what the other party was up to. You didn't call me over just to listen to your bragging, did you? Speak your mind. I'm listening. Lad, I'm not bragging. This is something that is publicly acknowledged in the outside world. Forget it. It's been a long time. It's normal that you don't understand it. I can't blame you. The old Master Ming Huang sighed. Before I speak, do you feel anything different about me? Lin Fan was stunned. He felt that this was unbelievable. Just what was going on with the people of the dragon world? There was no need to talk about Aobadian. This old Master Ming Huang was really weird as well. Lin Fan could not understand him at all. What does this have to do with what you want to talk about? I think that we should just talk about it. Everyone's time is really precious. Lin Fan said. The old Master Ming Huang choked on his words. In his heart, at this moment, it should be the other party who revealed a look of astonishment, carefully observed, and then said, Senior, your aura is very strange, hovering between life and death. Only then could he continue to speak, explain why things had become like this, and finally point out the main plot. But now, this little fella didn't give him a chance at all. That made him feel really weird. Heis, I understand that you want to know. Forget it, I'll tell you then. The old Master Ming Huang did not wait for Lin Fan to retort or protest and spoke up right away. Tens of thousands of years ago, the outer world had already fused together completely. After an unknown period of time, powerful beings from the upper world descended and suppressed and plundered all the living beings in the outer world. There were countless deaths and injuries. They were really strong and really terrifying. Dao realm beings could only kill their younger generation. But they could not defeat their true geniuses. I, the Light Emperor, was indignant. I turned into a 10,000-foot dragon body and charged into the other party's base camp. I fought with my life on the line. That battle was so intense that even the heaven and earth were ripped apart. Blood rained down like a flood and scattered all over the outer world. It was really, really tragic. At this point, the old master Ming Huang's voice was a little hoarse as he reminisced. And then? Lin Fan waited for a moment. Since the other party didn't say anything, he took the initiative to ask. And then, I just laid here. Look at my body. This is my Light Emperor's main body. Other than this head, my entire body is covered in wounds. Look at this spot behind me. It was pierced by a spear. But I didn't back down. With a single claw, I smashed the other party into smithereens. Look at this spot behind me. It was struck by a single palm strike. Even my dragon bones were broken. But still, I didn't back down. With a single swipe of my tail, I smashed him into smithereens. Look at this, the old master Ming Huang sighed out as he slowly recounted the heroic deeds he had done in the past. When he got emotional, his voice was filled with emotions and emotions. Stop, that's enough. Your peak master didn't come here to listen to your stories. Just what are you trying to do? Lin Fan interrupted, feeling a little speechless. Just where in the world did this guy come from? Why did he have so much nonsense to say? And at the same time, Lin Fan understood that it was understandable for him to be beaten up to this state with so much nonsense. Peak Master Lin, speaking up to this point, the old master Ming Huang wanted to tell you to be careful of the future. They will descend upon us again. The old master Ming Huang said. That's all? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. This guy was definitely up to no good. Did he really think that Lin Fan had turned stupid after cultivating his powers? That he could scam anyone he wanted? Of course not. That's just one thing. Actually, there's another thing. But before that, could I trouble Peak Master Lin to tell me if I, the old master Ming Huang, am a man of indomitable spirit? For the sake of the peace of the outer world, I'm a dragon who has given up his life. Is that something worthy of respect? The old master Ming Huang asked. Yes, it's worth it. Lin Fan nodded his head. The old master Ming Huang was gratified. All right then. Peak Master Lin, actually, I want to get something from you. I hope, no. Lin Fan did not wait for the other party to finish his sentence as he rejected him decisively. End of chapter 793. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.